Crimson mist descends, the world succumbs, the apocalypse erupts. As the end times arrive, global order collapses, and humanity enters an era of universal awakening. Monstrous beasts rampage. Countless forbidden zones, dead ends, and demonic nests abound. Death and rebirth intertwine. Annihilation and evolution coexist. Only by awakening the sequence of innate talents, gaining boundless strength, can one break free from shackles and rise above all beings. Chu Xuan traverses the apocalyptic world, awakening one of the highest sequences, Sequence 007, Thunder Sovereign. Moreover, he binds to the unique infinite attribute point system. While others slay monsters to obtain energy cores, I slay monsters to directly increase my attribute points. Thus, Chu Xuan's path to power becomes straightforward and brutally effective. Physical attributes stack infinitely. My body can withstand nuclear explosions, and my fists can shatter stars. Mental prowess stacks infinitely. My consciousness sweeps across the galaxy, reducing all races to mere dust. The power of thunder evolves infinitely, from initial lightning to divine punishment thunder, then to the annihilating purple sky, ultimately mastering the thunder punishments of all realms. With billions of thunder punishments, can you withstand them? On the battlefield of countless races across the universe, so-called geniuses, prodigies, and deities are but jokes before me. Rules? I am the rule. I sit high upon the throne of thunder, gazing down upon all beings. I am the divine punishment. Chapter 001. The wedding night of crossing over, my wife becomes a zombie? Awakening mythical sequence 007. In the Xia Empire, Jiangxing High School .404 boys dormitory. What is this place? Where's my wife? Where is the school beauty I just married? Chu Xuan abruptly sits up on the hard bed, bewildered as he surveys his surroundings. Before his eyes is not a luxurious bridal chamber, but a cramped four-person dormitory. The air is thick with a peculiar mix of sweat and instant noodles. Aside from his own bed, the other three are empty, with bedding piled like pickled vegetables. What kind of place is this? On the wedding night, playing such a grand role. No, that's not right. Just as his mind races with uncertainty, a torrent of chaotic memories suddenly floods his mind. Hiss! Chu Xuan lets out a muffled groan, clutching his head tightly as his temples throb, feeling as though his entire mind has been forcefully crammed into 100 unedited films. The pain arrives swiftly, yet dissipates just as quickly. Moments later, he releases his grip, and his gaze shifts entirely from confusion to horror. He has crossed over. This is a parallel world known as the Xia Empire, where the technological level is akin to the modern era, yet the societal structure retains the ancient imperial system. With imperial authority paramount, noble families abound, and men can legally take multiple wives. Most critically, 2 days prior, a bizarre red mist swept across the globe, transforming half the population into flesh-eating zombies. The apocalypse has arrived. As he processes all of this, Chu Xuan is utterly dumbfounded. After graduating from university, he toiled tirelessly to establish a business, finally amassing 7-figure savings and marrying the school beauty he had long admired. His life was on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his bridal chamber has turned into a dormitory, his wife has become a zombie, and his savings have vanished entirely. This can't be happening that I haven't even consummated the marriage. Heaven, if you must let me traverse, at least wait until I've completed my duties. Chu Xuan feels like crying without tears, as if 100,000 alpacas are dancing to a chaotic rhythm in his heart. Banged at that moment, a heavy thud resounds from outside the dormitory door. Who is it? Chu Xuan instinctively calls out as soon as the words leave his mouth. He quickly covers his mouth, his heart skipping a beat. Damn it. Just crossed over, and my mind hasn't caught up. I forgot my current predicament. Bang. Bang bang. The sounds from outside seem to respond to him, growing increasingly violent and frenzied. The flimsy wooden door groans under the immense force, dust from the wall above the doorframe cascading down at my cursed crow's mouth. Chu Xuan's face pales, his heart racing to his throat. Without a doubt, what lies beyond the door is not the dormitory supervisor checking on them, it's a zombie. In this critical moment. Beep. Threat detected near the host. Activating infinite attribute point system. System binding successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a beginner's gift pack, a mythical sequence talent package. 2 crisp electronic chimes resonate in Chu Xuan's mind, akin to a celestial melody. All tension in his body suddenly relaxes, and his eyes well up with emotion. System brother. My dear brother. You've finally arrived. As a youth who indulges in online literature, he is acutely aware of what this entails. This is his greatest reliance for survival in this hellish world. Bang. Crack. The crashing sounds outside interrupt his elation, a distinct crack now visible on the door. Chu Xuan takes a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. This is not the time for excitement. There is a ravenous creature waiting outside for a meal. He immediately mentally recites, "System, how do I use this mythical sequence talent package?" The host only needs to mentally recite to activate it. Open the mythical sequence talent package. Chu Xuan does not hesitate for a moment. Beep. Package opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Sequence 007, Thunder Sovereign. Sequence 007. Does this number have any significance? Chu Xuan's heart stirs, keenly grasping the crux of the matter. This world possesses a total of 10,000 talents, each with a unique sequence number. The earlier the number, the rarer and more powerful the talent. Mythical Sequence 001-020. Top-tier Sequence 021-100. Note: mythical sequences possess uniqueness. Once awakened, no second individual may acquire it. After hearing the system's explanation, Chu Xuan's heart races. Uniqueness. Top 10. This opening is simply a stroke of luck. Beep. Detecting that the talent has not yet awakened. Would you like to awaken it immediately? Awaken. The moment the word escapes his lips, a warm energy erupts from his chest, surging through his limbs like a river breaking its dam. Chu Xuan closes his eyes, savoring this power. It brings no discomfort. Instead, it seems to reshape his body in a manner both forceful and gentle. He can distinctly sense a brand new instinct awakening within him. Moments later, that warm current fully integrates with him. Beep. Talent awakening successful. Chu Xuan slowly opens his eyes and spreads his right hand. With a mere thought, delicate azure arcs of electricity begin to dance joyfully between his fingers, emitting a soft crackling sound, casting an ethereal blue hue upon his slightly pale-faced. He turns his gaze to the nearby metal bed frame and flicks his fingers. Zzz. A bolt of lightning, as thick as chopsticks, suddenly shoots out, moving so swiftly it leaves behind a mere afterimage in the air. Boom! A muffled sound erupts, sparks flying. The sturdy metal bed frame is instantly penetrated, leaving a thumb-sized circular hole, the edges scorched black and red from the intense heat, with wisps of smoke rising. This power. Chu Xuan gazes at his fingers, then at the pierced bed frame, swallowing hard. If it can easily pierce through metal, what can mere flesh and bones of zombies do? With this strength, he is no longer a lamb to the slaughter. At that moment, the dormitory door could no longer withstand the pressure and was breached by a decaying arm, creating a gaping hole. Immediately thereafter, a grotesque head emerged through the opening. It was a visage utterly devoid of any human characteristics, with skin that was ashen and shriveled, and eyes that were pitch black, lacking any glimmer of life. Its mouth was grotesquely stretched to the roots of its ears, filled with interlocking teeth reminiscent of a shark's. Just in time. With a chilling gaze, Chu Xuan raised his right hand, as electric energy coalesced at his fingertips, precisely aiming for the zombie's forehead. Thud! A flash of lightning flickered and swiftly penetrated the zombie's skull, leaving a charred mark on the wall behind. The zombie's movements abruptly ceased, and it collapsed stiffly to the ground. Ding! Ordinary zombie killed *1, gained 1 energy point, Thunder Sovereign experience 1. Ding! Personal attribute panel activated. Open attribute panel. A blue holographic screen, visible only to him, unfurled before his eyes. Host, Chu Xuan. Physique, 25. The standard for adult males is 1, with a maximum of 3. Speed, 25. The standard for adult males is 1, with a maximum of 3. Spirit, 5. The standard for adult males is 1, with a maximum of 2. Sequence talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV1, 110. Energy points, 1. As he glanced over the panel, Chu Xuan's breath quickened slightly. His physique and speed had reached 2.5 times that of an ordinary person, nearly approaching the human limit. His mental strength had even exceeded expectations, exceeding the ordinary person's limit by more than double. Is this the enhancement brought about by a mythical level talent? His gaze finally settled on the solitary energy point. Quite impressive, he murmured to himself, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. System, allocate my points. As a note regarding the realms in this book, Ordinary Mutation, LV1, LV2 Elite Mutation, LV3, LV4 General Level, LV5, LV6 King Level, LV7, LV8 Emperor Level, LV9, LV10 Imperial Level, LV11, LV15 Explorer, LV16, LV20. He aimed to enhance his physique. For Chu Xuan, the goal was clear. Skills can be practiced, mental strength is a long-term investment, but the foundation of the body is fundamental to everything. Beep. consumed 1 energy point, physique 1. A warm current surged through his body. Unlike the sensation experienced during the awakening of his talent, this time, the growth of power felt purer and more unrestrained. He could distinctly feel his muscle fibers stretching and tightening, while his bone density increased quietly. Chu Xuan stood up and tentatively threw a punch at the wall. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the hard cement wall was dented, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. His fist, however, was merely slightly reddened. Remarkable. This physical quality had already transcended the realm of ordinary individuals. He glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xuan Physique, 26, Speed, 25, Spirit, 5, Sequence Talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV1, 110, Energy Points, 0 confirming the details. He turned his attention to the tattered dormitory door. It was time to clear the area. He opened the door, revealing a dim corridor where 2 figures were wandering. One was a stout man with a beer belly, clad only in shorts and a tank top. The other was a thin individual wearing glasses, resembling a scarecrow. Chu Xuan raised his hand, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. Zap! A flash of lightning pierced through the head of the stout zombie. Its massive body swayed and silently collapsed to the ground. Beep! Killed Ordinary Zombie 1. Earned 1 energy point. Thunder Sovereign Experience 1. Chu Xuan shifted his gaze to the other. This time, he opted for a different approach. Extending his index finger to connect a continuous thin stream of electricity to the bamboo pole zombie. Zzzzz. Instantly, the zombie convulsed violently as if thrown into a high-voltage electric net, smoke rising from its skin, accompanied by the foul stench of charred protein. Yet, it refused to fall. Simultaneously, a familiar wave of fatigue washed over Chu Xuan's mind, his temples throbbing. Indeed, sustained output severely drained mental energy, proving to be an inefficient strategy. He promptly severed the current and reverted to a point-shot mode. Zap! The lightning flashed again, and the bamboo pole zombie fell lifelessly. Beep! Killed Ordinary Zombie 1. Earned 1 energy point. Thunder Sovereign Experience 1. Warning: mental energy below 50. Excessive consumption will result in host weakness. The system's notification confirmed his suspicions. It seemed that the most efficient and energy-saving attack method at this stage was headshots. First, clear this floor, Chu Xuan resolved. His dormitory, 404, was at the end of the corridor, so he began systematically clearing each room. Most dormitory doors were locked, but that did not deter him. He placed his fingertip on the electronic lock, and a faint current surged through. A soft beep sounded, and the lock clicked open. What a versatile key. The first room was empty. The second was also unoccupied, but a half-eaten bag of chips and an unopened bottle of cola sat on the table. Chu Xuan unceremoniously accepted them, rummaging through to find a backpack. As he opened the door to the third dormitory, a potent stench of foot odor mixed with blood assaulted his senses. A zombie in a basketball jersey was hunched over, feasting on a dismembered corpse. Hearing the noise, it whipped around, its mouth smeared with flesh, looking particularly grotesque. Without a hint of hesitation, Chu Xuan raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Zap! Done. He pinched his nose and stepped inside, swiftly scanning the area to find a few buckets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water, which he stuffed into his backpack. Junk food, which he used to ignore, had now become a valuable commodity, he thought with self-deprecating humor. He continued his sweep, and the zombies on this floor yielded him 6 energy points and 6 experience points. His talent level had now risen to LV1, 910, just a step away from upgrading. He did not rush to the next floor, but returned to a relatively clean dormitory, locked the door, and sat down in a chair to replenish his energy. Tearing open a sausage, he took a few bites alongside the mineral water, finally feeling his stomach empty. Since his crossing, his nerves had been taut, only now beginning to relax. Half an hour later, the fatigue of mental energy dissipated, and his strength returned to its peak. Continuing, Chu Xuan hoisted his half-filled backpack and repeated the process, making his way down from the 3rd floor. The number of zombies on the lower levels was noticeably reduced, but the corridor, dormitories, and even the restroom stalls might still harbor surprises. Of course, these ordinary zombies, in Chu Xuan's eyes, were no different from moving energy points. Now a professional zombie exterminator, he seamlessly executed lock-picking, headshots, and scavenging with a skillfulness that was almost painful to witness. Upon reaching the 1st floor and pushing open the fire door of the stairwell, he came face to face with an exceptionally robust zombie. It was clad in the basketball team uniform of Jiangchang High School, towering nearly 2 meters tall, its muscles bulging, exuding an imposing presence compared to the previous beanpole zombies he had encountered. The basketball zombie spotted him. roaring as it charged forward with a speed far surpassing that of the other zombies. Chu Xuan's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he advanced, raising his hand to aim. Zap! The lightning struck precisely at its forehead. However, the lightning, capable of piercing metal, merely left a charred dent on the basketball zombie's skull, failing to penetrate completely. Its skin was quite tough. Chu Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Seizing the opportunity as the basketball zombie stumbled from the impact, he unleashed a series of rapid electric strikes. Zap! 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 3 bolts of lightning struck the same spot. This time, the basketball zombie's skull finally succumbed, completely pierced through, and its massive body fell with a resounding thud. Beep! Killed Elite Zombie 1. Earned 5 energy points. Thunder Sovereign Experience 5. Beep! Thunder Sovereign Experience points are full. Level upgraded to LV2. The moment the voice fell, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his entire being, far more potent than during his awakening. A delightful tingling sensation spread through his limbs and bones, as if each cell was rejoicing in jubilance. Lating Duve LV2, 4100. Attributes, minor enhancements to physique, speed, and mental acuity. New skill unlocked, electromagnetic induction. Chu Xuan promptly accessed his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xuan physique, 30 speed, 28, sequence talent, 7 link LV2, 4100. Energy points, 15 skill, electromagnetic induction. His physique had reached the pinnacle of normal human limits. With a mere thought, Chu Xuan endeavored to activate his newfound skill. He closed his eyes, and in an instant, the world transformed before him. The air was no longer void but was instead filled with an array of invisible magnetic field lines. He could distinctly perceive the wiring within the walls, sense the position and shape of every metallic object around him, and even hear the faint sound of electrical currents. A 360-degree passive radar. With this ability, he no longer feared ambushes. Over the course of 3 hours, Chu Xuan meticulously cleared the entire male dormitory building. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, he found the glass door shattered, cold winds howling inside. Frowning, he dragged several heavy wooden tables and metal cabinets from the nearby duty room and activity room to barricade the entrance securely. Once he completed this task, he wearily sought out an empty dormitory and stepped inside. Tossing his backpack onto the floor, Chu Xuan collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained, lacking the strength to even move a finger. As the adrenaline waned, an overwhelming sense of fatigue and loneliness engulfed him. His wife was gone, his savings were gone, and the career he had labored for years to build was gone. He was merely a solitary soul struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, his eyes beginning to ache. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, before he fumbled in his pocket for his phone. The screen had cracked into a spiderweb pattern, yet miraculously lit up when he pressed the power button. To his astonishment, the top right corner displayed a 5G signal icon, and it was full strength. The network was still operational. Chu Xuan jolted upright, his fingers trembling as he opened a news app. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 003, Shock. The identity of the Thunder Monarch revealed. The news app's interface was cluttered, with the headline boldly printed in crimson letters as an announcement to all citizens of the Xia Empire, issued by the Empire's Supreme Command Bureau. The content was formal, reporting on the disaster, reassuring the populace, and urging survivors to band together and await rescue. The authorities had dubbed this disaster the Red Mist Incident, referring to the zombies as infected entities. Chu Xuan swiftly skimmed through the text. Such bureaucratic jargon was less useful than toilet paper in this apocalypse. He navigated to the homepage and tapped into the local section for Jiang City. The next moment, a pinned post adorned with a flurry of sensational symbols filled his screen. Shock. Thunder Monarch sighted at Jiang City High School. Online Yang Yongxin. Even zombies must call him daddy. Chu Xuan's eyes twitched violently. Even at such a time, there were still individuals crafting such titles. He clicked in, and a video of about 20 seconds began to play automatically. The camera shook violently, the quality was poor. Clearly filmed from a corner where someone was pushing their phone zoomed to the limit. The filming location was directly across from the male dormitory at the female dormitory. In the video, the dimly lit corridor on the 4th floor of the male dormitory showed a figure moving leisurely. The person merely raised a hand, and a subtle blue spark of electricity shot forth from their fingertips, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Dozens of meters away, a wandering zombies had exploded in an instant, collapsing limply to the ground. The camera jolted violently, and several stifled screams and gasps echoed in the video. Heavens! Did you see that? He can discharge electricity. The voice was faint, trembling with uncontainable shock. Immediately, the figure replicated the act, unleashing several more flashes of lightning, causing the remaining zombies in the corridor to fall lifelessly. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. It was less a hunt for monsters and more a cold, elegant performance. The video concluded at this point. Chu Xuan stared impassively at the blurry figure on the screen, recognizing the outfit as the one he had worn upon his arrival. Someone had captured him on film. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. In this era of collapsing order, revealing one's abilities was akin to ringing a bell in a pack of hungry wolves. Announcing oneself as a juicy morsel. He was not afraid. He merely found it troublesome. No matter how terrifying zombies were, they ultimately lacked intelligence. Human hearts, however, were far more complex and treacherous than the fangs of the undead. He exited the video, his gaze falling upon the comment section that had erupted into chaos. The number of comments was a staggering 99.99. First comment, no way. Is this for real? Is the special effects guy looking for a new job? Second comment replying to the first, special effects my foot. How long has the internet been down for you? Haven't you seen the official announcement? After the red mist. Some people awaken special abilities, called Awakeners. This is clearly a formidable Thunder-type individual. Third floor senior. Coordinates. Female dormitory 301. I swear on my last half bag of spicy strips. The video is absolutely authentic. I was there. We were so scared that our legs went weak. That esteemed individual was simply stunning. A sense of safety overwhelmed us. Jiang City S. Wuyanzu. Esteemed one. Do you need any accessories? I can shout, 666. I can keep your bed warm. And I'll be the first to charge into the horde of zombies. Please take care of me. Professional team. Esteemed one. Look at me. I am strong and robust. My voice is booming. You point east, and I will never go west. If you tell me to bite a dog, I 1T chase a chicken. Please accept me. The comment section was in a frenzy, filled with various expressions of worship, requests to join, and pleas for sponsorship. Chu Xuan smirked, the irritation in his heart dissipating in a wave of absurdity. Just hours ago, he had been a hapless soul with nothing. Now, he had become a revered figure. The Thunder Monarch. The dramatic rise and fall of life was indeed exhilarating. He continued scrolling, and soon, several golden comments marked as special caught his attention. Each ID bore an official certification mark. The first was from the military. Xia Empire Jiang City Defense Military District. To the Awakener in the video, we are the Jiang City military, and we have confirmed your identity. To safeguard Jiang City and protect our homeland, we extend to you our most sincere invitation. Please contact us at your earliest convenience. The military will provide you with the highest level of protection, ample resources, and the rank of captain. Your power is the hope for the continuation of civilization. Contact person, Colonel Li Yuanshao, phone, 028XXXXXXX. The official offer was exceptionally generous. The rank of captain was a ceiling ordinary individuals could never hope to reach in peacetime. Chu Xuan's finger hesitated on the screen as he moved to the second comment. Tianhong Group, Wang Tianhong. Young brother, you have remarkable skills. I, Wang Tianhong, have been in Jiang City for decades, and I most admire capable young individuals. Don't go to the officials and suffer their nonsense. Too many rules. Come to my Tianhong Group shelter, and I will offer you the position of vice president, along with 10% equity. My daughter, who has just turned 28. If you find her appealing, I, your uncle, shall personally officiate your wedding. My name is Wang Tianhong, a real estate tycoon from Jiangcheng, worth billions. Before the apocalypse, I was a figure whom Chu Xuan could only admire from afar in financial news. Now, the tone of the other party is almost obsequious, promising shares and even offering his own daughter. Chu Xuan chuckles lightly, intrigued as he reads the next message. The third message presents a starkly different tone, replete with a sense of underworld bravado. Hey Shui Onbao Longwu, my friend, the times have changed. The military's rigid protocols are outdated, and businessmen like Wang Tianhong are unreliable. In the apocalypse, strength is the ultimate truth. I, Long Wu, have 300 brothers who would risk their lives for me, along with a fresh batch of formidable weaponry. If you join me, I will make you my right-hand man, and we will split the entire western district of Jiangcheng. All the resources, women, whoever you desire is yours. If you are bold enough, come find me. Heishui Anbao is the largest gray organization in Jiangcheng. It is unexpected that, with the onset of the apocalypse, these individuals would be the first to emerge, eager to claim dominion. The fourth and fifth messages follow suit, all from various powers in Jiangcheng. There are venerable families with centuries of lineage, affluent business magnates, and local underground overlords. Money, status, beauty, and power, things ordinary people spend their lives chasing in times of peace, are now laid out like cabbages at a market, available for choice. All of this is merely a consequence of his display of strength. Chu Xuan shuts off his phone, the screen darkening to reveal his calm visage. Leaning against the cold edge of the bed, the dormitory is enveloped in a deathly silence. The overwhelming sensation of loneliness and fatigue washes over him once again. Yet his mindset has drastically shifted. His wife is gone, his savings depleted, and the career he toiled for years to build has vanished. He once believed these were the entirety of life. After striving for a significant part of his life, he barely secured a ticket into high society, only for the table to be overturned before he could even sit down. Now, those once lofty figures who would not spare him a glance are scrambling to extend olive branches. The reason is simple. The table may be gone, but he has become the one capable of establishing new rules. Or rather, one of the few who possess the right to create rules. This world has ultimately reverted to its most primitive law, the survival of the fittest. Chu Xuan opens his right hand, and a flicker of azure electricity dances at his fingertips, illuminating his profound gaze. This, indeed, is the sole hard currency of this era. He suddenly finds it amusing. He had previously contemplated entering the bridal chamber, reaching the pinnacle of life. His perspective was, after all, too narrow. When a man possesses the power to effortlessly crush everything, the entire world becomes his chamber. As for those vying for Chu Xuan's attention, he has no plans to respond at present. Whether military, wealthy merchants, or local tyrants, they are all still mired in the chaos of the apocalypse's early days, with the situation unclear. Rashly choosing sides would only drag him into murky waters. Living under someone else's roof is far less comfortable than being one's own boss. What he needs most now is to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. In this dormitory building, he is the king of thunder and lightning. Yet, across the vast expanse of Jiangcheng, who knows how many awakeners stronger than him, or even more terrifying mutated zombies, lurk? Mythical level talents are formidable, but being of too low a level can lead to downfall. Survival and development are the true paths to follow. He opens his attribute panel. Energy points, 15. Clearing the entire building netted him a total of 16 energy points. Previously, he allocated 1 point to physique, and after killing an elite zombie, he earned 5 points, leaving him with 15 now. System, allocate points. Chu Xuan does not hesitate. He adds 5 points to physique, 5 points to speed, and 5 points to spirit. Ding. Energy points consumed, 15. Physique, 5. Speed, 5. Spirit, 5. 3 warm currents simultaneously explode within him, one reinforcing his bones, another stimulating his nerves, and the last nourishing his brain. The all-encompassing sensation of becoming stronger is intoxicating. Chu Xuan exhales, then opens the attribute panel once more. Host, Chu Xuan Physique, 35 Speed, 33 Spirit, 65 Talent Sequence, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV2, 4100. Energy points, 0 Skills, Electromagnetic Induction. Both physique and speed have surpassed the human limits. He rises, casually stretching his limbs, and the air fills with a series of crisp cracks as his bones shift. His body brimming with an unquenchable vigor. A gurgling sound emanates from his abdomen, out of place amidst his newfound strength, as energy consumption has also increased. Chu Xuan rummages through his backpack for the food he scavenged, a bag of chips, 2 sausages, a cup of instant noodles, and half a bottle of mineral water. He unscrews the instant noodle cup, and without hot water, he crushes the noodle block and chews it with the sausages, savoring every bite. The dry noodle block scratches his throat, yet he enjoys it immensely. After finishing his meal, Chu Xuan approaches the window and activates his electromagnetic induction. The world before him transforms instantaneously. Colors and shadows vanish, replaced by a 3-dimensional map composed of countless magnetic field lines. The steel structure of the building, the wiring within the walls, and the positions and shapes of every metallic object around him are vividly presented in his mind. His perception radius extends outward approximately 150 meters from his center. Within this range, nothing escapes his notice. He observes that outside the dormitory, on the playground, hundreds of indistinct figures representing zombies wander about. In the opposite female dormitory, several survivors' life magnetic fields congregate. One individual is holding a phone, aiming it in his direction. Clearly, it is the battlefield reporter who had been secretly filming him. Chu Xuan's perception lingers on her for 2 seconds before shifting away. An ordinary student poses no threat. His attention is soon drawn to the zombies below. Chapter 004, Finding the Perpetual Motion Loop. I am the thunder cannon that never malfunctions. The number of zombies gathered below exceeds Chu Xuan's expectations, numbering at least in the hundreds. The fleeting sense of safety he had gained from clearing the entire building has been swiftly obliterated. It appears this place is far from secure. Chu Xuan exhales. the ease in his gaze replaced by a grave expression. He turns and descends the stairs, reassessing the blocked entrance. A few tables and metal cabinets may suffice against dozens of zombies, but against hundreds, or even more, being breached is merely a matter of time. His gaze sweeps across the corner, and he hastens towards the fire safety box. With a clang, he opens the box, and a pungent aroma of aged rubber and paint assaults his senses. Chu Xuan pays it no mind, using all his strength to pull out the tightly coiled fire hose. He wraps the hose around the tables and cabinets blocking the door, looping it tightly again and again. With a physique of 35, he possesses strength far beyond the ordinary. And each loop creaks as he binds all the debris into an airtight hole, finally tying off several tight knots. After completing his tasks, he raced up to the second floor, dismantling 2 sturdy metal bed frames from several vacant dormitories. He haphazardly wedged them between the barricade and the walls, creating a stable triangular support. Unless an armored vehicle arrived, breaching this barrier would prove exceedingly difficult. Having finished this, Chu Xuan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Once he confirmed the fortifications were momentarily secure, he ascended to the second floor. He approached a window at the end of the corridor, which overlooked the empty ground beneath the dormitory, providing an excellent vantage point. Through the grimy glass, he observed dozens of zombies aimlessly wandering the playground outside. As he kicked aside an abandoned tin can, he picked it up and, with all his might, hurled it onto the roof of a nearby dilapidated car. The resounding clang of metal echoed across the desolate campus. The effect was immediate. The zombies in the vicinity, as if summoned by the sound of a dinner bell, turned and shuffled stiffly towards the source of the noise. Soon, a mass of zombies congregated below the dormitory, their decayed hands clawing futilely at the solid walls. Emitting a cacophony of distressing growls, Chu Xuan stood by the window on the second floor, gazing down at this ravenous horde with an unyielding calmness. This was his personal shooting range. He raised his right hand, his index finger aimed at the foremost zombie. A subtle bolt of lightning shot from his fingertip, piercing the creature's eye socket with precision. The zombie's roar abruptly ceased as its body wavered and collapsed to the ground. The notification chimed. Kill confirmed. Ordinary Zombie 1. Energy Point 1. Thunder Sovereign Experience 1. Chu Xuan remained impassive, his finger twitching as he targeted the next victim. The subsequent scenes unfolded into a ruthless and efficient slaughter. Chu Xuan operated like an adept player, each movement leading to the demise of another target. The frequency of the electric flashes quickened, and his motions became increasingly fluid. From aiming to shooting, the entire process flowed seamlessly, leaving behind fleeting blue afterimages in the air. The zombies below fell in droves, quickly carpeting the ground with their lifeless forms. This method proved exponentially more efficient than the previous room-by-room clearance. Within a mere hour, over 20 corpses lay sprawled below. Though his backpack brimmed with food and supplies were not an immediate concern, he found himself compelled to pause. A familiar wave of fatigue and dizziness washed over him. His temples throbbing. The warning echoed. Warning, mental energy below 30. Excessive consumption may lead to host fainting. Alas, he was out of blue energy. Chu Xuan rubbed his temples, contemplating a brief rest as before. Yet, gazing at the accumulating energy points below, he felt a surge of reluctance. Wait, energy points? An idea flickered in his mind. Since energy points could be used to enhance his physical capabilities, could mental energy not also be considered a facet of his physical attributes? With a mindset of experimentation, he inquired within, can energy points directly restore my mental energy? The system responded. Detection indicates host's mental energy is in deficit. Energy points may be consumed for restoration. Current recovery ratio, 1 point restores 20 maximum mental energy. Would you like to restore? The system's reply made Chu Xuan's heart skip a beat. It was possible. He glanced at his attributes panel. The energy points tally stood at 20. This hour of slaughter had yielded a total of 20 energy points. Restore. Immediately. Chu Xuan commanded without hesitation. The system chimed, consuming 4 energy points. Mental energy restored to 100. The moment the words left, a refreshing surge of energy erupted from the depths of his mind, akin to a bucket of ice water poured over him on a sweltering summer day, washing away the dizziness entirely. His mind felt clearer than ever, thoughts racing with newfound speed. With eyes wide open, he raised his right hand again. Arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips, denser and brighter than ever before. A series of lightning bolts shot forth, striking down 3 zombies below with unerring accuracy. The entire process was fluid, the invigorating sensation of ample mental energy proving addictive. Chu Xuan's breathing quickened, not from fatigue but from exhilarating excitement. He had it all figured out. Kill zombies, earn energy points. Consume energy points. Restore mental energy. With restored mental energy, continue to slay zombies and accumulate more energy points. This was a flawless perpetual cycle. As long as there were enough zombies and he was swift enough in his kills, energy points would flow endlessly. With sufficient energy points, his mental energy could sustain itself indefinitely. He was an unceasing, unyielding lightning turret. Unable to contain himself, Chu Xuan chuckled softly, laughter escalating into a hearty roar, his chest heaving with exhilaration. The confusion, loneliness, and unease stemming from his transmigration were swept away in an instant. In their place blossomed a formidable confidence, a sense of mastery over his circumstances. He turned once more to the window. Those zombies writhing and roaring below transformed in his eyes. No longer terrifying monsters, but rather bountiful crops, a veritable harvest of energy points, and experience waiting to be claimed. The landscape of his ambitions expanded once more. The corners of Chu Xuan's mouth curled into a broad grin, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Come forth, my treasures. Gather into my grasp. He licked his parched lips and raised his right hand anew as the next round of harvesting commenced. Chapter 005. Rescue arrives tomorrow, but my stomach is growling. Across from the male dormitory stood the female dormitory. In a third-floor room, the curtains were carefully drawn back to reveal a narrow gap. 3 exceptionally beautiful faces, each distinct yet equally captivating, pressed together, gazing with a complex expression at the scene unfolding outside. There, a one-sided massacre was underway. The eerie blue electric light flickered like a beacon of death. Each flash heralded the explosion of a zombie's head within the dark mass below. As they crumbled lifelessly to the ground, the man at the second-floor window executed his movements with minimalism. He raised his hand, his fingertip barely gesturing. That was all. Yet, this action exuded an almost divine indifference and efficiency, each strike precisely reaping lives. Another zombie fell. That makes 73, murmured a girl with twin ponytails and a cherubic face, her voice tinged with fear and an undeniable thrill. Lin Wanner, the only daughter of the commander of the Jiangqing military district, and the very photographer behind the post on the forum, noted the count with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Beside her, a woman with an alluring figure, clad in a revealing tank top, languidly leaned against the wall. Lu Manman, the daughter of a wealthy magnate in Jiangqing. Though her words dripped with sarcasm, her captivating peach blossom eyes remained fixed on the silhouette across the way, flickering with unspoken thoughts. Standing between the two, the most serene girl remained silent. Su Qingyao, the daughter of the vice mayor of Jiangqing, dressed in an elegant white dress, even in this apocalyptic world. She exuded an air of purity and grace that seemed out of place. Her brow was slightly furrowed as she gazed out at the figure, her expression reflecting not merely shock, but a profound contemplation. Qingyao Jia, Man Jia, he is incredibly formidable. Lin Wanner could no longer contain her excitement. Turning to grasp Su Qingyao's arm, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. With him around, what do we have to fear from zombies? Her eyes sparkled with a bold idea. What if we find a way to recruit him? No. Su Qingyao promptly dismissed the notion, her tone leaving no room for debate. Why not? Lin Wanner pouted in confusion. We are 3 stunning beauties. Would he really refuse us, a mere boy? Besides, if we stay cooped up here, we'll eventually starve. Xiao Wanner, do you think this is like celebrity worship in peaceful times, where a wave of the hand brings handsome men to your side? Lu Manmin shot her a sidelong glance, playfully pinching her chubby cheek. The times have changed, darling. Those filthy men outside, upon seeing us 3, are likely not thinking of protection, but rather how to devour us. Especially someone wielding extraordinary power. Su Qingyao gently pulled Lin Wanner's hand away. Her voice cool and rational. Man is right. You only see his strength, but have you considered what that strength implies? First, we know nothing about him. What makes you think that someone who can slaughter hundreds of zombies without a flicker of emotion harbors kindness or morality? What if he is a demon even more terrifying than the zombies? Approaching him now would not be seeking refuge, but rather delivering ourselves into the jaws of a tiger. Second, even if he isn't a villain, why should we expect him to protect us? Are we to rely on your status as the commander's daughter? Or my status as the vice mayor's daughter? Lin Wanner, wake up. The order has collapsed. In the face of absolute power, these identities are worthless. What he lacks is not women, but resources that ensure his survival, resources we cannot provide. Third, and most crucially, Su Qingyao took a deep breath, lowering her voice. I have contacted my father through special channels. He informed me that the military rescue team is on its way, equipped with heavy weaponry, advancing from outside the city towards our school. They will arrive by tomorrow noon at the latest. This revelation struck like a bombshell. Lin Wanner and Lu Manman were momentarily stunned. Really? Qingyaojia. Lin Wanner's eyes brightened instantly. My father said it himself. Su Qingyao nodded. Thus, what we need to do now is not provoke an uncertain powerhouse and increase our risks, but rather remain quietly here, conserve our energy, and await rescue. If we can hold out until tomorrow, we will be safe. After hearing this, the hope and impulse that had ignited within Lin Wanner were doused like a splash of cold water, leaving her despondent. She had to admit that Su Qingyao was right. She had been overly simplistic in her thinking. However, an untimely, particularly clear sound suddenly shattered the silence in the dormitory. Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed as she instinctively clutched her stomach. She looked at Su Qingyao with a pitiful expression, her face contorted in distress. But Qingyaojia, I'm so hungry. We haven't eaten anything for an entire day. Lu Manman sighed, leaning against the wall, weakly rubbing her flat abdomen. Her once captivating eyes now devoid of sparkle. Yes, we understand the logic. Rescue is a matter for tomorrow, but hunger is an immediate concern. The room fell silent once more, save for the occasional faint yet disquieting sounds emanating from outside the window. Su Qingyao's lips pressed into a straight line as her gaze returned to the outside. The figure amidst the horde of zombies, ruthlessly slaughtering, felt like a thorn embedded in her heart, impossible to ignore. Rescue will come, but could they truly endure until tomorrow unscathed? Just then, the flashes of light across the way suddenly ceased. The hearts of the three girls simultaneously raced. Were they out of energy? Or had something gone awry? Yet, less than a minute later, a series of bursts, more urgent and brilliant than ever, illuminated the scene once again as he relentlessly harvested the zombies below. Su Qingyao felt a surge of confusion. Was he truly inexhaustible? Chapter 6. Insane Killing Frenzy. In one night, he amassed 182 energy points. This was nothing short of an apocalyptic ATM. Chu Xuan remained blissfully unaware of any commotion from the girls' dormitory. His entire focus was absorbed by the moving energy points below. Slaughter had morphed into an instinctual rhythm. Raise hand, fire, reap. Ding. Killed a regular zombie. Gained 1 energy point. Thunder Lord experience 1. Again, he raised his hand, fired, and reaped. Ding. Killed a regular zombie. Gained 1 energy point. Thunder Lord experience 1. His concentration was unprecedented, as if his mind had entered a wondrous hyperstate. All external sounds and lights were filtered out, leaving only the distorted targets and the trajectory of his deadly shots in his vision. Each system notification resonated like a stimulant injected into his soul, sharpening his focus and efficiency. He even began calculating the optimal attack routes in his mind, prioritizing the elimination of nearby threats that could jeopardize the defense, systematically picking off stragglers on the periphery. This was no longer mere combat, but a cold and precise operation. Time slipped by unnoticed, and when the 96th bolt of lightning accurately pierced a zombie's brow, a torrent of energy surged within him, erupting like never before. Ding. Thunder Lord experience is full. Level upgraded to LV3. Thunder Lord LV3, 0500, Constitution, Speed, and mental attributes significantly enhanced. Electromagnetic induction range increased to 200 meters. Thunder attack power enhanced. Effective attack range increased to 50 meters. A wave of exhilarating tingling coursed through his body, as every cell greedily absorbed this newfound power. Chu Xuan couldn't help but let out a low, satisfied groan as he felt his bones densifying, muscle fibers reorganizing, and even his mind refreshing. He abruptly opened his eyes and gazed outside. The world had once again transformed. He swiftly opened his attribute panel, the numbers vividly confirming his sensations. Host, Chu Xuan Constitution, 5 Speed, 48 Mental, 85 Sequence Talent, 007 Thunder Lord LV3, 0500, Energy Points, 80 Skill, Electromagnetic Induction. His Constitution had skyrocketed to 50, 5 times that of an average adult male. The speed and spirit have received a tremendous enhancement. What surprised him the most was the increase in attack range, 50 meters. Previously, he had been like a stationary turret, only able to defend passively, waiting for monsters to approach before he could strike. Now, however, his attack radius covered nearly half the playground. Chu Xuan's gaze swept beyond the crowded mass of corpses below, locking onto a zombie in the distance, gnawing at the weeds in a flower bed. The distance, he estimated, exceeded 40 meters. With a thought, the electrical spark at his fingertips brightened significantly, coalescing into a dazzling shade of azure. With a crackle, a visible blue arc of electricity sliced through the air, striking its target in an instant. The zombie's head jerked back as if struck by a sniper's bullet, erupting in a cloud of dark, ashen mist before it crumpled lifelessly to the ground. A notification chimed, You have killed a regular zombie, earning 1 energy point and 1 experience for Thunder Sovereign. Marvelous. Chu Xuan couldn't suppress a low cheer. This sensation was simply exhilarating. If before he was merely shooting with a handgun, now it felt as though he had wielded a sniper rifle equipped with an 8-time scope, every shot precise and lethal. He glanced at his energy points. The recent slaughter, combined with the accumulation prior to leveling up, had brought him to 81 points. His mental energy was once again depleted. System, expend 5 energy points to restore mental energy. A notification chimed. 5 energy points consumed, mental energy restored to 100. The fatigue in his brain vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Zombies continued to pour in from every corner of the campus, seemingly endless. Yet in Chu Xuan's eyes, they were no longer a threat. They were a buffet. A grand feast of experience and energy points. Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. He grinned widely, immersing himself once more in the fervent harvest. This time, his efficiency doubled. No longer confined to the area below, he expanded his attack list to include all zombies within a 50-meter radius of the dormitory building. Thud. One fell near the playground. Thud. Another collapsed by the flower bed. Thud. Thud. 2 zombies attempting to breach the barricade below were prioritized for elimination. He resembled a merciless reaper. Standing at the second-floor window, looking down, composing a symphony of death with bolts of lightning. Time flew by in focused slaughter. The sun gradually sank in the west, casting an orange glow that painted the sky in magnificent fiery hues, bestowing an eerie yet beautiful tint to the corpse-laden campus. Chu Xuan's actions showed no signs of slowing. When his mental energy ran low, he replenished it with energy points. When hunger struck, he retrieved a pack of crispy noodles from his backpack, crunching loudly as he continued his precise strikes. When thirst arose, he twisted open a bottle of mineral water, taking deep gulps. He was utterly absorbed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly gaining strength, forgetting the passage of time, fatigue, and even the apocalyptic reality surrounding him. Only one thought remained: kill. Harvest. Until the sky turned completely dark, the last remnants of twilight swallowed by the encroaching shadows. Thud. As the final bolt of lightning accurately pierced the head of a distant zombie, the world fell silent in an instant. Below, on the playground, no swaying figures remained. Silence. Only the evening breeze rustled through, stirring the debris on the ground with a soft whisper. Chu Xuan stood by the window, gazing at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood he had created with his own hands, feeling his throat constrict. From afternoon to dusk, he had not paused, eliminating over 200 zombies. The vicinity surrounding the male dormitory was thoroughly cleared. As adrenaline slowly waned, a wave of profound fatigue swept over him from the depths of his soul. He shook himself, leaned against the wall, and trudged back to the previously locked dorm room. Bang! He shut the door, completely isolating himself from the darkness and silence outside. He could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the cold floor. Leaning against the edge of the bed, gasping for breath. Sweat clung to him, making him sticky. The food and water in his backpack were almost depleted. Yet, he paid it no mind. Slowly, he raised his hand, trembling, and swiped in front of him. A blue light curtain unfurled in response. Host. Chu Xuan Physique. 5. Speed. 48. Spirit. 85. Sequence Talent. 007 Thunder Sovereign LV3. 126500. Energy Points. 182 Skill. Electromagnetic Induction. There should have been 200 energy points. But the process of restoring mental energy had cost about 20 points. Staring at the glaring number of 182 in the energy points column, Chu Xuan's breath suddenly caught in his throat. He fixed his gaze on the number, his heart beginning to race uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat grew stronger, as if it were trying to escape from his chest. He had struck gold. This was the only thought swirling in his mind. The 7-figure savings from his previous life was nothing compared to this humble 182. The former would only afford him a comfortable life in times of peace, while the latter could lead him step by step toward divinity in this cannibalistic apocalypse. He did not rush to allocate points. After an afternoon of intense exertion, he understood deeply that the body is not a machine. The enhancement of attributes requires time to adapt and master. Too much too soon would be counterproductive. What he needed now was rest, and to satiate his protesting stomach. Chu Xuan leaned against the bed, retrieving a bag of bread from his backpack, tearing open the packaging and chewing. As he munched on the bread, he closed his eyes and activated his electromagnetic induction. The enhanced range of his skill provided clearer feedback. Centered around him, within a 200-meter radius, all metallic and electromagnetic signals appeared as if laid bare before him. He observed that within the entire male dormitory, aside from himself, there were no signs of any other life force. The female dormitory across the way showed a faint gathering of survivor life forces, albeit weaker than before, likely due to hunger. His perception swept across the campus, ultimately honing in on one location, the school supermarket, approximately 200 meters from his dormitory. It was the place where resources were most concentrated, as well as the densest gathering of zombies. In the blurred vision provided by his electromagnetic induction, the supermarket inside and out was teeming with outlines representing zombies, far exceeding the total he had cleared that afternoon. Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. To others, it was a den of peril. To him, it was the next level up point. He rose, brushed off the dust from his pants, retrieved the last half bottle of mineral water from his backpack, and drank it in one go. Then, he lay back on the hard bed, using his backpack as a pillow, and closed his eyes. Almost the moment his head touched the pillow, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness engulfed him completely. He fell asleep, as peacefully as an infant. In this corpse-laden apocalyptic campus, within this isolated building shrouded in death and fear, he drifted off into dreams. From this day forward, he was no longer the prey who needed to fear and hide. Chapter 007. A Night of Terror in Dormitory 301. A single move to freeze the mutant. In the girls' dormitory, room 301, the flickering lights outside had finally ceased. Lin Wanner, Lu Man, and Su Qingyao huddled together behind the curtain, their hearts momentarily suspended in fear. The world beyond the window had plunged into an absolute silence. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, the open space in front of the boys' dormitory could no longer be deemed empty. A gruesome pile of corpses had accumulated, forming a grotesque mound that sent chills down their spines. The ground was soaked in thick, black blood, reflecting a greasy sheen under the light. As the evening breeze blew, a potent stench, mingling the odors of blood, decay, and burnt protein, intruded through the window's crevice, nearly causing them to retch. Lin Wanner was the first to succumb, covering her mouth as she gagged, her face turning pale as she dared not look again. This was beyond mere horror. It was as if one person equated to an entire army. Lu Man silently stepped back, distancing herself from the foul odor, with her arms crossed. The sparkle in her usually bright peach blossom eyes was replaced by an overwhelming gravity. A man who could slaughter hundreds of zombies without flinching, who could turn killing into a mechanical routine. Such a figure instilled in her a deeper chill than any of the flesh-eating monsters below. He had paused, indicating he was not merely a brutish killer. Su Qingyao's calm voice broke the suffocating silence in the dormitory. She spoke as if analyzing a complex mathematical problem, noting that he had refrained from attracting more distant zombies, thereby preventing an uncontrollable tide of the undead, which was indeed a favorable outcome for them. Yet, her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Sister Qingyao, what kind of person do you think he really is? Lin Wanner could not help but ask, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, reverence, and an unrecognized yearning. Someone we must never provoke, was Su Qingyao's resolute reply. She turned, leaning against the cold wall, slowly sliding down to the floor. Stop thinking about it. Rest well and conserve your strength. Tomorrow, the military rescue will arrive. Tomorrow, Lin Wanner murmured, leaning weakly against Lu Man. Lu Man instinctively embraced her, patting her back, while she sighed, rubbing her flat stomach. Yes, tomorrow. Yet the gnawing sensation of hunger felt like an invisible hand tightening around their stomachs, causing waves of dizziness. As night deepened, under the dual assault of fatigue and hunger, the three girls nestled against each other, slipping into a restless slumber on the cold floor. Outside, the moonlight cast a pallid glow over the campus, enveloping everything in an eerie stillness. No one noticed a slender shadow on the shaded wall of the dormitory building, stealthily climbing upward in an anti-gravitational manner. Its limbs were disproportionately long compared to an ordinary zombie, with claw-like talons sprouting from its fingertips, easily digging into the crevices of the wall. Its movements were swift and silent, akin to a grotesque gecko, with a clear objective of reaching the partially open window of room 301. With a faint click, its claws latched onto the window frame. The lightest sleeper, Su Qingyao, furrowed her brow, her eyelashes fluttering as if on the verge of waking. However, the relentless strain of days past and exhaustion held her captive in slumber. The wall-climbing zombie hesitated, tilting its head to gaze at the three slumbering figures within the room, before slowly probing its head through the window's gap. A nauseating stench instantly permeated the cramped dormitory. What is that smell? Lu Man, still lost in dreams, scrunched her brow at the foul odor, instinctively mumbling. That single utterance ignited the powder keg. With a shrill screech, the wall-climbing zombie lunged, shattering the window's glass with a forceful crash. The sharp sound resonated eerily in the dead of night. The three girls jolted awake, their eyes meeting the sight of a gaunt creature tumbling through the shattered window, its mouth stretched to the ears, filled with jagged teeth. Lin Wanner, who was closest, could even smell the putrid stench emanating from its maw. Monster! Lin Wanner screamed, her spirit momentarily shattered as she scrambled backward. The wall-climbing zombie swiftly regained its balance, showing no hesitation as it dropped to the ground, its joints bending grotesquely, moving with a speed that defied belief, lunging towards the paralyzed Lin Wanner. Too fast. Lu Man shrieked, seizing a bedside lamp without a moment's thought and striking it down with all her might. The lamp shattered against the creature's back, but inflicted no damage. It merely paused momentarily, turning its gaze with those soulless black eyes, fixating on Lu Man. It abandoned its closer target, redirecting its focus onto this audacious challenger. With a low growl, the wall-climbing zombie propelled itself with its hind legs, transforming into a shadow that lunged toward Lu Man. It was over. Lu Man's mind went blank, her body frozen in fear, unable to move as she watched the wide maw filled with teeth rapidly magnifying in her vision. Just at that critical moment, a voice filled with desperation pierced through the air. No. Su Qingyao's voice, tinged with a sob, rang out. She could not bear to watch her companion be torn apart by the monster, and a surge of unprecedented terror and fury erupted from the depths of her heart. Akin to a volcano, she was uncertain of what to do, but one instinct resonated within her. She could not let Lu Man die before her eyes. Driven by the primal instinct to survive and the fierce desire to protect her friend, she instinctively extended her right hand toward the approaching shadow, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a piercing cry. Get away! In that instant, an intense chill erupted from deep within her heart, surging through her arm and flooding into her palm. The temperature in the entire dormitory plummeted as if it had reached an absolute zero. Countless minute ice crystals materialized in the air, glimmering with a sinister cold light. A visible wave of frost, pure and white, burst forth from Su Qingyao's delicate fingers, enveloping the leaping wall-climbing zombie in an instant. Crack! The sound of freezing echoed ominously. The creature's motion abruptly halted midair. A thin layer of frost spread rapidly across its ashen skin, its screech frozen in its throat, and for the first time, a semblance of astonishment flickered in its pitch-black eyes. Soon, the ice layer thickened. Within a second, its entire body was encased in a dense shield of ice, preserving its grotesque posture mid-lunge, transforming it into a translucent ice sculpture. Thud! The ice sculpture crashed heavily to the ground, producing a muted thud, yet it did not shatter. The dormitory was instantly plunged into an eerie silence. Lu Man sat helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath, her body weak from the terror of having survived a close encounter with death. Lin Wanner stood frozen mouth agape, alternating her gaze between the ice sculpture on the floor and Su Qingyao, rendered speechless. The architect of this chaos, Su Qingyao, stood dazed in place, slowly, incredulously raising her right hand. At that moment, her hand emanated a faint, ethereal blue glow, wisps of cold air continuously spilling from her fingertips. A new, powerful, and chilling force was awakening within her. She had awakened. Chapter 008. Azure lightning and the benevolence of the strong, the heavy breaths of survival echoed in the cramped dormitory, mingling with Lin Wanner's suppressed sobs. Lu Man and Lin Wanner's eyes were fixated on Su Qingyao's hand, still radiating a ghostly chill. Sister Qingyao, you are also unawakened? Lin Wanner's voice trembled with a sob, more so from the shock of survival than fear. Su Qingyao stared blankly at her hand, her mind a void. A cold yet potent power coursed through her body, foreign yet seemingly innate. She managed to utter a single word. Crack! A faint, sharp sound suddenly emanated from the ice sculpture on the floor. The three of them instantly tensed, turning their heads in unison. They observed that a web-like crack was rapidly spreading from the heart of the ice, where the crawling zombie's core lay. Crack! 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 The fissures multiplied and thickened. Beneath the icy surface, the monster's ashen skin began to fragment, dark red veins pulsating as if they were the beating heart of a creature fighting for its life. It's not dead. Lu Man's voice trembled with rising fear. The terror that had just begun to subside surged back with even greater intensity. If even Su Qingyao's awakened freezing ability could not vanquish it, what kind of monster was this? A low growl, suppressed to the extreme, reverberated from beneath the ice, deep yet filled with a savage desire to break free. Run! Lu Man was the first to react, grabbing the still-dazed Lin Wanner and turning to dash towards the door. But it was too late. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, sending countless ice shards mixed with the stench of dark blood flying in all directions. The crawling zombie had broken free from its bonds. Its skin, frozen by the low temperature, peeled away in layers, revealing the bright red muscle tissue beneath, yet its movements were now swifter and more ferocious than before. It ignored Lu Man and Lin Wanner at the door, its blood-red eyes fixated on the freshly awakened Su Qingyao, the greatest threat to it. Hatred was an instinct engraved deep within these mutated creatures. Screech! A shrill cry pierced the air as the crawling zombie thrust its limbs against the ground, propelling its body like an arrow towards Su Qingyao's throat. It was too fast, so fast that Su Qingyao did not have time to condense the cold energy again. Lu Man and Lin Wanner could only watch helplessly, their screams caught in their throats. The shadow of death loomed over the three like never before. Su Qingyao's pupils dilated to the size of pinpricks as the foul, gaping maw of the monster loomed closer, revealing jagged teeth glistening with the remnants of flesh. It's over. In that moment of utter despair, a brilliant azure lightning bolt, 1,000 times brighter than the moonlight outside, erupted from behind the three, illuminating the dark dormitory and their faces filled with despair and astonishment. The lightning bolt whizzed past Su Qingyao's ear, the gust of wind tousling her hair. Boom! The lightning struck the head of the leaping zombie midair, causing an explosion rather than penetrating. The monster's head burst apart like a watermelon filled with high-pressure gas, splattering a mixture of red, white, and black liquid across the opposite wall, leaving a shocking ink blot painting. The headless corpse flew over Su Qingyao's head due to inertia, crashing against the wall with a thud before slumping to the ground, twitching a couple of times before becoming still. Ding! Killed mutated zombie 1, gained 10 energy points. Thunder Sovereign experienced 10. The dormitory fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze. After an indeterminate period, Lin Wanner finally burst into tears, collapsing onto the floor. Lu Man leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently, her face pale. Su Qingyao stiffly turned around. At the door stood a figure clad in casual attire, having appeared there unbeknownst to them. One hand was tucked in his pocket while the other raised in a languid yawn, a few physiological tears forming at the corners of his eyes. In the dim light, his face appeared somewhat blurred, yet his composure and nonchalance were utterly incongruent with the hellish atmosphere of the dormitory. It was none other than the Thunder Monarch from the boys' dormitory across the way. What's going on at this hour? Is it not enough to let people sleep? Chu Xuan rubbed his eyes, his tone filled with drowsy complaint. He had awakened from the sudden presence of an elite zombie and a strange energy fluctuation, expecting something grand, only to find this. If he hadn't feared that the noise would attract more distant zombies, he wouldn't have bothered to come over. Seeing Chu Xuan's sleepy demeanor, the three girls' minds went momentarily blank. What had he just done? He had effortlessly killed a mutated zombie that even awakened beings could not defeat. Then, he yawned and complained that they were disturbing his sleep. Such is the nature of the extraordinary. Their thought processes were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. It was Su Qingyao who first regained her composure. She straightened her disheveled clothing and bowed solemnly to Chu Xuan. Thank you for saving my life. Her voice trembled slightly, yet her tone was filled with utmost sincerity. Just a small effort. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over the three before finally settling on Lin Wanner. Upon meeting his gaze, she instinctively recoiled. That video on the forum, was it you who filmed it? Chu Xuan asked casually. Lin Wanner's face turned pale, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. Delete it. Chu Xuan's tone brooked no argument. I do not appreciate being watched. Okay. I'll delete it right away. Lin Wanner exclaimed as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly fumbling for her phone. In her nervousness, the phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. She quickly picked it up, her fingers trembling as she opened the app and deleted the now viral post in front of Chu Xuan. Once she completed the task, she timidly raised her head, resembling a student awaiting a teacher's judgment. Chu Xuan's gaze shifted back to Su Qingyao and Lu Man. You too as well, mind your words. I do not wish to see anything online tomorrow titled shocking. Thunder Monarch storms girls' dormitory, what could it be for? Lu Man tugged at the corner of her mouth, attempting a smile, only to find her facial muscles still stiff. Su Qingyao nodded earnestly. Rest assured, we will not disclose your matters to anyone. Very well, Chu Xuan said, achieving his objective, and turned to leave. The atmosphere in this place was steeped in the scent of blood, prompting him to seek a different room for rest. After taking a couple of steps, he seemed to recall something, halting his pace to glance back at the three women huddled in the corner, their complexions pale and lips chapped. Frowning slightly, he removed his backpack from his shoulders and tossed it casually toward them. The bag landed with a thud on the floor before the trio. What is this? Lin Wanner asked instinctively. Food, Chu Xuan replied succinctly. Given your current state, if you continue to starve, you will perish before the zombies even arrive. The zipper of the backpack had not been fully closed, allowing several sausages and a package of biscuits to spill out. The eyes of the three women widened in astonishment, particularly Lin Wanner, who, upon seeing the shiny sausages, felt her stomach rumble uncontrollably, saliva pooling in her mouth. Su Qingyao felt a jolt within her, her gaze shifting to Chu Xuan, her expression growing increasingly complex. This man was powerful, ruthless, and domineering, yet he inadvertently revealed a hint of kindness? Or perhaps it was not kindness at all, but rather the casual benevolence of the strong towards the weak. Nevertheless, in this apocalyptic world, such generosity was more precious than gold. We cannot accept your provisions for free. Su Qingyao began, her voice noticeably clearer. I have information that may be of use to you. Oh, Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. My father is the deputy mayor of Jiangxin. I have managed to contact him through special channels, and the military rescue team is scheduled to arrive at our school by noon tomorrow. They will cleanse the infected within the school and escort us to the military safe zone outside the city. Su Qingyao spoke rapidly, enunciating each word clearly. If you wish, you may join us. The military safe zone? Chu Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. This was indeed valuable information. While operating solo provided a sense of freedom, it ultimately left one vulnerable. A base established by the military offered far greater safety and intelligence than he could achieve alone. Very well, I understand. Chu Xuan nodded. I will wait for you at the base of this building tomorrow noon. With that, he made no further delay, turning to disappear into the shadows of the corridor, his figure vanishing swiftly. It was only after Chu Xuan's presence had completely dissipated that the three women in the dormitory felt as if all their strength had been drained. Collectively exhaling in relief, Lu Man plopped down onto the floor, eagerly tearing open the package of biscuits and taking a hearty bite, mumbling indistinctly, "Oh my. This man is a devil. The pressure he exudes is overwhelming." Lin Wanner also leaned in, grabbing a sausage and devouring it ravenously, tears welling up in her eyes. Whoa, I made it. I thought I was done for. Only Su Qingyao refrained from immediately indulging in the food. She walked to the window, gazing at the adjacent boys' dormitory, now engulfed in eerie silence, her eyes shimmering with determination. Thunder and frost, this world had indeed transformed, and that man was undoubtedly at the forefront of it all. Chapter 009. 4 seconds for 100 meters, blood battle in the depths of the zombie tide unleashes mutations. The night passed in silence. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the grimy window, illuminating the dormitory, Chu Xuan opened his eyes. There were no nightmares, no sudden awakenings. He had never experienced such a profound sense of restfulness. Sitting upright, every cell within him seemed to hum with a burgeoning power. The exhaustion from the previous day's intense slaughter completely vanishing, replaced by an almost perfect sense of bodily control. He glanced at his attribute panel. Having effortlessly dispatched a mutated zombie while rescuing others, his energy points had accumulated to 200. System, Chu Xuan mentally commanded, retain 50 energy points, and distribute the remaining 150 evenly among physique, speed, and spirit. Ding. Consumed 150 energy points, physique 5, speed 5, spirit 5. Boom. If the previous allocation of points felt like filling a vessel with water, this time it was akin to detonating a dam. 3 distinct yet equally powerful energies exploded within him. Oof. Chu Xuan grunted, clenching his jaw tightly. He could distinctly hear the creaking of his bones under the strain, only to be forcibly restructured by an intense heat. Muscle fibers tore, then rebirthed in a more resilient form, and his skin flushed a peculiar shade due to the vigorous transformation. Finally, a chilling stream surged toward his brain, as if prying open his skull and repeatedly rinsing it with icy water. Time seemed to stretch on, and only after what felt like an eternity did the tumultuous energy gradually subside, fully integrating into his limbs. Chu Xuan exhaled a long breath, the expelled air condensing into a faint white mist that lingered briefly before dissipating. He rose slowly, reopening his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xuan, physique, 10 speed, 98, mentality, 135, sequence talent, 007 Thunder Dominator LV3, 136500, energy points, 50 skills, electromagnetic induction. Gazing at the exaggerated figures, even Chu Xuan found himself momentarily speechless. With a physique nearing 10 times that of an ordinary person, he had undoubtedly transcended the realm of the superhuman. He approached the iron-framed bed in the dormitory, extending his right hand to grip the welded bed leg, a steel pipe as thick as an arm. With a slight flex of his arm muscles, he heard a grating metallic sound. With minimal effort, he snapped the solid steel pipe, along with the welded joint. From the frame, as if it were a mere twig, Chu Xuan weighed the over a meter-long steel pipe in his hand, its heft substantial, with a jagged, sharp end that resembled a ready-made mace. This tool was far more effective than a fire axe. Satisfied, he swung it a couple of times, the rush of air creating a whistling sound. With preparations complete, he wasted no time. Approaching the window on the second floor, he surveyed the sea of corpses below. Opting not to take the stairs, bending his legs slightly, he propelled himself like a cannonball, leaping from the second-floor window. Thud! With a muffled sound. He landed firmly on the ground 8 meters away, the concrete beneath him denting to form 2 shallow pits, cracks spreading outward like a spider's web. Throughout the entire descent, he scarcely bent his knees. Without looking back, Chu Xuan grasped the steel pipe and strode purposefully toward the school supermarket. His objective was crystal clear: to achieve a swift resolution and elevate his talent level to LV4 before the military's arrival at noon. On the way to the supermarket, a few zombies, drawn by noise, wandered aimlessly. One zombie in a school uniform spotted him and lunged with a scream. At that moment, the creature's movements appeared agonizingly slow to Chu Xuan. He could not be bothered to employ his lightning powers. Instead, he simply sidestepped and swung the steel pipe at its head. Whoosh! Bang! There was no resistance whatsoever. The zombie's head exploded like a ripe watermelon struck by a speeding truck, its contents splattering everywhere. The headless corpse stumbled forward a few steps due to inertia before collapsing limply. Chu Xuan continued onward, his pace unwavering. The ordinary zombies that once required his meticulous aim to be taken down with a lightning strike now resembled mere scarecrows, nuisances by the roadside. He found that he didn't even need to deliberately aim. As he advanced, a casual wave of his hand sufficed for him to reap their numbers effortlessly. Bang! Another one. Bang! Bang! 2 more. He moved like a tyrannosaurus that had invaded a sheepfold, with the zombies before him flailing ineffectually, unable to slow his pace even the slightest bit. Covering 100 meters in under 4 seconds, the 300 meters were traversed in the blink of an eye. As he stood in the plaza at the entrance of the supermarket, even with prior mental preparation, the sight before him caused his breath to hitch slightly. The supermarket's glass doors were shattered, and hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies were crammed inside, filling the already limited space to the brim. More zombies wandered in the plaza outside, densely packed, stretching endlessly before his eyes. They surged and roared like a pot of boiling, foul-smelling congee. This was the densely populated area of the entire school, now transformed into a nest of zombies. The appearance of Chu Xuan was akin to a drop of oil in a pot of cold water. In an instant, all zombie movements froze, and then, hundreds and thousands of lifeless eyes turned towards him in unison. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted, merging into a terrifying wave of sound that nearly tore the air apart. The tide of corpses had been ignited. The nearest batch of zombies, with their stiff and frenzied strides, surged toward Chu Xuan. Faced with a scene that would terrify any survivor, Chu Xuan displayed not the slightest hint of fear. He merely rested the steel pipe on his shoulder, grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The buffet was open. The tide of corpses surged forth like a flood breaking its dam. The stench-laden wind generated by thousands of zombies was potent enough to render anyone senseless before they could succumb to madness. Yet, Chu Xuan seemed oblivious. Instead of retreating, he charged headlong into the horde. 100 meters was merely a matter of over 3 seconds beneath his feet. He plunged into the forefront of the zombie tide like a scalding bullet penetrating butter. Bang! He barely registered what he struck, simply thrusting the steel pipe forward. The chest of the foremost zombie caved in, the upper half of its body bent backwards under an irresistible force, crashing into its fellow creatures behind, toppling a multitude. Chu Xuan did not halt, his left fist connecting squarely with the grotesque face lunging at him from the side. Splatter! The head was crushed like a ripe watermelon, reduced to pulp by a single punch. His force remained unabated, his fist piercing through the skull, splattering red and white matter heavily against another zombie's temple. Bang! 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 The steel pipe transformed in his hands into a swirling black vortex of death. Horizontal sweeps, vertical slashes, and direct thrusts. There were no intricate techniques, only the purest essence of power and speed. Each strike was accompanied by the dull crack of shattering bones and the sharp pop of exploding skulls. In his wake, severed limbs and shattered heads flew about, blackened blood splattering across the surroundings. This was no longer a battle, it was a harvest. He resembled a highly efficient meat grinder, carving a bloody path through the fields with a brutish demeanor. Ding! Killed ordinary zombie 1, gained 1 energy point, Thunder Sovereign experience 1. Ding! Killed ordinary zombie 1. The system's notification echoed wildly in his mind, becoming the most melodious accompaniment to this bloody symphony. The exhilaration of slaughter and the rapid accumulation of energy points sent his adrenaline soaring. Chu Xuan even found the time to mentally scoff. This was far more thrilling than squeezing into the subway during rush hour. Just as he was caught up in the excitement of the slaughter, a remarkably tall figure from the depths of the zombie tide suddenly burst forth, pushing aside its brethren with a speed that surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Charging directly toward him. Chapter 010. Holy cow AoE. Chu Xuan. This will exponentially increase my monster-killing efficiency. Creak. After smashing another skull, the steel pipe in his hands finally succumbed to the strain, bending into a comical right angle. TSK, disposable. Chu Xuan disdainfully tossed it aside. He swiftly grasped the neck of a nearby lunging zombie, his arm muscles bulging as he hoisted the decaying body, using it as a makeshift meteor hammer to sweep around him. Boom. Several zombies attempting to approach were shattered by this human-powered whirlwind, collapsing in disarray. Just as he prepared to seek another suitable weapon, the ground beneath him trembled ominously. Thud, thud, thud. It was like a battering ram pounding the earth, each strike making Chu Xuan's feet tingle. Inside the supermarket, the once crowded horde of zombies parted as if Moses had divided the sea, violently pushed aside by an unseen force, revealing a massive, bloated figure squeezing through. It was a giant zombie, towering over 2.5 meters. Its body resembled an overinflated meatball, its skin displaying a sickly purplish hue, covered in fist-sized pus-filled sores that pulsated slightly, oozing yellow-green slime with each throb. Its limbs were short and stout, and each step sent tremors through the ground. Warning, elite mutated entity, glutton. The glutton's murky eyes locked onto Chu Xuan, emitting a deep, thunderous roar from its throat. It lumbered forward, its massive frame surprisingly accelerating with a speed incongruent to its size, charging at him in a brutish collision. It was akin to an out-of-control heavy truck. Chu Xuan's gaze sharpened. Instead of dodging, he bent his legs slightly, and the concrete beneath him cracked instantaneously as he surged forward to meet the oncoming gale. In the split second before their collision, he propelled himself off the ground, landing precisely on the glutton's rotund belly, leveraging the force to spring upward, scaling its shoulder in just a few steps. His right hand formed a blade with his fingers, crackling with electricity, and he plunged it forcefully into the glutton's enormous head. Thud! His fingers penetrated its rear cranium without resistance. However, the anticipated explosion of its head did not occur. Instead, he encountered an exceedingly resilient texture, as if he had inserted his fingers into high-grade industrial rubber. The power of lightning was severely diminished by its grotesquely thick fat and mutated muscle layers, failing to inflict a fatal blow. Roar! The glutton howled in pain, its hefty body swaying violently as its enormous hands, like fans, swiped wildly at Chu Xuan. Missing his strike, Chu Xuan immediately retreated, his toes barely touching the creature's back, allowing his body to float gracefully several meters away like a leaf. Before he could regain his footing, the pulsating sores on the glutton's body suddenly contracted violently. Pop, pop, pop. Dozens of foul-smelling yellow-green liquids sprayed from the sores like a high-pressure water gun, indiscriminately covering a radius of several meters around it. Sizzle. The liquid splattered against the ground and onto the nearby zombies, instantly generating a noxious white smoke. The ordinary zombies that were caught in the spray had no time to scream before they melted into a bubbling mass of flesh, as if doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. Acidic spray. Chu Xuan exerted force beneath his feet, transforming his form into a blurred afterimage, deftly weaving through the dense barrage of acidic liquid. Skillfully avoiding this perilous zone of death, this creature proved to be far more troublesome than the wall-climbing one from the previous night. With thick skin and substantial resilience, it even possessed long-range area attacks. Intriguing indeed. Chu Xuan licked his lips. Rather than feeling daunted, he found his interest piqued. He ceased to hold back. The energy within him began to surge wildly. Come, allow me to show you something remarkable. With a grin directed towards the advancing devourer, he opened his right hand. Buzz. A dazzling azure lightning sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm, compressing with a heart-stirring hum. The surrounding air warped under the influence of this immense energy, emitting faint crackling sounds. The devourer seemed to sense the imminent threat, roaring as it hastened its approach, opening its enormous maw capable of swallowing a basketball. Just as it surged within 5 meters of Chu Xuan, he made his move. With a swift pull of his arm and a forceful thrust of his waist, he hurled the lightning sphere towards the gaping mouth of the devourer, akin to a star pitcher delivering a game-winning pitch. Boom! An unprecedented explosion erupted. akin to detonating an aerial bomb in a supermarket plaza. Blinding lightning surged forth from the Devourer's eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils, illuminating its massive body like a lantern, rendering its internal bones and blood vessels distinctly visible. In the next instant, its balloon-like form ruptured from within. Countless foul-smelling flesh and yellow-green acidic liquid transformed into a torrential blood rain, sweeping outward in all directions. Dozens of unfortunate ordinary zombies surrounding the area were instantly engulfed by this horrifying deluge, vanishing without a trace. At the explosion's epicenter, the ground was blasted into a half-meter deep crater, its edges still smoldering with charred arcs of electricity. Ding. Elimination of Elite Mutated Entity 1, awarded 50 energy points. 50 experience points for Thunder Sovereign. Ding. Thunder Sovereign experience points are now full, level upgraded to LV4. Thunder Sovereign LV4, 01000, significant enhancements to constitution, speed, and mental attributes. Skill Electromagnetic Induction range increased to 500 meters. Lightning attack power greatly enhanced. Effective attack range extended to 100 meters. New skill unlocked. Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning. Your lightning attacks can bounce to the next target within 10 meters after hitting the initial target, up to a maximum of 10 bounces, with damage decreasing with each bounce. A torrent of power more formidable than any previous upgrade erupted within his limbs. Chu Xuan exhaled in relief, acutely aware that his life level seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap. Slowly opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. The explosion of the Devourer had cleared a substantial area in the plaza, yet the distant zombies remained an endless, dark horde. He raised his hand and casually flicked a finger towards a zombie peering from around the corner of the teaching building, 100 meters away. Zzz. A bolt of blue lightning, several times thicker than before, streaked through the air in an instant. Pop! The zombie's head burst apart. However, the spectacle did not end there. The arc of electricity that had dispatched the zombie did not dissipate, but sharply curved, instantly leaping to strike another zombie beside it. Pop! A second head exploded. The arc redirected again, akin to a living serpent. Pop! A third. One bolt of lightning, 3 kills. Chu Xuan stared at his finger, momentarily stunned. Then, a smile broke across his face. Goodness, an AoE area damage. This would elevate my monster-slaying efficiency to an entirely new level. Casting a glance at the sky, he noted the sun had ascended to its zenith. The time was ripe. Well, a buffet can be enjoyed daily. Pressing matters take precedence. Chu Xuan cast one last look at the seemingly endless tide of corpses, his gaze devoid of nostalgia, akin to surveying his own field of leeks. Filled with anticipation for the forthcoming harvest, he turned and, with a few flickers, vanished from the edge of the plaza, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a group of experience-hungry zombies still futilely roaring. Chapter 011. The Roar of the Heavy Machine Gun. Industrial Aesthetic of Violence versus the Pressure of the Thunder Sovereign. Upon returning to the area beneath the girls' dormitory, the sun hung high in the sky. He did not ascend immediately, but first activated his electromagnetic induction. Within a radius of 500 meters, everything lay within his grasp. The previously blood-soaked room 301 was now vacant, and 3 life magnetic fields had shifted to a dormitory on the 4th floor. He glanced up at the 4th floor window, too lazy to climb the stairs again, and simply stood in the cleared area below, hands in pockets, calling out, "Hey, have the military personnel arrived yet?" His voice was not loud, yet in the stillness of the campus, it carried with remarkable clarity. On the 4th floor, in room 408, Lin Wanner was nibbling on the last bit of a sausage when she heard the voice, causing her to tremble slightly, nearly dropping the sausage. "It's his voice." Lu Manman jolted upright from her bed. Su Qingyao hurried to the window, cautiously pulling it open a crack to peer below. Upon catching sight of him, she was momentarily frozen. Below, Chu Xuan stood boldly at the edge of the sea of corpses he had created, the morning light casting a long shadow behind him. Not far from his feet lay a zombie with a crushed head, black blood still fresh. He appeared as though he had just tidied his backyard and stepped out to bask in the sun, utterly nonchalant. Is he not afraid of some creature popping out from a corner? "Qingyao, what's wrong?" Lin Wanner inquired, moving closer to peer through the gap, her large eyes widening in disbelief. How could he dare stand out there? Lu Manman squeezed in beside her, witnessing the scene below, her eyes twitching. It dawned on her that for this man, the entire school likely represented a safe zone, while they, huddled in their dormitory, resembled hamsters trembling in a cage. Su Qingyao steadied herself, shouting down, "There's been a slight mishap. I just received word that the military convoy encountered a powerful mutated beast on the road, and they are currently engaged in battle. It may take another hour for them to arrive." "A mutated beast?" Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, catching this new term in Su Qingyao's words. It seemed this world was even more bustling than he had imagined. Besides zombies, even other species had undergone mutations. Understood. He responded affirmatively, then found a relatively clean step nearby and sat down, adopting an air of waiting. Above, the three women exchanged glances. He's just going to wait like this? Lin Wanner felt her worldview being reshaped yet again. What else would he do? Lu Man leaned against the window, arms crossed, casting a complex gaze at the figure below. Did you expect him to come up for tea? Su Qingyao remained silent, quietly observing. Chu Xuan truly did not care. He even retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a packet of chips from his backpack, items he had casually taken from the supermarket. He twisted open the cap, took a sip, and then tore open the chip bag, munching on them with a satisfying crunch. The crisp sound echoed starkly in this desolate land, appearing particularly jarring and audacious. Lin Wanner instinctively swallowed, feeling that the ham sausage she had just consumed had suddenly lost its appeal. An hour can be seen as neither long nor short. After finishing the chips, Chu Xuan leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. With his talent upgraded to LV4, the range and precision of his electromagnetic sensing had significantly improved. He could effortlessly perceive the slightest movements within a 500-meter radius. In his awareness, a vast number of zombies still lingered near the distant teaching building and library. Yet, they seemed to be separated by some invisible boundary, none daring to encroach upon the area he had cleared. Perhaps it was the remnants of the glutton's deathly aura, or perhaps it was the lingering oppressive force belonging to the Lord of Thunder. Time passed, second by second, as the sun overhead grew somewhat blinding. A deep rumble of an engine finally resonated from afar. It grew increasingly clear as it approached. Following that was a barrage of gunfire, dense and rapid, like popping beans. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. The dull explosion sent tremors through the ground. Chu Xuan opened his eyes, stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and gazed towards the school gate. They have arrived. The three girls upstairs were equally agitated, leaning out of the window, fixated on the direction of the sound. Moments later, three olive-green armored personnel carriers, in a brazen display, crashed through the already twisted and deformed school gates, mowing down several zombies that obstructed their path as they entered the main road of the campus. The soldiers atop the vehicles unleashed a torrent of fire from their heavy machine guns, weaving a deadly net of flames that tore any approaching zombies into shreds. The rear hatches of the armored vehicles swung open, and armed soldiers swiftly emerged from within. Their movements were brisk and coordinated, quickly establishing a temporary defensive line at the school entrance, alternating cover and suppressive fire, systematically eliminating the zombies that surged from every corner. Unlike Chu Xuan's solitary prowess, this was the violent beauty of humanity's civilization, armed with modern weaponry. Efficient, ruthless, and imbued with a profound sense of security. It was a rescue. Help had arrived. Lin Wanner was overwhelmed with emotion, crying and laughing as she vigorously shook Su Qingyao's arm. Lu Man let out a long sigh of relief. After 2 days of tense nerves, she finally experienced a moment of relaxation. Soon, the lead armored vehicle halted beneath the girls' dormitory. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored officer's uniform, bearing the insignia of a captain, leaped down. He surveyed the grim scene of corpses surrounding him, his pupils contracting sharply, a flicker of horror crossing his face. However, his disciplined military training allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Ignoring Chu Xuan, who stood off to the side as if unaffected, he called out loudly towards the building. Is Miss Su Qingyao up there? We are the direct guard unit of the Jiangxing garrison, sent by the deputy mayor to escort you. His voice was resonant and powerful. Indeed. The corners of Chu Xuan's mouth twitched slightly, revealing no surprise. The so-called rescue was merely a targeted protection of the privileged Class S own bloodlines. Class distinctions are ingrained in one's very bones from the moment of birth. A window was pushed open, and Su Qingyao leaned out, waving enthusiastically at the officer below. We are here. That's wonderful. A clear joy illuminated the captain's face as he promptly ordered, Team 2, clear the girls' dormitory and escort Miss Su and her companions down. The rest, maintain vigilance. Yes. A fully armed squad of soldiers immediately rushed into the dormitory. Chu Xuan stood there, observing the soldiers at work. He felt like an outsider, a mere passerby. It was only then that the captain noticed him. His gaze, sharp and scrutinizing, fell upon Chu Xuan, who appeared incongruous in his clean casual attire amidst the hellish surroundings. Who are you? The captain's eyes were like tempered steel needles, fixed intently on Chu Xuan, awaiting his response. Yet, Chu Xuan seemed unperturbed by the pressure. He merely tilted his head. his gaze drifting past the officer's shoulder to survey the sea of corpses he had personally created, before lazily retracting his attention. Just a passerby. His tone was as flat as if he were inquiring about the time of day, yet combined with the skull of a zombie crushed at his feet. It formed a bizarre and chilling tableau. A passerby? The captain's brow furrowed in confusion. The surrounding soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, subtly aiming at this seemingly cleaner young man. To traverse this hell on earth and remain so composed was, in itself, a significant enigma. Just as he was about to press further, the dormitory door swung open, and a squad of soldiers escorted 3 women out in haste. It was only then that Chu Xuan truly beheld the 3 neighbors for the first time. Leading the group was Su Qingyao. Her white dress was speckled with dust and blood, yet it did little to diminish her ethereal elegance. Tall and slender, she resembled a resilient snow lotus standing defiantly in a post-apocalyptic world, exuding an air of aloofness even in filth. Closely following her was Lu Man. Her cascading waves of hair fell casually over her shoulders, and her fitted tank top accentuated her breathtaking figure. Though her face bore the pallor of having survived a calamity, her peach blossom eyes sparkled with life, unabashedly assessing Chu Xuan with a mix of curiosity and caution. Lastly, there was Lin Wanner, half supported by Lu Man. The girl with twin ponytails had red-rimmed eyes, clearly having cried recently, her babyish features rendering her look particularly pitiful as she timidly hid behind her companion. Casting furtive glances at Chu Xuan. 3 distinctly different styles, yet each radiating an unparalleled beauty. In the eyes of the 3 women, Chu Xuan's figure finally transformed from a vague silhouette in the window into a clear and 3-dimensional presence. He was tall, with an upright posture, dressed in simple leisure wear, yet exuded a sense of intimidation surpassing that of the fully armed soldiers. What surprised them the most was his face. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and distinctly sculpted features, he resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. He was far from the ruthless killer they had envisioned. Rather, he was strikingly handsome. This stark contrast momentarily left Lu Man's gaze dazed. Captain Li, Su Qingyao stepped forward, nodding to the middle-aged officer, then pointed at Chu Xuan. Her tone grave. This classmate is our savior. Last night, a mutated zombie broke into our dormitory, and he dealt with it. She raised her hand to point at the mass of corpses not far away. He cleared all of these outside by himself. The captain's pupils contracted sharply at that moment. He followed the direction indicated by Su Qingyao's finger, and there, a low hill composed of hundreds of corpses almost filled the entire open space in front of the dormitory building. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood and burnt flesh emanating from that very spot. One person, he abruptly turned back, his gaze once again landing on Chu Xuan, this time devoid of scrutiny or wariness, replaced instead by profound shock. As a frontline officer, he understood all too well the terrifying firepower required to inflict such a scale of devastation. Even a soldier unleashing a heavy machine gun upon the corpse pile for several minutes might not yield such an effect. Yet this young man before him had accomplished it single-handedly. This individual was undoubtedly an awakened, and of an extraordinarily formidable kind. Lieutenant Li inhaled deeply, instantly concealing all traces of his previous arrogance and sharpness. He swiftly approached Chu Xuan, brought his feet together, straightened his back sharply, and saluted with precision. Greetings. I am Lieutenant Li Zhan from the Jiangshan Garrison Military District S Direct Guard Unit. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, radiating utmost respect. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow at this sudden shift and waved his hand dismissively. I am a senior student, Chu Xuan. No need for such formality. It is only appropriate. Lieutenant Li lowered his hand, yet his tone remained serious. Classmate Chu, our mission is to escort Miss Su and her companions safely back to the base outside the city. The situation on the road is highly complex. We encountered an attack from mutated creatures on our way here, resulting in the loss of several team members and an armored personnel carrier. We sincerely request your assistance in ensuring the safety of the 3 young ladies during our return. He paused before adding, in return, we have spare 95 type automatic rifles and ample ammunition, as well as individual combat gear on our vehicle for your use. Rifles? Chu Xuan found this somewhat amusing. To him, such weapons were less useful than the steel pipe he had dismantled from his bed as a weapon. Nevertheless, he appreciated the respectful attitude of the soldiers. Moreover, their strict discipline, even in the face of significant danger, focused on protecting their mission objectives. In this chaotic world, such a sense of order was a rare commodity. Furthermore, he was indeed inclined to visit the so-called safe zone, so he nodded in agreement. Very well. Upon hearing Chu Xuan's consent, Lieutenant Li visibly relaxed. the lines on his face softening considerably. Excellent. Classmate Chu, please. He immediately stepped aside, gesturing toward the armored personnel carrier. Classmate Chu, Lu Man suddenly interjected, supporting the still weak Lin Wanner. Her sparkling eyes blinked as she extended an invitation. Would you like to join us in this vehicle? With a beautiful woman inviting him, and Chu Xuan genuinely interested in the mutated beasts they had mentioned, he had no reason to refuse. Sure. He flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of white teeth, and led the way toward the other armored vehicle. Su Qingyao observed his retreating figure, her expression complex. This man was like an enormous enigma. Just when one thought they had glimpsed a corner, they discovered a deeper abyss beneath. Chu Xuan pulled open the heavy door of the vehicle and unceremoniously took a seat inside. The three women followed suit in succession. Lieutenant Li was the last to board, and as he closed the door, the screams and bloodshed from outside were completely sealed off. Drive. With his command, the engine of the armored vehicle roared to life as it turned around, beginning to crush its way back along the route they had come. The interior of the vehicle was somewhat cramped, with Chu Xuan sitting across from the three women, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. He surveyed the surroundings within the vehicle and suddenly spoke. Tell me about the mutated beast you encountered on the road. What kind of creature is it? Chapter 013, Despair for All. Chu Xuan. This 100-meter black jiao would make for an impressive steed. As soon as Chu Xuan's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the cabin. Lieutenant Li's lips moved as he glanced at Su Qingyao, then quickly darted a look at the meditative Chu Xuan, his expression troubled. Some intelligence belonged to military secrets. Lieutenant Li, Su Qingyao's voice shattered the silence, cold yet unyielding. This is not the time to adhere to confidentiality protocols. You have witnessed Chu Xuan's strength. He is our greatest assurance of safely reaching the base. Information sharing is the foundation of our cooperation. Lu Man and Lin Wanner nodded vigorously. They understood better than anyone that this man beside them provided a sense of security greater than an entire vehicle of soldiers and armored steel combined. Lieutenant Li was a perceptive man. He grasped the underlying message in Su Qingyao's words. He sighed deeply, as though shedding a heavy burden, his previously upright posture sagging slightly. Miss Su is correct. He rubbed his throbbing temples, his voice laden with fatigue. The so-called mutated beasts are, quite literally, animals that have mutated. With the advent of the apocalypse, not only humans, but a vast majority of Earth's creatures have undergone varying degrees of transformation. However, they are entirely different from zombies. They retain the intelligence they possessed in life, and have even become more cunning. Their strength, speed, and size have experienced explosive growth. The creature we encountered on our way here was a mutated wild boar, roughly the size of a small car. It could dent the armored vehicle's steel plating upon collision. We had to unleash several magazines from a heavy machine gun just to barely puncture a few blood holes in it. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly tense. Lin Wanner instinctively clutched Lu Man's arm, her face pale. If a wild boar was that terrifying, what about lions or tigers? Lieutenant Li's voice dropped even lower. Based on the information we currently possess, the entire Jiangxing city has succumbed entirely. He paused, allowing the grim reality to settle in. Those with influence in the city reacted swiftly. At the onset of the disaster, they utilized resources to construct a military safe zone outside the city, which is our destination. It is the only gathering place for survivors surrounding Jiangxing. The command center has analyzed that there are at least millions of zombies lurking within the city. But that is not the most terrifying aspect. The air inside the vehicle seemed to freeze. The most daunting issue was the hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts wandering through the ruins of the city. They are more intelligent and powerful than zombies, even understanding hunting and territorial division. Among them, 7 have been classified as the highest threat level, referred to as Beast Kings. Beast Kings? Lu Man instinctively repeated, her voice dry. Yes, the true rulers of the city. The mutated wild boar we encountered would hardly qualify as an appetizer in their presence. Lin Wanner's face was devoid of color, her grip on Lu Man's arm tightening. What is the strongest among them? She asked, her voice trembling, almost instinctively. A bitter smile of utmost despair flickered across Lieutenant Li's face. The strongest one is codenamed Black Jiao. According to the last images relayed by satellites and drones, it is a colossal serpent residing in the Yangtze River, exceeding 100 meters in length. It can stir up monstrous waves and exhale a highly corrosive toxic mist. He took a deep breath, as if about to utter some forbidden truth. Just yesterday morning, the military district executed a firepower strike against it, with dozens of missiles striking precisely. And the result? Su Qingyao pressed. Lieutenant Li's voice trembled uncontrollably. The outcome of the missile explosion merely shattered a few scales. He paused, adding the most despairing line. Moreover, According to the monitoring of energy fluctuations, its power continues to grow at an incomprehensible speed. Silence enveloped the interior of the vehicle, punctuated only by the creaking sounds of the armored car rolling over corpses, gnawing away at the last remnants of hope. A creature impervious to missile strikes grows ever stronger. This is no longer a mere monster. It has become a myth. Is there still a future for humanity? Despair surged like a chilling tide, instantly engulfing the three women and Captain Li. However, amidst this desolate silence, an entirely incongruous thought began to flourish wildly in Chu Xuan's mind. A black dragon stretching 100 meters? Indestructible by missiles? Capable of self-upgrading? Is this not the perfect late-stage boss? No, wait. Chu Xuan's train of thought took a sudden turn. If this creature could be captured as a steed, how magnificent would that be? Riding a 100-meter-long black dragon, soaring above millions of corpses and endless beasts, with thunder and lightning in its wake, making all things submit in its presence. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. Unable to contain himself, Chu Xuan let out a soft sound, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. This sound pierced through the oppressive silence of the vehicle. Captain Li and the three women were momentarily stunned, turning in unison to look at him. Their gazes were filled with a singular emotion, bewilderment. Sir, while we are here despairing for the future of humanity, what are you so eager about? Lu Man glanced at Chu Xuan, who was radiating battle intent, and an absurd thought flickered through her mind. Surely, he does not intend to challenge that black dragon, does he? No, that's impossible. It's too insane. Yet, when her eyes met Chu Xuan's startlingly bright gaze, she suddenly felt that while this notion would be madness for others, it might not be entirely implausible for him. For a moment, an indescribable sense of absurdity surged within the hearts of everyone in the vehicle. They felt that compared to Chu Xuan, the millions of zombies and hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts outside seemed far less terrifying. After all, this man was contemplating how to slay the strongest beast king. His thought process was no longer of the same species as theirs. He was undoubtedly a madman. Chapter 014, Godlike Efficiency. The electric discharge cleared the tide of corpses, transforming slaughter into a harvest. Inside the vehicle, the suffocating atmosphere brought by the black dragon was swept away by Chu Xuan's seemingly nonsensical exclamation. In its place arose an even stranger absurdity. Captain Li observed the brilliance in Chu Xuan's eyes, his throat constricting as he felt his proud military training being relentlessly overpowered by a stronger force. He had encountered fearless soldiers and murderous lunatics, but it was the first time he had seen someone react with excitement upon hearing of a creature capable of annihilating civilization. Cough. Lu Man was the first to succumb to the bizarre atmosphere. She cleared her throat and cautiously probed. Chu Xuan, you wouldn't really want to provoke that snake, would you? Right now? Chu Xuan finally withdrew his gaze from the void, casting a glance at her, as if regarding a child asking a simple arithmetic question. Going after it now would be akin to voluntarily offering oneself as prey. He lazily leaned back against the seat, stretching his limbs, the joints cracking like firecrackers. One must eat bite by bite and confront beasts level by level. Haste can lead to demise. This statement finally restored a semblance of normality to the atmosphere within the vehicle. Captain Li and the three women simultaneously exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he was not a complete madman. At least he understood the importance of timing. Captain Li. Chu Xuan turned his gaze to Li Zhan. How long until we reach the base? Li Zhan immediately straightened up, reporting to Chu Xuan, barring unforeseen circumstances, at normal driving speed, it will take approximately 4 hours. 4 hours. Chu Xuan's eyes brightened once more. This was precious time for monster hunting. He stood up, stretching in the cramped vehicle, the motion making the space feel smaller. Open the sunroof. I need to get some fresh air. What? Captain Li was taken aback. Chu Xuan, it's dangerous up there. Dangerous? Chu Xuan chuckled, pointing at the zombies wandering on the streets outside. They were the ones who should feel threatened. He patted Captain Li's shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry. I'm just going up to clear some obstacles for you, and perhaps save you some ammunition. With such words spoken, what could Captain Li say? He could only step forward, operating the winch to slowly open the heavy circular hatch above. Suddenly, the cacophony and stench of the outside world flooded in. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xuan pushed himself against the edge of the hatch and effortlessly leaped up. The hatch closed behind him, isolating the interior of the vehicle from the roof, creating two distinct worlds. Lin Warner looked at the tightly shut hatch and murmured softly, is he really going to stay up there? What if he falls? Su Qingyao remained silent, moving to the observation window on one side of the vehicle, her gaze directed outside. Lu Man tugged at Lin Warner, drawing closer to Captain Li's periscope, her eyes alight with curiosity. On the roof, the wind howled, carrying the dust and stench of the city's ruins, hitting them head-on. The two soldiers manning the heavy machine guns were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Xuan, quickly tightening their grips on their weapons, watching the unexpected civilian with caution. "Don't be nervous." Chu Xuan waved his hand at them, walking toward the front of the vehicle, sitting casually on the armored plate with his legs dangling in midair, as if he were lounging on his own balcony, utterly out of place in the surrounding environment. About 100 meters ahead, at the left side of the intersection, in front of the convenience store, there are approximately 30 zombies. Without turning his head, Chu Xuan spoke. The two soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them immediately reported the situation to the driver via the earpiece, while the other slowly adjusted the machine gun's muzzle. However, before he could pull the trigger, no need to waste ammunition. Chu Xuan raised his right hand, casually flicking his fingers in that direction. With a crackle, several blinding arcs of blue electricity shot forth like venomous serpents, instantly covering the 100-meter distance, accurately striking one of the zombies on the outermost edge. With a pop, the zombie's head exploded, black blood splattering everywhere. The machine gunner was about to offer praise, but in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. The arc that had struck the target did not dissipate. It seemed to come alive, sharply bending and instantly leaping onto another nearby zombie. Pop! A second head exploded. The arc jumped again. Pop! 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 Like ignited firecrackers, the azure electricity ricocheted wildly through the dense horde, tracing lines of death with every leap. With each jump, another head was precisely detonated. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, the 30 or so zombies in front of the convenience store fell like dumplings, none able to rise again. The entire process was executed with breathtaking speed and eerie precision. On the rooftop, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Two soldiers remained frozen in their aiming positions, mouths agape, unable to close them for an extended period. The soldier tasked with operating the heavy machine gun had his finger resting on the trigger, yet the cold steel felt as heavy as lead. He glanced at the formidable weapon he took pride in, then at the now deserted street in the distance, before returning his gaze to the young man beside the vehicle, who appeared as if he had merely crushed a few flies with casual indifference. A wave of absurdity surged within him. Old Zhang, his throat dry, nudged his comrade. "Am I hallucinating?" The soldier known as Lao Zhang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Pinch me and see if it hurts." This was no longer a battle. It was divine retribution. From that moment on, the atmosphere of the convoy's advance shifted dramatically. To the right, in an alley, 20 zombies fell with a resounding crack. Ahead at the supermarket, 50 more met the same fate. Chu Xuan resembled a tireless humanoid artillery, lazily announcing coordinates, then raising a hand to indicate, causing a horde of zombies to collapse in unison. The heavy machine gun atop the vehicle became nothing more than a prop. As the two soldiers transitioned from initial shock to numbness, ultimately crouching behind Chu Xuan, gazing at him with admiration as though he were casting spells. They even began to count softly for him. 104, 105, 106. Inside the vehicle, the four individuals observing through the periscope and windows also fell into a prolonged silence. Lieutenant Li's lips quivered slightly as he watched the figure in the periscope, akin to a descending deity, feeling as if his entire military training was being forcefully ground into the dirt. Although there were awakened individuals within the base, including some with considerable power, none had ever transformed killing into such an efficient, energy-conserving, and even artistic endeavor as Chu Xuan did. This was not a battle. It was akin to harvesting wheat. He slowly lowered the periscope, turned his head, and regarded Su Qingyao with a complex expression, his voice barely above a whisper. "Miss Su, what exactly is this Chu fellow's background?" Su Qingyao shook her head, a hint of bewilderment gracing her otherwise cool demeanor. "I am not certain. Before the apocalypse, I had never even heard of this name." Her gaze drifted through the observation window, resting on Chu Xuan's silhouette. That figure appeared both solitary and powerful beneath the crimson sky of the city. She silently resolved to have her father utilize all available resources to uncover every detail about this man upon their return to the base. Such a figure was akin to an unsheathed, deadly weapon. If they could not befriend him, then at all costs, they must avoid becoming his enemy. Meanwhile, Lu Manman and Lin Wanner were utterly spellbound. Lin Wanner's mouth formed an O-shape as she gazed at the flickering lightning outside, her eyes filled with twinkling stars. Who would have thought that extraordinary power could be so immense? Lu Manman instinctively reached into her backpack to touch the food that Chu Xuan had given them. She suddenly felt that this might not be mere charity, but rather akin to a deity passing through the human realm, casually bestowing divine sustenance upon a few pitiful ants by the roadside. The convoy moved steadily along the abandoned main road of the city. Of course, steady was a relative term. On the rooftop, Chu Xuan remained seated cross-legged, his expression detached, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. To the left, behind an advertising billboard, 18 zombies fell with a crack. Beneath the overpass, a cluster of approximately 40 more perished. The two soldiers atop the vehicle had entirely relinquished their thoughts. One was responsible for reporting the count through binoculars, while the other meticulously jotted down the numbers in a small notebook. 271, 272, 278. The soldier recording the numbers muttered incantations, his eyes fervent as if engaged in a sacred ritual. Their heavy machine gun had never even been unlatched. They were treated as mobile counters rather than combatants. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was equally bizarre. Lin Warner transitioned from shock and adoration to a numbed fascination akin to watching a special effects blockbuster. Propping her chin on her hand, she observed the flickering lightning and the collapsing zombies outside, her mind fixated on a singular thought. The special effects are impressive, but the repetitive shots are a bit much. Can't they change it up a bit? Lu Man, however, remained fixated on the periscope, silent. She endeavored to decipher any signs of energy expenditure or fatigue from Chu Xuan's actions. Yet, there was none to be found. He maintained a single posture throughout. Raising a hand, snapping his fingers, his gestures so effortless they resembled the act of flicking ash rather than conducting a high-intensity slaughter that had persisted for nearly 2 hours. This man, did he possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy? Or was his talent somehow linked to the national power grid? Monster, Lu Man unconsciously muttered. She was uncertain whether she referred to the zombies outside or the man atop the vehicle. Su Qingyao leaned against the cold metal wall, her eyes closed. She did not need to look. After awakening her abilities, she could intuitively sense the trajectory of each lightning bolt and the explosive release of energy. It was a form of illogical, overwhelming power. His energy seemed boundless, precise, efficient, devoid of any delay. She even experienced a peculiar sensation that their existence, along with the soldiers outside, was solely to provide this esteemed individual with a means of transportation while alleviating his boredom on the path to vanquishing foes. Lieutenant Li's expression was particularly noteworthy. He oscillated between glancing at the divine figure through the periscope and looking down at his sidearm, a symbol of military honor. His face reflecting awe, confusion, and self-doubt in rapid succession. He felt as though his more than 20 years of military service had been rendered utterly meaningless. Amidst this surreal atmosphere, the convoy traversed the majority of its route. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes shattered the collective thoughts of the occupants. 3 armored vehicles simultaneously decelerated, the immense inertia causing everyone inside to lurch forward. What is going on? Lieutenant Li was the first to react, seizing the communicator. Report, Lieutenant. There's something in the middle of the road ahead. The driver's voice came through, strained with tension. On the rooftop, Chu Xuan ceased his spellcasting. Slowly rising to his feet, his gaze directed forward. The 2 soldiers, who had been responsible for reporting and counting, were now frozen in place, their faces paling visibly. Lieutenant Li immediately brought his eyes to the periscope. After a single glance, his breath caught in his throat. 200 meters ahead, blocking the path, was a colossal creature. It was a mutated wild boar, its size comparable to a small cargo truck. Its body was encased in a layer of rock-like, hard black hide, and 2 half-meter-long tusks protruded menacingly from its mouth, glistening with a sinister sheen. Foul saliva dripped continuously from its jaws, corroding the asphalt beneath into sizzling pits. It merely stood there, a fierce and menacing aura emanating from it, making the very air feel heavy. It was indeed a mutated wild boar. Lieutenant Li's voice was parched, far more so than when they encountered the one before. This creature was even larger. His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Upon arrival, they had barely managed to slay a slightly smaller mutated wild boar by leveraging their numerical superiority and heavy firepower, at the cost of a vehicle and several comrades. Now, facing it head-on, a brutal battle was inevitable. All units, pay attention. Lieutenant Li roared into the communicator, preparing for combat. Heavy machine guns at the ready. Rocket launcher operators. Take your positions. Prepare, no need. A languid voice floated down from the hatch atop the vehicle. Lieutenant Li's command caught in his throat. He looked up to see Chu Xuan, standing at the hatch, gazing down at him with an air of authority. Leave that mutated beast to me. There was a hint of genuine displeasure in Chu Xuan's tone, his eyes reflecting the disdain one might have for unruly children trying to snatch their pocket money. What? Lieutenant Li momentarily failed to comprehend. Such a formidable mutated beast, and he would handle it alone? Chu Xuan, this creature is not a zombie. Lieutenant Li's words were abruptly interrupted by Chu Xuan's impatience. I know, it's tough-skinned and quick. possibly with other abilities. All right, you all stay in the vehicle and watch the show. With that, Chu Xuan ceased further discussion. Under the horrified gazes of everyone inside the vehicle, he made his move. He did not descend via the ladder, nor did he wait for the vehicle to come to a halt. Instead, he leaped from the top of the speeding armored vehicle, aiming directly at the deathly beast before him. Like a cannonball, he shot forth. Boom. Chu Xuan landed heavily, creating 2 deep craters on the hard asphalt. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating from where he stood. He stood resolutely in the center of the road, alone, facing the monstrous creature that resembled a small mountain. One man, one beast. The juxtaposition of the minuscule against the colossal painted a strikingly impactful scene. Inside the vehicle, a deathly silence prevailed. Lieutenant Li gaped, communicator still in hand, his mind a blank slate. Such behavior surpassed the realms of understanding he had acquired over 2 decades of military experience. Only Su Qingyao clenched her fists tightly. Through her perception, she distinctly sensed the profound energy surging within Chu Xuan upon his landing. Far from exhibiting any fear, it began to boil with unprecedented speed. He was exhilarated. He craved this battle. Roar. The mutated wild boar, incensed by the sudden provocation from the diminutive figure, emitted a deafening roar, its stout hooves digging into the ground. In the next moment, its massive body transformed into an uncontrollable black tank, crashing forth with an intent to crush all in its path. The ground trembled. In the face of this terrifying momentum capable of breaching walls, a radiant smile blossomed on Chu Xuan's face. Bring it on. He advanced rather than retreating, charging into the foul wind of the beast's approach. Chapter 016. An unprecedented surge of 600 attribute points. Energy unleashed. The school bell. He is like a nuclear reactor. Boom. The charge of the mutated wild boar resembled that of an out-of-control heavy truck. The pressure it created rendered the air thick even dozens of meters away. Where it passed, the solid asphalt was trampled into cracks, debris flying as if an invisible plow had furiously churned the ground. He has gone mad. Lieutenant Li's eyes bulged, his voice hoarse with disbelief. In the face of such raw tonnage and power, even a main battle tank would have to yield. Yet this young man chose to confront it head-on? This was suicide. Inside the vehicle, Lin Wanner covered her mouth tightly, her wide eyes filled with terror, nearly biting her lips to prevent a scream from escaping. Lu Man felt her heart leap to her throat, gripping the periscope handle so tightly that her breath stilled. Su Qingyao's face turned pale. She could distinctly sense the violent power contained within the mutated wild boar, a force capable of crushing steel, pure physical destruction. Just when everyone anticipated a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh, Chu Xuan moved. He did not flinch or evade. At the very moment the tusks, as white as ivory, were about to pierce his chest, he gently pushed off the cracked ground with his toes, shifting sideways several meters in a manner that defied logic. The entire movement flowed gracefully, devoid of any hint of struggle, standing in absurd contrast to the beast's cataclysmic force. Boom. The mutated wild boar crashed into empty space, unable to halt its momentum, violently slamming into a load-bearing column of a 3-story shop nearby. The steel-reinforced concrete pillar shattered as if struck by a battering ram. The entire building shook violently, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its walls. Roar. With its strike failing, the mutated wild boar grew even more enraged, violently tossing its head to extract its tusk, still connected to steel rebar, from the wall, its blood-red eyes once again locking onto Chu Xuan. Did he evade that? Lu Man swallowed hard, gazing at the broken load-bearing column. Had it struck a person, there would have been nothing left but a puddle of flesh. What followed utterly overturned the understanding of everyone inside the vehicle. The mutated wild boar charged again and again, each time with immense force, wreaking havoc on the surrounding streets. Abandoned cars were sent soaring, fire hydrants uprooted, and murky water gushed skyward. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan danced like a skilled matador upon the razor's edge of death. He consistently evaded attacks at the most perilous moments with minimal movements. He even had the leisure to punch the beast's rock-like hide as it charged past, producing a dull thud. Wow, that is quite tough. Chu Xuan shook his slightly numbed fist, muttering to himself. He was not merely toying with it. He was adapting. He was acclimatizing to this reborn body, using this elite creature to calibrate his strength, speed, and reflexes. However, to those in the vehicle, this spectacle appeared wholly different. Was he being overly audacious? Lin Wanner's voice quivered with a hint of tears. He almost collided with it several times. Sweat beaded on Lieutenant Li's forehead. His military experience warned him that in such high-intensity confrontations, a mere fraction of a second's error could lead to obliteration. What was he doing? Why wasn't he fighting back? Lu Man was in a frenzy, Where was his lightning? Could it be ineffective against this beast? Su Qingyao remained silent, but her furrowed brow revealed her own confusion. She could sense that Chu Xuan's aura remained steady, even exuding a hint of enjoyment. Just as the group pondered in bewilderment, Chu Xuan, who had been maneuvering effortlessly, suddenly stumbled. The ground where he had just landed had cracked due to the boar's charge, causing him to wobble slightly. It was in this momentary lapse that the mutated wild boar seized its opportunity, its massive form pivoting abruptly, its ivory-like tusks slicing through the air with a shriek. Sweeping toward him, this sudden change was executed with terrifying speed, catching everyone off guard. "Be careful," Lieutenant Li shouted in alarm. "It's over." This is a thought that simultaneously flashed through the minds of everyone in the vehicle. However, in the face of this deadly assault, Chu Xuan's expression was not one of panic. Instead, he broke into a smile. The warm-up was over. He softly uttered 4 words. In the next moment, a blinding azure electric light erupted around him. Zizi, countless tiny electric serpents danced frantically across his body, transforming him into a divine figure of thunder descending upon the earth. He did not evade the sweeping strike, but instead raised his right hand, fingers splayed, directed at the massive wild boar. "Taste my electrotherapy." Hiss. A slender yet highly concentrated arc of electricity shot forth from his palm, arriving first and striking the mutated wild boar's head with precision. The enormous body of the mutated wild boar stiffened abruptly. Its charge momentarily halted, as it emitted a confused growl. This strike did not inflict substantial damage, but a tingling sensation coursed through its body instantaneously. Chu Xuan's actions did not cease. Hiss, 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 hiss. A continuous stream of electric arcs erupted from his palm, akin to the fiery tongues of a Gatling gun, relentlessly pouring down upon the mutated wild boar. The mutated wild boar's movements grew increasingly sluggish and rigid. It attempted to charge, but its limbs refused to obey. It tried to roar, yet only intermittent whimpers escaped its throat. The relentless barrage of lightning incessantly numbed its nerves and muscles, and its once proud tough skin began to develop charred spots under the persistent electric shocks. The occupants of the vehicle were left in stunned silence. Just a moment ago, they believed they were witnessing a duel of champions. Now, it felt like a large-scale electrotherapy session at an internet addiction rehabilitation center. "Your skin is indeed thick. Let us see if you can withstand this," Chu Xuan grinned. Slowly raising both hands, palms spread before his chest. Buzzing, 2 spheres of azure lightning, each the size of a fist, began to coalesce and compress in his palms. The violent energy caused the surrounding air to hum under the strain, as countless arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the lightning spheres. Teetering on the brink of uncontrollability, the mutated wild boar sensed an unprecedented threat of death, summoning all its strength to emit a reluctant roar, attempting one last struggle. But it was too late. Thunder, double spiral ball. Chu Xuan thrust his arms forward. The 2 lightning spheres transformed into streaks of light, one to the left and one to the right, accurately striking the midsection of the massive wild boar. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a fleeting moment of silence. Then, an intensely bright white light erupted from within the mutated wild boar, illuminating its entire body, allowing its internal skeleton and organs to be clearly visible before being obliterated. Boom. The delayed thunderous roar finally resounded. The wild boar, resembling a small mountain, was forcefully split into 2 halves by an irresistible force. The 2 segments, propelled by immense inertia, rolled forward, carving a deep trench in the ground. Blood and shattered innards spilled everywhere, the acrid scent of roasted meat mingling with the overwhelming stench of blood, pervading the air. Ding. Killed Elite Mutant Entity 1, awarded 100 energy points. Thunder Ruler Experience 100. Chu Xuan shook his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xuan, Physique. 145, Speed. 135, Spirit. 18, Sequence Talent. 007 Thunder Ruler LV4. 454, 1000, Energy Points. 814 Skills. Electromagnetic Induction, Lightning Chain. Looking at the over 800 energy points, Chu Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He waved his hand and silently thought. System, add 200 points each to Physique, Speed, and Spirit. Ding. Consumed 600 energy points. Physique 20, Speed 20, Spirit 20. Boom. A torrent of energy, 100 times more violent than any previous surge, exploded within him without warning. Chu Xuan's body arched violently, a suppressed groan escaping him, as he uncontrollably knelt on one knee. He felt as though every bone in his body was crying out in agony, being forcibly reshaped by a searing power. Every muscle fiber was torn into fragments. only to be reborn in a more resilient form. The excruciating pain overwhelmed his consciousness like a tidal wave. Inside the vehicle, the occupants who had just been immersed in shock felt their hearts race again upon witnessing this scene. What happened to him? Is he injured? Lin Wanner exclaimed anxiously. Quick! He is hurt. Drive over to assist. Lieutenant Li responded swiftly, grabbing the communicator to issue orders. Don't go. Su Qingyao suddenly interjected, her voice sharp, tinged with a tremor she herself had not noticed. She stared intently out the window, and for the first time, an emotion named fear surfaced on her otherwise cold face. In her perception, Chu Xuan's body resembled a nuclear reactor on the verge of explosion. Chapter 017. The entire vehicle is terrified. He is not a monster. He is an unnameable calamity. The energy within his body was spiraling out of control. Su Qingyao's voice tightened, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Lieutenant Li's hand, reaching for the communicator, froze in midair as he looked through the periscope, fixated on Chu Xuan, who knelt uncontrollably, his shoulders heaving violently. It was not a sign of injury, but rather an appearance of enduring some form of internal torment. Don't move. Chu Xuan's voice emerged through clenched teeth, low and hoarse, each word laced with extreme pain. He abruptly lifted his head, bloodshot eyes scanning the direction of the armored vehicle. Remain on standby. I will return shortly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the asphalt road beneath him erupted into a shallow pit. He transformed into a blur, vanishing around the street corner. His speed so swift that it left a brief, piercing shriek in the air. Lieutenant Li opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. On the vehicle's roof, the individuals responsible for counting, Lao Zhang and Xiao Wang, had slumped down onto the cold deck. They had been closest and felt the intensity most acutely. The moment Chu Xuan vanished, the terrifying pressure that hit them felt as though an invisible hand had crushed their hearts, nearly halting their beats. Old Zhang, do you think that counts as assaulting an officer? Xiao Wang's voice trembled. He shot me a glance just now. I nearly dropped my gun. Lao Zhang did not respond. He merely gazed intently in the direction where Chu Xuan had disappeared, his lips quivering, unable to form a single word. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from the adjacent street. It was not an explosion, but rather as if the sky itself had been brutally torn open. Following that was a blinding blue light, illuminating the sky above that neighborhood, as bright as day. Within the radiance, countless electric serpents, as thick as water barrels, danced wildly, resembling ancient dragons freed from their chains, roaring through the ruins of the city, emitting deafening howls. Zzzz. The overwhelming sound of electricity, dense enough to make one's scalp tingle, drowned out everything else. This was not merely an arc of electricity or a network of lightning. It was a sea of thunder. The entire street was utterly engulfed by the raging storm of electricity. The external walls of the cement structures crumbled under the electric light, carbonizing, while the metallic street signs and railings melted into pools of molten iron within an instant. The zombies caught in the tempest of the thunderstorm met a far more tragic fate. They did not even have time to emit a single roar. The moment they came into contact with the lightning, they were vaporized from the inside out, leaving not a trace of black ash behind. A notification chimed, indicating the defeat of a common zombie and the acquisition of energy points and experience. Inside the carriage, everyone was paralyzed by the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding before them. Lin Wanner buried her face deeply in Lu Man-Man's embrace, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Lu Man held her tight, her own complexion ghostly pale. As she forced herself to peer through the observation window at the sky engulfed in lightning, her throat dry and unable to produce a sound. Lieutenant Li gripped the periscope handle tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He had witnessed great spectacles before, missiles raining down and artillery assaults, but those were all weapons forged by human ingenuity, traceable and comprehensible. Yet, what lay before him transcended the realm of weaponry. It was a living being, singularly unleashing a localized cataclysm. With a gulp, Lieutenant Li turned to Su Qingyao, his voice gravelly. Miss Su, what manner of monster is he? Su Qingyao shook her head, her previously serene countenance now marred by confusion. She sensed that at the heart of the storm, Chu Xuan's energy fluctuations, previously chaotic, were gradually stabilizing. He was neither fighting nor losing his mind. He was merely venting. Like a water bag stretched to its limits, it needed an outlet to release the excess or risk bursting entirely. The zombies and the sturdy buildings were merely unfortunate debris caught in the path of his energy discharge. This realization instilled a deeper terror within her than witnessing the tempest itself. This one-sided massacre, or rather, the release of energy, persisted for nearly half an hour. When the last bolt of lightning faded into the void and the terrifying sounds from the adjacent street finally subsided, the occupants of the vehicle felt as though they had been revived. The district bore no resemblance to its former self, the ground charred black. Littered with molten metal and glass-like crystals, the air thick with acrid ozone and the odor of burnt matter. From the scorched earth emerged a figure. Chu Xuan's clothing was tattered, his hair stained with soot, presenting the appearance of a beggar, yet his aura was more menacing than before. He now resembled an unparalleled weapon. His latent danger amplified tenfold. He opened the carriage door and casually entered, as if he had merely stepped out for a stroll. Damn it, that was a close call. He muttered under his breath, audible only to himself. In the future, he would need to temper his energy intake. It felt akin to swallowing a nuclear bomb. He had absorbed 600 energy points in one go, nearly overwhelming his body's capabilities to keep pace with the system's upgrades, risking a catastrophic overload. Thankfully, he had found a moment to release the excess energy, akin to setting off fireworks. He glanced at the panel. His earlier chaotic discharge had netted him over 300 more points, bringing his total energy above 500 once again. This was not a loss. He had learned his lesson, yet the others in the carriage were petrified by his nonchalant demeanor. The atmosphere was thick with silence, no one daring to speak. Even the sound of breathing was hushed. Lieutenant Li sat upright beside the driver, his gaze fixed forward. Su Qingyao, Lu Manman, and Lin Wanner huddled in the corner, tense and rigid, sitting as if awaiting a reprimand from a teacher. The oppressive atmosphere reached a peak, emanating from the man with closed eyes at the center. Despite having done nothing, his mere presence exuded an aura that weighed heavily upon everyone's hearts. It was a profound suppression at the very essence of existence, akin to an ant sitting beside a slumbering dragon. The dragon would not harm it. Yet the ant would still feel a primal terror emanating from the very existence of the beast. The convoy traveled in this stifling silence for nearly 2 more hours. The heavy machine gunners finally had their moment to engage, clearing away the scattered zombies. "We have arrived," the driver exclaimed, his voice filled with relief and exhilaration, shattering the suffocating atmosphere. Everyone perked up and gazed outside. At the horizon, an endless gray wall loomed, resembling a colossal steel beast sprawled across the earth. The wall towered dozens of meters high, constructed from thick reinforced concrete, with workers busily constructing and fortifying it further. Every 100 meters along the wall stood a tall watchtower, equipped with heavy machine guns and patrolled by armed soldiers. Beyond the wall lay a vast isolation zone, marked by tanks, armored vehicles, and layers of barbed wire interspersed with steel barricades, forming a lethal defensive line. The military safety zone had been reached. When Chu Xuan opened his eyes once more, the suffocating pressure within the carriage had dissipated. His gaze returned to clarity, even deeper than before, as if the cataclysmic storm had merely been a trivial afternoon respite. He reverted to the languid demeanor of a harmless high school senior leaning against the backrest. However, the other 4 occupants could no longer view him with indifference. The tempest of thunder that had unfolded on the adjacent street left an indelible mark upon their souls. "We are about to enter checkpoint 1. All personnel prepare for inspection." The voice from the communicator broke the prolonged silence within the carriage, like a decree shattering the stillness. Lieutenant Li, as if receiving a pardon, nearly snatched the communicator. Responding in an almost shouted tone, "Received. Direct guard, task number 073, escorting an important target back." The armored convoy slowly approached the concrete giant. Beneath the towering wall was a steel defense line formed by tanks and armored vehicles, their cold barrels aimed outward. Countless soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor stood at the ready, their weapons trained on every suspicious corner. After undergoing a series of tedious procedures, including iris scans, identity verification, and vehicle disinfection, the heavy alloy gates, thick enough to withstand artillery fire, creaked open with a cacophony of metal grinding against metal. Beyond the gates lay another world. As the convoy entered the safety zone, the occupants peered through the observation window at the scene outside. Despite their mental preparation, they collectively gasped in astonishment. There were no towering buildings, no neatly paved streets. Instead, what lay before them was an endless expanse of tents. The shabby and filthy tents, crafted from an assortment of waterproof fabrics and discarded materials, are huddled tightly together, resembling a vast gray ocean that stretches to the horizon. The air is thick with a rancid odor of spoiled food, mingled with the pungent scent of sweat and excrement, faintly detectable even through the vehicle's filtration system. Countless emaciated individuals, clad in tattered clothing, curl up in the shadows of the tents. Their eyes are hollow and numb, akin to a throng of soulless automatons. A flicker of emotion stirs in their gazes as the armored convoy passes. A mixture of awe, fear, and an almost imperceptible yearning can be discerned. Lin Wanner's voice trembles slightly as she observes the stark contrast between the vibrant metropolis of her memories and the grim reality before her. This is the civilian living area. Lieutenant Lee speaks in a deep tone, evidently accustomed to such sights. The safety zone currently shelters nearly 300,000 survivors, the overwhelming majority residing here. He pauses, then continues to explain. The entire safety zone is divided into 4 concentric areas. We are presently in Zone 1, the outermost circle. Moving inward, Zone 2 serves as the high-end living area, designated for experts, scholars, or individuals who contribute significantly to the base. Zone 3 is the military management area, while Zone 4 is the core, the central complex, which acts as the command and power hub of the entire safety zone. Chu Xuan gazes out at the numb faces. His expression complex. The so-called safety zone is merely an amplified and more brutal class society. The convoy does not linger in Zone 1, proceeding directly through the vast slum towards Zone 2. Just as they approach the checkpoint into Zone 2, a group of soldiers in clean combat uniforms strides forward. At the forefront stands a young man in his late 20s. He is tall and handsome, exuding a confidence born of long-standing authority. He strides directly to the vehicle where Su Qingyao is seated. The door opens, and he steps inside. Qingyao, upon seeing his sister unharmed, the tension in his features softens instantly. After carefully checking to ensure she is uninjured, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Brother, I'm fine. Su Qingyao reassures him with a shake of her head. The newcomer is none other than her brother, Su Changfeng, the eldest son of the vice-mayor of Jiangqing. After calming his sister, he turns his gaze toward the only unfamiliar male in the vehicle, Chu Xuan. He sizes Chu Xuan up, his eyes reflecting scrutiny, which is soon replaced by gratitude. You must be Chu Xuan, he states with a friendly demeanor, extending his hand. I am Su Changfeng, Qingyao's brother. I sincerely thank you for your timely assistance. On behalf of the Su family, I express our deepest gratitude. Chu Xuan lazily raises his eyelids, offering a perfunctory handshake before withdrawing his hand. Su Changfeng is unfazed, his smile perfectly measured. Father has arranged a banquet at the Tianxia Hotel in the central complex, both to welcome you and to personally express gratitude for your life-saving intervention. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Tianxia Hotel? Chu Xuan arches an eyebrow. Having recently expended energy, he indeed feels hungry. He pats his stomach and grins. Sounds good. I'm just hungry. It feels like I haven't eaten in days. This bluntly honest remark diffuses the previously tense atmosphere within the vehicle. Su Changfeng is momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, the earlier formal scrutiny in his gaze diminishing significantly. With Su Changfeng leading the way, the convoy's journey becomes seamless. As they venture deeper, the scenes become increasingly astonishing. Zone 2 transforms into a uniform expanse of modular housing, while Zone 3, the military management area, boasts barracks aplenty, with the sounds of soldiers training ringing loudly. Upon entering Zone 4, they are greeted by permanent structures crafted from steel and concrete. Within just a few short days, a city of considerable scale and strict hierarchy has emerged from the ruins, showcasing the infrastructure prowess of the Daxia Empire in the apocalypse. Finally, the convoy halts in the most central area. Everyone disembarks to behold a towering edifice looming before them. Amidst the predominantly low military structures, this 20-story building stands out, composed entirely of glass and steel, shimmering brilliantly under the post-apocalyptic sun. At its pinnacle, four ornate golden characters boldly declare its significance: Tianxia Hotel. Chapter 19. Dare to make me kneel. In the next moment, the elite of the hotel will be begging for mercy. Su Changfeng leads the group through the grand entrance of the Tianxia Hotel. A mere step away separates two worlds. Outside lies the desolation and oppression of the apocalypse. Within, a dazzling mirage of another era. Brilliant crystal chandeliers descend from the soaring ceiling, their soft light illuminating the polished marble floor beneath. The air is infused with delicate incense and the enticing aroma of food, creating a stark contrast to the foul and dusty scents of the outside world. Reminiscent of heaven and hell, a plush red carpet extends from beneath their feet deep into the lobby. Dozens of elegantly dressed men and women, holding wine glasses, engage in hushed conversations in small clusters. Clad in tailored suits or graceful gowns, their faces bear polite smiles, as if the zombies and monsters outside are merely inconsequential backgrounds in a television news broadcast. Chu Xuan clicks his tongue. Even after several days in the apocalypse, these people still have the audacity to host a party. The lives of the affluent are indeed mundane, yet monotonous. When Su Changfeng and his entourage make their entrance, the previously murmuring crowd falls silent in an instant. All eyes converge upon them, predominantly focusing on Su Qingyao and her companions. The ethereal Su Qingyao, the fiery Lu Man, and the pure Lin Wanner, Three distinctly exquisite beauties, simultaneously appearing creates a visually overwhelming impact. Many men's eyes glimmer with admiration and avarice. However, as they recognize Su Changfeng leading the group alongside Su Qingyao, that greed is swiftly suppressed by a sense of respect and deference. The daughter of the vice mayor of Jiangcheng is not someone they can casually approach. Nonetheless, exceptions exist. Just as Su Changfeng prepares to lead them upstairs, an inappropriate voice rings out. Qingyao, you've finally returned. A tall, handsome young man strides forward, holding a wine glass. Dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, his Patek Philippe watch glimmers under the lights. Behind him follow several similarly well-dressed lackeys. Su Changfeng's brow furrows slightly. Wang Xin, the only son of the Wang Group, the largest grain supplier within the safety zone. Relying on his family's monopoly over nearly half of the base's grain resources, he has always acted with arrogance and impudence. Wang Xin's gaze is almost glued to Su Qingyao, his naked possessiveness unabashed. A fire ignites within him. The Su family wields military and political power, while the Wang family controls the economic lifeline. If he can win Su Qingyao's affection, the Wang family will undoubtedly become the undisputed local lords within this safety zone. I'm fine. Su Qingyao's voice was as cold as ice, and she did not even spare a glance at Wang Xin, merely responding with a faint remark. The sensation of being disregarded caused Wang Xin's smile to falter momentarily, yet he quickly resumed his self-satisfied expression. It is good to have you back. I was worried about you for several days, he said with feigned warmth, as if their relationship were exceptionally close. This display made Su Qingyao feel a wave of nausea. Wang Xiao, Su Changfeng stepped forward, subtly positioning himself between his sister and Wang Xin, his tone courteous yet distant. Qingyao has just returned and is quite fatigued. I shall take her to rest. Why the rush, Changfeng? Wang Xin dismissed him, shifting slightly to bypass Su Changfeng, his gaze still fixated on Su Qingyao. Our families will be united. Why act so distant? This must be your sister's friend, right? Indeed, she is a rare beauty. His gaze brazenly swept over Lu Manman and Lin Wanner, his eyes appraising them like merchandise on a shelf. Lu Manman's expression darkened, while Lin Wanner instinctively shrank back behind her. Su Changfeng's demeanor turned frigid. Wang Xin, mind your words. Just joking, Wang Xin waved dismissively, suddenly noticing a figure at the back of the group, one that seemed entirely out of place. Chu Xuan, clad in tattered casual wear, covered in dust and dried blood. His hair was unkempt, and his face bore a layer of grime. He stood languidly amidst a gathering of well-dressed elites, resembling a beggar who had accidentally wandered into a swan lake, an incongruity that was striking. A glint of undisguised disdain and revulsion flickered in Wang Xin's eyes. How did such trash manage to get in here? Just as the atmosphere in the hall turned tense, a sudden loud yawn broke the stillness. Chu Xuan rubbed his eyes, appearing as if he had just awakened. He surveyed the room before finally resting his gaze on Su Changfeng. When is dinner? He asked earnestly, patting his stomach. I'm hungry. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. Su Changfeng was taken aback. Su Qingyao was stunned. Lu Manman and Lin Wanner were equally bewildered. Even the imperious Wang Xin's expression froze. Everyone regarded Chu Xuan as if he were a bizarre creature. Could he not comprehend the situation? What kind of mindset did he possess? Amidst the silence, a young man, who had been laughing behind Wang Xin, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Who is this? Hungry? This is Tianxia Hotel, not a roadside shelter for beggars. Changfeng, is this the esteemed guest you mentioned? Has the threshold of the Su family fallen so low? Mockery and derision echoed throughout the hall. Those who had previously feigned restraint were now openly pointing and laughing at Chu Xuan, their expressions filled with superiority and disdain. It seemed that ridiculing this beggar allowed them to grasp at a shred of dignity in this apocalyptic world. Su Changfeng's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. Their laughter at Chu Xuan was a slap in the face to the Su family. A chill settled over Su Qingyao's cold countenance. She opened her mouth to speak, but was pulled back by Lu Manman, who gently shook her head and gestured toward Chu Xuan. Her eyes reflected not anger, but a hint of pity for those who mocked, for they were utterly unaware of the magnitude of their ridicule. Hey, beggar. The young man who had first laughed stepped forward, his finger nearly poking Chu Xuan's face. A mocking grin plastered across his visage. Want to eat? Sure. Kneel down and bark like a dog. If I'm in a good mood today, maybe I'll toss you a bone. His words elicited an even greater uproarious laughter. At last, Chu Xuan responded. He did not look at the clown but turned his head towards Su Changfeng, his brow slightly furrowed. Are these people here to entertain me? His tone was calm, as if he were inquiring about an inconsequential matter. Yet, Su Changfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. He recalled the real-time footage from the front lines, the scorched earth laid bare by the wrath of thunderstorms. Suddenly, Su Chongfeng's pupils constricted. Chu Xuan appeared before him like a ferocious beast. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He finally experienced the indescribable terror that Lieutenant Li had reported upon encountering a non-human entity. The young man, Zhang Hao, Wang Xian's top lackey, had his mockery freeze on his face, replaced by a hue of deep humiliation. When had he ever endured such indignity? What the hell did you just say? Zhang Hao bellowed, his mind clouded by alcohol and rage. He withdrew the finger that had nearly jabbed Chu Xuan's face and clenched it into a fist, summoning all his strength to deliver a vicious blow to the face that evoked his envy. "I'll make you pay," he shouted, envisioning the scene of his opponent bloodied and begging for mercy. Guests around them displayed a mix of schadenfreude and discomfort, some turning their heads away. Su Qingyao shook her head, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Hao, while Lu Manman instinctively took a step back, pulling Lin Wanner with her. Aware that a spectacle was about to unfold, Chu Xuan did not even change his stance. Just as Zhang Hao's massive fist was about to connect with his nose, he moved. There was no dodging, no blocking. He merely raised his right hand, quickly, so swiftly that no one in the room could perceive any effective motion. All they saw was a fleeting shadow. Then, they heard a crisp sound. Smack. The sound was not loud, yet it reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Everyone watched, their eyes wide open, as the formerly imposing Zhang Hao was struck as if by a speeding truck. His body defied the laws of physics, lifting off the ground and flying backward in a perfect arc. With a crash, he toppled a table laden with champagne, sending countless glasses shattering to the floor. Yet, his momentum did not cease. He continued to fly backward until he violently slammed against the wall adorned with luxurious wallpaper. Like a discarded sack. Boom. A muffled thud resounded. The wall trembled, dust cascading down. Zhang Hao's body slid down the wall, leaving a shocking trail of blood. He collapsed to the ground, his body contorted unnaturally, bloodied and unrecognizable, teetering on the brink of life and death. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The guests, who had been laughing heartily just moments ago, now resembled ducks with their necks gripped, mouths agape but unable to utter a sound. The mockery and disdain etched on their faces had not yet faded when a deeper emotion, fear, enveloped them completely. What had transpired? None could discern. They only knew that the beggar-like figure had merely raised a hand, and then one individual was sent soaring away. As if swatted like a fly, a sharp scream shattered the oppressive silence. It was a female companion who had fainted in fright. This scream finally jolted Wang Xian from his stupor. Damn! His eyes turned crimson, his handsome visage contorted with rage. How dare you touch my people? Attack! Dispose of him! The bodyguards behind him instinctively moved forward at his command. However, at that moment, a hand firmly clamped down on Wang Xian's shoulder. It belonged to the quiet, crew-cut man who had been by his side. Wang Xiao, remain calm. The crew-cut man's voice was low, yet trembled with unmasked fear. Calm my ass. Wang Xian shrugged off his hand. He slapped me in front of all these people. If I do not eliminate him today, how shall I continue in the base? Do you not see? The crew-cut man's face turned pale as he pointed towards Zhang Hao, who lay by the wall several meters away, his voice trembling with terror. He hasn't moved at all. I only saw a shadow. Zhang Hao was sent flying. This person is not someone we can provoke. He is an awakener. The crew-cut man, having served in the military, possessed sharper insight than these drunken fools. Because he understood more than others, his fear ran deeper than anyone else's. That speed and strength were beyond human capability. Wang Xian's movements froze. Even he, despite his foolishness, comprehended the weight of the term awakener. He abruptly turned to look at the Su siblings. He noticed Su Chongfeng's pale face, though he remained silent. Su Qingyao and Lu Manman appeared unfazed. As if watching a play, a chilling dread surged up Wang Xian's spine. He realized that the Su family was not ignorant of this person's identity. They had chosen to remain silent. They were reveling in his humiliation. Wang Xian's complexion fluctuated between green and white, his chest heaving violently. Reason and fury clashed fiercely within his mind. Ultimately, reason triumphed. He glared at Chu Xuan, his eyes filled with malice, as if he wished to devour him. Very well. He spat the words through clenched teeth. You will pay for this. Leaving behind this vacuous threat, he dared not linger, as if the ground beneath him was an abyss. He hurried to the corner, rallying the remaining individuals, hastily lifting the unconscious Zhang Hao. Resembling a pack of defeated dogs, they fled from Tianxia restaurant in utter disarray. With Wang Xian's departure, the stagnant air in the hall finally exhibited a hint of movement. Yet, No one dared to speak. All gazes, tinged with reverence and fear, subtly glanced towards the figure that had remained steadfast throughout. Su Changfeng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. He swiftly approached Chu Xuan, an apologetic expression on his face, bowing slightly. Chu Xuan, I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment caused. Chu Xuan finally reacted. He lifted his eyelids, glanced at Su Changfeng, then casually waved his hand, as if dismissing an annoying mosquito. It's nothing, he replied nonchalantly, astonishingly stating, just swatting a buzzing fly. He paused, his gaze returning to Su Changfeng, brow slightly furrowing, as if everything that had transpired was merely an inconsequential interlude. Now shall we dine? Su Changfeng's expression froze once more. He gazed at Chu Xuan's face, which was inscribed with an unmistakable hunger, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a full 3 seconds, he suddenly snapped back to reality, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. Of course. Absolutely. My father has been waiting upstairs for quite a while. Let us proceed. He quickly stepped aside, gesturing for Chu Xuan to enter, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction and proceeded towards the nearby elevator, followed closely by Su Qingyao and the others. Su Changfeng and Lieutenant Li brought up the rear. As they passed, the guests in the hall recoiled in terror, instinctively parting to create a wide corridor, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. No one dared approach them again. The group smoothly entered the elevator. Su Changfeng personally pressed the button for the 10th floor, then stood respectfully aside, resembling a dutiful attendant. The elevator ascended steadily. Ding! The 10th floor has arrived. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing a banquet hall that gleamed with opulence, far more extravagant than the lobby below. Inside, 10 circular tables adorned with golden tablecloths were set. Although the number of attendees was few, each possessed an unmistakable aura of distinction. Among them were military leaders bearing stars, solemn political figures, and a few moguls who clearly controlled the economic lifeblood. This was the true epicenter of power within the safety zone. As the elevator doors opened, a middle-aged man seated at the head table immediately rose. Dressed in a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, his demeanor exuded elegance, bearing a striking resemblance to Su Changfeng, yet with an added gravity indicative of one accustomed to authority. This was Su Zhenghua, the vice-mayor of Jiangcheng. Qingyao, you have returned. Su Zhenghua approached with quick strides, his face radiating uncontainable excitement and joy. After confirming his daughter's safety, he turned his attention to Chu Xuan, extending a solemn handshake. You must be the one who saved my daughter, Chu Xuan, correct? I am Su Zhenghua, and I thank you for your life-saving grace. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone was ushered to the main table. Su Zhenghua personally pulled out a chair beside him for Chu Xuan to sit. This gesture caused the other notable figures at the table to slightly widen their eyes in surprise. Once everyone was seated, Su Zhenghua stood, raised his glass, and surveyed the room. Ladies and gentlemen, today's banquet serves a dual purpose: to welcome my daughter back safely, and, most importantly, to introduce a true powerhouse to our safety zone. His gaze finally fell upon the seemingly indifferent Chu Xuan, who was lightly tapping his empty plate. I hereby declare the banquet officially commenced. Upon scrutiny, curiosity, exploration, and doubt, what they beheld was a scene utterly unrelated to the concept of strength. Chu Xuan paid no heed to Su Zhenghua's toast. He did not cast a glance at anyone present. The moment Su Zhenghua announced the commencement of the banquet, he seized his chopsticks. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, once cherished before the apocalypse, and even more so now. The rich and savory braised pork, golden and crispy roasted chicken, steamed base, and vibrant seasonal vegetables cultivated at an exorbitant cost were all laid out before him. Chu Xuan, like a flash of lightning, expertly grasped a piece of marbled braised pork and devoured it. It melted in his mouth, the luscious flavor enveloping his palate. He squinted in satisfaction, relishing the taste, which surpassed that of compressed biscuits and self-heating rice by 1,000-fold. Then, under the astonished gazes of the esteemed guests, he commenced a frenzied onslaught. Holding a chicken leg in one hand and a rib in the other, his cheeks stuffed to the brim, resembling a famished refugee rather than a formidable figure. The atmosphere at the main table grew momentarily tense. Several military dignitaries exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with questions. Was this truly the powerful individual Mayor Su spoke of? Surely, he wasn't plucked from a refugee camp in District 1? Su Changfeng felt a flush creep across his face. Realizing the extent of Chu Xuan's disregard for decorum was beyond his expectations. This was not merely a lack of respect. It was akin to rubbing everyone's faces in the dirt. Yet, Su Zhenghua laughed heartily. Observing Chu Xuan's voracious consumption, He felt not displeasure, but a hint of appreciation. Authenticity, devoid of pretense, stood out in this world where everyone wore masks and lived cautiously. Those like Chu Xuan, unabashedly displaying their desires and instincts, were, in fact, the most genuine. The three women, Su Qingyao, Lin Wanner, and Lu Manman, reacted differently to Chu Xian's eating habits. Lin Wanner stifled a giggle, finding this savior of hers amusingly entertaining. Lu Manman rested her chin on her hand, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with intrigue. She realized that the man's greatest allure lay in his complete disregard for societal norms. Su Qingyao observed quietly, a faint smile flickering in her cool gaze. One she had not even recognized herself. She suddenly felt that this was the Chu Xuan she knew, powerful, enigmatic, yet grounded. Chu Xuan, Su Jingguo raised his glass, speaking amiably. Is the food to your liking? Chu Xuan, mouth full, nodded vaguely, managing to utter a muffled not bad before diving back into his feast. This simple interaction miraculously eased the previously awkward atmosphere at the table, even eliciting smiles from some dignitaries. Indeed, having peculiarities is rather normal for a strong individual. After a hearty meal, Chu Xuan leaned back in his chair, satisfied and languid. He glanced around at the solemn figures engaging in cautious conversation, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of all present, he did something even more astonishing than his earlier gluttony. He turned to Su Jingguo at the head of the table and casually inquired, "Do you have a cigarette?" The banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Conversations ceased abruptly, and all motion froze mid-air as they turned to stare at Chu Xuan as if he were a bizarre creature. Had he lost his mind? Did he perceive this place as a roadside eatery? Did he consider Su Jingguo merely a subordinate to fetch cigarettes? Su Chongfeng's heart skipped a beat, and even Su Qingyao's perpetually icy demeanor broke into an expression of shock. However, Su Jingguo, after a moment of surprise, erupted into hearty laughter. He pointed at Chu Xuan, chuckling uproariously. "You rascal, how did you know I had cigarettes?" Chu Xuan merely smiled faintly, refraining from revealing that he was once a 10-year chain smoker, capable of detecting the scent of tobacco within a 10-meter radius. He offered a vague explanation, just a casual question. Su Jingguo's laughter subsided as he retrieved a pack of plain, special supply cigarettes from the inner pocket of his Zhongshan suit. He handed one to Chu Xuan, promising to send a few more his way. "Thanks." Chu Xuan accepted it without ceremony, placing it between his lips. With a snap of his fingers, a faint spark of electricity danced at his fingertips, igniting the cigarette. The onlookers were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. He was an awakened one, and a formidable one at that, with a lightning attribute. Then, amidst their renewed incredulity, he brought the lit cigarette before Su Jingguo, casually offering to light his as well. In that moment, two individuals of vastly different standings shared a cloud of smoke, the scene absurdly surreal. Chu Xuan inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar spicy flavor coursing through his lungs, then exhaled a perfect smoke ring. Squinting in pleasure, he uttered the timeless adage, "A smoke after a meal is bliss akin to that of the divine." Su Jingguo took a puff, his smile gradually fading into a more profound expression. Surrounded by swirling smoke, he gazed at Chu Xuan and finally posed the evening's pivotal question. Chu Xuan, his voice was soft yet resonated throughout the now quiet banquet hall. "What are your plans for the future?" As the smoke curled upward, Su Jingguo's inquiry sent ripples through the calm atmosphere of the banquet hall. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The military dignitaries and political figures, who had previously been whispering, now leaned in, their eyes fixed intently on Chu Xuan. The moment had arrived. The Su family had gone to great lengths, hosting a welcoming feast, publicly supporting him, precisely for this moment. They were eager to discover what this young man, who commanded such respect from Su Jingguo and possessed the terrifying ability to send adversaries flying with a single blow, truly desired. Power, status, or perhaps companionship. His choices would undeniably shape the future power dynamics of the safe zone. Su Chongfeng's heart raced, anxiety coursing through him as he observed Chu Xuan, his palms beginning to sweat. Su Qingyao's icy gaze held a hint of inquiry, while even Lu Manman and Lin Wanner sensed the gravity of the atmosphere, remaining silent. Yet, as the focal point of attention, Chu Xuan appeared wholly unperturbed. He leisurely took another drag of his cigarette, flicking the ash onto the empty plate before him. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he was indeed deep in thought. Observing his demeanor, the prominent figures present felt a surge of excitement. It seemed he had indeed come prepared. He must be weighing and contemplating a condition that would be most advantageous for himself, while also acceptable to the Su family. Time passed, second by second. In the banquet hall, it was so quiet that one could hear each other's heartbeat. A full minute elapsed. Just as everyone was on the verge of suffocating under the weight of this silence, Chu Xuan finally moved. He shook his head. Then, under the expectant gazes of all, he slowly began to speak. I haven't thought it through yet. A dead silence ensued, more profound than before. If the previous silence was the calm before the storm, then this stillness was akin to the void left after a nuclear explosion. Thud. A general, standing relatively close, lost grip of his wine glass, which fell onto the carpet with a muffled sound. No one paid it any mind. Everyone was petrified, their eyes wide, mouths agape, resembling a group of robotic entities that had collectively frozen. You haven't thought it through? You furrowed your brow for a whole minute, and in the end, all you can say is that you haven't thought it through? Are you toying with us? Su Changfeng nearly choked, his face turning crimson. He felt as if he had just experienced a bungee jump from the summit of Mount Everest to the Mariana Trench, his mind buzzing. Lu Man couldn't contain herself and let out a laugh, but she quickly realized the inappropriateness of the moment and hastily covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling in suppressed amusement. Lin Wanner wore a confused expression, whispering to Lu Man, after thinking for so long, I thought he was going to become the leader of the base. At that moment, the hearts of all the influential figures in the banquet hall were in a frenzy. What were you thinking about? That serious expression you wore was for whom? You've stripped down to your pants, and this is what you show us? An indescribable sense of absurdity enveloped the entire banquet hall. Only Su Jinghua, after a 3-second stupor, erupted into laughter. Ha! Well then, whenever you've made up your mind, feel free to come find me in the Central Comprehensive Zone's office. He waved his hand grandly and instructed his secretary behind him, Xiao Chun, take Chu Xuan to the reserved VIP suite to rest. Also, send him the 2 cherished de Zhongjiu I have. Yes, Vice Mayor, the secretary replied respectfully. Chu Xuan stood up, extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette in the plate, and casually waved at Su Jinghua. All right, I'll head off to sleep now. With that, he did not cast another glance at anyone else and followed the secretary, striding out of the banquet hall under the dazed gazes of the prominent figures. It was not until Chu Xuan's figure completely vanished from the doorway that the stagnant air in the banquet hall finally began to circulate. A long sigh escaped from somewhere, as if someone were expelling all the air that had been held in. This Chu young friend is truly exceptional, a general chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension. Su Jinghua reined in his smile, lifted his wine glass, and surveyed the room. Ladies and gentlemen, let us conclude for today. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and promptly rose to take their leave. They needed to return to their respective factions to strategize in light of this unexpected variable, Chu Xuan. Soon, the vast banquet hall was left with only the 3 members of the Su family, the 2 young women, Lu Man and Lin Wanner, and the ever-stoic Lieutenant Li, who stood in the corner like a statue. Su Jinghua returned to his chair, lifted his teacup, and gently blew on the steam. He turned to his daughter. Qingyao, what do you think of this Chu Xuan? Su Qingyao gathered her thoughts and recounted her experiences from the moment she met Chu Xuan, detailing everything she had observed along the way. From annihilating zombies to outsmarting mutated wild boars, to the terrifying thunderstorm that nearly leveled an entire block. When she described how Chu Xuan unleashed a man-made disaster to vent the energy surging within him, even Su Jinghua and Su Changfeng, having mentally prepared themselves, changed their expressions in unison. Lieutenant Li shuddered, the horrifying scene from that day replaying vividly in his mind. Once Su Qingyao finished, the banquet hall fell into silence once more. After a long moment, Su Jinghua slowly set down his teacup, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented clarity. He is one who does not sweat the small details. Acting solely according to his whims, he articulated with deliberation. Decisive in action, swift in retribution, unbound by any rules. This individual possesses the potential to rise above the rest in these chaotic times. Rising above the rest. This assessment, uttered by Su Jinghua, carried the weight of a mountain. Su Changfeng and Su Qingyao exchanged glances, both taken aback by their father's unexpectedly high appraisal of Chu Xuan. Su Jinghua ignored the astonishment of his children and turned to Lu Man and Lin Wanner, his demeanor softening. Young ladies, I have checked on your parents. They entered the safe zone alongside the troops at the onset of the disaster and are now safe. Upon hearing this news, Lin Wanner and Lu Man were overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Uncle Su. I will arrange for someone to escort you to reunite with your families. Su Jinghua kindly assured them. After addressing this matter, he waved his hand, and Lieutenant Li and the secretary understood immediately, leading Lu Man and Lin Wanner out of the banquet hall. Now, only the 3 members of the Su family remained. The warmth on Su Jinghua's face rapidly faded, replaced by an unshakable gravity. He turned to his son. Changfeng, what do you make of this Chu Xuan? Su Changfeng inhaled deeply and replied solemnly. His strength is unfathomable, and his character elusive. However, one thing is certain, he is not our enemy, at least not for now. He paused before adding, this individual is a double-edged sword. Wielded well, he can cut through all thorns, but if mishandled, he may also harm us. Well said, Su Jingwen nodded in acknowledgement. Observing his father's serious demeanor, an astonishing thought struck Su Changfeng. He abruptly looked up, his voice shifting in tone. Father, are you suggesting? Su Jingwen did not respond directly. He stood up and approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the twinkling lights within the safe zone, his voice becoming distant and profound. The Wang family, relying on their grain supplies, has begun to disregard the military and the government. Meanwhile, several old-timers within the military have their own agendas, even actively recruiting awakened individuals while pretending to comply. He slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. Though the Su family appears prosperous, we tread on thin ice. Now, with Chu Xuan's arrival, we face an unexpected variable, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A resolute glint flashed in Su Jingwen's eyes. We can no longer afford to wait. Our original plan can be expedited. Chapter 023. The military delivers a grand gift. Elite mutated entities? Are these not experienced monsters delivered to our doorstep? The emergence of Chu Xuan was akin to a deep water bomb thrown into a stagnant pond. The entire Jiangxing safe zone seemed calm on the surface, yet beneath, tumultuous waves were already surging. In the 3rd district, a military administration zone, within a heavily fortified command room, a middle-aged man with a resolute demeanor and the rank of colonel slammed his hand on the table, his voice resonating like a bell. This uncontrollable individual power is, in itself, a substantial destabilizing factor. Today, he can eliminate members of the Wang family for a mere meal or a few words. Tomorrow, he may turn his ire towards our military. His name is Zhao Tianlong, a hawkish representative within the military who venerates absolute order and discipline. Opposite him, a general, also clad in military attire but possessing a more refined demeanor, shook his head. Old Zhao, do not be so agitated. Based on Lieutenant Li's report and Mayor Su's attitude, although Chu Xuan's actions are peculiar, he is not a mindless killer. The Wang family brought this upon themselves. Humph, that is the sentiment of a woman. Zhao Tianlong scoffed. Power breeds desire. Just because he does not possess it today does not mean he will not tomorrow. I propose we apprehend him immediately. If he resists, we must eliminate him on the spot. We cannot allow such a ticking time bomb to remain in the base. Eliminate him? The cultured general chuckled wryly. And how do you propose we do that? Have you seen the footage from the scene? That area, reduced to rubble by a thunderstorm, could not even be managed by an artillery battalion. What do you intend to use to eliminate a walking natural disaster? Zhao Tianlong's expression darkened instantly. He had indeed seen the footage. It was precisely because of this that he felt such trepidation and urgency to extinguish the threat in its infancy. Meanwhile, in the 2nd district, the high-end living area, within a luxurious office fashioned from interconnected shipping containers, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly air, was listening to a report from his subordinate. He was Lu Jianya, the president of the largest daily necessities group in Jiangcheng prior to the apocalypse, and father to Lu Manman. One slap can send a person flying over 10 meters, crashing against the wall. Lu Jianya adjusted his glasses, and a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Chairman, according to reports from the restaurant staff, no one clearly witnessed his actions throughout the entire ordeal. His subordinate replied respectfully. Lu Jianya pondered for a moment, his gaze landing on a recently taken photo of a reunion with his daughter, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Man is quite fortunate. He tapped the table and instructed, go, pack a portion of my cherished cigarettes. Find an opportunity to present them to this classmate, Chu Xuan, under the pretense of expressing gratitude for his life-saving actions. Additionally, inform the team that they need not hesitate to seize any business opportunities from the Wang family. On another side, Lin Wanner's father, Lin Guoqiang, one of the influential military district leaders, was also in his office, repeatedly examining a top-secret file. The title of the document bore only 2 characters, Chu Xuan, lightning type awakened suspected to possess infinite energy capable of instantaneously killing mutated beasts. With each line he read, Lin Guoqiang's brows furrowed deeper. He picked up the phone on his desk. Hello, it's me. Notify all operations that conflict with Mayor Su's faction to be temporarily suspended. Furthermore, closely monitor the movements of the Wang family and keep a close watch on Zhao Tianlong's side. After hanging up, he gazed out at the imposing barracks of the 3rd district and sighed deeply. The skies over Jiangxing were about to change. Meanwhile, the instigator stirring the winds of the entire safe zone, Chu Xuan, was reclining leisurely on the plush bed of a VIP suite, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. This suite was the epitome of opulence, featuring a separate living room, bedroom, bathroom, and even a small observation balcony. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such a space was akin to living like royalty. Yet, Chu Xuan's focus was not on his surroundings. He activated an attribute panel visible only to himself. Host, Chu Xuan Physique, 345 Speed, 335 Mentality, 38 Sequence Talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV4, 754, 1000, Energy Points, 714 Skills, Electromagnetic Induction. Lightning Chain. Gazing at the impressive array of numbers, Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. A physique over 30 times that of an ordinary person, even without utilizing any lightning abilities. He could withstand a bullet from a rifle with sheer physical strength. If he were to encounter that mutated wild boar again, he was confident he could punch through its proud, thick hide with a single blow. Yet, he felt it was still somewhat slow. Chu Xuan clicked his tongue, not entirely satisfied. Leveling up from LV4 to LV5 required 1,000 experience points. Earlier, when he released energy, he had vaporized approximately 300 zombies on that street, yielding over 300 experience and energy points. With the remaining points, he still needed 246 experience points to level up. What new skills would his sequence talent unlock upon leveling up? He was eager to find out. It seemed he would need to venture out tomorrow. Staying in this safe zone was far too dull. The outside world was far more exciting, teeming with moving experience points. As he contemplated his monster hunting route for tomorrow, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Chu Xuan inquired languidly. "Mr. Chu, it's me, Chu Xuan," came the respectful voice of Secretary Su Jinghua from outside. "Mayor Su sent me to deliver something to you." Chu Xuan, somewhat impatient, rose from the bed and opened the door. Secretary Chu Xuan stood at the entrance, maintaining a demeanor of impeccable respect, holding a delicate wooden box and a gold-embossed envelope. "Mr. Chu, I apologize for disturbing your rest." Chu Xuan slightly bowed. "This is a box of Dijongjio cigarettes sent by the vice mayor." "Oh, just place it there," Chu Xuan replied casually, his gaze landing on the envelope. The envelope was entirely black, sealed with dark golden wax, featuring a peculiar emblem resembling a sword intertwined with a bolt of lightning. "What is this?" Chu Xuan inquired, taking the envelope in hand and feeling its quality. He casually opened it and pulled out a beautifully crafted card. "Invitation to the first Awakener competition in Jiangxing Safe Zone?" Chu Xuan read aloud, raising an eyebrow. He scanned the contents, which were merely formalities about uniting survivors, selecting talents, and defending their homeland. He had no interest. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the invitation, an item that could drive countless individuals in the safe zone into a frenzy, onto the shoe cabinet by the door. This action made Chu Xuan's eyelids twitch. "Mr. Chu, please wait." Chu Xuan spoke urgently, fearing that this esteemed individual might shut the door completely. "The rewards for this competition are exceptionally generous." "Oh." Chu Xuan paused in his motion to close the door, leaning against the doorframe with an attentive expression. Chu Xuan hurriedly elaborated. "The champion of this competition will not only receive 100,000 contribution points for the base, but also be appointed as the captain of the newly established Awakeners Special Operations Team, enjoying the privileges of a colonel. Most importantly, the military's weapons development department will tailor a unique weapon for the champion." He believed that presenting these conditions would be sufficient to capture anyone's interest. However, upon hearing this, Chu Xuan merely yawned. 100,000 contribution points? Whatever he desired, he could simply take. Who would dare obstruct him? Captain? Serving as someone else's subordinate and following orders? What a joke. A unique weapon? He himself is the most formidable weapon. "Are you done?" Chu Xuan inquired. "Yes, I am done," Chu Xuan replied, observing the imperturbable expression on Chu Xuan's face. Beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. "Then you may leave," Chu Xuan stated, moving to close the door. Chu Xuan, now in a state of panic, recalled Mayor Su's instructions before his departure. Gritting his teeth, he decided to play his last card. "Mr. Chu, wait a moment," he exclaimed loudly. To enhance the spectacle and realism of the grand competition, the military has specially captured several powerful elite mutated beings and mutated beasts from outside the city to serve as opponents during the contest. The door, which was on the brink of closing, halted. A flicker of barely noticeable interest glinted in Chu Xuan's eyes. Elite mutated beings? Mutated beasts? A pre-packaged experience? He quickly calculated in his mind. While venturing out to find them would grant freedom, it would also consume time and effort, and he might encounter unforeseen dangers. Participating in this competition, though troublesome with the need to deal with a swarm of distractions, offered readily available prey, and moreover, high-experience elite monsters. This seemed like a rather lucrative deal. Noticing the change in Chu Xuan's expression, Chu Xuan felt a rush of relief, realizing he had made the right gamble. Chu Xuan picked up the invitation letter from the shoe cabinet, lightly tapping it with his fingers. He raised his gaze to Chu Xuan. When does the competition commence? Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan felt as if a great weight had been lifted and excitedly responded, in one day. It will be held at the Central Martial Arts Arena of District 3. All right, I understand. Chu Xuan nodded before decisively slamming the door shut. Chu Xuan stood outside. Stunned for a moment, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and let out a sigh. This gentleman's thoughts are indeed more inscrutable than a woman's. Inside the room, Chu Xuan gazed at the invitation letter in his hands, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He held no interest in the trivial competition or the champion's reward. However, the prospect of the experience packages being offered intrigued him greatly. Chapter 024, 10,000 Contribution Points. The income of an ordinary person in 10 years, the deputy mayor's gift to entice me to stay. The night passed without incident. The following morning, while Chu Xuan was still savoring the sumptuous meal from the previous night on his soft bed, there came a steady knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Chu Xuan lazily turned over, reluctant to move. Mr. Chu, good morning. I am the assistant to Chairman Lu Jianya, here to deliver some items to you. A humble and courteous voice called from outside. Lu Jianya? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xuan recalled that this was Lu Manman's father. He climbed out of bed, slipped into his slippers, and opened the door. Standing at the entrance was a young man dressed in a suit, holding a rather heavy box. Upon seeing Chu Xuan, he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Chu, this is a token of appreciation from our chairman for your care towards my lady on the journey. As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing it to be filled with exquisitely packaged cigarettes. From Dezhongjiu to Huazi, it encompassed nearly all the top brands available in the market, totaling over a dozen cartons. Chu Xuan's eyes brightened. What Su Jinghua had sent was for show, but what Lu Jianya had provided was practical. Thoughtful indeed. Chu Xuan accepted the box without hesitation. Please thank your chairman for me, and tell him I will visit when I have the chance. Certainly. I shall not disturb your rest any further. The assistant bowed again respectfully and retreated. Chu Xuan casually tossed the box of cigarettes onto the sofa in the living room, feeling considerably more cheerful. In the apocalypse, food is the true currency, and items like tobacco and alcohol are the luxuries of luxuries. The value of this box of cigarettes could easily rival that of an armored vehicle. After taking a shower and changing into clean casual attire, he felt rejuvenated. The fatigue from yesterday's battle and energy surge had completely vanished. Now, he felt a surge of inexhaustible energy. I should take a stroll, Chu Xuan resolved, preparing to familiarize himself with the surroundings of this safe zone. As he opened the door, he found Chu Xuan, Secretary Su Jinghua's assistant, standing outside like a spear, perfectly upright. Mr. Chu, good morning. Upon seeing him, Chu Xuan immediately displayed a professional smile. Are you on guard here? Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. I dare not. Chu Xuan quickly bowed, extending a black metal card with both hands. The deputy mayor asked me to deliver this to you. The card felt cold to the touch, exuding an extraordinary quality, with a badge on its front identical to that on the invitation, a combination of a sword and lightning. What is this? This is the contribution point card for the base. Chu Xuan patiently explained. Within the safe zone, all resources must be exchanged with contribution points. This card contains 10,000 preloaded contribution points from the deputy mayor. 10,000 points? Chu Xuan had no clear concept of its value. Sensing his confusion, Chu Xuan quickly added, Mr. Chu, you may not be aware. At the base, one contribution point can be exchanged for a pound of rice. An ordinary survivor, working tirelessly at a factory or construction site for an entire day, can earn about 3 contribution points. Chu Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. 3 points a day, and even working nonstop for a month would yield only 90 points. 10,000 points equate to nearly a decade's worth of income for an ordinary person. Su Jinghua is indeed generous. Chu Xuan silently admired this, while gaining a deeper understanding of the harsh rules governing this safe zone. The scythe of capitalism swings swiftly and mercilessly, regardless of the era. He is not a saint and has no interest in saving the masses. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If one day he could bring an end to this apocalypse, perhaps he should ensure that everyone can afford to eat. This thought was momentary, and he casually pocketed the card, waving to Chu Xuan. Thank you for your help. Please extend my gratitude to Mayor Su. With that, he strode toward the elevator, leaving Chu Xuan behind to release a long sigh. Chu Xuan did not linger in the luxurious 4th district or the tidy 3rd and 2nd districts. His objective was clear, the 1st district. As he passed through the barriers symbolizing class segregation and stepped into the 1st district, he was met with an overwhelming stench. a nauseating mix of sweat, mold, and excrement. The scene before him was even more shocking than what he had witnessed in the car the previous day. Endless makeshift shelters sprawled across the ground like gray patches, grotesquely affixed to the earth. Ragged individuals huddled in the shadows of these shelters, their eyes vacant and hollow, resembling soulless husks. The streets were awash with sewage and strewn with garbage. A few barefoot children rummaged through the refuse, occasionally fighting over scraps that might be edible. Chu Xuan walked expressionlessly. He noticed a temporary food distribution point, where dozens of individuals stood in a long queue, waiting for a bowl of rice porridge so clear it could reflect their images. A few members of the security team, clad in rudimentary exoskeletons and wielding electric batons, patrolled alongside the line. Their expressions were filled with impatience and a sense of superiority. An elderly man, merely for being a tad slow, was kicked to the ground by one of the security personnel, spilling half of his porridge. The old man dared not cry out. He simply crouched on the ground, desperately trying to gather the muddy rice soup with his hands. The people around him turned a blind eye. Numbness has become the prevailing hue of this place. Chu Xuan merely cast a glance before diverting his gaze and continuing his forward journey. He is not a savior. He is merely a transient soul. Just as he was preparing to traverse this street and explore other locales, a piercing cry accompanied by harsh curses erupted from a nearby vicinity. "You little bastard! Dare to steal from me? You're courting death." Chu Xuan turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a burly man, his face a mask of brutality, gripping a frail boy. The boy appeared no older than 5 or 6, desperately clutching a half piece of something dark and bread-like. A woman, presumably the boy's mother, knelt at the man's feet, pleading earnestly, "Please, spare him. He is just a child. He knows not what he does. I bow before you. I beg of you. Get lost." The man delivered a brutal kick, sending the woman sprawling. He raised his boot, clad in military leather, poised to crush the boy's head. The surrounding survivors instinctively recoiled a few steps, their faces betraying both fear and indifference. In this realm, intervening in others' affairs is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Chu Xuan furrowed his brow. He had no desire to intervene. Such occurrences likely transpired every moment in District 1. He felt neither the capacity nor the inclination to intervene. Yet, the boy's heart-wrenching cries, the woman's desperate wails, the man's boastful tirades, and the murmurs of the onlookers melded into a cacophony that disturbed his leisurely stroll. Sighing softly, Chu Xuan halted, casually picking up a pebble no larger than a fingernail. Just as the man's formidable foot was about to descend upon the boy's head, Chu Xuan made his move. He stood rooted in place and flicked the stone with his finger. Whoosh! The diminutive stone transformed into an imperceptible blur, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, striking the man's knee with precision. A sickening crack echoed through the street, resonating with a clarity that startled everyone. "Ah!" The man's arrogant curses morphed into a gut-wrenching howl, as his leg bent grotesquely at an unnatural angle, collapsing to the ground. He writhed in agony on the filthy pavement, clutching his shattered limb. Silence enveloped the street, as all were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. The kneeling mother ceased her cries, staring blankly at the writhing man and then at her unharmed child, her mind a void. Eyes darted nervously among the crowd, searching for the unseen assailant, yet they found nothing. Chu Xuan had long since slipped his hands into his pockets and turned down a narrow alley, as if all that had transpired was of no concern to him. At last, the clamor faded into silence. Chapter 025. A mysterious cloaked figure emerges in the trading market. He does not sell goods, but intelligence. Deep within the alley, dark and damp, Chu Xuan emerged from the other end, as if merely taking a shortcut. The chaos and silence of the street behind him were now entirely irrelevant. The noise had dissipated, and that was sufficient. He resumed his leisurely stroll. The deeper he ventured into District 1, the more pungent the stench of decay became. He encountered throngs of people, many in a state of numbed existence. In a vast square, thousands gathered, hands raised like fledglings awaiting sustenance, their faces etched with humility and longing. On a raised platform, several well-dressed intermediaries shouted through megaphones. "Reinforce the city walls. We need 50 laborers to move cement. 2 contribution points per day. Includes 1 meal. Waste sorting facility. 100 workers who aren't afraid of dirt or stench. 1.5 contributions per day. Payment upon completion." Each job announcement incited a commotion among the crowd, who jostled fiercely for the meager opportunities. Many could not even squeeze in, relegated to the periphery, casting envious and despairing glances at the fortunate few who secured jobs. Led away by the security team, 1 day of labor yielded a mere 1.5 contributions, hardly enough to exchange for 2 pounds of rice. Such is the worth of the lower-tier survivors. Chu Xuan observed from the corner of the square as several intermediaries extracted their commission from a group of workers who had just received their contribution points. 10 points. And 3 were taken away. The workers could only leave, seething in silence, clutching their scant points. Resistance? The few security personnel, arms crossed and eyes fierce, stood nearby, brandishing electric batons to enforce the notion of order. Chu Xuan's gaze remained unwavering. He was merely a spectator. He continued onward, rounding a corner when a stifled sobbing and arguing drew his attention. "I beg you, don't sell her. She is only 14. A woman cried out, clutching a frail girl's leg in desperation. "Don't sell? We'll starve as a family." A man, eyes bloodshot and wild, exclaimed, "Look at your son. He hasn't eaten in 3 days. Do you want him to die? But she is our daughter." "What of it? Can a daughter be eaten?" The man kicked the woman aside, seizing the girl's arm, forcibly dragging her towards a well-dressed man standing nearby. The man exuded an aura of affluence, his gentle smile incongruous with the surrounding squalor, flanked by 2 bodyguards. He produced a card from his pocket and passed it to the girl's father. 500 contribution points. Enough for your family to last half a year if you're frugal. The father's gaze fixed upon the black card, a tumult of greed, struggle, and anguish flickering in his eyes, ultimately crystallizing into a numb resignation. He snatched the card and fled without a backward glance, leaving the girl behind, her mother sobbing heart-wrenchingly, while the 2 expressionless bodyguards dragged her away like a mere parcel. The girl made no cries or struggles. She merely turned her head, her gaze hollow and haunting as she glanced at her mother and then at the vanishing figure of her father. Subsequently, she allowed the bodyguards to lead her towards the path leading to District 2. Chu Xuan silently witnessed this scene. He did not intervene. Why should he? To save her. And then what? To let her remain in this hell, worrying alongside her family for the next meal, only to be sold or starve to death eventually. This realization fortified his conviction to grow stronger more than ever. In this apocalyptic world, weakness is, in itself, a sin. Everything about you, including your dignity, body, and even life, is merely a commodity on the shelves of the powerful. He had no desire to become a mere product. Thus, he must become the one capable of toppling all shelves. Chu Xuan turned away, departing from the oppressive District 1. Crossing through the checkpoint formed by barbed wire and armed soldiers, it felt as if he had stepped from hell into the realm of humanity. District 2. The streets were tidy, flanked by uniform prefabricated houses. The air was no longer filled with the nauseating stench. Instead, it was infused with the aroma of food. Restaurants and taverns dotted the landscape. People clad in clean garments traversed the streets, although weariness from the apocalypse lingered on their faces. At least there was a glimmer of light in their eyes. Chu Xuan even spotted several 2-story buildings adorned with pink neon signs. At the entrance, a few scantily clad women waved at passing pedestrians. Their heavily made-up faces could not conceal the numbness within. Chu Xuan recalled the girl he had seen sold in District 1. He had a grim understanding of the ultimate fate that awaited those girls sold to District 2. He withdrew his gaze and pressed onward. Soon, a bustling area caught his attention. The trading market. This was the liveliest spot in all of District 2, and indeed, in the entire safe zone. A vast open square was divided into hundreds of stalls. People were trading everything here: food, clean water, medicine, weaponry, and various components salvaged from the ruins. Chu Xuan even observed individuals selling the claws and pelts of mutated creatures. The variety of goods was dazzling, a veritable feast for the eyes. Like a curious tourist, Chu Xuan meandered through the market. His attention was soon drawn to a peculiar stall. Situated in the far corner of the market, it was rather inconspicuous. The vendor was a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in shadows, rendering their face indiscernible. On the stall, there were no goods displayed, only a weathered wooden board. Scrawled in charcoal were 2 crooked characters, Ing Bao, Qing Bao, meaning intelligence. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Selling intelligence? Quite intriguing. He watched as a hurried man approached the stall, whispered a few words to the cloaked figure, and then handed over a contribution card. The cloaked figure accepted the card, made a swift motion on a small device, and then handed the man a small piece of paper. Upon glancing at the note, the man's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had encountered something shockingly significant. Clutching the paper tightly, he vanished into the crowd without a backward glance. Chu Xuan's interest was piqued. What sort of intelligence could provoke such a reaction? With his hands in his pockets, he sauntered over to the stall. The cloaked figure seemed to sense his arrival, lifting their heads slightly from the shadows. Looking to purchase something? A raspy voice, indistinguishable in gender, emerged from beneath the cloak. Chu Xuan grinned. revealing a set of white teeth. Instead of answering, he countered, "What sort of intelligence do you sell here?" Chapter 026. 5,000 points for the map of death, the intelligence dealer terrified into submission. The shadow beneath the cloak stirred slightly. The raspy voice resumed, carrying the detached tone typical of a businessman devoid of emotion. "Here, you may acquire any intelligence you wish to know, as long as you can afford the price." Chu Xuan chuckled. Such audacity in speech was appealing to him. He enjoyed dealing with individuals who were either con artists or genuinely capable. "Is that so?" Chu Xuan leaned closer into the shadow, still with his hands in his pockets. "Then I wish to know where Wang Xian is and what he is doing." Wang Xian, the reckless heir from the hotel yesterday. This question was merely a whim. He wanted to gauge the extent of the intelligence dealer's network. The cloaked figure fell silent for a moment, seemingly assessing the value of this information or perhaps querying through some channel. After a few seconds, the raspy voice announced a price, 100 contribution points. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. 100 points? That was merely enough to exchange for 100 pounds of rice. To ascertain the whereabouts of an heir? Too expensive. For an ordinary person, this could represent nearly a month's hard-earned income. But for Chu Xuan, he retrieved the black metal card given to him by Su Jinghua from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the stall. "Swipe it." The gesture was as nonchalant as purchasing a bottle of water at a roadside stand. The cloaked figure extended a hand, with fingers resembling a desiccated chicken's claw, took the card, and gently swiped it on the nearby device. With a soft beep, the transaction was completed. They pushed the card back, while handing over a folded small piece of paper. Chu Xuan accepted it and unfolded it. The note contained but a single line. Wang Xian, Black Fist Market in District 2, Box 3, currently purchasing a Fire-type Awakener, preparing for tomorrow's Awakener competition. The Black Fist Market? Purchasing Awakeners? Chu Xuan hesitated momentarily. He crumpled the note into a ball, allowing a faint spark of electricity to flicker at his fingertips, instantly reducing the paper to ash. This safe zone was darker than he had anticipated. Yet, this was of no concern to him. He had no interest in Wang Xian's intentions. He merely confirmed one thing. This intelligence dealer possessed genuine information. Next question. Chu Xuan straightened his posture, his tone becoming more serious. "I want a distribution map of all elite-level mutated organisms and mutated beasts within 100 kilometers outside Jiangqing's safe zone. The more detailed, the better. Include their types, habits, and approximate activity ranges." Upon hearing this inquiry, the surrounding air seemed to congeal. The cloaked figure's previously stoic demeanor displayed a hint of rigidity for the first time. They slowly raised their head, the deep shadows appearing to fixate on Chu Xuan. This time, the silence stretched on for a considerable duration, long enough for Chu Xuan to grow somewhat impatient. "What is the matter? Unable to fulfill the request?" The raspy voice finally spoke again. But this time it bore a weighty gravity. 5,000 contribution points. Moreover, this intelligence will be sold exclusively to you, and you must not share it with anyone else. Lastly, you must inform me of your purpose for acquiring it. 5,000 points. With 2 additional conditions. The corners of Chu Xuan's mouth curled into a playful smirk. 5,000 points meant little to him. However, the 2 conditions were intriguing. "Why must I report my actions to you?" Chu Xuan's voice turned cold. An invisible pressure enveloped the stall, centered around him. The air seemed to crackle with subtle electric arcs, emitting faint sizzling sounds. Several passing survivors suddenly felt a constriction in their chests, their breathing becoming labored, and they hastily distanced themselves from this secluded corner. The cloaked figure trembled violently. The hand, as parched as a chicken's claw, instinctively curled slightly on the stand. He felt it, a tremor arising from the very essence of life itself. It was as if he were not confronting a mere individual, but rather facing a tempest of impending thunderclouds. The terror was profound, an incomprehensible horror. No, it was unnecessary. In the gravelly tone, there was a subtle tremor for the first time. He attempted to maintain a steady demeanor. However, a formidable hunter invariably requires a trustworthy informant. Does he not? "I merely wish to ascertain whether my client possesses the capability to hunt the prey he has set his sights upon. Otherwise, my intelligence would be sold at a loss, which would tarnish my reputation." This explanation was astute, both yielding and preserving one's face. The oppressive pressure emanating from Chu Xuan gradually dissipated. This rationale was begrudgingly acceptable. He tossed the black card once more. 5,000 points in exchange for a clear map of monster spawns was a fair transaction. The cloaked figure silently retrieved the card, deducting the 5,000 points. This time, he did not hand over a note, but instead presented a small, button-like black data chip. "This is what you seek. The information inside requires specific equipment to be accessed. I trust, with your abilities, this will not pose a challenge." He pushed the chip towards Chu Xuan. I wish you a fruitful hunt. Chu Xuan picked up the cold chip, weighing it in his hand. He turned, preparing to leave. This marketplace held no further value for him. Yet, at the very moment he stepped forward, the hoarse voice resonated once more from behind. Wait. Chu Xuan halted, not turning back. In light of the 5,000-point transaction, I shall generously provide you with a piece of information. Complimentary. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Complimentary? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially when it comes from the mouth of an informant. Speak. The cloaked figure, shrouded in shadows, seemed to lean forward slightly, his voice lowered to a whisper, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Colonel Zhao Tianlong from the military has classified you as an extreme threat. He perceives you as the greatest destabilizing factor in the safe zone. Just last night, he covertly mobilized his Falcon Squadron, an elite team comprised entirely of awakened individuals. At this point, he paused. They plan to employ mental manipulation on you during tomorrow's Awaken competition. Should the results be unsatisfactory, they will eliminate you in the contest. The wind in the alley stirred, lifting a few dry leaves from the ground. Chu Xuan stood still, motionless. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, he slowly turned to face the figure cloaked in shadows once more. His expression bore no anger, no gravity. Instead, a radiant, even joyful smile emerged. Mental manipulation? Elimination? He softly repeated these two phrases, his smile growing ever broader. How intriguing. Thank you for the information. I was just lamenting that tomorrow's competition would be rather tedious. Chapter 027. Strategic Maneuvering. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Chu Xuan's silhouette vanished around the corner of the alley. The oppressive terror that seemed capable of shattering one's soul finally receded like a tide. The cloaked figure exhaled sharply, only then realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. He dared not linger for an instant. With a near-spasmodic speed, his withered fingers hastily stowed away the board inscribed with intelligence and the small device. He did not even glance around, but pulled his hood lower, swiftly merging into the crowd of the marketplace. He slithered through the throng like a wary loach. He turned 7 or 8 corners, even detoured into a crowded public restroom, exiting from the other side. Only after confirming no one was tailing him did he dart into a more secluded dead end, piled high with refuse. Shadows enveloped him, leaning against the cold wall. His body trembled slightly, not from the chill, but from lingering fear. He closed his eyes, and the image of Chu Xuan's beaming face resurfaced in his mind. How intriguing. Those 3 words pierced his heart like an ice pick. This was no jest. It was the exhilaration of having discovered an intriguing prey. The terror in the cloaked figure's eyes threatened to spill over. He no longer hesitated. Sequence 098 Invisibility. Light began to distort around his body in an unnatural manner. Within a few breaths, his form faded like ink dissolving in water, ultimately vanishing entirely from the air. District 3, Military Administration Zone. In an office that appeared ordinary yet boasted the highest level of security, Lin Guoqiang sat behind his desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface. His gaze fixed on a document concerning the arrangements for the Awaken competition. The office was devoid of any presence. Suddenly, the air before him rippled. A vague figure shifted from illusion to reality, materializing out of thin air. It was none other than the cloaked figure. He removed his hood, revealing a pale and unremarkable face, one that would be lost in a crowd without a trace. Yet at this moment, that face was etched with the signs of surviving a harrowing ordeal. General. He deeply bowed to Lin Guoqiang, his voice trembling with an unmistakable quaver. The mission has been accomplished. Lin Guoqiang ceased his rhythmic tapping, raising his head to regard him calmly. Have you informed him? Yes, I have informed him. The cloaked figure offered a wry smile. Yet, General, the task you assigned me nearly cost me my life. He paused, seemingly searching for words to convey the indescribable horror he had experienced. I, too, am an awakened individual. Although my talents are not suited for direct confrontation, I consider myself well acquainted with many formidable powers. Yet he, the cloaked figure, inhaled deeply, as if attempting to quell the tremor within, though his voice still quivered. The sensation he imparted was wholly different. Merely standing before him made me feel like an ant targeted by a dragon, let alone making a move. I couldn't muster a single thought of resistance. That was not human. The aura he exuded was absolutely not something a human should possess. My instincts screamed at me to flee. The farther away, the better. Lin Guoqiang listened quietly, his expression betraying no surprise. All of this was within his expectations. The cloaked figure, observing Lin Guoqiang's impassive face, found his confusion and bewilderment finally overshadowing his fear. General, I do not understand. He stepped forward, questioning urgently. Why must we assist him? Zhao Tianlong is our enemy. But this Chu Xuan is a creature 100 times more perilous than Zhao Tianlong. We are revealing Zhao Tianlong's plans to him, and his identity is not simple either. Are we not afraid of igniting a conflagration? Even if he saved the young lady, must we take such considerable risks to repay this favor? Upon hearing this, Lin Guoqiang finally revealed a faint smile. He rose from his seat and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the central training ground, soon to host a grand competition, reminiscent of the Colosseum of ancient Rome. You are correct, he is indeed a monster. Lin Guoqiang's voice was calm, yet profound. But have you considered that a monster cannot be contained? He turned, his gaze sharp. The Jiangqing safe zone may appear tranquil, yet turbulent currents lurk beneath. Su Jingwa seeks to dominate, while the Wang family, buoyed by their food supply, desires to contend. Within the military, factions vie for power, each with their own schemes. And Zhao Tianlong is the most unhinged among them. The cloaked figure fell silent. He understood some aspects of these high-level machinations, yet not entirely. Lin Guoqiang continued, Zhao Tianlong is ruthless, employing any means to achieve his ends. In the wake of the apocalypse, he has exacerbated his tyranny, completely abandoning the ethical boundaries expected of a soldier. He has privately formed a brigade of Awakened Ones, suppressing dissent, even inciting chaos in District 1 and framing the administrative office. The cloaked figure's pupils narrowed. This information is classified within the base. Zhao Tianlong must be eliminated. Lin Guoqiang's tone turned icily resolute, but not now, nor by our own hands. So you have divulged his plans to Chu Xuan? The cloaked figure grasped the implication instantly. Indeed. Lin Guoqiang returned to his desk, picking up the document. Given Chu Xuan's character, even if we remain silent, what do you think will occur when Zhao Tianlong's men attack him during the competition? The cloaked figure shivered. He had no doubt that the entire training ground would be reduced to rubble, rather than waiting for their conflict to erupt and cause irreversible damage. It is wiser to inform Chu Xuan in advance. Lin Guoqiang smiled faintly. In this manner, we not only facilitate his favor, but also use his hand to strike at Zhao Tianlong, that mad dog. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In these chaotic times, cultivating a relationship with a formidable ally like Chu Xuan is invaluable. The cloaked figure suddenly understood, his gaze towards Lin Guoqiang, filled with reverence. This is the general strategy. He orchestrates from the shadows, determining outcomes from afar. We, the mere pawns, need only execute his commands. I understand, General. Proceed with vigilance regarding the Wang family and Zhao Tianlong. Report any unusual activities to me immediately. Yes. The cloaked figure vanished once more, dissipating into the office. Lin Guoqiang resumed his seat, his attention returning to the document. His fingers gently tapped the competition schedule. A cryptic smile graced his lips. Now, we shall see if tomorrow's spectacle proves sufficiently captivating. Chapter 028, Alarms Blast. S-Class access card confirmed. The armored guards instantly knelt. Chu Xuan remained oblivious that his momentary whim had ignited an invisible war among the upper echelons of the Jiangqing safe zone. Of course, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Mind control? Assassination? Chu Xuan found it somewhat ludicrous. Before absolute power, all schemes and conspiracies are mere children's sandcastles, easily crushed underfoot. His true interest lay in the information broker himself and the data chip containing the distribution map of monsters. That was the tangible asset capable of converting into experience points. He meandered leisurely through the trading market of District 2, akin to a rustic newcomer marveling at the city. His electromagnetic perception quietly unfurled, resembling an invisible net enveloping the entire market. Soon, he discerned several unique entities, awakened ones. Amidst the throng, there were hundreds of individuals whose auras markedly diverged from the norm. Weak energy fluctuations coursed through their bodies, akin to fireflies in the night. Although dim, they were distinctly discernible. How much for this mutated rat's fang? I'll offer 30 contribution points. Get lost. This is an elite-grade mutated rat. Its fang can easily pierce metal. At least 50 points. I won't sell for a penny less. Chu Xuan halted before a stall selling materials for mutated creatures. Two awakened ones were haggling over a pair of dull gray fangs. In Chu Xuan's perception, their energy fluctuations were pathetically weak, likely just having recently awakened, barely scratching the surface of their potential. Just as he deemed the encounter uninteresting and prepared to depart, the buyer, seemingly cornered, cautiously retrieved a cloth pouch from his pocket, unwrapping layer after layer. A crystal, the size of a fingernail and faintly glowing red, appeared in his palm. An energy crystal. The stall owner gasped, his breathing quickening. A low-level energy crystal. I'll add 20 contribution points to exchange for those fangs. The buyer gritted his teeth, clearly invested. The stall owner hesitated for a moment before greedily nodding. Deal. Chu Xuan's steps came to a complete halt. An energy crystal? He regarded the red crystal, which the stall owner cherished like a treasure, as thoughts raced through his mind. He recalled the mutated wild boar he had struck down with a single punch, and the elite zombies he had reduced to char with a mere flick of his wrist. Did they also harbor such treasures within their forms? Sigh. Chu Xuan couldn't help but exhale a breath of regret. He felt as though he had missed out on a fortune, although he could not utilize this item for his enhancement, judging by the reactions of those two. It was clear that this item was a hard currency within the safe zone. It could be exchanged for contribution points or supplies. Next time he hunted monsters, he would certainly remember to loot their corpses. Chu Xuan silently resolved to etch this lesson into memory. After exploring the bustling District 2, he followed the directional signs toward District 3. However, before he could approach, a towering barbed wire fence barred his path. Behind it lay armed soldiers and rows of orderly military barracks. Military restricted area. Unauthorized personnel, keep out. The two soldiers stationed at the checkpoint immediately raised their rifles. Their expressions tense as they aimed at Chu Xuan. He halted, surveying the imposing wall and the anxious soldiers. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed that forcing his way in would likely lead to complications. Never mind. He pursed his lips, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. With a crackle, a spark of electricity danced at his fingertips, igniting the cigarette. The soldiers' pupils dilated, their grips on their rifles tightening. An electric-type Awaken one. Yet, Chu Xuan merely languidly inhaled, exhaled a smoke ring, and then turned away, striding off without a backward glance. His casual demeanor suggested he was merely passing by, stopping for a smoke. The soldiers exchanged glances, only daring to breathe a sigh of relief once Chu Xuan's figure disappeared around the corner. Being barred from entering District 3 did not concern Chu Xuan. He held little interest in the men within the military camp. He glanced at the signpost and retraced his steps towards the route he had taken upon exiting, heading towards the most central area, known as the Central Comprehensive Zone, or the 4th District. As he crossed the nearly imperceptible border, surrounded by concealed surveillance and hidden sentinels, the vista before him opened up magnificently. If the 1st District was akin to hell and the 2nd District represented the mortal realm, then this place was undeniably paradise. The ground was paved with smooth stone bricks, immaculate and tidy. On either side of the road, there were no longer makeshift shanties or containers, but rather robust and renovated buildings that had stood since before the apocalypse. A subtle fragrance pervaded the air, effectively isolating the decay and bloodshed of the end times. There were few pedestrians on the street, yet each was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside them, a handful of formidable bodyguards accompanied them. Chu Xuan even spotted a luxurious electric vehicle gliding silently by. Within the car, a regal woman held a glass of red wine, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze, subsequently revealing a hint of unabashed disdain. Chu Xuan paid her no mind. He held a cigarette between his lips, hands stuffed in his pockets, resembling a wayward street urchin who had inadvertently stumbled into high society. Starkly contrasting with the opulence surrounding him, his attention was soon captivated by the most magnificent building directly ahead, the Central Government Building, constructed entirely of pure white stone. It shimmered under the sunlight, with a bright red flag fluttering atop. This was indeed the heart of the entire Jiangqing safe zone. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that Su Jinghua had mentioned he could find him in the office at the Central Comprehensive Zone. This must be the place. He discarded his cigarette, but, extinguishing it beneath his foot, and strode confidently towards the main entrance of the government building. Halt! As he ascended the steps, two guards stationed at the door, clad in the latest exoskeleton armor, crossed their rifles to block his path. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel, leave immediately. One guard barked. His voice amplified through the helmet speaker, bearing a metallic resonance. Chu Xuan paused, raising his head to scrutinize the two armored figures. He leisurely retrieved the black metal card given to him by Su Jinghua's secretary from his pocket. Will this suffice? He casually tossed the card towards them. The guard on the left caught it with a hint of impatience, having encountered many who attempted to infiltrate the government building. He pressed the card into a slot on his arm's armor, preparing to verify it. To him, it was merely an ordinary contribution point card. However, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. A red light flashed on the verification device. The expressions of the two guards shifted instantaneously. The guard on the left lowered his gaze, witnessing a line of blood-red text that made his heart nearly cease beating. Warning. S-Class Highest Authority Identity Card confirmed. The guard's body stiffened. He lifted his head, gazing through his helmet's visor at the casually dressed young man before him, his mind blank. SS-level authority? How is this possible? In the entire Jiangxing safe zone, there were no more than 5 individuals with S-class authority. Each one could cause the entire base to tremble with merely a stamp of their foot. Here, take it back. The guard's voice trembled with shock and fear as he reverently returned the seemingly weighty black card to Chu Xuan, bending deeply at the waist. The other guard also regained his composure, nearly losing his grip on his rifle. They both stood at attention in an impeccably standard manner, saluting Chu Xuan with a formal military salute. All the hidden sentinels in the vicinity, upon receiving the alarm, rushed from their concealed positions, anxiously observing the entrance. Chu Xuan accepted the card and nonchalantly pocketed it. Observing the scene before him, he furrowed his brow slightly. Now may I enter? Chapter 029, Unbounded Madness. The 5 Great Families. Does the Xia Empire still exist? Please, you may enter. The guards' voices quivered. They bent at the waist, parting to create a path, their demeanor humble as though welcoming royalty. The other guard and the sentinels who had just emerged all bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. The S-class highest authority represented that this young man possessed the power to directly mobilize parts of the base's military and, in emergencies, act first and report later. For such an individual, not only could they not impede entry into the government building, but if he wished to demolish it, they could only stand by helplessly. Chu Xuan paid no further heed to the guards, striding into the building that symbolized the power core of the Jiangxing safe zone. As he stepped into the resplendent hall, a woman dressed in a professional skirt suit, likely the front desk supervisor, rushed towards him, her face ashen. The sound of her high heels clicking against the polished marble floor echoed urgently. Mr. Chu, greetings. She reached him, barely catching her breath before executing a deep bow. How may I assist you? Her voice trembled, laced with undeniable fear and reverence. The blaring alarm outside had echoed throughout the entire first-floor hall. Chu Xuan glanced at her. Which office is Su Jingguan? The vice mayor is in the office on the 10th floor. She responded promptly, immediately gesturing for him to follow. I will lead you there. Chu Xuan nodded, hands still in his pockets, trailing behind her. The woman led the way, her posture rigid, each step taken with utmost caution. She dared not come too close, fearing she might offend this important figure, nor could she stray too far, lest it seem disrespectful. The two of them traversed the spacious hall, moving towards the private elevator. As they passed, all the civil servants engrossed in their tasks instinctively paused, stepping aside and lowering their heads, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. They speculated about the young man who could elicit such deference from a supervisor and trigger an S-class alarm. Ding! The elevator arrived. The woman stepped forward to press the open button, respectfully inviting Chu Xuan inside. She followed him into the elevator, personally pressing the button for the 10th floor. Then retreating to the corner, bowing her head, her breathing so subdued it was almost imperceptible. The elevator ascended smoothly. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Chu Xuan felt unfazed, merely contemplating how effective the card Su Jingguan had given him was, saving him considerable trouble. The elevator doors opened once more. The corridor on the 10th floor was adorned with a thick red carpet, the walls decorated with renowned paintings from before the apocalypse. And a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. In stark contrast to the bustling lower levels, this area was excessively tranquil. The woman guided Chu Xuan to the end of the corridor, stopping before a heavy mahogany door. She gently knocked. Vice Mayor, Mr. Chu has arrived. Oh, please come in. A voice filled with surprise emerged from within the room, belonging to Su Jingguan. The woman cautiously pushed the door open, turned to the side, gestured to Chu Xuan with an inviting motion, and then bowed slightly as she retreated, not daring to lift her head. Chu Xuan stepped inside. The office was spacious, adorned with a rustic yet dignified decor. A massive floor-to-ceiling window illuminated the room splendidly. Su Jingguo was seated behind a wide desk, and upon seeing Chu Xuan, he immediately rose with a beaming smile. Chu Xuan, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Xiao Chun, bring the finest tea. However, Chu Xuan did not sit. He walked straight to the desk and got straight to the point. I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Su Jingguo's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual demeanor. He waved his hand, dismissing the secretary who had just entered. Please, go on, Chu Xuan. First, Chu Xuan's tone was as neutral as if he were discussing a trivial matter. During tomorrow's Awakener Grand Competition, I may kill a few people. He paused to add, just giving you a heads up. Su Jingguo's pupils constricted abruptly. The air in the office seemed to evaporate in that instant. His smile vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Kill someone? At the highly publicized Awakener Grand Competition, co-hosted by military and government officials? And to inform me, one of the highest authorities in the safe zone. In such a manner? This is madness. Utterly outrageous. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhenghua forced himself to suppress his shock. What do you mean, Chu Xuan? Who do you intend to kill? Chu Xuan's expression remained undisturbed. Zhao Tianlong. Boom. Those 3 words detonated like a heavy bomb in Su Zhengua's mind. Zhao Tianlong. How could he have crossed paths with that rabid dog? Su Zhenghua stared intently at Chu Xuan, attempting to discern something from his expression. Yet all he saw was an unfathomable calm. Do you know Zhao Tianlong's background? Su Zhenghua's voice had taken on a hint of warning. A colonel, Chu Xuan replied succinctly. Merely a rather bothersome fly. Not just that. Su Zhenghua shook his head, his emotions finally displaying significant fluctuations. He circumvented the desk, approaching Chu Xuan with an extremely serious demeanor. He is not merely a colonel. He is a direct descendant of the Zhao family, one of the 5 foremost clans of the Daxia Empire. Each word Su Zhenghua articulated was laden with gravity. Before the apocalypse, he was sent to Jiangqing merely to gain experience. The Zhao family's influence permeates every military district of the Daxia Empire. Their power exceeds your imagination. If you harm one of their own in public, it is tantamount to slapping the Zhao family in the face. They will not let this slide. Even if I protect you, it may not suffice. Su Zhenghua's sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. He had assumed that revealing the significance of the 5 great families would instill a modicum of caution in the defiant young man before him. However, Chu Xuan simply gazed at him in silence. Then, he smiled, a smile tinged with mockery and disdain. The Daxia Empire? He softly retorted, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. Does the Daxia Empire still exist? Su Zhenghua was rendered utterly speechless. Chu Xuan turned away, moving to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city still functioning beyond. His voice took on a somewhat ethereal quality. The heavens are far away. By the time the Zhao family traverses the 1,000 miles of ruins to seek me out, I may have already vanished. He slowly turned back, his gaze once again fixed on Su Zhenghua. The look in his eyes was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. My principle is simple. Whoever wishes for my demise, I shall ensure their demise first. It is as straightforward as that. Silence enveloped the office like a shroud. Su Zhenghua opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. He was completely taken aback by Chu Xuan's blunt, yet entirely logical approach, which resonated with the survival principles of this chaotic world. Indeed, in this age of disarray where might makes right, does the threat posed by a distant powerful family truly hold such weight? As Su Zhenghua's mind swirled in confusion, Chu Xuan returned to the desk. He retrieved a black data chip from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the table. A soft clink jolted Su Zhenghua from his stupor. The second matter. Chu Xuan's voice resumed, as if the life-and-death conversation had merely been a trivial interlude. Find me a device capable of reading this. Chapter 030, Royal Special Supply Terminal. Goodness, this is an official cheat. Su Zhenghua's gaze shifted immediately upon seeing the small black chip on the desk. He barely lingered on it for a fraction of a second before diverting his eyes, as if it were a hot potato. A military data chip, classified as A-level encryption. Such an item was far beyond the reach of someone in his position as a deputy mayor. Only a select few powerful individuals in the military had permission to distribute such items within the Jiangqing safe zone. Lin Guoqiang? Or Zhao Tianlong? Or perhaps someone else? Countless thoughts raced through Su Zhenghua's mind, yet his expression remained composed. He refrained from inquiring about the chip's origin. To do so would be foolish. It would expose his ignorance to Chu Xuan while also probing the limits of the young man's resolve. This type of item requires specialized equipment for reading, Su Zhenghua remarked with a smile. He approached the desk and pressed a button. Xiao Chun, bring over the mobile terminal we reserved. Yes, Deputy Mayor, came the respectful response from the secretary, Xiao Chun, outside the door. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Mobile terminal? Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chun entered, carefully carrying a refined metallic box. He placed the box on the desk and gently opened it. Inside lay a sleek, entirely black device resembling a wristwatch. It lacked a face, only featuring a smooth, obsidian-like screen, its form exuding a sense of advanced technology far beyond this era, characterized by minimalist yet fluid metal lines. Mr. Chu, Su Zhenghua said as he picked up the watch-like terminal and handed it to Chu Xuan, a gentle smile returning to his face. You can directly read the information contained within your chip using this. Additionally, it possesses other functionalities that I believe will be beneficial to you. Chu Xuan received it, feeling its coldness and substantial weight. This device was far superior to that rudimentary chip. Xiao Chun, please instruct Mr. Chu on its usage, Su Zhenghua commanded. Yes. Xiao Chun promptly stepped forward and began to explain respectfully. Mr. Chu, this is the latest personal information terminal developed by the Royal Academy of Sciences, utilizing an independent channel that is not susceptible to external signal interference. He pointed to a small groove on the side of the terminal, indicating that all one needed to do was to insert the data chip here to directly access the internal information. At present, the public network signals of the Daxia Empire had been entirely severed by the royal family, rendering all mobile phones mere scraps of metal. Xiaoqian paused briefly before continuing, stating that only the royal family of the Daxia Empire, the 5 prominent families, and military leaders across various regions retained the privilege of using the satellite communication network. The security zones like theirs had only received partial network authorization from the military and administrative systems. Such personal terminals could only be possessed by those in high positions. Listening to this, Chu Xuan couldn't help but scoff internally. It was once again about power. Even the qualification to access the internet was stratified into tiers. What a wretched world this is. I understand now. Chu Xuan donned the terminal on his wrist, its size fitting perfectly, as if tailor-made. I shall not disturb the deputy mayor any longer. Having completed his business, Chu Xuan had no desire to linger even for a second longer. Take care, classmate Chu. Su Jinghua personally escorted him to the door, his smile radiating sincerity, assuring him that he could reach out anytime if needed. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively, not looking back as he stepped into the elevator. Only when the elevator doors began to close did Su Jinghua's smile vanish in an instant. He abruptly turned and hurried back to his office, shutting the door behind him. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed down at the minuscule pedestrians below, his expression darkening with palpable intensity. The military. Who exactly is trying to court Chu Xuan? Ling Guqiang? It was reasonable for him to extend a favor, given that his daughter had been saved by Chu Xuan. Yet what if it were not him? Among those old fellows in the military, who wouldn't he want to recruit a terrifying existence like Chu Xuan, comparable to a natural disaster, into their ranks? It seemed that matters were beginning to spiral beyond his control. Su Jinghua felt as though an unpredictable player had intruded upon the chessboard he had meticulously arranged, disrupting all the pieces. In the Tianxia Hotel, within the luxurious VIP suite, Chu Xuan lay sprawled like a salted fish on the soft, plush mattress that seemed to swallow him whole. He raised his wrist, keenly examining this newly acquired gadget. Following Xiao Chun's instructions, he gently tapped the black screen. It instantly illuminated, revealing several simple icons within a soft white glow. Location, map, contact, rescue. Chu Xuan first clicked on map. In the next moment, a three-dimensional holographic image projected from the screen, suspended in midair. The image displayed the very Tianxia hotel he occupied. With a gentle swipe of his finger across the screen, the map quickly zoomed in. The entire 4th District, 3rd District, and 2nd District, ultimately revealing a clear aerial view of the entire Jiangxing security zone, lay before him. Chu Xuan continued to zoom in on the map. As the area expanded beyond the security zone, numerous red dots of varying sizes began to appear on the map. These red points were scattered throughout the ruins of the city, some densely clustered, others more sparse. A thought struck Chu Xuan, prompting him to casually select a red dot not far from the security zone. Target, elite-level mutant terror. Quantity, 1. Danger level, medium. Abilities, extremely fast. Arms transformed into bone blades, capable of easily slicing through ordinary steel plates. Activity range, Jiangxing's first commercial center, within a 1-kilometer radius. Detailed information popped up before him. Chu Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wow, isn't this an official cheat code? Without hesitation, he clicked on another red dot further away, this one a deeper shade. Target, class level mutant beast 3-headed hellhound. Quantity, 1. Danger level, high. Abilities, flame breath. Extremely strong physical resistance, possesses rudimentary intelligence. Activity range, Jiangxing's old steel factory site, has a fixed lair. Ha! Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. This is fantastic. With this device, hunting monsters would be as easy as playing a video game. He could pinpoint where the monsters were and their respective levels with clarity. No longer would he have to flail about like a headless chicken. That old fox Su Jinghua truly gifted him something remarkable. In high spirits, Chu Xuan toyed with this monster hunting navigation terminal for a while, but feeling a bit bored, he casually switched on the oversized LCD television in the room. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a device was indeed a rarity. The screen flickered before revealing a news broadcast. A well-spoken female anchor was reporting the latest news. The broadcast came from the imperial capital, announcing that earlier this morning, His Highness the 7th Prince visited the survivor settlement in the Chaiyang district, offering comfort to the afflicted populace and personally distributing nutritional supplements to the children. The scene shifted to a young man clad in a well-tailored white suit, exuding an elegant demeanor and a warm smile, as he crouched down to hand a blue nutritional supplement to a pale, emaciated little girl. Behind him trailed a throng of journalists and officials, the camera flashes popping incessantly. Chu Xuan observed the perfectly smiling seventh prince on the television, his expression one of disdain. A mere facade for public relations. He picked up the remote and casually changed the channel. Chapter 031. The Emergence of Imperial-Level Beasts. Lay aside arrogance. Objective. I require greater strength. Chu Xuan switched channels again, and the screen flickered to another news broadcast. Welcome to Awakeners Frontline. I am your host Zhang Lin. A serious-looking female host clad in a sharp suit was addressing the camera. According to the latest release from the Imperial capital, the Awakeners white paper has identified a total of 999 known sequence talents. The smaller the sequence number, the greater the potential and rarity. Currently, the highest known sequence in the Daxia Empire, discovered by the Royal Academy of Sciences, is Sequence 010 Master of Phenomena. Internationally, reports from the Eagle Empire have revealed the existence of a Sequence 009 holder, codenamed Oracle. Chu Xuan paused momentarily. Sequence 007, Ruler of Thunder. His sequence surpassed the currently known highest sequence by 3 tiers. This brought him a modicum of comfort. It seems his golden finger is indeed quite formidable. The female host continued her expressionless broadcast. In terms of levels, the highest recognized leveler in the Daxia Empire is His Highness the Grand Prince, LV4. The 6th princess and several core talents from the 5 leading families are all LV3. LV4? Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. He too was LV4. That pompous Grand Prince is on par with him? It appeared the royal family was not as impressive as they seemed. Chu Xuan mused, yet felt something was amiss. That old fox, Su Jinghua, surely knew this information. But the way he regarded him was not as one would look at an equal to a prince. It was more akin to the gaze one would cast upon a monster. Is there truly a distinction between one's own LV4 and their LV4? The voice of the female host on television continues unabated. The white paper ultimately emphasizes that any awakened individual, regardless of their sequence or strength, must abide by the laws of the Daxia Empire and the regulations of the safe zones. The Empire will severely punish any criminal acts that utilize one's abilities to endanger societal order and the safety of survivors. Following this are mere bureaucratic proclamations, essentially enticing awakened individuals to join the military or governmental offices to contribute to the defense of their homeland. Chu Xuan finds himself yawning. Join them? Serve those imperial lords like a dog. He has no interest in that. He presses the remote again, switching to the 3rd and final channel, International News. The tone of the broadcast shifts dramatically. No longer a bright, pristine studio, but rather a dimly lit, dystopian command center. A grave-looking white host, with deep-set eyes, delivers the news in a somber tone. This is a global emergency news broadcast. Just 3 hours ago, the Sakura Empire in East Asia has gone entirely dark. The scene transitions to a massive satellite cloud map, displayed at the center of the screen. The once familiar outline of the island nation is now fragmented, with most land submerged beneath the depths of the ocean. At the heart of this shattered archipelago, an unimaginably large, storm-like black shadow slowly rotates. According to reports from fleeing survivors and the last data analyses from nearby observation stations, the fall of the Sakura Empire was caused by a creature of royal class. A mutation never before seen. Royal class? For the first time, Chu Xuan furrows his brow in genuine concern. The mutated wild boar he had slain was merely elite level. The strongest target marked on the information dealer's map, the 3-headed hellhound, was only at the king level. Now, a royal being has emerged, bypassing the king level entirely? The television screen shifts again. An endless expanse of ocean, densely packed with vessels, surges toward the coastline of the Daxia Empire. Aboard these ships are terrified, ragged refugees from the Sakura nation. Currently, over 300,000 refugees from the Sakura Empire have flooded into our eastern coastline. A humanitarian crisis looms. The Daxia Empire has announced the temporary closure of all maritime entry points. Chu Xuan gazes on expressionlessly. He feels no sympathy. In this damned world, merely surviving is the greatest fortune. However, the next news item alters his expression entirely. Breaking news from the Western Pacific Theater. The host's voice rises abruptly, tinged with an uncontrollable tremor. The image jolts. It is a battlefield aerial view. On the pitch-black sea, a vast fleet of dozens of warships stands ready. Among them, one colossal vessel stands out, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the maritime dominion of the White Eagle Empire. Suddenly, without warning, the sea surface dips dramatically. An enormous whirlpool forms instantaneously. Following this, a head larger than mountains slowly rises from the center of the vortex. This head lacks eyes and a nose, possessing only a gaping maw that seems capable of devouring the very heavens. The maw opens. Time appears to freeze in that moment. The 300-meter-long nuclear-powered carrier seems as insignificant as a toy model before that colossal mouth. It is drawn in by an invisible force, along with several surrounding escort ships, and swallowed whole. There is no explosion, no struggle, not even a whisper of sound. It is akin to tossing a stone into a pond, merely stirring up trivial ripples. Then, that gargantuan head sinks back beneath the sea. The surface of the water regains its tranquility as if nothing had transpired. The footage abruptly cuts off. Silence envelopes the studio. After a lengthy pause, the white host regains his voice, his lips trembling. The preceding images were the last footage transmitted before the annihilation of the White Eagle Empire's 7th Fleet. According to preliminary assessments from the 5 Great Empires Academy of Sciences, this unknown creature that appeared in the Western Pacific possesses an energy level that far exceeds our existing evaluation standards. We provisionally classify it as Imperial level. Boom. It feels as though a nuclear bomb has detonated in Chu Xuan's mind. Imperial level, exceeding a kilometer in size, swallowing an entire fleet of aircraft carriers in one bite. He bolts upright from his bed, fixating intently on the television screen. The screen begins to display subsequent reports. A world map unfolds. The vast waters of the Western Pacific are marked in a shocking crimson hue, labeled with the words, no-go zone. Following this, names of small nations in Africa, South America, and Australia sequentially turn gray, marked as missing. In less than a minute, over 30 countries have entirely lost their color. The entire world seems to be gradually erased by a colossal eraser. Snap! Chu Xuan turns off the television. The luxurious presidential suite is instantly engulfed in silence. He sits at the edge of the bed, motionless, resembling a statue. His mind incessantly replays that heart-stopping scene, the mountain-like head, that devouring maw, and the aircraft carrier he once deemed invincible, swallowed effortlessly like a mere candy. He recalls himself, his proud thunderstorm ability. That man-made catastrophe that leveled an entire block pales in comparison to that imperial beast, which likely wouldn't even regard it as a mere scratch. He remembers the so-called competition among awakened ones, once believing it would be tedious. How laughable. It is utterly ridiculous. He realizes he has merely been posturing in a novice village. The strength he once cherished is nothing but trivial in the face of true terror. A frog at the bottom of the well. These 4 characters burn into his heart like a heated iron brand. Huh. Chu Xuan self-deprecatingly chuckles. He raises his hand, vigorously rubbing his brow. An unprecedented sense of agitation and a more intense feeling of crisis surge from the depths of his being. He needs power. Greater power. Power capable of crushing everything, whether royal or imperial, with a single blow. He suddenly rises, and the black terminal on his wrist glows faintly. The map of Jiangxing, dotted with red lights, reappears before him. His gaze traverses the myriad of lower-level lights, locking onto the deepest red, representing the king-level mutated creature, the 3-headed hellhound. A cold, almost frenzied gleam flashes in Chu Xuan's eyes. In the presidential suite, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The television screen had long since extinguished. Yet the harrowing image of the aircraft carrier fleet being devoured lingered in Chu Xuan's mind like an indelible brand. The term imperial level, a mere 2 words, sent tremors coursing through every fiber of his being. The fleeting pride he had felt, the arrogance he had harbored regarding his own strength, now appeared as nothing more than a farcical jest in the face of true apocalyptic calamity. The so-called Awakener tournament? Engaging in a child's play with a group of novices who dared not even enter the city? To hell with it. With a sudden surge of resolve, Chu Xuan rose abruptly, his wrist-mounted black terminal flickering to life, projecting a map of Jiangxing speckled with crimson dots into the air. His gaze, cold and piercing, disregarded the myriad ordinary red dots representing elite levels. His finger decisively jabbed at a significant crimson dot on the eastern side of the map, marked with ominous warnings of high danger. Target, Class 3 mutant beast, 3-headed hellhound. This was the destination he must pursue. This was the experience pack that would fortify his strength. Seizing a casual jacket from the sofa, he carelessly tossed it over his shoulder. As he stepped into the living room, his eyes briefly flickered to the box of premium cigarettes sent by Lu Jianya. Hesitating for a mere fraction of a second, he extracted 2 packs of Dijongjio and stuffed them into a backpack. After all, one must have some form of entertainment on the path to slaying monsters. Having completed his preparations, he swung open the door without a backward glance and strode forth. The resplendent corridor, the soft-carpeted elevator, and the awestruck gazes from those in the lobby all faded into insignificance. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to grow stronger. At any cost, he would become more powerful. Exiting the Tianxia Hotel, the The blinding sunlight prompted him to squint. Without pausing, he made his way directly toward District 2. The luxurious 4th District and the pristine 3rd District, havens in this post-apocalyptic world, were to him merely larger cages constructed from lies and power. Soon, he was enveloped once more by the familiar cacophony, a blend of scents from food and sweat, characteristic of District 2, the trading market. Chu Xuan's intentions were clear: food, water, and means of transportation. He approached a stall selling canned goods. "I'll take these," he stated, his finger gliding over military-grade beef cans and compressed biscuits. The vendor, a lean middle-aged man, momentarily taken aback, quickly plastered a wide smile across his face. "Sir, you have an eye for quality. These are authentic products from the military factory. How much for a can?" Chu Xuan, growing impatient, interrupted. "How many contribution points per can?" 10 contribution points each, the vendor tentatively replied, gauging the situation. Without engaging in further banter, Chu Xuan tossed his black S-level privilege card toward him. Swipe. The vendor's hand trembled as he barely caught the card. His grin immediately replaced by a profound terror. He shakily retrieved his terminal and cautiously swiped it. "Transaction successful," the notification chimed. "No, my lord. I'll pack it up for you." The vendor's voice had shifted, his movements becoming swift and anxious as he hurried to prepare the cans in a canvas bag. Chu Xuan similarly procured several bottles of mineral water, the entire transaction completed in less than 3 minutes. Finally, he stood before a stall featuring modified vehicles. Among the various motorcycles, he fixated on a sleek, all-black heavy bike with a fierce design that captivated him. "How much for this one?" he inquired, pointing at the beastly machine. The vendor, a burly, grease-stained bald man, sized Chu Xuan up before grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Brother, you have great taste. This is my prized possession, the Black Widow. I salvaged the engine from a military motorcycle. It accelerates to 100 kilometers in just 3 seconds. It's powerful enough to traverse any terrain and can run 600 kilometers on a full tank. If you're serious, I'll let it go for 4,000 contribution points." His price was steep enough to sustain a 100-person survivor team for a month without food or water. Chu Xuan, unfazed, tossed the black card again. The bald man's smile froze upon seeing the card, and his 2 associates, who had been repairing parts, halted their work, staring in disbelief. He swallowed hard, his demeanor shifting. "My lord, you jest. This bike is yours as a gesture of friendship. What a farce. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize the significance of such a card. He had once caught a glimpse of it on a military official's aide. Those who possessed this card could extinguish him as easily as crushing an ant. "I do not take advantage of others," Chu Xuan replied flatly. "4,000. No. My lord, 2,000. Just 2,000. Cost price." The bald man was sweating profusely, clearly terrified. Chu Xuan frowned, his irritation mounting. "Then let us settle on 2,500 and fill it with fuel." He had no desire to squander time on trifles. The transaction concluded. The bald man even graciously offered a large military backpack. Chu Xuan meticulously organized the food and water into the backpack before mounting the heavy motorcycle named Black Widow. With a thunderous roar, the engine awakened like a beast roused from slumber. Under the awe-filled gazes of all present in the trading market, he twisted the throttle, and the black motorcycle became a streak of lightning, racing toward the exit of the safety zone. At the northern gate of the Jiangqing safety zone, the massive steel gates stood firmly shut, with soldiers patrolling with heavy machine guns atop the walls. "Stop. Submit to inspection." Upon seeing the motorcycle speeding toward them, several soldiers immediately raised their weapons, shouting loudly. According to regulations, any survivor wishing to exit the city must apply 1 day in advance and join a military-sanctioned hunting team. Venturing out without permission was tantamount to suicide and a provocation of the safety zone's rules. However, the black motorcycle showed no sign of slowing down. "Warning! Halt immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire," the commanding officer bellowed through a loudspeaker. A flicker of impatience crossed Chu Xuan's face. How troublesome. He couldn't even be bothered to retrieve the S-level card. Just as the motorcycle was within 50 meters of the steel gate, he raised his left hand. With a simple snap of his fingers, the world around him seemed to hold its breath. A barely perceptible blue arc suddenly sprang from his fingertips, traversing an astonishing distance of 50 meters at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, striking the electronic control box beside the gate with remarkable precision. With a crackling sound, a dazzling spark erupted from within the control box, accompanied by a plume of black smoke. The heavy steel gate emitted a grating creak that sent shivers down one's spine before it began to rise slowly. The soldiers at the entrance stood frozen in disbelief. their weapons clutched tightly as they gazed blankly at the black motorcycle that roared through the gap beneath the ascending gate. "Captain, what on earth is that?" A young soldier stammered, his voice trembling. The captain fixed his gaze on the fleeting silhouette that vanished into the distance, his throat constricting slightly. "A lightning type awakened. Should we pursue?" "Pursue?" The captain chuckled bitterly. "What shall we use to chase? Do you wish to be charred to a crisp? Report immediately. Inform them that a powerful, unidentified awakened has forcefully exited the city." On the desolate highway, the black motorcycle, known as He Guafu, glided through the scattered wreckage of vehicles like a wraith. The wind howled past his ears as the walls that symbolized the last bastion of human civilization receded into the distance, ultimately becoming a mere speck on the horizon. Chu Xuan felt an unprecedented calmness wash over him, even tinged with a sense of liberation. Having escaped the cage of rules, calculations, and hierarchies, he felt akin to a shark that had broken free from its chains, returning to the vast and perilous depths of the ocean that belonged to him. He glanced at the map on his terminal, noting the red representing the three-headed hellhound, patiently awaiting him 100 kilometers ahead. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Chu Xuan's lips as he twisted the throttle, pushing the speed to its limit. Chapter 033, Mental Invasion? A Tempestuous Will of Thunder. In the 3rd District, the military management area, smoke curled in Zhao Tianlong's office. He had just concluded a secret communication with the family in the capital, his expression dark enough to squeeze water from it. The family had expressed their discontent regarding his lack of accomplishments in Jiangxing, even hinting at sending someone else to replace him. This stirred his frustration and resentment to a boiling point. Just then, the office door was flung open, and a battle strategist rushed in, panic evident on his face. "Colonel, urgent intelligence." "What is the panic?" Zhao Tianlong, already in a foul mood, slammed his hand on the table, causing the ashtray to rattle. "Has the sky fallen?" The strategist trembled at his reprimand and hurriedly handed over a document. "It's about the target, Chu Xuan. He has forcibly breached the checkpoint and left the safe zone." Zhao Tianlong paused momentarily, taking the document and scanning it quickly. The clouds of his dark expression dissipated in an instant, replaced by a near-manic ecstasy. "Ha! Truly. When heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread it, yet you boldly enter hell." He had been perplexed about how to deal with Chu Xuan in the Awakened competition under the watchful eyes of Su Zhenghua and Ling Guoqiang, 2 cunning old foxes. Such an occasion was fraught with peril. A single misstep could leave incriminating evidence. Now, this reckless lad had ventured out on his own. Exiting the safe zone meant he was free from all rules and order. In the wilderness, survival hinged solely on the strength of one's fist. "Relay the order." Zhao Tianlong's smile morphed into a chilling glare. "Eagle Team, deploy immediately." The strategist's pupils constricted. The Eagle Team. That was Zhao Tianlong's sharpest blade. An elite squad composed entirely of Awakened, tasked with executing covert assassinations and eliminations. Among them was an exceedingly rare mental type Awakened, with a considerable number of powerful foes having perished at his hands. Target, Chu Xuan, north of the city. Zhao Tianlong's voice dripped with icy malice. "I want him alive. I shall personally transform him into a dog that only obeys my commands. If that is not possible." He paused, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "Then bring me his head." "Yes." On the abandoned highway, the wind howled fiercely as Chu Xuan rode He Guafu like an arrow loosed from a bow, navigating the steel ruins with exhilarating ease. He relished this feeling. No rules, no constraints, just him against the vastness of the world. Occasionally, a few wandering zombies, drawn by the roar of the motorcycle, stumbled forward. Chu Xuan could hardly be bothered to slow down, casually flicking out a minuscule spark of electricity from his fingertips. The spark traced an elegant blue arc through the air, precisely embedding itself in the skull of a zombie. With a soft pop, the zombie's head burst apart like a watermelon struck by a hammer, splattering red and white everywhere. The entire process flowed seamlessly, infused with a certain brutal beauty. Energy point 1, talent experience 1, a negligible gain. Chu Xuan smirked, rummaging through his backpack to retrieve a box of Dezhongjio, deftly extracting a stick with one hand and placing it between his lips. With another crackling sound, a spark ignited the cigarette against the raging wind. He took a deep drag, the smoke ring he exhaled instantly scattered by the gust. At that moment, his electromagnetic perception, which extended for hundreds of meters around him, detected an unusual disturbance. Not zombies. Humans. Moreover, several Awakened whose energy fluctuations far exceeded the norm were rapidly encircling him from behind. Chu Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Flies. He spat out the cigarette, but, his gaze instantly turning frigid. Rather than hastening his escape, he gradually reduced his speed, eventually coming to a halt beneath a fractured overpass. Here, shadows engulfed the area, and debris loomed, an ideal resting place. He turned off the engine, dismounted, and leaned against the cold bridge pillar, hands tucked in his pockets as he awaited his visitors. Moments later, 5 figures emerged like phantoms from different directions, surrounding him. At the forefront was a man with hawk-like eyes, clad in a black combat uniform, a smirk dancing on his lips as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. He was the leader of the Eagle team, codenamed Eagle. Chu Xuan. Eagle scrutinized the young man before him, who appeared to be an ordinary high school student, his tone tinged with an air of condescension. You have forcefully breached the safety checkpoint. Come with us. The 4 team members behind him fanned out, blocking all of Chu Xuan's escape routes. One was a towering brute with bulging muscles glistening like metal. Another was a wiry man, resembling a monkey perched atop a wrecked truck, grinning with bloodthirsty excitement. A stunning woman licked her crimson lips, her fingertips enveloped in tendrils of barely perceptible green venom. The last was a pale youth with vacant eyes, standing silently behind Eagle, exuding an eerie aura of non-existence. Chu Xuan's gaze swept across them, one enhanced for strength, another for speed, one specializing in toxins, and the last in mental manipulation. A commendable assembly. If it were to confront other awakened individuals, this would indeed be a team worthy of the title elite. Unfortunately, they have met their match in themselves. Return with you? Chu Xuan seemed to have heard something amusing, as he casually dug at his ear, remarking that it would depend on whether they possessed such capability. The expression on Eagle's face darkened. It appeared that you have no intention of cooperating. He scoffed coldly, unwilling to accept a toast, and instead opting for a punitive drink. He signaled to the psychic awakened one behind him. The pallid-faced youth's eyes suddenly glimmered with a strange, eerie light. An invisible, chilling mental force surged towards Chu Xuan's mind like a tidal wave. Sequence 090 Mental Invasion. This was his signature move. Countless awakened individuals, far stronger than him, had been turned into lambs for slaughter under this tactic. However, the moment that mental force approached within a 3-meter radius of Chu Xuan's body, it was as if it collided with an invisible wall. No, it was not merely a wall. It was a tempest of thunderclouds. The youth's mental power, upon contact, was instantly torn to shreds by the ferocious will of thunder. A piercing scream shattered the oppressive silence of the ruins. The psychic awakened individual clutched his head, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His eyes bulged, laced with blood vessels, and he convulsed like a fish thrown ashore, frothing at the mouth. It was merely a brief encounter, hardly qualifying as an official confrontation. The crucial control core of Eagle's team was incapacitated. What is happening? The mockery on Eagle's face was swiftly replaced by horror. Attack! Kill him! He roared in anger. Without needing his orders, the others had already reacted. The monkey-like speed-shifting awakened one darted forward, becoming a fleeting shadow as he lunged at Chu Xuan, his military dagger gleaming ominously as it aimed for Chu Xuan's neck. Too slow. Under Chu Xuan's dynamic vision, which surpassed human limits by over 30 times, the opponent's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Chu Xuan didn't even bother to turn his head. He simply raised his left hand and waved it dismissively. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, akin to swatting a fly. The awakened one, whose speed was beyond the reaction capacity of ordinary people, abruptly halted midair and was then sent flying backward at an even greater velocity. His head twisted at a grotesque angle, fully 180 degrees. Boom! His body crashed heavily against an abandoned bus, denting the rusted metal significantly. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The remaining 3 stood frozen in place. Fear gripped their hearts like an invisible hand. The flamboyant woman, adept in poisons, turned pale, her voice trembling. Let us all attack. Otherwise, we will die. The towering brute let out a furious roar, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. His skin transformed into a dull iron gray as he charged toward Chu Xuan in a deathly rush. Sequence 099 Iron Body. This was his trump card. Capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, Chu Xuan regarded the oncoming iron canister with an expression of impatience. He did not evade, nor did he employ any lightning abilities. He simply lifted his foot and kicked forward. Bang! A sound resonated with a dullness that could make one's teeth ache. The proud iron body of the brute crumpled beneath Chu Xuan's foot, as fragile as a layer of window paper. His chest caved in at a visibly rapid pace. The brute was launched like a kicked ball, his feet leaving the ground as he soared over 10 meters, crashing into a concrete bridge pillar and leaving a web of cracks in its wake. He collapsed to the ground, retching blood mixed with internal fragments. His eyes filled with disbelief. He looked down at his chest, which had been utterly deformed. One strike. Just one strike, and his strongest defense was shattered? Fear completely consumed his last shred of rationality. Meanwhile, the flamboyant woman, witnessing the brute being kicked away, made a swift decision. She screamed and turned to flee. Yet, as she took just 2 steps, a slender, nearly invisible blue arc of electricity silently pursued her. She barely managed a short gasp before her entire body stiffened, maintaining a running posture as she collapsed to the ground. A wisp of blue smoke rose from her crown. The battle was over. From start to finish. It lasted less than 10 seconds. The entire underpass fell into a deathly silence. Only Eagle remained, standing utterly unscathed amidst the carnage. He gazed at the scattered corpses, observing his still twitching psychic companion, who was barely breathing, and felt as if his blood had frozen. Escape. This thought was the only one left in his mind. He turned abruptly and ran with all his might toward the distance. However, he had barely covered 10 meters when a languid voice echoed in his ear. "Did I allow you to leave?" Eagle's body froze suddenly. He slowly turned his head with a mechanical slowness, almost rusted in movement. Chu Xuan had appeared before him, hands in pockets, watching him with keen interest. Eagle's lips quivered, unable to utter a single word. "Do not be anxious." Chu Xuan flashed a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. "I spare your life to ask a few questions. Reveal who sent you, and I shall let you go." Gazing at Chu Xuan's benign smile, Eagle felt as though he were staring into an abyss. He had no doubt that uttering even a single incorrect word would lead to a fate akin to that of his companions. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. "Yes, it is Zhao Tianlong. Colonel Zhao Tianlong from District 3. He nearly shouted. "It was he who sent us to kill you." "Oh, it is him then." Chu Xuan nodded, wearing an expression of realization. "I've said it all. You can let me go now, right?" Eagle's voice quivered with a hint of sobbing. "Of course." Chu Xuan's smile grew even broader. Eagle felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to distance himself from this devil. Yet, the moment he turned away, a bolt of violent lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the heavens, instantaneously engulfing him. Zzz. In the blinding white light, Eagle did not even have time to scream before being vaporized into the most basic human tissue. The air filled with the unpleasant odor of charred protein. Chu Xuan withdrew his hand, smirking. "I deceived you." He glanced at his attribute panel. Energy points, 724, sequence experience, 769-1000. Killing these useless beings only earned him 10 energy points and 15 experience points. What a waste of time. Chu Xuan shook his head, contemplating. Zhao Tianlong, an ant destined to be crushed eventually. However, now is not the time. The urgent task at hand is to upgrade. He once again mounted the black motorcycle, the Black Widow, as its engine emitted a feral roar. Twisting the throttle, he sped towards the red dot marked on the map. First, he would eliminate the 3 hellhounds, and then settle accounts with Zhao Tianlong. Chapter 034, The Lair of the Evolutionary Beasts. No boss at home. Then let us clear the area first. The roaring engine was the sole symphony in this desolate wasteland. Riding the Black Widow, Chu Xuan raced along the shattered national highway. His earlier encounter with the Falcon Squad barely counted as a warm-up. It felt more like casually swatting a few bothersome mosquitoes on his journey. His thoughts had already drifted to the evolutionary beast lurking 100 kilometers away. That was the prey capable of igniting a flicker of excitement within him. That was the source of abundant experience that would empower him. In his mind, the terrifying maw that devoured aircraft carriers flashed once more. An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a great mountain. Not enough. Far from sufficient. Currently, he was not even qualified to challenge such catastrophic monstrosities, let alone approach that forbidden zone. He needed greater power, absolute strength that would render him impervious to any threat, allowing him to trample everything beneath his feet. And upgrading was the sole path forward. He raised his wrist to glance at the map on his terminal. The blue dot representing his position was gradually inching closer to the vast red area. Simultaneously, his electromagnetic perception functioned like an unseen radar, scanning everything ahead. Along the roadside, abandoned villages and towns were littered with scattered zombies. Individually, they offered negligible experience. A glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. The roar of the motorcycle suddenly startled dozens of zombies devouring a corpse at a derelict gas station. They all lifted their heads, their grayish-white eyes fixated on this intruder in their territory. The next moment, they surged forward, howling like a frenzied tide, facing the oncoming horde. Chu Xuan's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He did not even reduce his speed. Just as the motorcycle was about to collide with the swarm, he raised his right hand. A series of finger-thick lightning chains, akin to blue ethereal serpents, surged forth from his palm. It was not a single bolt, but dozens. The lightning chains wove a death net in the air, instantly enveloping the entire horde. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only a series of spine-tingling crackles. The zombies struck by the lightning chains froze momentarily, then crumpled to the ground as if all their bones had been extracted. Their bodies were thoroughly scorched from within by the high-voltage current. In a single breath, dozens of zombies were eradicated. Chu Xuan's motorcycle roared past the charred remains, untouched by a drop of blood. Energy points, 35. Talent experience, 35. Observing the numbers flashing on the panel, Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency was commendable. The journey ahead transformed into a one-sided, bloody, and efficient massacre. Chu Xuan no longer merely traversed the road. He converted the entire highway and surrounding areas into his personal hunting ground. He began to experiment with various, more efficient methods of slaughter. Occasionally, he would invoke a localized thunderstorm, turning everything within hundreds of meters, including the ground beneath the zombies' feet, into charred remains. Energy points, 95. Talent experience, 95. At times, he would have a sudden inspiration, compressing the power of lightning into pin-sized electromagnetic needles, then launching them like petals scattered by a divine maiden in all directions. Each electromagnetic needle could silently and precisely penetrate a zombie's skull, obliterating its cerebral core. This method of killing was silent, consumed minimal energy, yet yielded astonishing efficiency. He even rode while casually retrieving a military-grade compressed biscuit from his backpack, expressionless as he chewed, simultaneously manipulating dozens of arcs of electricity, weaving through the distant horde. Harvesting experience points. This stuff is truly unbearable. After finishing the biscuit, he gulped down a large mouthful of water. Then, he spotted a mutated zombie. Significantly larger than its ordinary counterparts, its skin a dark, mottled hue, and his eyes immediately lit up. A bonus meal had arrived. He twisted the throttle, the motorcycle roaring as he charged towards the mutated zombie. The creature seemed to sense the impending danger. It let out a low growl. Abandoning the remains it had been feasting on to turn towards Chu Xuan. Its arms had morphed into sharp bone blades. Just 20 meters from him, it suddenly leaped off the ground, propelling itself like a cannonball, its bone blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. However, what awaited it was a fist enveloped in blue arcs of electricity. Boom. Chu Xuan did not even dismount. In the fleeting moment as they passed each other, he casually threw a punch. The fist and bone blades clashed. The bone blades, capable of slicing through steel, crumbled like rotting wood before the ferocious power of the lightning. Chu Xuan's punch landed heavily on the mutated zombie's chest. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously, obliterating the upper half of the mutated zombie as if struck by a high-caliber shell, sending foul blood and flesh flying. Energy points, 10. Talent experience, 10. Chu Xuan shook off the bits of flesh clinging to his fist, his brows slightly furrowed. Still too little. An hour later, when Chu Xuan finally finished the last sip of bottled water, his attribute panel had undergone a new transformation. Energy points, 987. Sequence experience, 991. 1000. Just 9 points of experience remained for him to level up. At this moment, a vast and dilapidated industrial park appeared on the horizon before him. Rusted, towering smokestacks loomed like steel tombstones pointing to the sky. Jiangqing Steel Factory. The location marked by that enormous red dot on the terminal map. The lair of the three hellhounds. Chu Xuan halted his motorcycle and retrieved a large pack of heavy-duty cigarettes from his backpack. He did not rush to enter. Instead, he maximized his electromagnetic perception. His intangible sensory field rippled outward, extending across the expanse of the steel factory. Soon, feedback returned. The factory was bustling. Dozens of life forms. Their energy fluctuations significantly stronger than those of the mutated zombies, roamed and lurked within the factory grounds. Their energy signatures radiated brutality and chaos, accompanied by a pungent sulfuric stench. However, the most powerful presence was notably absent. The three hellhounds were not home. A brow quirked slightly on Chu Xuan's face. However, he did not feel disappointment. Instead, a frigid smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He gazed at those small creatures, akin to mobile experience packets, and his eyes ignited with fervor. Only 9 experience points remained. This place was more than adequate. It was just right to clear the area and savor some appetizers. He concealed his motorcycle behind a pile of rubble, then, like a specter, silently infiltrated this steel jungle. A grand feast was about to commence. Chapter 035, The Moment of Ascension. LV5 Thunder Sovereign, cleaving alloy steel with bare hands. Inside the Jiangqing steel mill, the air was thick with the sense of rust, machine oil, and an indescribable, beastly odor reminiscent of a den. The vast factory had several gaping holes in its dome, through which mottled sunlight streamed, casting peculiar patterns of light upon the ground. Chu Xuan traversed the immense, long-abandoned production lines, his footsteps as light as a cat's. His electromagnetic perception had long ago etched the entire layout of the factory and the distribution of all living beings into his mind. Soon, beneath the shadow of a steel smelting furnace, he discovered his first batch of appetizers. They were 5 mutated hellhounds, each comparable in size to a lion. Their bodies were covered in black, bristle-like fur, muscles rippling, and corrosive saliva dripped from their jaws, while their crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light in the dim surroundings. These were the offspring of the mutated beasts known as hellhounds. They were gathered together, tearing at a corpse, long devoid of any human shape, emitting deep, satisfied growls from their throats. In Chu Xuan's eyes, there was no trace of pity. He was merely calculating how much experience these pups could provide him. Just as he prepared to strike, the most vigilant of the pups abruptly raised its head, sniffing the air intently. It had caught the scent of a living being. A sharp, warning howl erupted from its throat. The other 4 pups immediately ceased their feasting, turning their heads to fix their malicious crimson gaze upon the direction of Chu Xuan's concealment. They bared their teeth, growling threateningly, their bodies crouching slightly, poised to leap at any moment. However, it was already too late. Chu Xuan's figure surged forth from the shadows as if teleporting. He did not even glance at the 5 hellhound pups, casually snapping his fingers. A soft sound echoed. 5 arcs of blue electricity flickered through the air. The once menacing hellhound pups froze, the ferocity in their eyes instantly stilled, then rapidly dimmed. Thud! 5 massive bodies collapsed to the ground almost simultaneously. Each bore a small, charred hole the size of a pinprick in the center of their foreheads. The violent current had obliterated their brains in an instant. Energy points 25. Talent experience 25. Observing the numbers that flickered on the panel, Chu Xuan's expression remained placid. Talent experience 1005 1000 enough. In the next moment, a torrent of indescribable, vast energy surged forth from the depths of his being, erupting with tremendous force. Sequence talent 007 Thunder Sovereign LV4 1000 1000. Upgrade conditions met. Commencing upgrade, Chu Xuan closed his eyes. He could distinctly perceive each cell within his body rejoicing, leaping, and voraciously consuming and transforming in response to this influx of energy. His bones became harder than diamond. His muscles contained a terrifying power capable of rending steel, and his neural response speed ascended to a new, unfathomable realm. The most pronounced transformation was within his spiritual realm. If his previous mental power resembled a stream, it was now rapidly expanding, deepening, and evolving into a tumultuous river. Countless deeper secrets and principles of lightning surged within his mind, akin to a cosmic explosion, which he instantly comprehended, absorbed, and mastered. Time became irrelevant. Perhaps it was but a moment, or perhaps a century. The tide of energy gradually subsided, completely merging with his limbs and bones. Upgrade complete. Skill electromagnetic perception range increased to 1000 meters. Thunder attack power significantly enhanced. Effective attack range increased to 300 meters. New skill unlocked. Thunder illusion host. Chu Xuan physique. 455 speed. 445 spirit. 50 sequence talent. 007 Thunder Sovereign LV5, 510, 1000, energy points, 1225 skills, electromagnetic perception, lightning chain, thunder illusion, the ability to constrain and shape pure lightning energy through powerful mental force, allowing it to coalesce into any form of solid weapon or life form. The power and form of the illusion depend on the host's mental strength and energy output. Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant flash of blue lightning, seemingly containing the entirety of the starry sky, briefly flickered in the depths of his gaze. His physical prowess had increased to 45 times that of an ordinary person. He felt the power within him had escalated beyond mere tears. He was now confident that he could confront a speeding armored personnel carrier with sheer physical strength alone. What intrigued him even more was the newly unlocked skill, Thunder Illusion. He raised his right hand, and with a thought, countless violent electric serpents converged, compressed, and coalesced within his palm. A 2-meter-long, menacing halberd forged entirely of pure lightning materialized in his grasp. The halberd crackled with electricity, emitting a disconcerting hum. Chu Xuan could distinctly feel that this lightning war halberd was tangible. It possessed real weight, texture, and unparalleled sharpness. With a casual swing, a nearby steel furnace several meters tall and crafted from special alloys, was effortlessly cleaved in two, as if it were mere tofu. The cut was smooth as a mirror, still bearing the traces of molten metal. How fascinating. A hint of satisfaction finally graced the corners of Chu Xuan's mouth. This was the power he desired. He attempted to dissipate the halberd and reshape it into a sci-fi-styled electromagnetic sniper rifle. He could even distinctly sense that he could control the bullets, highly compressed lightning energy, its power, range, and trajectory. This was no longer mere energy manipulation. This was creation out of nothing. As Chu Xuan reveled in the delight of his newfound abilities, he suddenly focused his thoughts, channeling his mental energy into the thunder illusion skill. He wished to test what it would be like to transform into a living entity. He envisioned the form of a wolf. In the next moment, the air beside him crackled with electric sparks. A sleek and powerful thunder wolf, entirely composed of blue lightning, materialized out of thin air. It bore no flesh or blood, only a body forged from pure energy. Its eyes were two pulsating orbs of electricity, and its fur flickered with arcs of lightning. The instant it appeared, it lowered its head and affectionately rubbed against Chu Xuan's pant leg, emitting a crackling sound from its throat. Chu Xuan felt an undeniable, soul-deep connection with the thunder wolf, enabling him to control its every movement as effortlessly as he could his own fingers. Go. He issued a simple command toward a distant abandoned factory. The thunder wolf transformed into a streak of blue lightning, instantly covering hundreds of meters and crashing into the wall of the factory. A thunderous roar echoed. The thick wall, constructed of reinforced concrete, was smashed open, creating a gaping hole over 3 meters in diameter. Yet, the thunder wolf remained unscathed. Excellent. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction, ready to explore this new companion further. Suddenly, a deafening roar, filled with boundless fury and savagery, erupted from the direction of the factory's entrance. The sound rolled like thunder, causing the entire area to vibrate. Countless small stones cascaded down from the high ceiling. The thunder wolf summoned by Chu Xuan momentarily disrupted its electric arcs in response to the roar. Chu Xuan's expression shifted slightly. He looked up toward the source of the sound. A colossal wave of searing energy, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, surged toward him at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the terminal's alarm blared sharply. Warning. Target of level approaching at high speed. Energy response level, high. The main entity had returned. In Chu Xuan's eyes, there was no trace of anxiety. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. He had just leveled up and was eager for a worthy opponent to test his newfound powers. This foolish beast had returned at the perfect moment. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footfalls, reminiscent of war drums, approached from afar. The ground trembled violently. In the next instant, an immense shadow, akin to a small mountain, enveloped the entire steel refining area. 3 grotesque, flame-licked heads emerged from the factory entrance. It was the level-mutated beast, the 3-headed hellhound. Its size exceeded Chu Xuan's imagination. Just one head was as large as a small car. Its 6 eyes, glowing like molten lava, scanned the ground strewn with the corpses of its kind. Then, its gaze fixed intently on the minuscule human standing amidst the bodies and the thunder wolf emanating an aura of electricity beside him. An inexhaustible fury, capable of melting steel, erupted in its 6 eyes. It recognized that scent. This diminutive creature had slain its offspring. A deafening howl erupted from the 3 heads simultaneously, shaking the air. A scorching wave of heat, mingled with a potent sulfurous stench, swept through the factory. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 036, Azure Flames vs. Purple Thundergun. The second form of the level-mutated beast. The 3 heads roared in unison, unleashing a scorching tempest capable of liquefying steel. The central head opened its massive maw, releasing a dark red breath laced with sulfur and magma, shooting toward Chu Xuan like a beam of annihilation at an unfathomable speed. Chu Xuan's pupils contracted, and the thunder wolf beside him emitted a low growl, transforming into a streak of blue lightning to meet the attack head-on. Boom. The thunder wolf collided with the dark red breath. There was no explosion, only annihilation. The thunder wolf, composed purely of electrical energy, was entirely disintegrated upon contact with that force, evaporating in an instant. However, that was sufficient. Seizing the fleeting moment, Chu Xuan had already vanished from his previous location. He reappeared to the left of the hellhound, wielding a thunderous halberd that sliced through the air with a chilling arc, aiming directly at the neck of its left head. Clang! A tremendous sound erupted, sparks flying. The blade struck the neck, as though it had clashed against the hardest alloy, leaving only a faint white mark. The hellhound recoiled in pain, its left head violently swinging, the immense force sending Chu Xuan, along with his halberd, flying. Chu Xuan executed a roll mid-air to dissipate the impact, landing gracefully. He shook his slightly numbed arm, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Now this felt right. If one strike had ended it, it would have been far too dull. With a roar of rage, the hellhound lunged forward. Its massive body surged ahead, and all three heads lunged at Chu Xuan from different angles, sealing off all avenues of escape. The stench of blood wafted toward him, and the sharp fangs gleamed menacingly. Chu Xuan advanced rather than retreating. He stamped his foot, transforming into a blur, slipping through the narrow gap between the central and right heads with impeccable precision. In the moment he brushed past the right head, his halberd vanished, replaced by a 3-foot-long azure sword forged entirely from compressed lightning. With a flash, the sword's light flickered. The right head of the hellhound froze mid-bite. A faint blue arc of electricity flashed at its neck. In the next moment, the head, the size of a small car, silently detached from its body. Boom! The massive head crashed to the ground, and boiling blood gushed forth from the gaping wound like a fountain, corroding the earth and creating sizzling pits. A howl of agony escaped the hellhound. The remaining 2 heads were filled with madness and brutality. Yet, Chu Xuan offered them no respite. Having struck successfully, he did not pause, lightly springing off the fallen head, propelling himself like a soaring swallow toward the last 2 remaining heads. This time, his target was the central one. The remaining 2 heads of the hellhound opened their maws simultaneously. This time, they unleashed not an energy breath, but a torrential downpour of bone spikes. Chu Xuan's eyes blazed with azure light. He did not evade. A translucent circular shield, woven from lightning, coalesced before him in an instant. Clang! Clang! Countless bone spikes collided with the lightning shield, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds, before being pulverized by the violent currents. As the deadly barrage of bone spikes passed through, Chu Xuan's figure had already materialized before the hellhound. He wielded the thunder sword once more. This time, the hellhound had learned its lesson. The head on the left side abruptly dipped, using its incredibly hard forehead to crash against Chu Xuan's blade. The sound echoed with a tremendous clang. Chu Xuan was propelled backward by the force, while a deep, bone-revealing gash marred the hellhound's skull. With a howl, the central head seized the opportunity and lunged at Chu Xuan, its jaws wide open, ready to take a bite. Just as it seemed victory was at hand, a cold smile curled at the corner of Chu Xuan's lips. He had awaited this very moment. Explode. He uttered this single word softly. The thunder sword, which had been knocked away, erupted in midair with a deafening blast. Countless minuscule, destructive arcs of electricity instantly enveloped the central head of the hellhound. A piercing scream resonated throughout the factory. The eyes, being the most vulnerable part of any creature, became the target as innumerable arcs of electricity frantically invaded the hellhound's eye sockets, wreaking havoc in its brain. The central head spewed forth charred smoke and boiling brain matter from its orifices. In extreme agony, its massive body writhed violently, collapsing one towering steel furnace after another. The entire factory trembled with resounding roars. Chu Xuan landed firmly, observing the colossal beast struggling on the brink of death, devoid of any trace of compassion in his gaze. He prepared to advance for the final strike. Suddenly, the hellhound's movements ceased. Its remaining unscathed left head slowly rose, the single eye ablaze with molten fury. Fixated on Chu Xuan, no longer filled with madness, it emanated a chilling malice. A wave of cerulean flames surged from its every pore, transforming its gigantic form into a towering inferno of a hellhound, flames licking the air. The temperature around escalated sharply, and the iron debris on the ground began to glow red and melt at a visible rate. Was this its second form? Chu Xuan furrowed his brow. He sensed that the energy fluctuations of this beast had intensified significantly. The infernal hellhound sprang into action, opening its massive maw engulfed in cerulean flames, unleashing a fire tornado over 3 meters in diameter, as if it could incinerate all in its path, hurtling towards Chu Xuan. In an instant, Chu Xuan's figure transformed into a streak of lightning, darting swiftly to the side. The fire tornado crashed down where he had just stood, instantly creating a bottomless, glass-like pit in the ground. Chu Xuan gazed at the sheer destructive force with trepidation. If he were to be struck by that, even with his current physique, he would be reduced to cinders. The ensuing minutes devolved into a cat-and-mouse game. Chu Xuan utilized his unparalleled speed to weave through the expansive factory, evading and taunting. The hellhound acted like a mobile flame cannon, continuously spewing devastating fire tornadoes, turning the steel mill into a molten hellscape. This is never-ending, is it? Chu Xuan dodged yet another fiery breath, the sulphurous and charred scent in the air growing increasingly unbearable. The infernal hellhound's energy was not infinite. He could perceive that with each fiery exhalation, The flames on its body dimmed slightly. He was waiting, biding his time for the moment it would exhaust itself. Finally, after turning half the factory into a sea of flames, the hellhound's movements displayed a hint of sluggishness. Its cerulean flames appeared somewhat ethereal. Now was the moment. A fierce light ignited in Chu Xuan's eyes. No longer evading, he charged directly into the searing heat wave. He raised his right hand high. This time, the energy he gathered in his palm was no longer blue, but a profound purple, imbued with an aura of nobility and destruction. With a crackling sound, the world seemed to be painted in that mesmerizing shade of purple. A spear, approximately 3 meters long and forged entirely of purple divine lightning, took form in his hand. Ancient and menacing. Die! Chu Xuan roared, expending all his strength to hurl the purple spear with great force. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a violet meteor, tearing through space, leaving behind a lingering charred trail in the air, instantly traversing hundreds of meters. For the first time, fear flickered in the remaining head of the hellhound's eyes. It attempted to evade, but its massive form was too sluggish to react. With a piercing sound, the purple spear penetrated effortlessly through its eye. It then erupted from the back of its skull, deeply embedding itself in a pile of scrap metal hundreds of meters away. The mountain of debris collapsed with a thunderous roar. The colossal body of the hellhound stiffened, its cerulean flames extinguishing as if snuffed out by a gust of wind. Then, its mountainous form crashed to the ground. Energy points, 1,000. Talent experience, 1,000. Chu Xuan gasped heavily, sweat saturating his clothing. The previous strike of the purple lightning spear had nearly drained 1/3 of his mental energy. He collapsed onto the ground, retrieving the last bottle of water from his backpack and gulping it down. After resting for several minutes, he finally regained his composure. He stood up and approached the massive corpse still emitting wisps of smoke. He extended his hand over the hellhound's body, electricity crackling, soon uncovering what he sought. With a firm pull, he excavated a diamond-shaped crystal the size of a fist, translucent and seemingly filled with flowing magma, from the belly of the hellhound. The energy core of a mutated beast. Grasping the still warm crystal, feeling the immense and pure fire energy it contained, Chu Xuan's eyes gleamed with intensity. If he were to sell this in the trading market of the safe zone, he felt that his earlier estimations of missing out on billions were far too conservative. This could easily exchange for an entire building. Satisfied, he stowed the crystal in his backpack and glanced at the sky. Unbeknownst to him, night had completely fallen. The abandoned steel mill loomed in the darkness like a slumbering ancient behemoth, eerie and foreboding. Rushing back now would not be wise. After contemplation, Chu Xuan decided to make do for the night. After all, he had essentially cleared the area of mutated creatures. He would return to the safe zone at dawn and then confront Zhao Tianlong. Simultaneously, in the military management office of District 3 in the Jiangxing safe zone, silence enveloped Zhao Tianlong's office. He stared at the unresponsive communicator on his desk, his expression shifting from initial confidence to irritation and now to a grim demeanor. 6 hours had already passed. The Falcon Squad had gone completely dark. A team of 5 elite awakened ones dispatched to deal with a mere newcomer had vanished without a trace. An ominous premonition took root in his heart, growing wildly. He irritably rose to his feet and paced back and forth in the office, muttering, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Within the Falcon Squad, there were indeed spiritual awakened ones. That Chu Xuan, no matter how powerful, was merely a single individual. Had they failed? Or had they encountered something else? Thoughts flickered through his mind, darkening his expression. Chapter 037. 55 times physical strength. All attributes surge. This enhancement was nothing short of bliss. Within the expansive steel factory, Chu Xuan found a relatively intact central control room. The heavy blast-proof glass shielded him from the acrid stench of the outside world and blocked the chilling winds of the desolate night. He plopped down onto the dusty manager's chair, reclining backward with his feet propped on the control panel. It was comfortable. He retrieved the still-warm advanced crystal core from his backpack, rolling it in his hand. The pure and mighty fire energy flowed gently within the core, akin to a miniature sun sealed away. This object was indeed a treasure. However, now was not the time for study. With a thought, Chu Xuan opened his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xuan physique, 455 speed, 445 mentality, 50 sequence talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV5, 100 510000 energy points, 2,225 skills, electromagnetic induction, lightning chain, thunder transformation. Gazing at the over 2,000 energy points, Chu Xuan felt his breath grow somewhat heated. He had struck it rich. He recalled the excruciating pain of nearly having his body burst during the attribute enhancement. Although the process was agonizing, the results were gratifying. However, that experience was enough for a lifetime. He did not wish to repeat it. This time, he would proceed with caution. System: use 300 energy points to enhance physique, speed, and mentality by 10 points each. Command confirmed. Enhancement commencing. A warm and powerful current, entirely different from the last, surged from his heart to his limbs. There was no tearing, no pain. It felt as if he were immersed in the most luxurious hot spring, with every cell in his body expanding, rejoicing, greedily consuming the pure energy. His bones, nourished by the energy, grew denser and more perfectly structured. His muscle fibers became increasingly resilient, brimming with explosive strength. A refreshing sensation coursed through his brain, as if shedding a heavy burden, and his thought processes accelerated significantly. The entire process was smooth and even enjoyable. Chu Xuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Indeed, gradual progress was the key. Attempting to achieve too much at once could lead to dire consequences. He reopened the attribute panel. Host: Chu Xuan physique, 555 speed, 545 mentality, 60 sequence talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV5, 100, 510000 energy points, 1925 skills, electromagnetic induction, lightning chain. Thunder transformation, 55 times the physique of an ordinary person, 60 times the mental strength. Chu Xuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. A sense of unprecedented strength flooding his being. Now, even without employing any lightning abilities, he could likely tear apart elite-level mutated beasts with mere physical prowess. He was, in essence, a monster cloaked in human skin. After enhancing his attributes, Chu Xuan did not immediately rest. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, replaying the entire battle with the three hellhounds in his mind. Initially, his physical attacks with the Thunder Halberd yielded poor results. The creature's physical resistance surpassed his expectations. This indicated that against such thick-skinned, formidable mutated beasts, pure physical strikes were inefficient. Subsequently, he switched to the lightning sword, using high-frequency vibrations and sharpness to successfully sever a head. This demonstrated that condensing energy into more refined forms could achieve unexpected defensive breaches. As for the final purple Thunder Divine Spear, its power was indeed cataclysmic, yet its consumption was equally staggering. A single strike drained a third of his mental energy. This could only serve as a trump card, not a conventional method. Moreover, Chu Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. The Hellhound, on the brink of death, unleashed a secondary form that significantly amplified its power. Had he not just upgraded, with his speed and reflexes greatly enhanced, he might have truly faced disaster. The mutated beasts of this world appeared to be far more bizarre and perilous than he had imagined. Henceforth, he must exercise greater caution. Even when hunting rabbits, one must use full strength. After meticulously analyzing every detail of the battle in his mind multiple times and confirming that he had absorbed all the experiences, a wave of fatigue washed over Chu Xuan. He leaned back in the chair, casting a glance out the window at the profound night sky. Tomorrow, there was still a pesky fly to deal with. He closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in Jiangqing's safe zone, at the top floor of the government building, the office of Su Jinghua was brightly lit. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the office was rapped upon. Come in. Secretary Xiao Chen entered, his face somewhat pale, with beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Deputy Mayor. Xiao Chen's voice trembled imperceptibly as he delivered the news just received from the North Gate defense area. Chu Xuan had forcefully breached the checkpoint and left the safe zone 6 hours ago. Su Jinghua's body stiffened abruptly. Slowly, he turned, and the warm smile that usually adorned his face was replaced by an icy demeanor. Forcefully breached the checkpoint? Xiao Chen gulped. He destroyed the electronic control system of the gate in an instant. The guards had no time to react. Su Jinghua fell silent. He, of course, knew that Chu Xuan possessed such strength. But why would he do this? With his S-level authority, there was no place within the safe zone he could not access. A simple request would have prompted the military to dispatch an escort. Why resort to such an extreme and irregular method of departure? A wave of intense unease surged within Su Jinghua's heart. What else? He inquired solemnly. Xiao Chen's body trembled even more violently. Less than 10 minutes after Chu Xuan's departure, Zhao Tianlong from the 3rd District mobilized the military's Falcon Squad, deploying all personnel to pursue him. The mention of the Falcon Squad caused Su Jinghua's pupils to constrict sharply. That unit was Zhao Tianlong's rabid hounds, his covert instruments for eliminating dissent and executing sordid tasks. That fool Zhao Tianlong. He actually dared to take action. And outside the safe zone, Su Jingwa's thoughts raced. What now? Has Chu Xuan returned? What about the Falcon Squad? He pressed on. Neither has returned, Xiao Chen replied. Xiao Chen's voice was barely audible. They had been out of contact for over 5 hours. Bang! Su Jingwa felt a ringing in his head. Out of contact? Outside the safe zone. This typically signifies one inevitable outcome, death. But who had perished? Was it the Falcon Squad or Chu Xuan? Su Jingwa's first thought was that Chu Xuan had met with misfortune. The Falcon Squad was renowned, led by the well-known LV-3 Awaken 1, Falcon. More importantly, there was a rare and exceedingly peculiar mental type awakened among them. No matter how strong Chu Xuan was, he was merely one individual. Surrounded in the wilderness by such an elite team, coupled with an unpredictable mental type, was a dire situation. Yet this thought lingered in his mind for only a fleeting moment before he extinguished it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He recalled that day in the office when Chu Xuan exuded an aura that made even him feel a sense of dread, a terrifying presence akin to divine wrath. That boy was not someone who could be understood by common reasoning. He was a monster, a complete aberration that should not exist in this world. To ambush him would not be an assault. It would be a death sentence. Thus, the only conclusion was that the Falcon Squad had been annihilated, and for some reason, Chu Xuan had not returned to the safe zone that night. Upon this realization, instead of feeling relieved, Su Jingwa felt a chill creep down his spine. Zhao Tianlong, that incompetent fool. He had created an enormous blunder. What kind of character was Chu Xuan? The incident with Wang Xin had made it clear. He was vengeful and decisive in his actions. If Zhao Tianlong had sent someone to kill him, would he simply let it go? If he returned, the first thing he would likely do would be to storm into District 3 and decapitate Zhao Tianlong. The thought of such a catastrophic entity unleashing chaos within the safe zone against a colonel wielding military power sent shivers down Su Jingwa's spine. The order of the entire Jiangxing safe zone could collapse in an instant. Chapter 038. The competition begins. The final verdict on the fall of an arrogant genius. The night passed without incident. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, the entire Jiangxing safe zone awakened from its slumber, engulfed in a fervor akin to madness. The awakened competition. Those 4 words acted like a powerful stimulant, injecting a surge of excitement into the hearts of survivors struggling to exist in this apocalyptic world. District 3, that heavily guarded military training ground usually inaccessible to ordinary people, was now open to the public. After a night of frantic work, a vast outdoor grandstand capable of accommodating tens of thousands had risen, encircling the expansive training area like stars surrounding the moon. Crowds surged from all directions. Those permitted entry were all prominent figures within the safe zone. Leaders of various survivor teams, presidents of influential trade guilds, and those truly controlling the lifeblood of this safe zone. At the highest point of the grandstand, a row of private boxes offered the best views, serving as a symbol of status and prestige. In one such box sat Su Jingwa, who had not touched the tea placed before him, which had already been refilled thrice. His gaze, sharp as a hawk, scanned each participant entering below. Young faces, brimming with vigor, sparkled with aspirations for the future and a hunger for power. They represented the future of the Jiangxing safe zone, the very embers of human civilization. Yet, Su Jingwa's heart sank with each passing moment. He did not see the figure he most wished to see, and simultaneously feared to see. Chu Xuan. That name weighed heavily upon him like a stone. Time ticked by. The participant area was filled to capacity, and the grandstand was bustling with spectators. The cacophony of voices surged into the sky, yet that familiar figure still failed to appear. Su Jingwa's brow furrowed deeply. Had he misjudged the situation? An absurd thought surged in his mind, one that even he found ludicrous. Could it be that the monstrous youth had truly fallen to the hands of the Falcon Squad? The moment this thought crossed his mind, it sent a jolt through his entire being. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to cast this absurd notion from his mind. However, as time elapsed, that unsettling feeling began to entwine within his heart like a creeping vine. He started to doubt his own judgment. Perhaps he had indeed overestimated him. After all, he was still so young. A mere boy, barely out of his adolescence. Facing an elite squad led by an LV-3 powerhouse, operating in perfect harmony, with a mental type awakened backing them in the unprotected wilderness. Su Jingwa's heart was in turmoil. If Chu Xuan had truly perished, then the blunder made by that fool Zhao Tianlong would cease to exist. Yet, Jiangxing would also lose an invaluable hope capable of altering the future battleground. This feeling was complex, akin to a high-stakes gamble, only to discover that the most crucial card had inexplicably vanished before the reveal. Meanwhile, prominent figures in other boxes began to sense something amiss. Lin Guqiang, seated next to Su Zhenghua, glanced at his granddaughter Lin Wanner, who appeared somewhat dejected, and sighed softly. It seemed that the boy named Chu Xuan would not be coming. In the Wang family's area, the head of the family, Wang Xiaodian, wore a faint, enigmatic smile as he glanced at his exuberant grandson Wang Xian. Xianer, observe closely. This is the fate of those who are unaware of their own limitations. Talent can sometimes be a curse. It blinds one to their own shortcomings, ultimately leading to their downfall. Wang Xian nodded heavily, yet his gaze shifted towards the position occupied by Zhao Tianlong. He clearly saw the unabashedly triumphant smile on the face of the Zhao family colonel. Wang Xian's heart stirred as he instantly grasped the implication. When he looked down at the now empty spot that belonged to Chu Xuan, his excitement transformed into sheer joy and schadenfreude. He was dead. That brat who had embarrassed him publicly, who had tarnished his reputation, was dead. Good riddance. How splendidly fortuitous. Without the pressure of that monster, the first place in this competition would surely belong to the Wang family. In an instant, whispers filled the grandstand. Why hasn't that Chu Xuan shown up? Haven't you heard? He ran out of the safe zone alone yesterday. My heavens, is that true? Alone? Has he lost his mind? Is there any doubt? The word has spread throughout the North Gate. It seems he probably won't be returning. What a pity. I heard he was quite formidable. Who knew he was just a reckless youth? Such is fate. In the apocalypse, those who survive are always those who understand respect. Various discussions converged, casting a cold shroud over Chu Xuan's absence. A proud and arrogant genius has fallen in the wilderness. This is the ultimate conclusion. Zhao Tianlong listened to the myriad of discussions surrounding him, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing ever more pronounced. He lifted the red wine before him, gently swirling it, the crimson liquid tracing elegant arcs along the glass, reminiscent of fresh blood. Although he felt a pang at the loss of a falcon squad, the elimination of Chu Xuan, a significant thorn in his side, made this transaction exceedingly worthwhile. He had even envisioned that once the grand competition concluded, he would leverage the stability of Jiangqing's situation to pressure Su Zhenghua and Lin Guqiang, completely swallowing the entire Jiangqing safe zone into his grasp. With Chu Xuan eliminated as a variable, everything would revert to his control. As the atmosphere in the venue shifted ominously with Chu Xuan's demise, the moment arrived. A well-dressed female host, adorned with a professional smile, ascended the central platform of the martial arts arena. Distinguished guests and esteemed awakened warriors, good morning. Her clear voice resonated through the sound system, instantly silencing the clamor. In this dark epoch, we have witnessed countless destructions and deaths. Yet today, we gather here to witness rebirth and hope. The awakened are the final gift bestowed upon humanity by the divine, a sword piercing through the darkness to herald the dawn. Today, the finest young warriors of Jiangqing shall showcase their strength and courage. I hereby declare the inaugural Awakening Tournament of Jiangqing Safe Zone officially commenced. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, reverberating like rolling thunder. The survivors, having endured for so long, needed such a grand event to rekindle the flames that threatened to extinguish within their hearts. Now, let us welcome our first group of competitors. From the Wang family, the guest elder Xiao Yan, battling against the elite warrior from the military, Li Hu. Amidst a cacophony of cheers, Xiao Yan strode onto the arena, chest out and face aglow, reveling in the attention and the glory of being the favored child of destiny. Chu Xuan, merely a corpse turned to dust. From this day forth, he, Xiao Yan, shall be the brightest star among Jiangqing's youth. Meanwhile, at the northern gate of Jiangqing's safe zone, on an abandoned highway, a black lightning bolt surged closer, accompanied by a deep and wild roar that shattered the morning's tranquility. Halt! The soldier on lookout, upon recognizing the familiar wild-shaped heavy motorcycle, altered his tone. The soldiers on duty at the entrance, including the captain from yesterday, turned pale, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. It is him. The terrifying lightning type awakened who forced his way through the checkpoint yesterday. He has returned, a lone individual, having braved the treacherous wilderness for a day and night. Has returned unscathed? The black motorcycle, the Black Widow, showed no signs of slowing as it charged towards the tightly shut steel gate. A familiar, suffocating sense of oppression enveloped everyone once more. The leading captain, suddenly jolted awake, discarded his megaphone and shouted with all his might towards the control room. His voice a desperate roar. Open the gate. For heaven's sake, open the gate. Chapter 039. Crush all insects. He has returned. This proclamation paralyzed everyone. The steel gate, under the piercing alarm, ascended with unprecedented speed. The soldiers at the entrance, including the captain, stood frozen in place, forgetting to breathe. The Black Widow motorcycle glided into the passage like a silent steel beast, devoid of any semblance of warmth. The man atop it retained his languid demeanor, hands tucked in his pockets, as if he had merely taken a leisurely ride rather than fought through the wilderness for a day and night. It was only when the motorcycle passed them that the captain snapped back to reality, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He has returned. This monster has truly returned. Unscathed, Chu Xuan halted the motorcycle, turning his head to cast a dispassionate gaze over each pale-faced soldier present. Today, you shall act as though I never returned. His voice was soft, yet it struck every individual's mind like a chilling chisel. Should anyone fail to restrain their tongue, he did not finish his sentence, but a barely visible blue arc of electricity flickered at his fingertips, vanishing in an instant. Zing! A nearby metallic terminal, used for recording entry and exit information, erupted in a burst of sparks, rendered completely inoperative. Everyone trembled, cold sweat soaking their backs. The captain was the first to react, standing at attention, shouting with all his strength. No personnel are to enter or exit through the northern gate today. Chu Xuan did not spare them another glance, twisting the throttle as the Black Widow emitted a low growl, transforming into a shadow that vanished at the end of the street leading to the 4th district. Today, he intended to crush every insect within the safe zone in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, at the military martial arts arena in the 3rd district, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. He won. Xiaoyan won. Remarkable. That flame. It was as if a fire dragon had emerged. The elite awakened from the military barely lasted 10 minutes under his onslaught. Amidst the roaring applause, Xiaoyan stood at the center of the arena, his head held high, basking in the adulation of thousands. He glanced towards the highest seats where Colonel Zhao Tianlong raised his glass in acknowledgement, his face a mask of approval. He then looked towards the Wang family's private box, where Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xin were excitedly applauding. Finally, he cast a disdainful glance at the vacant seat reserved for Chu Xuan, a sneer curling at his lips. Merely a fool. From this day forth, he, Xiaoyan, shall be the sole son of Jiangqing. Upon returning to the lounge designated for top competitors, Wang Xiaotian, the head of the Wang family, approached with a radiant face. Mr. Xiaoyan, a true hero in the bloom of youth. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for our Wang family to have your assistance. You flatter me. Head of the family, Xiaoyan replied modestly, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was merely a trivial skill, not worthy of mention. Beside him, Wang Xin was so excited that his face turned crimson, throwing an arm around Xiaoyan's shoulders. Brother Xiao, you were incredible. That Chu Xuan, compared to you, is nothing but a joke. If he weren't dead, he wouldn't even stand a chance against you. A fleeting flicker of disdain crossed Xiaoyan's eyes, but he maintained a gentle smile, patting Wang Xin on the back. A group of mindless fools, he scoffed inwardly. Once the competition concluded and he acquired the promised privileges and resources from the military, the first to be devoured would be your Wang family. Just then, Wang Xin leaned closer, raising his eyebrows with a grin that conveyed a knowing malevolence. Brother Xiao, there's still time before your next match, and since we're idle, let me take you to see something interesting. Oh, do you remember that old coot Su Jinghua's daughter? Su Qingyao. She has 2 close friends, and my. Those 3 are truly exquisite beauties. Wang Xin licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed and fervor, particularly fixated on Su Qingyao, the ice princess. He had long desired to experience her allure. With Chu Xuan, that fleeting soul, no longer in the picture, and the old man Su Jinghua too timid to confront them. Today he was determined to compel them to comply. The mere thought of the 3 women's graceful figures ignited a fire within Wang Xin's heart. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Su Qingyao, the woman who had awakened her ice affinity? He vaguely recalled her, indeed possessing exceptional beauty. With Chu Xuan's demise, his woman naturally became a spoils of war. The strong ought to possess everything. A smile reminiscent of Wang Xin's crept onto Xiaoyan's face. He was eager to see for himself. The 2 exchanged knowing glances before leading a contingent of Wang family guards directly towards the private room where the 3 women of the Su family were located. A storm was about to descend upon this unsuspecting corner. Within the confines of the VIP room 301, the atmosphere was stifling. Lin Warner languidly reclined on the plush sofa, watching a replay of Xiaoyan's display of power on the screen, pouting as she muttered softly, "What is so impressive? If Chu Xuan were here, he could crush him with a single finger." Lu Man leaned against the window, gazing at the frenzied crowd below, a flicker of concern in her peach blossom eyes. Would he truly not return? Since yesterday, Chu Xuan had seemingly vanished from existence. While reason dictated that being unaccounted for outside the safety zone likely meant peril, the memory of that man, unflinching amidst carnage, convinced her that nothing in this world could kill him. Seated on a single sofa, Su Qingyao held a cup of water that had long since turned cold, remaining silent. Her gaze lingered on the empty contestant seat, her icy eyes betraying a tumult of emotions, worry, unease, and a tinge of disappointment she was reluctant to acknowledge. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the door to the room was violently kicked open. Wang Xian, wearing a sinister grin, swaggered in, followed closely by the equally smirking Xiao Yan. Ah, three lovely ladies. Enjoying the match? Wang Xian's gaze roamed unabashedly over the three women, exuding an aggressive aura. Wang Xian, what do you want? Lin Wanner was the first to rise, a mix of shock and anger on her face. What do I want? Wang Xian chuckled as if he had heard something amusing. I'm simply here to invite these three beauties to share a few drinks with my brothers. The guards behind him immediately blocked the door, their faces adorned with malicious smiles. Lu Manman's expression shifted, pulling Lin Wanner behind her as she coldly stated, Wang Xian, this is Vice Mayor Su's room. Do not overstep your bounds. Su Xinghua? Wang Xian scoffed, his disdain palpable. Just an old fool nearing his end. Today, even if the King of Heaven were here, he couldn't protect you. His gaze settled on Su Qingyao, his unrestrained desire nearly tangible. Su Qingyao, I will give you one last chance. Come with me now, and you shall enjoy a life of wealth and luxury as my woman. Otherwise, before he could finish, a surge of frigid air erupted within the room. Leave. Su Qingyao rose, her cool demeanor now cloaked in frost. She extended her right hand, manifesting visible frost that coalesced into sharp ice spikes, launching them towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. However, Xiao Yan was already in motion. Even a grain of rice can shine. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, not bothering to move his feet, merely raising his right hand to flick his fingers. A slender thread of crimson flame shot forth. The flame elongated in the air, swiftly transforming into a roaring wave of fire that collided with the ice spikes with a thunderous crash. There was no explosion, only the hissing sound of melting ice. The ice spikes, concentrated with Su Qingyao's power, evaporated upon contact with the fiery wave, just like summer ice in sunlight. The crimson flame surged forward, undeterred, sweeping towards Su Qingyao. Her complexion changed dramatically as she sensed the terrifying heat of the flames, realizing it was beyond her capacity to withstand. She hastily conjured an ice wall before her. Crack! The ice wall lasted less than a second before shattering under the intense heat. Ah! Su Qingyao cried out in pain as the searing wave of heat sent her crashing against the wall, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her right hand was scorched, covered in blisters. In a mere exchange, the victor and vanquished were evident. Qingyao, Lin Wanner and Lu Manman screamed, rushing to her aid. Xiao Yan retracted his hand, observing the disheveled Su Qingyao with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Ice affinity, quite commendable, but regrettably too weak. Emboldened, Wang Xian approached the fallen trio with a sinister grin. You'll regret refusing my hospitality today. Despair, deep, bone-chilling despair, enveloped the hearts of the three women. Lin Wanner and Lu Manman shielded Su Qingyao from harm, trembling from fear. Su Qingyao gritted her teeth, struggling to summon her power again. But the chill within her felt suppressed, rendering her unable to mobilize it. It was over, as she gazed upon Wang Xian's grotesque face drawing ever closer. She slowly closed her eyes, bracing for humiliation and despair. Just then, as Wang Xian's hand was about to touch Lin Wanner's shoulder, a calm, emotionless voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears, as if it pierced through the thick walls. Who dares to touch my woman? Have you contemplated how you wish to meet your demise? That voice, devoid of emotion, echoed like a thunderous clap from the heavens, reverberating through the confined space of the room. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wang Xian's hand, poised to touch Lin Wanner's shoulder, hung suspended in midair. His lewd grin solidified into a mask of shock. Xiao Yan, who had been anticipating the unfolding drama, found his smirk abruptly halted. Even the heated air in the room felt as if it had instantaneously cooled, becoming dense and oppressive. The three women trembled. Lin Wanner and Lu Manman abruptly turned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao, who had closed her eyes in resignation, felt her body shudder violently as she opened her eyes wide. That voice, there was no other in the world that possessed such a familiar yet comforting timbre. Who? Wang Xian was the first to react, his face a mix of fury and fear as he bellowed towards the door. Who the hell is out there playing tricks? Show yourself. The guards he brought blocked the entrance tightly, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Yet, no response came. At the moment his words fell, a flash of lightning, without warning, surged past the guards at the door. A tall figure materialized out of thin air, standing between Wang Xian and the three women. He stood there quietly, as if he had always been present. With his hands tucked into his pockets, his casual attire bore traces of dust, and his gaze was indifferent, akin to a deity surveying mere ants. Who could it be if not Chu Xuan? Wang Xian's eyes widened in shock, resembling brass bells. As the color drained from his face at an alarming rate, he pointed at Chu Xuan, his lips trembling, producing a rasping sound from his throat as if an invisible hand had gripped him by the neck, rendering him incapable of uttering a single coherent word. Hadn't this man already perished in the wilderness? Colonel Zhao Tianlong had confirmed it. The entire Falcon squad was missing. How could he possibly still be alive? Behind him, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted sharply, a tempest of emotions surging within him. As a powerful awakened, he had failed to perceive how this man had materialized. He appeared abruptly, as if stepping out from another dimension, tearing through the very fabric of space to arrive here. Chu Xuan. Lin Wanner was the first to emit a joyous scream tinged with tears, as all her fear and grievances transformed into boundless reassurance upon seeing his silhouette. Lu Manman and Su Qingyao also covered their mouths, their eyes reddening instantly. He has returned, in this moment of utmost despair and helplessness. This man, he has returned. Chu Xuan did not turn around, nor did he glance at them. His gaze calmly settled upon Wang Xian's distorted face, twisted in terror. I just asked you. Chu Xuan's voice remained flat. Have you decided how to die? Don't come any closer. Wang Xian's psychological defenses collapsed entirely. He screamed and desperately scrambled behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Gu. Kill him. Quickly kill him. The Wang and Zhao families owe you a colossal favor. Xiao Yan's expression darkened ominously. He fixated on Chu Xuan, his internal flame energy surging wildly. Although the manner of this man's arrival was unsettling, his pride as a genius forbade him from believing he could be bested by a peer. Moreover, he had just effortlessly defeated elite military personnel in front of thousands. I care not whether you are human or ghost. Xiao Yan stepped forward, crimson flames enveloping him, exuding a terrifying aura. To dare act impudently before me is to invite death. He roared, thrusting his hands forward. The flame dragon roared, a colossal pillar of pure fire, tearing through the air and radiating a fearsome heat capable of incinerating all, surged towards Chu Xuan. This strike was more than tenfold stronger than his previous encounter with Su Qingyao. He intended to use his utmost strength to reduce this oblivious fool, along with the fear he brought, to ashes. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Chu Xuan did not even raise an eyelid. He merely lifted his right hand slowly, then snapped his fingers. A soft pop resonated. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no chaotic clash of energies. Just as the formidable fire dragon was about to make contact with Chu Xuan's body, a 2-meter-long, grotesquely shaped halberd of pure blue lightning materialized in front of him. It hovered there silently. Countless tiny arcs of electricity danced across the halberd's surface, emanating a destructive aura potent enough to rend souls asunder. Thunder transformation. The once mighty fire dragon collided with the lightning halberd and was instantly engulfed as if it had struck a black hole. All flames, all energy, all momentum were silently devoured and obliterated in an instant, without leaving a single ripple. What? The confidence on Xiao Yan's face was immediately replaced by boundless horror. His strongest attack had simply vanished. However, Chu Xuan was not inclined to grant him time for contemplation. The halberd, still suspended in the air, trembled slightly. In the next moment, it transformed into a blinding blue streak of light, disappearing from sight. Sizzle, a sound so faint it was almost imperceptible, reminiscent of a hot knife slicing through butter, echoed. Xiao Yan's astonishment froze. He looked down, disbelief etched on his face, as he beheld a gaping, charred cavity the size of a bowl appearing in his chest. The edges of the cavity were smooth as a mirror, still emitting wisps of faint smoke. In that moment, all his innards, including his heart, were violently vaporized by the relentless power of thunder. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only exhaled a plume of black smoke. Life ebbed from him like a receding tide. Thud. Xiao Yan's body fell straight back, crashing onto the floor with a dull thud. Instant kill. The man who had just moments before commanded great prowess on the training field, hailed as the greatest genius of Jiangqing, had not even managed to exchange a single blow with Chu Xuan. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The guards behind Wang Xian were now paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, a foul stench emanating from their trousers. Wang Xian himself resembled a man who had encountered the most terrifying demon, his eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, and he fainted from sheer terror. Chu Xuan glanced dismissively at the corpse and debris on the floor. He turned, his gaze finally landing on the three women. Upon noticing the trace of blood at the corner of Su Qingyao's mouth and the glaring burn on her arm, a chilling intent to kill flickered for the first time in his calm, deep-set eyes. Who did this? Chapter 041. What is the Zhao family? Even a prince shall not escape my wrath. The icy intent to kill seemed to plunge the temperature of the entire private room to freezing point. The residual heat from Xiao Yan's flames dissipated visibly. The moisture in the air was directly frozen by this intangible will. This was Chu Xuan's murderous aura distorting reality. Lin Wanner instinctively hugged her arms, her fingers trembling as she pointed at the still smoldering corpse on the ground, her voice quivering with tears. It was him. Chu Xuan did not turn around or even lower his head. He simply lifted his foot, then brought it down with force. Bang! A sound resonated, heavy as a ripe watermelon crushed by a battering ram. Xiao Yan's lifeless head, along with the frozen horror and unwillingness on his face, was forcefully stamped into the expensive, hard alloy floor by Chu Xuan's foot. Blood splattered everywhere. A man who had moments ago basked in the cheers of thousands, celebrated as Jiangqing's greatest genius, was erased from this world in the most humiliating and complete manner. Once he had completed this act, Chu Xuan slowly turned around. The overwhelming murderous intent that had chilled the air vanished in an instant upon facing the three women, dissipating like spring snow, as though it had never existed. He approached Su Qingyao with measured steps, extending his hand to gently assist her from the frigid ground. His movements were delicate, a stark contrast to the bloody brutality he had just exhibited. As Su Qingyao steadied herself with his support, her body still felt weak. Upon noticing the glaring blisters on her arm, seared by high temperatures, her charming face turned as pale as death, a wave of indescribable shame and self-reproach engulfing her. She felt utterly powerless. Yet, an uncontrollable echo of Chu Xuan's earlier words reverberated in her mind. Dare to touch my woman? My woman? Was he referring to me? Su Qingyao's heart skipped a beat. An unusual warmth surged from her core, instantly dispelling the pallor from her face and bathing it in a captivating blush. But what of Kuku, Wan Er, and Man? Could he be alluding to the three of us? Although in the Daxiao Empire, it is legal for men to take multiple wives and concubines, and having several women is commonplace, to declare it so openly in front of so many was profoundly humiliating. Indeed, men are all boorish creatures. Unbeknownst to Chu Xuan, the icy beauty in his arms, who had just moments ago been on the brink of despair, was now embroiled in an internal battle of emotions. His gaze shifted past Su Qingyao, landing on the guards who had been so terrified they collapsed, their fear manifesting in both urine and feces, as well as on Wang Xian, who had fainted from sheer fright. He spoke calmly, seeking Su Qingyao's opinion. How would you like to deal with these individuals? The guards at the entrance, upon hearing his words, felt as though they had grasped their last shred of hope. Ignoring their incapacitated bodies, they pounded their foreheads against the ground, producing dull thuds. Spare us. Lord Chu, have mercy. It's not our fault. We were coerced by that beast, Wang Xian. We won't dare again. Please let us go. Chu Xuan disregarded their pleas for mercy. If he had not arrived in time, it was likely that none of them would have spared the three women. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to one's allies. Su Qingyao's body stiffened momentarily. Yet, upon seeing the burn on her arm, recalling the suffocating despair she had just experienced, and remembering Wang Xian's repugnant face, the last vestige of softness associated with a time of peace was utterly crushed on her icy visage. She lifted her gaze to meet Chu Xuan's eyes, her voice chillingly clear as she spoke each word with conviction. Kill him. Wang Xian had committed countless atrocities in the safe zone, and his subordinates had exacerbated the situation. Oppressing the common folk and abducting women, none were innocent. They all deserved death. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Chu Xuan's mouth. Excellent. This is the spirit needed to survive in the apocalypse. He did not need any superfluous gestures, a mere thought sufficed. With a crackling sound, several slender arcs of blue electricity, like serpents awakened from slumber, silently surged into the bodies of the guards. Their piercing screams erupted but were abruptly silenced. In the blink of an eye, the guards transformed into charred black statues, collapsing to the ground. As for the unconscious Wang Xian, Chu Xuan raised his foot and stamped down hard on his arm. The sound of shattering bones echoed with a sickening crunch. Wang Xian jolted awake, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. But when he beheld the demonic countenance before him, all agony was eclipsed by boundless terror. Don't kill me. Chu Xuan, please. I was wrong. I truly was. Tears streaming down his face, he writhed on the ground like a worm, attempting to beg for mercy. Yet, Chu Xuan's foot descended once more. With a series of sickening cracks, Wang Xian's other arm and legs were brutally crushed. Rest assured, I won't let you die so swiftly. A sinister smile crept across Chu Xuan's face, instilling dread in Wang Xian's very soul. Soon, you will witness how your grandfather and your Wang family gradually vanish from this world. Wang Xian's heart sank. Regret washed over him. Immense regret that he had ever provoked such a monster. The Wang family was doomed. He was doomed. In his despair, a thought sparked within him, igniting a frenzied, sickly gleam in his eyes. Ha! Chu Xuan, go ahead and kill me. If you dare, just do it. He laughed maniacally, his broken limbs contorting grotesquely on the ground. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch the Wang family? I tell you, the Wang family has long allied with Colonel Zhao Tianlong. We are of the Zhao family. His voice was shrill and twisted, brimming with last-ditch madness. The Zhao family. One of the 5 great families of the imperial capital. What gives you the right to oppose the Zhao family? You harm me today, and the Zhao family will never let you go. There will be no refuge for you in the entire Daxiao Empire. He thought that invoking the name of the Zhao family would at least instill some caution in Chu Xuan. However, Chu Xuan merely listened to him in silence, then regarded him with a look of utter contempt, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Zhao family? He began slowly, his voice low but imbued with a power that seemed to shake the very space around them. What does that even amount to? He paused, each word resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Today, even if that so-called imperial prince were to stand here and offend me, I would still not hesitate to strike him down. Chapter 042. What does imperial authority mean? I shall strike him down without hesitation. I shall strike him down without hesitation. The final 5 words descended like an invisible ancient mountain, crashing down with a resounding impact. The entire room fell into a suffocating silence more oppressive than death. The air stilled, and the light seemed to distort. Wang Xian's face, twisted in agony and madness, became utterly frozen. The last flicker of madness and reliance in his eyes shattered like a popped bubble. A lunatic. This man was a complete and utter madman. One who disregarded all worldly norms. What he had provoked was not merely an individual, but a demon cloaked in human skin, capable of overturning the entire imperial order. Regret. Endless regret, like a black poison, consumed all of his consciousness in an instant. How could he have been so foolish as to provoke such an existence? Su Qingyao, Lin Wan'er, and Lu Manman were equally shaken by his declaration, their bodies trembling. In that moment, their worldview was shattered and reshaped by Chu Xuan's brutal proclamation. In the Daxiao Empire, the royal family was considered supreme, and imperial authority was divinely ordained. This reverence was ingrained in the very bones of every citizen of the empire. Yet in this man's words, that exalted existence was rendered no different from stray dogs. It could be slain without hesitation. What overwhelming arrogance! What audacity! The 3 women gazed upon the figure of Chu Xuan, not particularly tall, yet seemingly capable of supporting the entire expanse of the heavens. Their beautiful eyes sparkled with a myriad of colors, nearly overflowing with emotion. Particularly, Su Qingyao felt her heart, once tranquil due to her awakening of ice affinity, now beating uncontrollably in a frenzy. Yet, to Chu Xuan, it appeared as though he had merely uttered something trivial. He released his hand from Su Qingyao's grasp and slowly approached the enormous anti-explosive glass before him. His gaze traversed the distance of several thousand meters, landing squarely in the center of the training ground. On the arena, 2 Level 2 Awakeners were engaged in a fierce back and forth, their energy radiating brilliantly, inciting cheers from the spectators in the stands. To ordinary eyes, it resembled a celestial battle, but to Chu Xuan, it was merely an excruciatingly dull farce. A group of delicate flowers playing house in a greenhouse could hardly be deemed warriors. Chu Xuan shook his head, a smirk of utmost derision curling at the corners of his lips. So be it. Let me personally bring this farce to an end. He turned to glance at the 3 women, stating coolly, "Keep an eye on this dog." No sooner had he spoken than he moved. He did not exit through the door. Rather, he casually raised his right fist and, with an effortless motion, struck the formidable anti-explosive glass capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the massive glass wall shattered into countless fragments, resembling a rain of crystalline shards. In the horrified gaze of the 3 women, Chu Xuan's figure soared amidst the swirling shards of glass. Like a hawk freed from all constraints, leaping from the VIP room over 30 meters high. In the training ground, the atmosphere was electric. Well done. What a spectacular display. An air affinity awakener. The cheers of tens of thousands of spectators surged into a cacophony, nearly lifting the clouds above. In the highest section of the stands, Zhao Tianlong reclined in his leather chair, reveling in the moment, gently swirling the wine in his glass. Chu Xuan was dead. The Wang family had completely aligned with him. The genius Xiao Yan had also become his guest. Once the competition concluded, he would seamlessly assume greater power, rendering Su Zhenghua and Lin Guoqiang utterly powerless. Jiangxing was poised to become the Zhao family's possession. The future appeared bright. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang! A sudden, thunderous sound resonated from the direction of the VIP seats. The cheers fell abruptly silent. Tens of thousands of gazes turned in unison towards the source of the sound. What they beheld was a scene they would never forget. A dark figure had shattered the entire wall of VIP room 301 and descended from the heavens. With arms outstretched, he traced a straight trajectory through the air, plummeting towards the center of the training ground like a meteor. What is that? Has someone jumped? No, look. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated through the arena, constructed from special alloys, causing it to tremble violently. Dust soared into the sky. As the dust settled, a tall figure stood quietly at the center of a spiderweb of cracks exceeding 3 meters in diameter. Beneath his feet, the two Awakeners, once fiercely battling, had been violently hurled away by the terrifying shockwave, their fates unknown. The arena fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. In that instant, the vast venue, teeming with tens of thousands, became as quiet as a graveyard. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, like puppets under a spell, staring blankly at the man who had descended from the sky. In the highest section, Su Zhenghua's teacup fell with a crash, shattering on the ground. He fixed his gaze on the familiar figure in the arena, his blood seeming to congeal in that moment. He has returned. He truly has returned. In the adjacent VIP room, Zhao Tianlong's smile froze instantly. His goblet slipped from his hand, crimson liquid spilling across the expensive carpet. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. Impossible. This cannot be. The entire Eagle squad is mobilized, and there are mental affinity awakeners in support. How could he still be alive? On the other side, Wang Xiangtian, the head of the Wang family, abruptly stood, his face marked by shock and confusion. Chu Xuan, the one who should have perished in the wilderness. Why is he here? And in such a commanding manner? An ominous premonition slithered around the hearts of all connected to this event, like the coldest of serpents. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands, amid the astonished gazes of numerous dignitaries, Chu Xuan, standing amidst the ruins, slowly raised his head. His indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately locking onto the two pale-faced men at the highest point. Then he spoke. His voice was low, yet resonated clearly through the power of thunder, reaching the ears of everyone present. The tone was cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion, yet contained an unparalleled authority capable of judging all beings. Wang Xiangtian, Zhao Tianlong, come forth to meet your demise. Chapter 043. Zhao Tianlong's hidden cards exposed. 10 level 3 monsters surround. Chu Xuan, you are too weak. Wang Xiangtian, Zhao Tianlong, come forth to meet your demise. These few words, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, struck like tangible thunder, bombarding the eardrums and hearts of the tens of thousands in the training ground. The entire world fell silent. The fervent cheers and heated discussions were abruptly seized by an invisible hand, morphing into a profound stillness. Everyone looked up, mouths agape, gazing vacantly at the man standing in the center of the arena, as if descended from the gods. Who is he? What did he just say? Commanding the head of the Wang family, Wang Xiangtian, and the highest military officer of District 3, Colonel Zhao Tianlong, to come forth and meet their end? Had the world gone mad, or were they the ones losing their sanity? In the highest VIP room, Su Zhenghua's table was soaked with tea spilled from his careless hand. Yet he remained oblivious. He stared fixedly at Chu Xuan's figure, his heart racing, throat dry. He has returned. This monster not only survived, but seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Su Zhenghua's eldest son, Su Changfeng, could hardly contain his ecstatic joy. He is alive. Chu Xuan is still alive. The Su family has been saved. Meanwhile, in room 301, the three women, through the enormous gaping hole, beheld the proud figure below, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Especially Su Qingyao, who gazed at the man as if he were poised to trample the entire world beneath his feet, her icy eyes ablaze with admiration. This was the man she, Su Qingyao, had long desired. In stark contrast to the suffocating silence and shock enveloping the audience, the private room of the Wang and Zhao families was steeped in chilling dread and boundless terror. With great difficulty, Wang Xiaotian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling an icy grip envelop his entire being, his limbs turning cold. Trembling, he reached for the internal communicator on the table, desperate to contact Zhao Tianlong in the adjacent room. Colonel Zhao, he stammered, his voice quaking, unable to articulate a single coherent word. On the other end, Zhao Tianlong's breath was labored, akin to the wheezing of an old bellows. His complexion had transformed from ashen to a ghastly blue, veins bulging on his forehead. Bloodshot eyes glaring with fury. He is not dead. That bastard is truly alive. The elite Falcon Squad, comprised solely of individuals at LV2 and above, led by a formidable LV3 powerhouse and even equipped with a psychic awakened one, could not eliminate a mere rookie? Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Why the panic? Zhao Tianlong let out a suppressed roar into the communicator, his voice contorted by overwhelming rage and a hint of unmasked fear. Could he truly turn the tide alone? Yet, the hand gripping the communicator trembled uncontrollably. Below, Chu Xuan seemed to have lost all patience. He gazed at the two still-closed private rooms above, a mocking smile curling his lips. Afraid to come out, are we? It makes sense. After all, they are but rats hiding from the light. If that is the case, consider your room a tailor-made coffin. As his words fell, he slowly raised his right hand, making a grasping motion towards Wang Xiaoyan's room. With a crackle, countless violent electric serpents materialized from thin air, converging, compressing, and coalescing in his palm. A spear, approximately 2 meters in length, forged entirely from deep blue lightning. Ancient in design and radiating an aura of destruction, took shape before him. Thunder transformation. This scene was vividly displayed on the massive screen before the audience, rendering them breathless. They were unaware of Chu Xuan's intent, yet a primal shudder emanating from the depths of their souls rendered them immobile. The muscles in Chu Xuan's arm bulged slightly, his movements leisurely as if tossing a mere stick. He hurled the thunder spear with casual ease. Whoosh! The moment the spear left his grasp, it transformed into a blue streak of light that tore through space, defying the laws of physics and traversing hundreds of meters in an instant, reaching Wang Xiaoyan's room. Wang Xiaoyan's pupils constricted sharply. He watched in horror as the deadly blue light expanded rapidly in his vision, yet his body remained frozen. With a piercing sound, the specialized glass designed to withstand artillery fire crumbled before the thunder spear, as fragile as paper. The blue streak penetrated the glass effortlessly, piercing through Wang Xiaoyan's forehead. It then erupted from the back of his skull, obliterating the reinforced alloy wall behind him, creating a massive breach. The terror etched on Wang Xiaoyan's face froze, the spark of life in his eyes vanishing as swiftly as a punctured balloon. The once dominant figure of Jiangqing's safety zone, a tyrant commanding the sustenance of over 500,000 souls, had fallen. His lifeless body toppled backward. Once again, the venue was enveloped in a silence more harrowing than before. If the earlier event had been shocking, this was sheer, unadulterated terror. Before thousands, a single shot had extinguished the life of a prominent figure in the safety zone. This man was a devil. Zhao Tianlong, witnessing this through the monitor, felt his heart seize, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. A madman. This Chu Xuan was a thoroughly reckless lunatic. He truly dares to kill. In an instant, terror reached its zenith, transforming into frenzied madness. Chu Xuan, you have forced my hand. Zhao Tianlong roared like a beast, pulling a red remote from his pocket and pressing the button with every ounce of strength. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Thunder rumbled as the entire training ground began to tremble violently. The ground seemed to be lifted from below. To the horror of all, the earth surrounding the training field slowly cracked open. 10 colossal iron cages, crafted from special alloys and resembling mobile fortresses, emerged from the depths. Each cage contained a terrifying creature of immense size and ferocious aura. Elite-level zombies with vicious claws, their bodies covered in bony armor. Mutated giant pythons exceeding 10 meters in length, oozing corrosive venom. Flying mutated beasts with wings spanning 20 meters, their eyes ablaze with ghostly flames. Each was a legitimate LV3 monster, each capable of effortlessly slaughtering 100-strong LV2 Awakens squad outside the safety zone. Roar! The 10 horrific creatures unleashed a cacophony of deafening roars, their combined savage presence threatening to stain the very sky of the training ground crimson. The audience in the stands finally reacted, breaking free from their paralyzing fear, erupting into heart-wrenching screams. Monsters, run! The crowd erupted into chaos. Countless individuals surging towards the exits, the entire venue descending into pandemonium. Zhao Tianlong, you madman! In Su Jinghua's private room, he seized the loudspeaker on the table, shouting at the top of his lungs, Chu Xuan, get out now. Those are biological weapons from the military's secret research. Leave the training ground at once. However, Zhao Tianlong's maniacal laughter drowned out all noise through the amplification system. Ha! Leave? Can he really escape today? Chu Xuan, aren't you so powerful? Aren't you the one who dares to kill even a prince? Come, Let me see how you handle 10 LV3 monsters all by yourself. A sickly delight flickered in Zhao Tianlong's eyes. These 10 creatures were his ultimate trump card. Even an LV4 awakened being would face certain death when besieged by these 10 beasts. Moreover, he had implanted miniature remote-controlled explosives in the energy cores of these monsters. Once they tore Chu Xuan to shreds, he would detonate the explosives, obliterating all evidence. At that point, he would simply declare that Chu Xuan had trespassed during the competition, accidentally releasing experimental subjects, ultimately perishing alongside them. Perfect. A flawless killing trap. With this thought, Zhao Tianlong gazed at the minuscule figure encircled by 10 monsters in the arena. His face a mask of cat-and-mouse mockery. Are you regretting your choices now? Feeling utterly hopeless? Yet, standing at the center of the arena, Chu Xuan, confronted with a situation that would terrify any LV4 powerhouse, maintained an expression of indifference. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the roaring monsters around him. Instead, he simply lifted his gaze to the frenzied Zhao Tianlong above and slowly shook his head, a hint of pity lacing his voice. If this is all you are capable of, then you may as well perish. Chapter 044, Defying the Heavens. Thunder Master unleashes his full power in 10 seconds. All 10 LV3 behemoths turn to ash. Then you may as well perish. Chu Xuan's voice, though not loud, clearly overshadowed the roars of 10 colossal beasts and the screams of tens of thousands, echoing like a divine final judgment across the chaotic arena. Zhao Tianlong's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. He appeared to have heard some grand jest, his facial muscles contorting in response to the sheer absurdity. Facing imminent death, he still dared to be defiant. Attack! Tear him apart. Zhao Tianlong issued his final command to the remote control. With a series of clicks, the gates of 10 metallic cages swung open. A ferocious rage, long suppressed, erupted in that moment. 10 terrifying LV3 beasts surged forth like a black torrent of death from 10 different directions, charging towards the small figure at the center of the arena with a terrifying force capable of shaking the earth. The ground trembled. The air wailed. On the stands, the survivors who had not yet managed to flee collapsed in despair, their faces etched with hopelessness. It was over. That godlike man was about to perish. Under such a cataclysmic assault, how could humanity possibly survive? Su Jinghua clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Su Qingyao and her companions covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with fear and worry, their hearts racing in their throats. Confronted with this apocalyptic scene, Chu Xuan finally moved. He did not evade, nor did he gather his weapons as everyone had anticipated for a grueling battle. He simply raised both hands slowly, spreading his fingers wide, as if to embrace the entire world. Had it been an ordinary LV4 awakened, perhaps they would indeed meet their end today. He murmured softly, his voice carrying an indescribable undertone. Unfortunately, I am not. To toy with summoned beasts in my presence? A sinister smile finally graced Chu Xuan's lips. Let me show you what a true summoned beast is. The moment his words fell, an explosion of brilliant blue lightning erupted from his profound gaze. Thunder transformation. With all his might, he unleashed it. A wave of boundless thunderous will surged forth from Chu Xuan's body, sweeping in every direction. The 10 LV3 beasts that had charged close suddenly froze in their tracks. The bloodthirsty madness in their eyes was instantly replaced by an ancient fear, primal and deep-rooted. They sensed it. Before them stood not a mere human, but a deity incarnate, wielding the power of life and death over all creation. An absolute, insurmountable pressure at the very essence of existence. Yet it was too late. Under Chu Xuan's will, the air around him began to distort violently. Massive blue arcs of lightning, thicker than barrels, materialized from thin air, intertwining and coalescing. A resounding wolf howl echoed through the heavens. 1, 2, 5, 10. A total of 10 colossal lightning wolves, larger than heavy tanks and composed entirely of pure blue divine thunder, appeared out of nowhere. They bore no flesh, only forms crafted from pure energy. Their eyes were pulsating orbs of electricity, and their fur was a tempest of crackling arcs. The instant they emerged, they lowered their proud heads in unison, directing a deep growl of submission towards Chu Xuan. This scene shattered the understanding of everyone present. A manifestation from thin air, moreover, in an instant, creating 10 lightning wolves whose aura surpassed even those LV3 mutated beasts. What kind of ability was this? Go. Chu Xuan uttered a single word. The 10 lightning wolves transformed into blue bolts of lightning, racing towards the terrified mutated beasts, radiating an aura of destruction. There was no brutal struggle, no earth-shattering collision, only a one-sided massacre. With a crash, the first lightning wolf collided with the elite zombie, its bone armor shattering like foam before the ferocious thunder. The massive body of the elite zombie emitted not a single cry as it was instantaneously vaporized, carbonized by the violent currents. With a snap, the second lightning wolf clamped its jaws around the mutated python's throat, injecting 1,000,000 volts of electricity. The python's enormous body writhed in agony before. Amidst a cacophony of crackling sounds, it was reduced to a charred husk. With a thunderous impact, the third lightning wolf swatted down a flying mutated beast, obliterating it along with its wings into a cloud of shredded flesh and ash. 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the 10 LV-3 biological weapons, which Zhao Tianlong had deemed capable of annihilation, were utterly decimated by the onslaught of the lightning wolves. The arena lay strewn with 10 smoking, charred corpses, while the 10 thunderous wolves remained unscathed, exuding an aura of destruction. They had fulfilled their master's command and gracefully turned, returning to Chu Xuan's side like the most loyal knights, guarding their sovereign. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood as though their souls had been drained, staring blankly at the mythic scene before them. Time, space, and thought seemed to lose all significance in that moment. In the highest VIP room, Zhao Tianlong's expression of madness and triumph had long since frozen. His mouth agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, he gasped like a fish out of water. His mind had completely crashed. He could not comprehend. He could not believe. Had the 10 LV-3 biological weapons, his family's greatest trump card, been so easily annihilated? Summoned by his opponent, these lightning monsters had dispatched them in mere seconds? Fear washed over him like an inexorable tide, drowning all reason. He discarded the remote control and scrambled towards the exit of the room. Escape. He had to flee. The farther away from this monster, the better. However, as his foot stepped out of the VIP room, a calm voice, as if rising from the depths of hell, thundered in his ear. Did I permit you to leave? Zhao Tianlong's body froze in place. He slowly turned, summoning every ounce of strength. There stood Chu Xuan in the center of the arena, having once again raised his right hand. A spear, identical to the one before and radiating a deathly aura, was coalescing in his palm. The icy tip of the spear spanned 1,000 meters, locking onto his heart. Chapter 045. What of the Zhao family's threat? Chu Xuan declared. I do not mind if the Zhao family ceases to exist. The voice pierced through thousands of meters, cutting through the cacophony of voices and chaos with precision, akin to a cold steel needle piercing Zhao Tianlong's eardrum. The motion of Zhao Tianlong fleeing froze instantaneously. His body felt as though it were filled with lead. Every joint rusted, making even the simple act of turning his neck excruciatingly difficult. With every ounce of strength, he gradually turned his head. At the end of his line of sight, in the center of the ruins of the training ground, the man raised his right hand once more. A thunderous spear, identical to the one used to judge Wang Xiaotian, slowly coalesced in his palm. Deep blue arcs of electricity danced, exuding an aura of death and destruction. The cold tip of the spear transcended the confines of time and space, locking onto his heart from afar. A chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, as if his blood had frozen in that instant. He would die? This thought gnawed at his sanity like the most malevolent curse. Fear overwhelmed everything at that moment. He could no longer concern himself with the dignity of a colonel or the face of the Zhao family. With all his might, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. You cannot kill me. My father is Zhao Gang. He is Zhao Gang of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. If you kill me, the Zhao family will not spare you. There will be no refuge for you in the entire great Xia Empire. This was his last bastion, the talisman engraved in his bones since childhood. However, the only response he received was Chu Xuan's increasingly pitying and disdainful gaze. Along with the death spear that had already formed, its tip crackling with arcs of electricity. As the spear was about to be unleashed, Zhao Tianlong's thoughts plunged into a surreal daze. He seemed to return to that dark, damp servant's quarter. His mother, a humble maid in the power-laden Zhao family, grasped his hand tightly before her death. Her hands were rough but warm. Longer, you must strive hard. You must make your father see you. Make him acknowledge you. Father? A vague yet imposing figure emerged in Zhao Tianlong's mind. He was merely the product of a drunken affair. From his birth until his mother's death, he had never even had the right to meet that man. In the Zhao family, he was indistinguishable from the other servants' children, subjected to disdain and bullying. His mother's death became the only obsession in his heart. He had to grow strong. He had to achieve greatness. He had to make that lofty man acknowledge, with his own lips, that Zhao Tianlong was his son. To that end, he clawed his way up relentlessly, employing any means necessary. But now, at the end of consciousness, it was as if he saw his mother's face, filled with hope and regret. Still unable to achieve it? Mother, I am sorry. A sense of relief surged unexpectedly within him. Perhaps this was for the best. It had been exhausting. With a whoosh, the blue thunder spear tore through space, tracing a deadly trajectory amidst thousands of astonished gazes. Thud! The spear unhesitatingly penetrated the reinforced glass of the private room, piercing through Zhao Tianlong's chest. The ferocious force of the thunder obliterated his heart along with all vitality in an instant. The madness and unwillingness on his face solidified into eternity. His body slowly toppled backward. The once mighty hero, the highest military commander of District 3, Zhao Tianlong, was dead. The training ground fell utterly silent. The 10 thunderous giant wolves that had surrounded Chu Xuan completed their mission, their bodies transforming into flickers of electricity, dissipating into the air as if they had never existed. Only the 10 charred corpses of monsters and 2 unblinking heroes silently bore witness to the terror of what had just transpired. Chu Xuan withdrew his hand as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. His gaze shifted upwards to the private room where Su Jinghua was situated. Deputy Mayor Su. His voice resonated through the electric reverberation clearly. Come out. It is time to conclude. Su Jinghua jolted, awakening from the overwhelming shock. Furthermore, Chu Xuan added, I have no interest in dealing with the explosive devices left on those monsters. You may send someone to clean it up. With that, Chu Xuan paid no further attention to the mess below. He lightly tapped his toes against the ground, his entire being shot upwards like a cannonball, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before landing precisely back into the enormous hole created by his punch, more than 30 meters high. Now, only one piece of refuse remained. In the VIP room 301, as Chu Xuan's figure reappeared, Su Qingyao and the other 2 women seemed to awaken from a bizarre nightmare. They gazed at the man who had just judged life and death like a deity before the crowd, now standing before them, the unreal sensation rendering their minds blank. Chu Xuan's gaze fell upon Wang Xian, who lay in the corner, paralyzed with fear, drenched in excrement, resembling a heap of mud. Sensing Chu Xuan's scrutiny, Wang Xian twitched violently, his entire being akin to a lifeless puppet, his eyes vacant, his face ashen. Speak. Chu Xuan approached him, looking down with a hint of playful coldness. How do you wish to die? The threat of death finally refocused Wang Xian's scattered consciousness. He looked at the handsome, yet demonic face before him, and all his fear, regret, and despair transformed into the most vengeful madness at that moment. He suddenly regained his composure, ceasing to beg for mercy, and instead erupted into a grotesque, hellish laughter. Ha ha, Chu Xuan, go ahead and kill me. If you dare kill me, I'll be waiting for you down there. The Zhao family will not spare you. The entire imperial capital will not spare you. Ha ha. Chu Xuan regarded his final frenzy with an unfazed expression. The Zhao family? He scoffed, the smile etched with profound indifference. If they do not seek me out, it is their good sense. Should they dare to come, I do not mind ensuring that the Zhao family ceases to exist in this world. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xuan could not be bothered to engage in further conversation. He seized Wang Xian by the collar, as if lifting a garbage bag, and hoisted him to the edge of the room's gaping hole. In your next life, be born a good person, he remarked, lifting his arm. Ah! Wang Xian's deranged laughter morphed into a heart-wrenching scream as he plummeted from over 30 meters high towards the unforgiving alloy ground below. Thud! A dull thud echoed. A splatter of red and white flesh quietly blossomed at the center of the training ground. Having resolved all troubles, Chu Xuan turned back to the 3 women who remained rooted in place, their faces pale with shock, and could not help but smile. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled. Amidst the swirling smoke, his cold visage seemed to soften slightly. What are you standing there for? The ground is littered with corpses. The aroma is quite unpleasant. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his voice imbued with a hint of languor. Do you wish to remain here for the night? At this moment, the 3 women awakened from their stupor, gazing at the chaos and bloodstains strewn across the floor, their stomachs churning. I am hungry. Chu Xuan took a step forward, heading toward the exit of the private room. Let us find something to eat. His silhouette, shrouded in smoke, appeared somewhat surreal, yet undeniably dependable. Su Qingyao, Lin Wanner, and Lu Manman exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief from their narrow escape and a fervent spark of admiration. No longer hesitating, they hurried after him. Behind this man lay the safest haven in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 046, The Royal Family's Inquiry? Su Jinghua, the empire is a mess. It is better to conspire with Chu Xuan. The martial arts arena had descended into utter chaos. Yet, under the absolute transfer of power, this turmoil was swiftly supplanted by a new, iron-fisted order. Su Jinghua's eldest son, Su Changfeng, arrived with a squad of loyal guards, promptly taking control of the scene. News was sealed, the populace soothed, corpses cleared, and explosives dismantled, all executed with meticulous precision. Everyone was aware that the Jiangqing safe zone was on the brink of transformation, and the instigator, Chu Xuan, was leisurely dining and shopping with 3 beautiful women. At this moment, Su Zhenghua did not remain on-site to oversee the situation. He ventured alone to the adjacent private room of Lin Guoqiang. The door was unlocked. Upon entering, he found Lin Guoqiang seated at a tea table, personally brewing a pot of hot tea. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, creating a stark contrast to the bloody chaos outside, as if separated by 2 dimensions. "Old Su, please take a seat." Lin Guoqiang seemed to have anticipated his arrival, gesturing toward the seat opposite him. Su Zhenghua did not hesitate, settling comfortably and sipping from the teacup offered by Lin Guoqiang. "Excellent tea." He set down the cup, bypassing pleasantries, and delved straight into the matter at hand. "Old Lin, you must have seen my decision. My Su family stands with Chu Xuan. In this chaotic world, I am prepared to follow him and see if we can elevate the Su family to new heights." Lin Guoqiang's aged fingers gently caressed the warm teacup, a glimmer of insight flashing in his murky eyes. "Is it worth it?" he asked solemnly. "To wager the future of an entire family for a young man you have only recently met? It is worth it," Su Zhenghua replied with resolute conviction. He regarded Lin Guoqiang, articulating his analysis word by word. Chu Xuan possesses both virtues and vices, as evident as his entrance today. His strength is his greatest asset, a formidable force that defies all rules. As you witnessed, the Wang family and Zhao Tianlong are but ants before him. Yet, his shortcomings lie in his rebellious nature, his disdain for authority. To him, imperial power is insignificant. Such a person is a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon both foes and himself. With a deep sigh, Su Jinghua's gaze grew profound and melancholic. "Old Lin, we both know this world has changed. When the apocalypse descended, when monsters ravaged the land, we ordinary people lost the power of choice. Survival of the fittest is the only law of this era. Awakened beings like Chu Xuan, especially those as powerful as he, are inherently on a different level than us. They are the masters of the new age. If our thoughts remain tethered to the past, clinging to outdated rules, the only outcome will be annihilation." Lin Guoqiang fell silent. Each word from Su Zhenghua struck him like a hammer upon his heart. Having presided over the military for decades, he was accustomed to viewing problems through the lens of stability and the greater picture, weighing pros and cons with calm composure. Yet, Su Jinghua's words conveyed a stark truth. The era had shifted, and clinging to old perspectives would lead to one's demise. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again, his voice hoarse. "Are you not afraid of the royal family's retribution? What Chu Xuan said today is tantamount to treason. If the imperial capital sends someone, if he absconds, or if he falters at a crucial moment, your Su family could find itself in irreparable ruin. Have you truly considered the risks involved?" Upon hearing the term royal family, a glint of gambler-like madness flickered across Su Jinghua's face. "Risk?" He let out a scoff. "Old Lin, have you ever heard the saying? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. High risks equate to high rewards. My Su family may appear prosperous in Jiangqing, but we have already reached the precipice of survival. Had Zhao Tianlong not died today, we would have been consumed long ago. Rather than await our doom, it is better to take a bold gamble." His voice suddenly rose, his eyes shining with fierce intensity. As for the royal family, Su Jinghua's smile brimmed with disdain. "Do you truly believe that today's Xia Empire is still the monolithic entity it once was? Since the founding of the nation, the royal family's influence has waned with each generation. Now, the so-called 5 great families of the imperial capital stand in opposition to royal authority, not to mention the local warlords, each of whom is poised for action. Today's royal family resembles a crumbling dam, beset by floodwaters, riddled with leaks. They cannot even manage their own troubles. How could they possibly concern themselves with our trifling issues in Jiangqing? Even if they were to learn of it, they would merely turn a blind eye, perhaps hoping for us to escalate matters, granting them a pretext to reclaim power. Favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious relations." Su Zhenghua slammed the table, causing the teacups to tremble. "Everything stands in our favor. My Su family has no reason not to seize this opportunity." Lin Guoqiang was taken aback by Su Jinghua's audacity, his spirit shaken. He observed Su Jinghua's flushed face, the fire of ambition igniting in his eyes, and the stone of rationality and steadiness in his heart began to waver. Indeed, the era had changed. The Lin family, clinging to the military's meager power, appeared secure. Yet it too was on the brink of chaos. Clinging to the old ways might prolong their existence for a few more years. However, to thrive in the new era, one must take risks. And Chu Xuan was undoubtedly the wild card with the highest stakes in this gamble. Lin Guqiang closed his eyes. The image of Chu Xuan's commanding presence, his devastating lightning spear, and his summoning of 10 lightning wolves echoed in his mind. After a lengthy pause, he slowly opened his eyes, the hesitance within transformed into unwavering resolve. He lifted his teacup towards Su Zhenghua, offering a toast. I hope he will not disappoint us. Seeing this, the last stone of worry in Su Zhenghua's heart fell away with a resounding thud. Lin Guqiang's allegiance meant he could entirely command the military forces of Jiangxing. Alleviating all concerns for Chu Xuan, he erupted into hearty laughter, raising his cup to clink with Lin Guqiang's. There is no time like the present. A spark of brilliance flickered in Su Zhenghua's eyes. Tonight, we will seek him out and officially declare our stance. Lin Guqiang nodded emphatically. At that moment, they were unaware that their decision would position them as the first helmsman aboard the colossal vessel of the new era. Chapter 047 My woman? Chu Xuan, I am merely putting on an act to enhance the atmosphere. As noon approached, the sun dispelled the lingering stench of blood over the training ground. Yet it could not erase the shock that resided within the hearts of the survivors. The entire Jiangxing safety zone had succumbed to an eerie silence, fraught with hidden currents. Following that earth-shattering execution, in the eye of the storm, Chu Xuan appeared unfazed, seated at a bustling street corner in the 2nd district with 3 women, Su Qingyao, Lin Wan'er, and Lu Manman, in front of a lively fried rice stall. Passers-by came and went, but none dared to approach within 3 meters of their table. All gazed from a distance, eyes filled with a mixture of reverence, fear, and curiosity. After all, the recent events had spread through various channels at an exaggerated pace throughout the safety zone. Boss, for servings of deluxe fried rice, extra eggs, and extra meat. Chu Xuan lazily called out to the sweating proprietor while leaning back in his plastic chair, twisting open a bottle of ice-cold cola and taking a generous gulp. The chilled liquid slid down his throat, prompting him to squint in pleasure. This feeling was delightful. The violence and chaos were simply too bothersome. The 3 women opposite him bore expressions of dazed bewilderment, clearly still grappling with the earlier shock. The contrast between Chu Xuan's current harmlessly lazy demeanor and his previous terrifying presence, capable of annihilating 10 level 3 beasts with a mere thought, created a profound sense of dissonance that left their minds spinning. Lu Manman, the boldest among them, blinked her alluring eyes and mischievously regarded Chu Xuan, unable to resist probing. That remark you made earlier about my women, were you referring to all 3 of us or just Qingyao? Cough, cough, cough. Chu Xuan nearly spewed the mouthful of cola he had just taken. His face flushed crimson as he erupted into a fit of coughs, startling nearby diners who had been sneaking glances, fearing he might unleash his wrath. Lin Wan'er and Su Qingyao's faces also turned bright red, and Lin Wan'er, in irritation, kicked Lu Manman beneath the table. Manman, what nonsense are you spouting? Yet, Manman merely smiled at Chu Xuan's embarrassment, her eyes gleaming with mischief. It took Chu Xuan a moment to regain his composure, his handsome face unusually flustered. He coughed again awkwardly, avoiding eye contact with the 3 women. That was just a spur-of-the-moment comment during an urgent situation. I was merely trying to create an atmosphere. Don't take it seriously. He took another sip of cola, attempting to mask his discomfort. Despite the undeniable beauty of the 3 women before him, one as serene as a snow lotus, another vivacious like a rose, and the last as alluring as a peach, their relationship was merely that of fleeting acquaintances. His earlier remark was simply an attempt to sound imposing. Little did he know they would remember it. Upon hearing Chu Xuan's explanation, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in the eyes of the 3 women, but they quickly masked it. Regaining their smiles, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Here it is, for servings of deluxe fried rice. At that moment, the proprietor arrived. Balancing a large tray with 4 bowls piled high, the fragrant fried rice wafting through the air. The golden rice, tender meat chunks, vibrant green scallions, and a perfectly fried runny egg on top ignited their appetites. The awkward tension was instantly shattered. Chu Xuan, having starved after a day and night of gnawing on compressed biscuits in the wilderness, eagerly picked up his spoon and dove in. His voracious manner left no trace of the earlier fearlessness he had exhibited. Observing him with cheeks puffed up and grease on his lips, the 3 women could no longer contain their laughter. Any trace of disappointment had dissipated. This man was truly amusing. Just as Chu Xuan was relishing his meal, he sensed their gazes upon him and looked up to find the 3 women grinning at him. He raised an eyebrow and quickly adopted a stern expression. What? Is my eating style amusing? Not at all. We apologize. The 3 women were startled, hastily lowering their heads in apology and beginning to eat in small bites. Chu Xuan shook his head, inwardly musing about how delicate these sheltered flowers were, making a fuss over trivial matters. During their meal, Chu Xuan suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze toward the quietly eating Su Qingyao. By the way, what talent did you awaken? Su Qingyao paused for a moment, then set down her spoon, responding truthfully, Sequence 020, Cataclysmic Ice Lotus. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Xuan nearly choked again. A torrent of emotions surged within him. Sequence 020. A mythical level sequence. Such a powerful talent is a rarity not only in Jiangxing but throughout the entire Daxiao Empire, even the world at large. His mind raced. With such an extraordinary talent, it would be a waste for her to remain in the safety zone as a mere lady. While she was still an innocent novice, he must take her under his wing. Cultivating a mythical level talent as an ally would allow him to lounge and watch the drama unfold in the future. With that thought, Chu Xuan's expression returned to calmness as he looked at Su Qingyao, asking in a neutral tone, "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao, without a moment's hesitation, raised her head sharply, her cold eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. "I do." The word came forth with unwavering determination. Having experienced the helplessness of being cornered by Wang Xian and witnessed Chu Xuan's world-altering power, she yearned for strength more than ever. She desired to protect her family, friends, and everything she wished to safeguard, rather than cower behind others, trembling in fear. "Wow, you accepted so quickly?" Chu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Was his charm truly so potent? He feigned an air of profundity and smiled faintly. "There is an opportunity now. In the future, be my subordinate and assist me. I assure you, you will become as powerful as I am, perhaps even stronger. Are you willing?" The next moment, "I am willing," Su Qingyao blurted out, her voice clear and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Her demeanor resembled that of a bride making a vow before a priest in a church. Chu Xuan was once again taken aback. This girl truly is a pure white lotus, unafraid of being devoured by the big bad wolf. He cleared his throat and maintained his facade of calmness. "All right. However, I must clarify that next time I take you out, I cannot guarantee that I will protect you when you encounter danger. The path is set before you, but how you walk it and whether you survive depends entirely on you. Have you thought this through?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Su Qingyao's fair and delicate face. Yet, the moment she recalled the helplessness of being effortlessly vanquished by Xiao Yan's flames and the imposing silhouette of Chu Xuan that loomed over her, she clenched her silver teeth. After a brief moment, she summoned her courage, met Chu Xuan's gaze, and nodded resolutely. "I have made up my mind," she declared. A hearty laugh erupted from Chu Xuan. "From this day forth, you shall be the first member under my command. As for your code name, I have yet to decide. I will inform you once I do." Su Qingyao nodded earnestly, her cool eyes igniting with a flame named Hope. Chu Xuan swiftly polished off the fried rice in his bowl, stood up, and exchanged farewells with the three women. "I am full now. I shall return first." With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely back to Tianxia Hotel. As she watched Chu Xuan's departing figure, Lin Wanner could not help but tug at Su Qingyao's sleeve, her face etched with concern. "Qingyao, are you truly going to be his subordinate? He has already stated that he will not protect you in dangerous situations. This is far too perilous. You should stay with us in the safe zone. It is so much safer here." Lu Man remained silent, merely gazing at Su Qingyao, her eyes filled not only with envy, but also with admiration. Su Qingyao's gaze lingered on the receding figure until he vanished around the street corner. Only then did she speak softly, her voice light, yet imbued with unwavering determination. "Wanner, this world has already changed. I understand that remaining here is safe, but if one day the safe zone encounters an insurmountable danger, what can we do?" Her voice carried a hint of clarity forged through past despair. "Only by growing stronger can we survive in this cannibalistic era. Only by growing stronger can I protect you, ensuring that no one bullies you again." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner fell silent, seemingly grasping Su Qingyao's intentions. A warm current surged through Lu Man's heart. Su Qingyao turned to her two friends, offering them a gentle yet resolute smile. "Of course, the path to strength is destined to be arduous, but I will strive diligently to keep pace with him." Chapter 048. After the annihilation of two major factions, the old fox asked me, "Chu Xuan, do you wish to become a king?" At Tianxia Hotel, in the presidential suite, Chu Xuan casually tossed the room card onto the cabinet by the entrance and sank into the sofa. Outside the window, distant sirens and the muffled murmur of the crowd could still be heard. The entire Jiangxing safe zone had descended into a power vacuum and upheaval due to his impromptu execution earlier that afternoon. Yet, none of this concerned him. Chu Xuan did not even spare a glance at the scenery outside. He closed his eyes, filtering out the meaningless clamor in his mind. The Wang family and the Zhao family were merely barnacles clinging to the decaying vessel of the empire from a bygone era. Eliminating them was akin to swatting two bothersome flies. In this era, the true threat was never these duplicitous humans, but rather the monsters evolving frantically outside the walls. Amidst blood and fire, particularly those 7 terrifying entities that had evolved to LV6 or possibly higher, lurking around Jiangqing. The 7 Beast Kings. They were the true sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the 500,000 survivors in Jiangqing. Chu Xuan opened his eyes and activated the terminal on his wrist. His fingertips danced across the screen, retrieving a document marked as top secret in a vivid red. The 7 Beast Kings of Jiangqing. First Beast King, Black Flood Dragon. Base form, mutated python. Description, suspected to have evolved partial dragon blood, exceeding 100 meters in length. Capable of controlling water, highly toxic, with unfathomable defensive strength. Threat level, extremely dangerous. Second Beast King, Bloodthirsty Tiger. Base form, mutated Siberian tiger. Description, the size of a semi-trailer. Immensely strong, controlling both wind and blood energies, with a penchant for slaughter. Threat level, extremely dangerous. Third Beast King, Flame Phoenix. Base form, unknown avian species. Description, wingspan nearing 100 meters, capable of spewing destructive flames, flight speed surpassing the speed of sound. Threat level, extremely dangerous. Chu Xuan's fingers swiftly skimmed through the alarming names and descriptions. Each of these monsters possessed the power to effortlessly flatten the entire Jiangqing safe zone. Their rate of growth far exceeded that of human awakeners, as if they were the favored children of destiny amidst this calamity. Finally, his gaze rested upon the end of the document. 7th Beast King, Wild Rhino. Base form, mutated rhinoceros. Size, 45 meters in length, 30 meters in height. Weighing approximately 75 tons. Known abilities, Frenzied Charge, Absolute Defense, Rapid Regeneration. Threat level, highly dangerous. High attack, high defense, and even a healing ability. How troublesome. Chu Xuan's fingers gently tapped the edge of the terminal, producing a rhythmic series of light sounds. This could be quite challenging. With his current LV5 strength, he might be able to defeat it with full effort. However, the process would undoubtedly be troublesome and could result in injury. Chu Xuan disliked complications, especially engaging in any endeavor without absolute certainty. For safety's sake, it would be wiser to upgrade his talent to LV6 before confronting this formidable beast. Determined, Chu Xuan settled cross-legged on the soft sofa, his eyes gradually closing. In the next moment, his consciousness plunged into a sea of boundless thunder. This was his spiritual realm, the source of his power. Unlike before, this time he did not merely condense a thunder spear or thunder wolf. Thunder transformation, as a mythic-level sequence. Its true terror lay in creation. With a thought, billions of bolts of lightning began to converge and intertwine within the sea of his mind, reorganizing themselves in an incredibly complex and precise manner. A vividly lifelike thunder phoenix slowly took shape under his will. It boasted resplendent crest feathers and elongated tail feathers, each plume composed of the purest blue arcs of electricity, radiating an aura of both nobility and destruction. Yet, at the moment of its formation, bang! The structure of the thunder phoenix suddenly went awry, erupting in a violent explosion, reverting back to the primal energy of lightning and returning to the sea of his mind. Was my control over energy still insufficiently refined? Chu Xuan did not succumb to discouragement. He focused once more. This time, he attempted to construct a petite thunder dragon. No larger than the size of a palm. Dragon scales, claws, whiskers. Every detail was perfectly replicated under his formidable mental strength. This time, the thunder dragon did not collapse. It swam agilely within his spiritual sea. Though diminutive, it contained a power more refined and stable than that of the thunder wolf. Time slipped by quietly amidst this cycle of creation and destruction. As the sky outside was painted with the splendid hues of dusk, a series of polite yet assertive knocks echoed, rousing Chu Xuan from his profound meditation. He slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly harboring the birth and death of countless stars, flickering momentarily. The interruption stirred a sense of displeasure within him. Who is it? His voice was calm, yet carried an intangible penetrating force. Mr. Chu, greetings. I am the secretary of Deputy Mayor Su, and I have come at his behest to extend an invitation for you to join us for dinner. Outside, a voice reverberated with utmost respect. Su Jinghua? Chu Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. What scheme does this old fox concoct now? It is best to clarify matters with him, ensuring no significant troubles arise henceforth. Chu Xuan stood and opened the heavy door. At the threshold stood a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, who was none other than Su Jinghua's secretary. Upon seeing Chu Xuan, the man instinctively tensed, lowering his head further, his eyes brimming with reverence. "Lead the way," Chu Xuan said, hands in pockets, uttering the words with a casual indifference. "Yes, Mr. Chu. This way, please," the secretary replied, visibly relieved, hastening to guide him. As they traversed the hotel, the security level escalated significantly, with armed soldiers stationed throughout, their demeanor solemn. Following the secretary, Chu Xuan arrived at another presidential suite on the top floor. Upon pushing open the door, he found two individuals already waiting inside. One was Su Jinghua. The other donned a crisp military uniform, adorned with gleaming stars on his shoulders, none other than Lin Guoqiang, another prominent figure within the Jiangqing military. Upon Chu Xuan's entrance, both men, who had been sitting upright, rose from the sofa simultaneously, their faces reflecting an almost humble solemnity. In Su Jinghua's eyes burned an uncontainable flame of ambition. Without any pleasantries, he fixed his intense gaze on Chu Xuan, inhaled deeply, and posed a question that could rattle the very foundations of Jiangqing. "Chu Xuan, do you desire to become a king?" The question echoed within the quiet presidential suite, each word striking the air with a weighty finality, pregnant with desperation and madness. The atmosphere within the room froze instantly. Even Lin Guoqiang, a seasoned military leader, instinctively held his breath, his gaze locked onto Chu Xuan's face, missing not a flicker of expression. However, Chu Xuan's response left both men speechless, their carefully crafted responses lodged in their throats. He exhibited no shock, no euphoria, not even a hint of interest. Instead, he languidly pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and gazed at Su Jinghua with an expression that suggested he was addressing a lunatic. "Have you lost your mind?" Chu Xuan inquired, scratching his ear, his face clearly etched with irritation. "Become a king? What benefit is there in dealing with a multitude of trifling matters and enduring the incessant buzzing of fools in my ear? Wouldn't it be far more pleasant to simply lie back and enjoy a good nap?" These words fell upon Su Jinghua like a bucket of ice water, dousing his ambitions. Lin Guoqiang's eyes twitched. They had envisioned countless potential reactions from Chu Xuan, yet none anticipated he would outright reject the proposition simply due to inconvenience. This was the throne, a supreme power amid chaos, commanding life and death. Yet, Su Jinghua, being the cunning fox that he was, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. He stepped forward, adopting a stance of utmost humility, even imbued with a hint of pleading. "Mr. Chu, you misunderstand. The king we speak of is not the traditional monarch burdened with daily affairs." Su Jinghua explained urgently. "We wish for you to become the sole, supreme totem of the Jiangqing safe zone, the unwavering pillar of stability." Lin Guoqiang added in a deep voice, "All matters pertaining to Jiangqing, be it political management, resource allocation, or military deployment and city defense, will be handled by Su and myself. We shall serve as your left and right arms, your chancellors and marshals, managing all trivialities on your behalf. You will need to do nothing." Observing Chu Xuan's unchanging expression, Su Jinghua gritted his teeth and presented the most crucial bargaining chip. "You need only intervene when a crisis arises that we cannot resolve." Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, finally intrigued. "Crisis? Such as?" Su Jinghua lowered his voice significantly, a glimmer of deep apprehension in his eyes. "For instance, the 7 beast kings outside the safe zone." Furthermore, he inhaled deeply, uttering the most pivotal term: "the royal retribution from the imperial capital." At this, Chu Xuan straightened in his seat. He regarded the two cunning foxes, who had staked their lives and fortunes on him, his gaze transforming into one of profound indifference and depth. "By aiding me today, you have already become accomplices. Now, seeking to crown me as king. This constitutes a grave act of treason punishable by annihilation of your entire clan under the laws of the Great Xia Empire." His tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down the spines of Su and Lin. "Are you so certain I can protect you? What makes you think I would oppose a vast empire for your sake when they come knocking?" This was a heart-wrenching inquiry, the ultimate trial. Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang exchanged glances, both recognizing the resolute determination in one another's eyes. For this era had indeed transformed. Be it imperial authority or law, those are but relics of the past. Su Jinghua declared emphatically, "In this new age, the only law is power. And you, Mr. Chu, possess divine strength capable of shattering all antiquated rules. As for whether you will protect us," Su Jinghua's face bore a wry smile, his posture lower than before. "We do not presume you will act for our sake. We merely gamble that when those so-called royals foolishly provoke you, you will not tolerate their clamor. We bet on your pride that you will not permit anyone to act wantonly within your domain. This declaration was impeccably crafted, elevating Chu Xuan while also revealing their awareness. They were not wagering on his mercy, but rather on his dominance. Chu Xuan smiled. He rose, approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below, which had begun to regain some semblance of order, lights twinkling amidst the dusk. These two old foxes were indeed intriguing. They possessed resources, connections, and influence. Most importantly, they were astute enough to understand how to coexist with a formidable figure like himself. In this apocalyptic world, while solitary freedom was appealing, it often invited unnecessary troubles. If someone could manage all those nuisances, allowing him to act only when necessary, it might not be such a bad arrangement after all. Very well, Chu Xuan turned back. Uttering a single word, Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang trembled, a wave of uncontainable joy washing over their faces. They had placed their bet wisely. However, Chu Xuan's voice abruptly turned cold, an invisible murderous intent causing the room's temperature to plummet. My rules are simple: loyalty or death. If one day you dare to betray me or engage in any covert actions behind my back, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Yet that smile was more sinister than that of a demon. Your fate will be 1,000 times more tragic than that of Wang Xiaotian and Zhao Tianlong. The chilling, penetrating warning caused the two individuals, who had just been exuberantly delighted, to feel as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat soaking their backs. They did not doubt the veracity of his words. We pledge our unwavering loyalty. We shall never betray. Without a moment's hesitation, the two simultaneously knelt on one knee, bowing their proud heads, which had stood tall for decades, in a near-ceremonial manner. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Rise. He waved his hand dismissively, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Since you are so sincere, if the royal family is wise, let us consider this matter as if nothing has occurred. If they are not wise, a flicker of absolute indifference, treating all things as mere fodder, flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. I would not mind if the Xia Empire were to change its master. Hiss. Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang gasped, their last shred of doubt evaporating entirely. So audacious. Terribly audacious. Yet this was precisely what they desired. By the way, Chu Xuan seemed to recall something and casually instructed, since one must assume the role of a king, one ought to have a residence. Prepare a mansion for me. The larger and more magnificent, the better. Additionally, construct the finest training room within, using only the highest quality materials. I do not wish to be disturbed during my cultivation. This was the first command he issued after becoming king. Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang immediately accepted the order, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. Rest assured, Su Jinghua raised his head, looking at Chu Xuan, tentatively addressing him with a completely new title that would soon resonate throughout the empire. We shall immediately commence preparations for the Chu Wang's palace. Chapter 050. Late at night. The Ice Mountain Goddess delivers in a qipao. The lethal temptation of a high-slit qipao. Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang remained in their kneeling position. Rise. Chu Xuan's voice gently pulled them from their previous shock back to reality. He reclined back onto the sofa, his demeanor languid, as if the one who had just determined the vast future of an empire was not he. Attend to the matters of the palace. Furthermore, Chu Xuan's fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa, producing a dull sound. Prepare for me the latest information on the 7 beasts outside Jiangqing. The more detailed, the better. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two. Deliver it to me. In the future, unless there is a catastrophe, do not disturb me. Simple, direct, and beyond dispute. Such was the operational style of this Chu Wang. Understood. Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang dared not utter a word of protest. They respectfully complied and carefully exited the room, until the heavy door closed behind them, isolating them from the man's presence. They finally realized that their backs had been thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. They exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a shared sense of relief from calamity, along with a fervent light fueled by madness. They had staked their lives and fortunes on the back of a true dragon. Chu Xuan returned to Tianxia Hotel. Inside the room, tranquility was once again restored. Chu Xuan felt no joy regarding his recent conquest of the entire Jiangqing. To him, it was merely the acquisition of 2 stewards to handle those bothersome flies. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, closing his eyes once more, his consciousness sinking into the vast realm of thunderous spiritual energy. This time, he did not manifest the Thunder Wolf. That was merely the most rudimentary application. His focus intensified, and in the sea of his spirit, boundless thunder energy began to wildly converge and compress. No longer was it about constructing a biological form. He aimed to infuse a fragment of his own spiritual imprint into it. A thunderous qilin, no larger than a palm, slowly took shape under his will. Its scales were distinct, its mane flowing, and beneath its 4 legs, arcs of electricity danced. Unlike the previous thunderwolves, this thunder qilin's eyes held a spark of vitality rather than the vacant glow of energy. It seemed to possess the most fundamental essence of life. Go! Chu Xuan silently commanded. The thunder qilin immediately galloped through his spiritual sea, its movements graceful and its demeanor regal, far surpassing those thunder wolves that merely obeyed simple commands. However, it lasted for less than 10 seconds. Chu Xuan soon felt a wave of intense mental fatigue wash over him, as if his brain had been emptied. The thunder qilin in the sea of his spirit, deprived of further mental energy, burst apart with a resounding crack, disintegrating into its primal electrical essence. Indeed, with his current LV5 mental energy reserves, maintaining such a thought-infused manifestation for an extended period was still too strenuous. Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, massaging his slightly throbbing temples. Nevertheless, this path was correct. As long as his mental power grew sufficiently strong, he could even forge a true Thunder Legion endowed with wisdom. Only then would he truly harness the full potential of this divine skill of thunder manifestation. He glanced at the time on his terminal and decided to take Su Qingyao, that little girl, outside the city tomorrow to level up. He needed to hunt monsters to gain experience, while she needed to swiftly transform her mythical level talent into genuine combat prowess amidst life and death situations. Just then, a gentle knock, tinged with hesitation, echoed at the door. Chu Xuan frowned. Did I not say that unless it was a matter of great importance, I should not be disturbed? His senses expanded, immediately identifying the presence beyond the door. It was Su Qingyao. Her heartbeat was rapid and erratic. Chu Wang, I am Su Qingyao. Her voice, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension, came from outside. On the orders of Deputy Mayor Su, I have brought the information regarding the 7 Beast Kings for you. Chu Xuan stood and walked over to open the door. He intended to take the documents and send her away. However, the moment the door swung open and he beheld the figure outside, even with his godlike, unperturbed demeanor, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Su Qingyao had changed. She was no longer wearing the conservative white dress from earlier in the day. Instead, she had donned a well-tailored black qipao, the high slit swaying slightly with her nervous breaths, revealing her fair, elegant, and slender legs. Beneath her exquisite collarbone lay breathtakingly white skin, deep and alluring. Her long, cascading black hair had been meticulously styled, cascading smoothly over her shoulders, with a few playful strands brushing against her cheeks. A light touch of makeup adorned her face, softening the usual frigid demeanor that kept others at bay. Now, under the warm corridor light, she resembled a black tulip quietly blooming in the night, mysterious, noble, and imbued with lethal allure. On her stunningly beautiful face were 2 alluring blushes, her cool eyes daring not to meet Chu Xuan's gaze, long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, betraying her inner turmoil. She held a document pouch tightly against her chest, as if it were her only source of comfort. A primal heat, belonging to the masculine essence, surged violently from Chu Xuan's lower abdomen, racing towards the crown of his head. He could distinctly feel his atoms apple roll uncontrollably. Damn! Chu Xuan cursed silently, summoning his formidable willpower to forcibly repress the sudden surge of blood coursing through him. In a fraction of a second, his expression returned to its usual aloof and languid demeanor. However, he remained unaware that his gaze had deepened significantly. Intriguing. What intentions does this icy snow lotus Bingshan Shuelian harbor? Su Qingyao sensed the aggressive intensity of Chu Xuan's stare, her body instinctively tensing further, her fingers gripping the folder tightly enough to turn pale. Summoning all her courage, she slowly lifted her head, her watery eyes reflecting a blend of shyness and determination as they met Chu Xuan's gaze. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice as soft as a whisper, yet clear enough for Chu Xuan to hear. May I enter to place the documents? Chapter 051, Pleading in Vain. Blushing, she declared, I wish to become your sword. Chu Xuan's eyes were as profound as an unfathomable abyss. He observed Su Qingyao before him. This woman laid bare everything she had to offer in a manner that could only be described as resolute. In her cool gaze resided the courage of a desperate gamble, the awareness of sacrifice, and a hint of youthful admiration and fervor that she herself was oblivious to. After all, Chu Xuan was an 18-year-old filled with youthful vigor. Within this youthful body coursed the most primal and instinctive impulses of humanity. Such exquisite beauty presented to him on a silver platter was not something to be dismissed. Moreover, this was her own choice. Suddenly, he smiled. His smile bore no naked desire, only a regal amusement and appreciation. In the next moment, He moved without hesitation, extending his arm to lift Su Qingyao effortlessly into his embrace. Her body, taut with tension, let out a brief gasp as she melted against him. The folder slipped from her grasp, its contents scattering across the floor, but in that instant, no one cared about the mess. Su Qingyao's heart raced wildly, nearly leaping from her chest. Held in the man's arms, she could distinctly smell the faint scent of tobacco, mingled with a raw masculinity that soothed and intoxicated her. She knew what was about to unfold. With a gentle nudge of his heel, Chu Xuan silently closed the door behind him. The world seemed to fade away, leaving only their breaths and heartbeats. Embarrassed, Su Qingyao buried her scorching face into Chu Xuan's chest, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Please, Your Highness, show mercy." Before she could finish, Chu Xuan's lips descended upon hers with a commanding kiss. All unspoken words were consumed in the heat of that fervent embrace. The room blossomed with the essence of spring. The lights dimmed unbeknownst to them. For Su Qingyao, this night symbolized both destruction and rebirth. Just before her consciousness succumbed, one thought lingered in her mind: how fierce. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the disheveled bed. Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He glanced down at the crimson stain on the sheets and the breathtaking girl, still deeply asleep against his sturdy chest. Crystal droplets of tears clung to her long eyelashes, her exquisite face radiating a soft blush of satisfaction, her youthful innocence replaced by a captivating allure. In her dreams, she seemed to be reliving the madness of the previous night, her brows knitting slightly, her red lips parting to emit a soft, dreamlike murmur. A wicked smile crept onto Chu Xuan's lips as he reached out, gently gliding his hand over her silky back, reveling in the incredible elasticity and delicate sensation of her skin. Su Qingyao's body quivered sensitively, her long eyelashes fluttering open to reveal her dazed eyes. Upon seeing his handsome visage magnified before her, the wild and shameful memories of last night flooded her mind like a tidal wave. "Ah!" she gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson, instinctively pulling the covers around her to shield herself, leaving only her sparkling eyes visible, filled with both shyness and fear as she gazed at him. "Awake?" Chu Xuan remarked, unable to resist leaning closer, his tone laced with playful mockery. "I thought you'd sleep until evening." "And no, please." Su Qingyao interpreted the meaning in his eyes, her voice tinged with a pleading tone. However, her resistance seemed feeble in the face of the man's overwhelming strength. A new round of conquest began anew. As the sun rose high, bathing the room in bright light, Chu Xuan finally released the nearly exhausted little kitten, reluctantly rising from the bed. He stepped into the bathroom for a shower and changed into a fresh outfit. When he emerged, Su Qingyao was already propped up on the bed, wrapped in the sheets. Her body still aching from the previous night. Yet, the fabric was too small, failing to conceal the glaring red marks that silently testified to their passionate encounter. Seeing her pitiful state, Chu Xuan approached, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I plan to leave the city," he stated, his voice returning to its usual calmness. "To hunt the Beast King." At his words, Su Qingyao stiffened. Noticing her pale complexion, Chu Xuan continued, "You should stay in the safe zone today and rest." However, Su Qingyao shook her head resolutely. She lifted her gaze, her watery eyes now devoid of shyness, filled instead with unmasked concern and determination. She could not afford to rest. If she retreated now, surrendering to momentary comfort, she would forever be left behind. Unable to glimpse his back again, she refused to be his subordinate. She aspired to be the sword that fought alongside him. "No," she bit her lip, suppressing the ache and discomfort deep within her. "I will go too." Chapter 052, The Hunter-S Battle Gear. "The princess consort's figure is too alluring. I will go too." Su Qingyao's voice was soft, yet exuded an undeniable firmness. Chu Xuan halted his movements, gazing into her eyes that revealed unreserved concern and an unwavering desire to follow in his footsteps, stirring something soft within him. He had intended to refuse. After all, hunting the Beast King was no trivial matter. In her current state, Su Qingyao would only be a burden. Yet, upon reflection, a talent of her caliber, without experiencing genuine life and death struggles, would remain merely a sheltered flower. Since he had taken her under his wing, it was his duty to help her grow swiftly. Very well. A knowing smile curled at the corners of Chu Xuan's lips. He reached out, playfully pinching Su Qingyao's flushed cheek, his tone laced with jest. "Stay close. If a monster carries you away, I want to be responsible for rescuing you." Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed deeper, yet her eyes sparkled with radiant determination. She nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, in the Jiangxing safe zone, within the upper echelons of the government building, Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang sat across from one another, their tea having been replenished several times. Both bore enigmatic smiles upon their faces. Lin Guoqiang lifted his cup, gently blowing on the steam, and cast a glance at the beaming Su Jinghua, unable to resist teasing. Old Su, you cunning old fox, your use of the beauty trap is quite effective. The more he pondered the previous night, the more he felt something amiss. Why did Su Jinghua choose to send his enchanting daughter to deliver documents, especially at such a late hour? The implications were unmistakable. In response, Su Jinghua merely feigned ignorance. Waving his hand dismissively, his expression one of playful denial. What beauty trap? I merely sent Qin Yao to deliver documents to the Chu Wang. Though he spoke thus, a sly smile lingered in his heart. After all, this was the Chu Wang. His daughter's future must be tethered to the mightiest of men. Such opportunities should not be squandered on outsiders. Lin Guoqiang, observing Su Jinghua's smug demeanor, rolled his eyes and chose not to dwell further on the topic. He too had a precious daughter, Lin Wan'er, who, while perhaps slightly less striking, was certainly not inferior to Su Qingyao. It seemed he would have to ensure his daughter indulged in more papaya to enhance her allure. Clearing his throat, Lin Guoqiang regained his military composure and picked up a recently delivered urgent report, his expression growing grave. The latest intelligence revealed that the Chu Wang intended to venture out of the safe zone today to hunt the Beast King. Currently, he was preparing to leave through the northern gate with your daughter. What? Su Jinghua's heart jolted at the news. Was he to confront the Beast King so soon? Furthermore, why was Qin Yao accompanying him? This was reckless. Yet, this thought only flickered momentarily in his mind. Since it was the Chu Wang leading the charge, he surely had his own plans, and as a father-in-law, he dared not pry. His reaction was swift. He stood up suddenly, addressing Lin Guoqiang urgently. What are we waiting for? None of the 7 Beast Kings are easy prey. You must quickly arrange for personnel to provide support and intelligence outside the city. Moreover, as if recalling something, Su Jinghua added, the new batch of hunter combat suits developed from mutated beast materials by your military hasn't been distributed yet, has it? Immediately send them to the Chu Wang and Qin Yao. Inform them that this is our token of goodwill. A shrewd glint sparkled in Su Jinghua's eyes. This was not only a gesture of goodwill, but also an investment. The stronger the Chu Wang became, the safer they would be. Lin Guoqiang nodded earnestly and promptly activated his communicator, issuing a series of commands. The war machine of the entire Jiangxing safe zone commenced operating with unprecedented efficiency, spurred by a simple decision made by Chu Xuan. At the northern gate of the Jiangxing safe zone, beside the imposing black motorcycle known as the Black Widow, Chu Xuan stood with his hands in his pockets, idly waiting. Behind him, Su Qingyao adjusted her ill-fitting qipao, her cheeks flushed, drawing the attention of the soldiers on guard. Just then, a military SUV roared towards them, executing a graceful drift before coming to a halt. The door swung open, and Su Jinghua's eldest son, Su Changfeng, leaped out, striding towards Chu Xuan with utmost respect, holding 2 boxes crafted from special alloys. Chu Wang. Su Changfeng's voice resonated, filled with reverence. My father and General Lin have instructed me to deliver the latest hunter combat suits developed by the military for your beast hunting expedition today. These suits are made from the leather and scales of elite mutated beasts, boasting formidable defense and significantly enhancing the energy conduction efficiency of awakened individuals. Please accept them, Queen. Both Chu Xuan and Su Qingyao were momentarily taken aback. Su Qingyao's face turned crimson, while Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow at Su Changfeng. This lad had a knack for flattery, surpassing even his father. Nonetheless, the combat suits sounded promising. Open them, Chu Xuan commanded coolly. Yes. Su Changfeng swiftly opened the 2 boxes. Inside lay 2 sleek, black, form-fitting combat suits, shimmering with a blend of metallic and leather sheen. One was designed for men, exuding a sense of rugged strength, while the other, tailored for women, accentuated every curve beautifully, both alluring and deadly. Chu Xuan's gaze lingered momentarily on the exaggerated curves of the female suit before he glanced at the blushing Su Qingyao. The fit is rather suitable. Change into it. Understood. Su Changfeng nodded and gestured towards the SUV. You may change inside. Moments later, as the 2 re-emerged clad in their combat suits, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Chu Xuan, tall and imposing, appeared as a living weapon in the black suit, radiating explosive power. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao's fitted attire showcased her breathtaking figure, a result of the previous night's intimate revelations. With curves that captivated and a stunningly beautiful face, she resembled a Valkyrie from myth, embodying both ice and fire in perfect harmony. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction as he mounted the Black Widow. Su Qingyao, blushing, awkwardly seated herself behind him, cautiously wrapping her arms around his waist. Upon feeling the strength of his torso, she trembled involuntarily. Su Changfeng bowed respectfully. I wish you and the queen a triumphant return. Hold on tight, Chu Xuan instructed, his voice resonating in her ears. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the Black Widow surged forth like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the open gates and racing towards the blood-red sunset that enveloped the city. Chapter 053. Chu Xuan. With a first time like this, you must get used to it. The Black Widow, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the earth, stirred up clouds of dust on the abandoned highway. On either side, crumbling skyscrapers stood, their rusted frames entwined with vines, creating a world reminiscent of a faded, desolate oil painting. Su Qingyao clung tightly to Chu Xuan's waist, her body pressed against his solid back due to the motorcycle's speed. The wind howled in her ears, tousling her hair, yet she felt no chill. Rather, the heat radiating from him made her cheeks burn. The memories of last night's fervor lingered in her body, a constant reminder that her relationship with this man had undergone a profound transformation. A sudden screech of brakes pierced the air. The sleek Black Widow elegantly drifted to a halt before an abandoned commercial plaza. Chu Xuan switched off the engine and stepped out of the vehicle. His voice remained as unperturbed as ever. Su Qingyao, her cheeks flushed, clumsily exited the back seat. As her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to tumble. Quick as a flash, Chu Xuan extended his arm, encircling her slender waist and drawing her into his embrace. For the first time, it was like this. Observing her mortified expression, a playful smirk curled at the corners of his lips, suggesting that she would soon grow accustomed to it. Su Qingyao's face burned crimson, knowing that when Chu Xuan referred to the first time, he did not mean riding on the motorcycle. At that moment, a bone-chilling roar erupted from deep within the plaza. Dozens of ragged, shuffling zombies, along with a notably robust, ordinary mutated zombie, were drawn towards them by the sound of the motorcycle's engine. Their decaying skin and hollow eye sockets emitted a nauseating stench. Su Qingyao's complexion drained of color, her stomach churning violently. This was her first encounter with the monsters of the apocalypse at such close range. Chu Xuan released her, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, seemingly unfazed by the approaching monsters, merely gazing at her with indifference. Are you frightened? Su Qingyao inhaled deeply, forcing herself to suppress the terror and disgust churning within her. She recalled the man's domineering presence from the previous night and the vow she had made. Shaking her head vigorously, determination reignited in her clear, cold eyes. I am not afraid. Well done, Chu Xuan nodded approvingly. In the next instant, he vanished from her sight. With a crackling sound, a streak of blue lightning, akin to a frenzied spirit serpent, darted through the horde of zombies. There were no cries, no struggles. The movements of the zombies abruptly froze in unison. Moments later, their bodies were instantaneously carbonized by the violent electric current, transforming into charred corpses that collapsed to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. They were annihilated in an unreasonable, overwhelming manner. Su Qingyao's mind wavered at the sight. Yet, Chu Xuan's figure reappeared before her. Beneath his feet lay 3 zombies, their legs severed cleanly by arcs of electricity, leaving them to futilely crawl and howl on the ground. They are yours. Chu Xuan pointed at the 3 creatures, his tone nonchalant, instructing her to eliminate them. Su Qingyao's body stiffened. Gazing at the 3 grotesque, rotting faces less than 5 meters away, her heart raced. A wave of visceral fear and revulsion surged within her. She raised her hand, cold energy coalescing in her palm, yet she found herself unable to launch an attack. What are you hesitating for? Chu Xuan's voice cut through her thoughts like a splash of cold water. They are no longer human, merely animated, decaying flesh. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If you spare them today, tomorrow they will shred your loved ones and friends. Su Qingyao trembled at his words. The image of Wang Xian's repulsive face and the terrified, despairing gazes of Lin Wan'er and Lu Manman flooded her mind. Indeed, had it not been for Chu Xuan's intervention, their fates would have been far more tragic than being torn apart by zombies. In this world, compassion had long ceased to hold any place. Her gaze transformed into one of icy resolve. No longer would she hesitate. I spike, she cried out, pushing her pale palm forward with conviction. 3 sharp ice spikes, formed from the utmost coldness, materialized instantly, piercing through the air with a shrill whistle, targeting the heads of the 3 zombies. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds echoed as the heads of the still howling zombies were precisely penetrated, with blood and brain matter exploding forth. Their movements came to a complete halt. After accomplishing this, Su Qingyao could no longer contain herself. Rushing aside to lean against the wall, retching violently. Chu Xuan did not offer her comfort. This was a necessary path of growth. By the time Su Qingyao returned, her face pale, she found Chu Xuan extracting a gray crystal the size of a fingernail from the corpse of a slightly larger mutated zombie, which pulsated with faint energy. Take this. He tossed the crystal to Su Qingyao. This is an energy core. Absorbing it will enhance your strength. Su Qingyao grasped the warm crystal, sensing the pure energy contained within, curiosity flickering in her eyes. How do I absorb it? Hold it in your hand and activate your innate ability to consume it. Chu Xuan succinctly instructed. Nodding, Su Qingyao immediately complied. As she invoked the power of the Annihilation Ice Lotus, a chilling pull emanated from her palm. The energy from the crystal flowed into her limbs and bones like a gentle stream, nourishing her body and replenishing the strength she had just expended. A warm comfort spread throughout her being. Your talent is formidable, yet your application is too crude. Chu Xuan's voice resonated again, laced with a hint of guidance. Against such lowly foes, manifesting ice spikes is a waste of energy. Try to condense the cold into a finer, sharper form, such as ice needles. Su Qingyao's eyes ignited with understanding, eagerly absorbing Chu Xuan's teachings like a sponge. Let us proceed. Chu Xuan mounted the motorcycle. Today's objective is for you to handle a horde of fewer than 100 zombies on your own. If you cannot achieve this, do not expect to return to the safe zone. Su Qingyao's heart skipped a beat, but more than that, an unprecedented fervor ignited within her. She swiftly climbed onto the back seat once more, tightening her grip around the man's waist. This time, her embrace was resolute and strong. She understood that her battle had only just begun. Chapter 054, Bad News, Survivors Discovered. Good news, 10,000 experience points. The following hours were a purgatory and paradise for Su Qingyao. Chu Xuan, like the most stringent instructor, navigated the Black Widow through the desolate cityscape. His formidable electromagnetic sensing ability allowed him to pinpoint every gathering of zombies with precision. From dozens to hundreds, each time, Chu Xuan would strike down the strongest mutated creatures and the vast majority of ordinary zombies with lightning speed, leaving the remaining task for Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao's talent truly lived up to its legendary status. Her capacity for learning and adaptation was astonishing. From her initial panic to her later composed responses, she evolved from merely forming crude ice spikes to wielding the cold with deft precision. Faced with a horde of dozens of zombies, she merely waved her hand, and the ground instantly froze with a thick layer of frost, immobilizing the feet of all the zombies. Following that, countless ice needles, finer than hair, emerged from the air, raining down like a storm, accurately piercing each zombie's eye sockets and shattering their brains. The entire process flowed seamlessly, elegant yet lethal. She resembled a goddess commanding ice and death. Leaning against the motorcycle, Chu Xuan smoked a cigarette, watching the enchanting figure gracefully dance amidst the horde of zombies. Nodding in satisfaction, this raw gem is being polished at an astonishing pace, revealing a brilliant radiance. With a swift motion, Su Qingyao's fingertip glided like an icy blade, severing the head of the last ordinary mutated zombie, which soared into the sky. She panted slightly, her exquisite visage flushed with a healthy glow from exertion. The black combat attire she wore bore stains of darkened blood, which, rather than detracting from her beauty, added an element of wild allure. Approaching Chu Xuan, she presented a collection of energy crystal cores she had just gathered, offering them as treasures. For you. Keep them for yourself. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively. You need these more than I do. A warm current surged within Su Qingyao's heart. At that moment, a series of beeps erupted from the terminal on Chu Xuan's wrist. He answered it casually. A playful yet excited girl's voice immediately resonated through the holographic projection. Report, Your Highness, the Chu Wang. Your dedicated personal assistant, Lin Wanner, is officially online. The holographic screen displayed Lin Wanner's youthful and vibrant face, clad in a crisp military clerk's uniform, saluting Chu Xuan with a comical gesture, her large eyes gleaming with mischief. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. The old fox, Lin Guoqiang, was quick on the draw. What is it? He asked, disinterested in idle chatter. Of course, there is something. Lin Wanner cleared her throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. From now on, I shall serve as your personal liaison. On standby 24 hours a day, ready to provide you with the most precise intelligence of Jiangxing and its surroundings. After her proclamation, her gaze darted to Su Qingyao behind Chu Xuan, and a sly smile crept onto her face. Oh dear, is this not our Qingyao? No, I believe she should now be addressed as Your Highness the Wang Fei. Lin Wanner teased. Your Highness, that outfit is simply stunning. Standing beside the Chu Wang, you are truly a match made in heaven. Su Qingyao's face flushed crimson. She shot a fierce glare at her friend on the screen, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Warner, if you keep babbling nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart when I return. Lin Warner merely stuck out her tongue, unafraid. I am currently serving the Chu Wang. If you dare to harm me, it would be a rebellion against the royal decree. Observing the banter between the two girls, Chu Xuan flicked ash from his cigarette with a hint of impatience. Let us get to the point. Lin Warner immediately adopted a serious demeanor at Chu Xuan's command. Understood. Your Highness. She summoned a satellite map, highlighting a large red area that flashed incessantly. According to the latest satellite thermal imaging and drone reconnaissance, we have detected survivor life signals approximately 10 kilometers ahead, within a large shopping center. They appear to be trapped inside the building. Survivors? Chu Xuan frowned. He had no interest in rescuing anyone. Troublesome. I am not interested in saving lives, he stated bluntly. Understood. Lin Warner responded promptly. Having been warned by her father about Chu Xuan's style, what I meant to convey is that a horde of zombies has appeared, of considerable magnitude, with at least over 10,000 of them. Chu Xuan's eyes finally sparkled with interest. Over 10,000? Just imagine the energy points and talent experience. They are like experienced babies waiting to be harvested. The flicker of impatience in his heart was instantly replaced by a burning desire for battle. Send me the precise coordinates. Coordinates have been sent. Lin Warner replied succinctly. Wishing you and your Highness the Wang Fei a fruitful hunt. The communication ended. Chu Xuan discarded the cigarette, but, extinguishing it with his foot, he turned to Su Qingyao, his profound gaze ablaze with unmasked fervor. Let us go? Let us make this a grand venture. Chapter 055. Are there really fools to lure the monsters? The arrival of a godly awakener. Inside the large shopping center on the 4th floor, an atmosphere thick with despair and the acrid scent of gunpowder hung heavily in the air. Outside the reinforced glass windows loomed an endless sea of corpses. An overwhelming mass of zombies filled every inch of space, their decaying heads tilted back as they emitted mindless howls, their ashen eyes fixated on the solitary building, as if they could scent the fragrance of fresh flesh. The numbers exceeded far beyond 10,000. They writhed and pressed against each other, forming a terrifying quagmire of death that surrounded the shopping center, sealing it off completely. Within, the tension was equally palpable. Hundreds of survivors were sharply divided into two factions, locked in a fierce standoff. Liu Beichen, you son of A.B., a burly, bald man, his face a mask of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at a man in tattered police uniform across from him. His name was Yang Chao, the original occupier of the shopping center, awakened to Sequence 107. Earth control, able to manipulate earth and stone, living here like a local emperor. I was living comfortably, peacefully. And you all came and attracted the entire city's zombies to me. Yang Chao spat vehemently, his face twitching with fury. Now look, we are all trapped here together. Are you satisfied, you fool? The man he berated, Liu Beichen, stood tall and resolute, though fatigue and guilt marred his features. After the apocalypse, he had awakened to Sequence 112, hunter specialist, possessing exceptional physical prowess and top-tier hunting instincts, driven by a deep sense of duty to protect the people. He had sheltered hundreds of survivors within an old residential building. However, just 2 days prior, a gigantic mutated beast had obliterated everything they had. He had no choice but to lead the remaining survivors in a panicked escape, inadvertently drawing endless hordes of zombies like moths to a flame. Ultimately, they were forced into a corner and sought refuge in this shopping center, using their last explosives to detonate all access routes to the 4th floor. Yang Chao. Discussing this is futile now. Liu Beichen's voice was hoarse but steady. We are all in the same boat. We should consider how to survive this crisis. A solution? Yang Chao scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. He laughed harshly, pointing outside at the endless tide of zombies with a venomous sneer. Of course, there is a solution, unless a fool appears outside and takes pity on us, leading away these tens of thousands of zombies. As his words hung in the air, his gaze turned even colder and more mocking, fixated on Liu Beichen. Or you, Liu the Great Sheriff, could take your loyal subordinates down there and lead them away. Isn't that your favorite pastime? Such words were akin to sentencing Liu Beichen to death. The tension among Liu Beichen's subordinates flared, their grips tightening on their weapons. Liu Beichen's expression darkened, his clenched fists cracking ominously, just as the atmosphere between the two factions reached a boiling point, on the verge of a bloody internal conflict. A shout erupted from one of Yang Chao's lookout subordinates. Boss, look! The man's voice rose in pitch, trembling as he pointed towards the window, his face pale with shock. Truly, there are imbeciles out there. What? The bickering of the crowd came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Yang Chao and Liu Beichen simultaneously turned their heads and rushed to the window. Hundreds of survivors instinctively pressed forward, gazing in the direction indicated by the subordinate. Then, they witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in their memories, one that would completely upend their worldview. A tide of corpses, that stagnant, despair-inducing tide of the dead suddenly boiled as though a searing iron had been plunged into it. A streak of black lightning, with a wildly irrational ferocity, tore through the sea of corpses, creating a path. It was a menacingly designed heavy motorcycle. Wherever the motorcycle passed, all zombies attempting to pounce, whether ordinary or mutated, were shredded to pieces by an invisible force the moment they came within half a meter of the vehicle, exploding into a shower of flesh and black blood. It did not take a detour. It did not evade. It annihilated with pure, unadulterated speed and power. On that motorcycle sat two individuals. The man driving, clad in black combat gear, stood tall. One hand gripped the handlebars while the other held a cigarette. It was as if he were not charging through a horde of corpses, but leisurely cruising in the countryside. Behind him sat a woman, breathtakingly beautiful. She too wore a form-fitting black combat suit, sitting sideways on the back seat, her arms tightly wrapped around the man's waist, her cheek pressed against his broad back. The scene was bizarre, bloody, yet imbued with a surreal romance. "What is that?" a survivor murmured, gazing at the unstoppable motorcycle, his voice filled with boundless astonishment. Yang Chao's mouth hung agape, the mockery and malice on his face replaced by sheer shock. The fool he had just mentioned was this monster? Liu Beichen's gaze was fixated outside, his instincts as a hunting expert allowing him to perceive more details. That man had not moved at all. The zombies were slain by an exquisitely subtle electric force. This is an awakened one, a being of such power that it transcended his understanding, a godlike awakened one. In the midst of the collective stupor, the black motorcycle finally came to a stop beneath the shopping center. The man dismounted, casually stretching his neck. Then, he lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through dozens of meters to meet the hundreds of eyes at the fourth-floor window. His expression was devoid of emotion. That look, indifferent and frigid, was akin to that of someone observing a swarm of ants, no different from the corpses beneath. Chapter 056, Thunderous Transformation. A myriad of lightning cleanses the land, and the tide of corpses evaporates instantaneously. That gaze pierced the hearts of everyone on the fourth floor like an invisible ice spear. Yang Chao's body quivered violently as a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He felt as if he were a rabbit ensnared in the gaze of an ancient beast, breath arrested in an instant. Liu Beichen's heart raced uncontrollably. He felt himself transformed from hunter to prey. He could read no emotion in that man's eyes. There was no compassion, no salvation, only an unfathomable indifference. He was not here to save anyone. This thought plunged Liu Beichen's heart into despair. Below, Chu Xuan withdrew his gaze and addressed the recently dismounted Su Qingyao, his tone nonchalant. "Observe closely. Today, I shall teach you the second lesson, what efficiency truly means." Su Qingyao nodded, somewhat understanding. Her fists clenched tightly as she watched the endless tide of zombies surge around them once more. Even having witnessed Chu Xuan's might, she felt a tremor from the depths of her soul in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Yet, Chu Xuan smiled. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed. In his palm, a barely visible blue arc of electricity flickered to life. 1,000, he murmured to himself. His voice laced with the fervor and excitement of a hunter spotting its prey. "Just right, time to test my new move." The moment he finished speaking, billions of dazzling arcs of lightning erupted from his deep-set eyes. Thunderous transformation, fully unleashed. A force beyond description, vast and magnificent, surged forth from Chu Xuan's body, sweeping outward in all directions. The sky darkened in that instant. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but an endless swarm of blue electric serpents manifesting in the heavens, intertwining and coalescing to form a terrifying thundercloud that spanned several kilometers. Beneath the thundercloud, the world was shrouded in a doomsday-like deep blue. Crackle. In the air, arcs of electricity leapt, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, as if the very fabric of space could not withstand this power and was on the verge of shattering. Inside the shopping center on the fourth floor, all survivors, including Yang Chao and Liu Beichen, stood dumbfounded, gazing at the miraculous scene outside. Their mouths hung open, their minds blank, utterly devoid of thought. What is this? A natural disaster? Or divine punishment? Heaven, Chu Xuan uttered softly. In the heavens, that thundercloud, obscuring the sun and the moon, seemed to respond to a king's decree, beginning to churn furiously. Thunder. The second word fell. Boom. A terrifying pillar of lightning. Thicker than a barrel, descended like a divine spear of judgment from the heart of the thundercloud. It did not strike any zombies. Instead, it accurately landed at Chu Xuan's feet. However, the anticipated explosion and destruction did not occur. The apocalyptic pillar of lightning, upon contact with Chu Xuan's body, was silently devoured by the earth beneath him, as if rivers returning to the sea. Immediately afterward, centered around Chu Xuan, intricate patterns of deep blue, composed entirely of pure lightning, began to expand outward at a geometric rate. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a colossal lightning array, with a diameter exceeding 2,000 meters and enveloping the entire shopping center plaza, materialized out of thin air. Upon the array, billions of tiny arcs of electricity danced wildly, transforming the ground into a sea of thunder. Heaven! Chu Xuan slowly raised his hand and, as if grasping the power of life and death, made a fist toward the sky. Jail! The final word resonated like the ultimate judgment, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Boom! The massive thundercloud above erupted in a frenzy. Thousands, tens of thousands. An endless torrent of blue lightning cascaded down like a galactic flood, unleashing a cataclysmic downpour upon the area covered by the lightning array below. The first zombie, upon contact with the lightning, did not even emit a single wail before it was utterly vaporized by the ferocious current, leaving no trace of ash behind. Following closely were the second, third, 10th, and the 100th. That sea of despairing corpses appeared as fragile as summer snow in the face of this true, cleansing thunder. It was a massacre, a one-sided slaughter, a divine extermination of mere ants. As far as the eye could see, the world was engulfed in blinding blue lightning and an unending roar of thunder that seemed capable of tearing through eardrums. On the 4th floor, silence reigned. All the survivors lay collapsed on the ground, gazing through the vast glass windows at the apocalyptic scene outside, reminiscent of a mythic epic, their souls trembling in fear. Yang Chao's face was ashen, his legs weakened, and he plopped down to the ground. Liu Beichen trembled violently, his gaze fixed upon the man at the center of the storm, the one who had conjured this divine punishment, as his once mortal worldview shattered into fragments. It became clear that the pinnacle of power was divinity. Su Qingyao stood behind Chu Xuan, feeling the destructive lightning that passed by her, observing the waves of corpses vanishing before her eyes. Her heart was filled with a fervent admiration, a feeling akin to worship. This was her man, a true king capable of treading upon the world. The storm of thunder arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, in less than 30 seconds. As the storm clouds dispersed and the earthly formations faded, tranquility returned to the world. Outside the shopping mall, the once despairing tide of countless corpses had vanished, leaving only scattered remnants beyond the storm's reach. The ground was charred and smoldering, punctuated by deep pits. Standing amidst the ruins was a man, casually smoking, as if he had merely swatted a few insects. He turned slowly, glancing at the breathtaking girl beside him, a serene smile gracing his lips. Have you learned? Chapter 057. Unlocking Divine Skill. Thunder Punishment Domain with a radius of 1 kilometer, teleportation available. Have you learned? Chu Xuan's voice was as casual as inquiring about a meal. Yet to Su Qingyao's ears, it was more melodious than any love confession. She gazed adoringly at the man before her, at the charred earth beneath his feet, plowed through by thunder, devoid of any life. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as if filled with the galaxy. Just then, a series of cold mechanical notifications exploded in Chu Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing ordinary zombies X10521, ordinary mutated zombies X213. Elite mutated zombies X34. Experience calculation in progress. Congratulations, host. Sequence talent 007 Thunder Sovereign. Level up. Current level LV6 2800500000. Boom. A torrent of energy more magnificent than any previous upgrade surged from the depths of his being. Every cell, every sinew and bone in his body underwent a monumental transformation under this sacred thunderous power. This time, there was no pain, only an absolute transcendence that granted dominion over all beings. Talent upgrade successful. Thunder transformation skill effect enhanced. Lightning strike range increased to 1,500 meters. Electromagnetic induction range increased to 2,000 meters. Congratulations, host. Unlocking LV6 exclusive skill, Thunder Punishment Domain. Chu Xuan's mind was instantly captivated by this new skill. Skill, Thunder Punishment Domain. Type, active skill, domain class, effect, centered around the user, releases vast thunderous energy, forming a storm domain with a radius of 1,000 meters. Within the domain, the caster can teleport to any location, with a 50 reduction in thunder skill consumption and a 30 increase in power. Hostile targets will continuously suffer indiscriminate attacks from random lightning strikes, with added paralysis and overload effects. Maintaining the domain requires a substantial amount of mental energy. A divine skill. Another unreasonable divine skill. Teleportation, reduced consumption, increased damage, indiscriminate AoE. This was no longer merely a combat skill. It was a moving calamity. The final note about the substantial mental energy consumption was completely dismissed by Chu Xuan. As long as his energy points were sufficient, his mental power was limitless. This meant that, theoretically, he could maintain the Thunder Punishment domain indefinitely. Suppressing his elation, Chu Xuan opened his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xuan Physique, 75, Speed, 75, Mental, 80, Sequence Talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV6, 2800500000, Energy Points, 13,880 Skills, Electromagnetic Induction, Lightning Chain, Thunder Transformation. Thunder Punishment domain, all three attributes had surpassed 75 points. His mental power had reached a terrifying 80 times that of an ordinary person. For the first time, his energy points had exceeded 10,000. An unprecedented sense of strength filled Chu Xuan's heart. He even felt that he could now crush the head of that hellhound with a single punch. Beside him, Su Qingyao distinctly sensed the change in Chu Xuan's aura. If he had previously been an unfathomable ocean of thunder, he now stood as a true arbiter of life and death, embodying the thunder of divine retribution. The divine pressure he unconsciously emanated almost took her breath away. While she felt joy for him, an indescribable sense of worry and loss crept into her heart. His power was escalating too rapidly. Could she truly keep pace with him? Would she soon be left far behind, unable to even glimpse his silhouette? Seemingly sensing the girl's emotional shift, Chu Xuan turned his head. He reached out, gently patting her beautiful face, which was etched with concern. Do not indulge in such thoughts. His voice bore an undeniable authority. Your talent is mythic level. As long as you do not slack off, your future achievements will not be inferior to mine. Su Qingyao lifted her gaze to meet his deep eyes, and all her anxieties dissipated in an instant. She nodded earnestly. All right, stop dawdling. Chu Xuan pointed towards the edge of the plaza, where scattered zombies had survived the storm. Go, cleanse those remaining threats. There are many mutated zombies among them. Their energy cores are vital for you now. Not a single one should be missed. Yes, Su Qingyao responded, transforming into a shadow as she dashed toward the remaining monsters. She was determined to grow stronger. She would respond to this man's expectations through her actions. Meanwhile, the fourth floor of the shopping mall remained shrouded in silence. Yang Chao stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, murmuring unconsciously, monsters. Liu Beichen clung desperately to the window, his body shaking from the overwhelming shock. He gazed at the man, casually issuing a few commands, and the extraordinarily beautiful woman rushed unhesitatingly towards those nightmarish creatures that would terrify ordinary people. He understood. In that man's realm, slaughtering thousands of zombies was merely a lesson in education. They, the so-called survivors, were never within his considerations. Like the zombies, they merely served as background props. This feeling of utter disregard was far more terrifying than being directly judged. In Liu Beichen's heart, only one thought remained. A prayer. A prayer that this esteemed gentleman would finish his business and depart swiftly. Chu Xuan, indifferent to the musings of the ants above, activated his terminal and connected directly with Lin Wanner. As the holographic projection illuminated, Lin Wanner's lovely face appeared, exclaiming with exuberance, "Report, Your Highness. Your loyal little secretary is in position. What are your orders?" Before she could finish her statement, through the lens of Chu Xuan's side, she beheld the charred, hellish square. The thousands of red dots representing zombies had vanished entirely from her radar screen. "Did you do this all by yourself?" Lin Wanner exclaimed, her voice shifting in pitch. "Send the convoy over." Chu Xuan, uninterested in explanations, issued his command. "Transport all resources from this shopping center back to the safe zone." "Understood." Lin Wanner, momentarily taken aback by the succinct order, hurriedly began relaying instructions. With a word from Chu Wang, the entire Jiang city bowed in submission. After severing the communication, Chu Xuan looked at the panel displaying over 13,000 energy points, feeling a surge of eagerness. To let them linger would be wasteful. System, elevate my physique, speed, and spirit all to 100 points. Command confirmed. Total energy consumption, 700 points. Initiating enhancement. Boom. The moment the words left his lips, a terrifying energy capable of melting steel erupted within his limbs and bones. Even with Chu Xuan's formidable LV6 physique, he felt an unprecedented agony at that instant. Every bone felt as if it were being shattered by a colossal hammer, then reforged by the might of thunder. Every vein was stretched to its limit by the ferocious energy, threatening to burst at any moment. Chu Xuan emitted a suppressed groan, veins bulging at his temples, beads of sweat rolling down. Yet, his deep-set eyes remained as tranquil as an ancient abyss. Mere pain could no longer shake his resolve. In just a few seconds, the ferocious energy that could obliterate any LV5 awakened individual was completely suppressed, absorbed, and digested by his robust physique and unwavering will. He slowly exhaled a stream of scorching white vapor, which shot forth like an arrow, tracing a long white trajectory in the air, accompanied by a series of dull explosive sounds. Chu Xuan rose, casually stretching his muscles, and instinctively threw a punch into the empty space before him. No lightning power was utilized. Boom. The air before him seemed to be struck directly by an invisible battering ram, collapsing inward for an instant. Subsequently, a visible white shockwave erupted, sending dust and debris within 100 meters soaring into the sky, creating a brief vacuum zone. 100 times the physique of an ordinary person, indeed. Chu Xuan slowly opened his palm and then clenched it tightly, feeling within him an explosive force that could easily crush mountains. The amplification of strength exceeded his expectations. However, his demand for control over this power bordered on the obsessive. Such a degree of enhancement would require several days to fully adapt, allowing him to wield every ounce of power to perfection. An hour later, Su Qingyao returned to Chu Xuan's side, carrying a bulging bag. Her eyes betrayed an undeniable fatigue, yet they sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, radiating a remarkable vitality. Chu Wang. It's all resolved. She presented the bag to Chu Xuan, filled with energy cores of various sizes, glowing with different hues. These are for you. Chu Xuan glanced at the contents, shook his head, and pushed the bag back. These are of no use to me. Keep them for your own absorption. He had previously attempted to absorb lower-level cores, but found the efficiency lamentably slow. He suspected that his life essence had already surpassed the scope these low-level energies could provide. Remember, progress must be gradual. Chu Xuan earnestly explained his insights to Su Qingyao. Your talent is no less than mine, but your foundation must be solid. Each realm must be thoroughly consolidated before considering breakthroughs. Otherwise, it will pose future risks. Su Qingyao listened intently, her heart swelling with sweetness as if filled with honey. She could sense that this man genuinely cared for her, thinking of her future. In the next moment, as if resolved by a sudden determination, a charming blush blossomed on her fair cheeks. She stood on her tiptoes and quickly planted a kiss on the handsome cheek she had admired countless times. Warm, soft, and carrying a hint of youthful fragrance. Afterward, she scurried away like a startled rabbit, clutching the bag of cores, retreating to a clean corner to absorb them diligently. Too shy to look at Chu Xuan again, Chu Xuan touched his cheek, still lingering with the faint scent, chuckling as he shook his head. This ice-cold snow lotus had learned to take the initiative after just one night of nurturing. It seemed that upon returning tonight, he would need to ensure she thoroughly reviewed the rules of the Chu Wang mansion. This scene unfolded clearly before the eyes of the survivors on the 4th floor. They watched the celestial couple, oblivious to their surroundings amidst the ruins of the apocalypse, and could only feel an overwhelming sense of reverence mingled with endless bitterness. How could the gap between people be so vast? Before long, the roar of several heavy military trucks approached from afar. Su Changfeng, accompanied by a fully armed squad of soldiers, leaped from the lead vehicle. Upon witnessing the charred square that resembled a meteor-struck battlefield, his pupils contracted sharply. He hurried to Chu Xuan, executing a standard military salute with the utmost respect. Report, Your Highness. The convoy has arrived. We are ready to begin collecting resources. Chu Xuan nodded. There were still some survivors upstairs, including a few awakened individuals. He casually instructed, if you encounter any trouble later, mention my name. Understood. Su Changfeng immediately grasped the implication. Chu Wang meant these individuals could be recruited, but if they dared to cause trouble, they could be eliminated on the spot without consultation. After assigning all tasks, Chu Xuan no longer lingered. He mounted the Black Widow, accompanied by Su Qingyao, who had absorbed several cores and solidified her aura. Su Qingyao adeptly took her place on the back seat, her hands naturally encircling his sturdy waist. Where are we going? To the bullfight. Chu Xuan twisted the throttle. Boom. The black lightning roared once more, speeding deeper into the city, towards the territory belonging to the 7th Beast King. Chapter 059. The Emergence of the Wild Rhinoceros. The terrifying energy of the 7th Beast King. With a thunderous roar that seemed otherworldly, The Black Widow emitted a sound that reverberated through the desolate steel ruins, trailing a long plume of smoke like a spectral shadow skimming the ground. The highway was choked with abandoned vehicles, yet this obstacle posed no hindrance to Chu Xuan. As the motorcycle surged forward, any hindrances, be they derelict cars or the remnants of collapsed structures, disintegrated into nothingness within a 10-meter radius, obliterated by an invisible, violent force. Su Qingyao clung tightly to the broad back of the man, her arms wrapped around his solid torso like iron. She could distinctly feel that with each obstacle the motorcycle crushed, a semblance of calmness emanated from him, masking an overwhelming power capable of annihilating worlds. Just a hint of this power was sufficient to reduce everything to dust. She buried her cheek deeper into his back, inhaling the unique blend of tobacco and thunderous energy that surrounded him, a profound sense of security overflowing within her. This was the man she intended to follow for a lifetime. As the motorcycle pulverized another small horde of zombies drawn by the noise, an urgent beep resonated from the terminal on Chu Xuan's wrist. A holographic projection sprang to life, revealing Lin Wanner's lively face, tinged with a hint of excitement akin to that of a child eager to share good news. "Report, Your Majesty. An urgent matter of utmost importance." "Speak," Chu Xuan replied, his gaze fixed ahead, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Lin Wanner, accustomed to his demeanor, swiftly transitioned into work mode, her words tumbling forth at a rapid pace. "Just now, Brother Su Changfeng has safely returned a group of survivors from the shopping mall. During the information registration, we discovered a crucial detail. Among the individuals you previously rescued, there is a sheriff named Liu Beiqin. He and several awakened individuals under his command witnessed a terrifying beast, suspected to be a beast king, during their escape." "Really?" Chu Xuan's brow arched slightly, a flicker of interest igniting within him. "Do elaborate." "Yes," encouraged by his response. Lin Wanner's spirits lifted as she recounted Liu Beiqin's ordeal in detail. According to his description, the colossal creature resembled a moving mountain, its body encased in a thick, rock-like shell, crowned with a menacing single horn. Each charge it made could effortlessly demolish an entire skyscraper. It appeared to possess formidable regenerative abilities. The standard police armor-piercing rounds left no marks upon its hide. Furthermore, they observed that when struck by collapsing buildings, its massive wounds healed within mere breaths. The intelligence department compared his description with the data on the 7 beast kings we currently possess, concluding that there exists over an 80% likelihood that the creature Liu Beiqin encountered is the very 7th beast king you seek, the wild rhinoceros. A slow smile crept across Chu Xuan's lips. "It seems this information came effortlessly. You, my liaison, have finally proven your worth." "Hee." Lin Wanner beamed with delight, her joy reminiscent of a little fox that had just pilfered sweets, nodding enthusiastically. "It is Wanner's honor to serve Your Majesty. Now tell me, where did Liu Beiqin and his companions ultimately evade that beast?" "The location has been shared to your terminal." Lin Wanner promptly sent over a map marked with a vivid red area. "Very well." Chu Xuan glanced at the map and nodded. "If that creature is indeed the wild rhinoceros, I shall remember your contribution." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner was elated, nearly leaping from her seat. She quickly composed herself and cautioned, "That beast is incredibly powerful. Your Majesty, you and Sister Qingyao, no, Her Highness the Queen, must exercise utmost caution. I wish you success in slaying the Beast King and returning triumphantly." With the communication severed, Chu Xuan disregarded Lin Wanner's playful banter and cast a glance at the beautiful girl in his embrace, whose face had turned a deep shade of red. He revved the throttle. "Hold on tight." With a roar, the engine of the Widow unleashed an even more ferocious growl as the front of the motorcycle shot up, swiftly changing direction toward the coordinates provided by Lin Wanner, akin to a black cannonball fired from its chamber, racing forward. Every obstacle along the way was effortlessly obliterated by the tempestuous force of thunder. Throughout the journey, nothing could impede his progress in the slightest. The distance of several dozen kilometers was traversed in mere minutes under the Widow's maximum acceleration. As the motorcycle soared to the apex of a fractured overpass, Chu Xuan gradually eased off the throttle. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where an industrial zone lay shrouded in thick fog. Upon reaching level 6, his electromagnetic sensing range had expanded to a staggering 2,000 meters. Just moments ago, at the edge of his perception, an energy source of terrifying magnitude, akin to a miniature sun, had abruptly materialized. This energy was wild, heavy, and suffused with a primal aura of destruction, far greater than the combined energy of previously encountered thousands of zombies. "I have found you." A flash of chilling ferocity flickered in Chu Xuan's eyes. He slowly discarded the cigarette, but from his lips, watching as the ember traced an arc through the air. At last, I have tracked you down. Chapter 060. The domain of divine punishment is unleashed. The game is over. On the fractured overpass, the wind howled fiercely. Chu Xuan lifted Su Qingyao off the motorcycle, his fingers lightly tracing the contours of her battle suit that accentuated her captivating figure. Stay here and do not wander. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Take care of yourself. Su Qingyao tilted her head upwards, gazing at the man whose striking profile remained remarkably handsome amidst the apocalyptic winds. Her eyes, filled with unmasked concern, reflected her worries. You must be careful. She understood that following him now would only serve as a liability. Hearing her words, Chu Xuan turned his head, flashing a confident smile that revealed his white teeth. Don't worry. If I can't win, I'll run. Before the words left his lips, he transformed into a pure blue electric flash, vanishing from the overpass in an instant. 2,000 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Su Qingyao's heart raced as she fixed her gaze on the industrial zone engulfed in an aura of death. In the heart of the industrial zone, a colossal creature sprawled upon a giant oil tank, crushed to the shape of a disc, dozing peacefully. Its size rivaled that of a 3-story building. Its body enveloped in a thick, dark gray, horn-like layer that seemed to meld with the earth, exuding a heavy, rock-like quality. Atop its head, a 10-meter-long, menacing horn glimmered with metallic brilliance, pointing towards the heavens. It was none other than the 7th Beast King, the wild rhinoceros, renowned for its defensive and charging prowess. As if sensing something, the creature slowly lifted its massive head, its murky eyes, larger than car tires, gazing up at the sky. A streak of blue lightning approached, condensing into a diminutive human figure 100 meters in front of it. The wild rhinoceros snorted, releasing 2 jets of hot air from its nostrils. It sensed a terrifying energy emanating from this minuscule human form, one that evoked an overwhelming sense of displeasure and even trepidation within it. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the wild rhinoceros's throat. The terrifying sound waves transformed into visible white rings of energy that rapidly spread outwards. The surrounding dilapidated factory buildings, long rusted, had their glass shattered into dust, while the fragile iron walls were violently torn apart. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Chu Xuan's expression remained impassive as he raised his right hand and pointed at the colossal beast in the air. With a whoosh, a thunderous spear, as thick as an arm, instantly coalesced and shot towards the wild rhinoceros's eye with supersonic speed. However, a crisp clang resonated as the spear, powerful enough to penetrate a tank, was deflected by the rhinoceros's eyelid, which had swiftly closed, leaving only a faint white mark. Absolute defense. This was intriguing. A flicker of interest finally appeared in Chu Xuan's eyes, which thoroughly provoked this terrestrial overlord. The wild rhinoceros stomped its 4 hooves with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled violently beneath the entire industrial complex. Earthquake stomp, centered around it. The hard concrete ground undulated like waves, with deep fissures rapidly spreading and countless sharp rock spikes erupting from the ground, aimed straight at Chu Xuan. With a nimble leap, Chu Xuan floated backward like a wraith. Yet the beast's assault was far from over. As it unleashed its earth-shattering attack, its massive body sank slightly, with its horn aimed directly at Chu Xuan. Furious charge. Boom. The wild rhinoceros transformed into an uncontrollable train of destruction, its body weighing nearly dozens of tons, breaking the sound barrier in just a second. The terrifying force shattered everything in its path into fragments. Factories, pipelines, and steel supports crumbled before it as if made of paper. From the elevated bridge, Su Qingyao watched this scene in horror, her heart seemingly stopping. Faced with this cataclysmic collision, Chu Xuan stood his ground, unwavering. He merely raised his thunderous right fist slowly and, with a casual motion, struck the charging iron mountain. Bang! The colossal sound resonated, enough to shatter eardrums. Chu Xuan's fist collided solidly with the wild rhinoceros's menacing horn, unleashing a terrifying wave of white energy. The ground beneath him instantly collapsed, forming a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter. Yet, he was thrust backward by the overwhelming force, sliding over 100 meters and carving 2 deep furrows into the earth. In contrast, the wild rhinoceros merely staggered, its momentum momentarily halted before it regained its balance, its horn unmarred by even the slightest scratch. After several probing exchanges, Chu Xuan realized he had gained no advantage. What a tough shell it had. Shaking off the numbness in his fist, a hint of seriousness crossed his face. He hesitated no longer. Heaven's punishment domain, he uttered softly. In an instant, the skies darkened at a visible pace. A vast thundercloud, covering a radius of 1,000 meters, materialized, shrouding the sun. Countless blue lightning serpents writhed within the clouds, and an immense pressure, as if descending from the divine, crashed down. The wild rhinoceros, restless, scraped its hooves, sensing the scent of death emanating from the storm clouds. In the moment the domain unfolded, Chu Xuan's figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing above the wild rhinoceros. Within this realm, he was akin to a deity. Thunder transformed. Chu Xuan spread his arms wide, as if embracing the world. Roar, roar, roar. Majestic tiger roars reverberated through the heavens and earth. 1, 10, 30. A total of 50 colossal thunder tigers, larger than main battle tanks, and composed entirely of pure lightning, materialized out of thin air, surrounding Chu Xuan and unleashing bloodthirsty roars at the beast below. Rend it apart. Chu Xuan's command resonated like a divine edict. The 50 thunder tigers became 50 streaks of blue lightning, viciously attacking the wild rhinoceros from all directions. The battle intensified. The thunder tiger's claws tore into the rhinoceros's thick hide, sparking a flurry of brilliant sparks. At last, one thunder tiger seized the opportunity, sinking its fangs into the joint of the wild rhinoceros's hind leg. With a sickening sound, a large chunk of flesh was brutally ripped away, blood gushing forth. Yet, the wild rhinoceros merely let out a pained roar. A green glow flickered at the wound, and the flesh began to visibly writhe, regenerating. Rapid regeneration. Within mere breaths, the horrific wound had healed completely. Chu Xuan furrowed his brow. This monstrous recovery ability was indeed its most formidable trait. The battle raged on. Thunder tigers were continuously destroyed by the wild rhinoceros's charges and ground spikes, only to be reborn under Chu Xuan's will. This was a pure war of attrition. In the distance, Su Qingyao watched in horror, her heart lodged in her throat. Just then, Chu Xuan's body experienced a barely perceptible pause in midair. Warning: mental energy below 30. Excessive consumption will lead to host's unconsciousness. The system's alert sounded for the first time amidst such fierce combat. Chu Xuan clicked his tongue. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to restore his mental energy. Ding. Detected host level increase. Recovery ratio adjusted. Current recovery ratio, 100 energy points to 10 maximum mental energy. Would you like to restore? Restore. Fill it up. Ding. Consumed 700 energy points. Mental energy restored to 100. At that moment, the familiar fatigue was washed away in an instant. A gleam of determination sparkled in Chu Xuan's eyes, and a cruel smile curved his lips. In terms of consumption, I have never feared anyone. The new wave of thunder tigers surged forth, even more solid and ferocious. On the second and third attempts, as Chu Xuan replenished his mental energy for the third time, he finally noticed that the wounds on the wild rhinoceros, torn open by the thunder tigers, were healing at a noticeably slower rate. So that is how it is. It seems your recovery is not limitless. Chu Xuan smiled, a grin that appeared more terrifying than a demon in the wild rhinoceros's eyes. The game was over. Chu Xuan no longer afforded it any respite, unleashing all the power of thunder to its utmost limits. The 50 thunder tigers, as if receiving a final command, merged mid-air with a thunderous crash. A colossal thunder tiger, exceeding 100 meters in length and exuding an aura of divinity, descended from the heavens. It opened its massive jaws, slowly coalescing a lightning sphere infused with the entire energy of the heavens' punishment domain, radiating an aura of destruction. For the first time, fear flickered in the wild rhinoceros's eyes. It attempted to flee, but it was too late. Heaven's punishment. Chu Xuan's voice was cold and indifferent. Boom. The devastating thunderous light engulfed everything. Chapter 061. The Royal Core, a pivotal transformation of power. Boom. The sphere of lightning, condensed from the entire force of the heavenly punishment realm, fell like a blue sun, instantly consuming the massive head of the wild rhinoceros. There were no cries of agony, no wails of despair. Before the absolute force of annihilation, that incredibly hard head was evaporated in an instant, obliterated into the most primordial particles, dissipating into the air. The terrifying energy aftermath formed a visible shockwave, plowing the earth down 3 feet in an area of 1,000 meters. Far away on the elevated bridge, Su Qingyao, witnessing the moment the head vanished, felt her suspended heart finally settle back in place, and her entire being softened. It was over. However, standing at the center of the battlefield, Chu Xuan's brow furrowed sharply. He did not hear the system's melodious notification sound. The next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The massive headless corpse, instead of collapsing, seemed to be infused with an even more violent energy, abruptly rising to its feet. Roar. A soundless, Frantic roar erupted from the depths of its soul through its severed neck. Following this, the headless body, like a giant bulldozer gone completely out of control, began its final frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. It stomped heavily on its four limbs, rampaging aimlessly through the industrial park. Dilapidated factories crumbled like building blocks under its onslaught. Sturdy steel pipes were crushed into iron discs beneath its feet. The earth cracked and groaned under its trampling. The entire industrial park was transformed into a true apocalyptic wasteland under the last madness of this headless corpse. Chu Xuan's figure silently appeared in midair, observing the frenzied rampage of the headless body below, his gaze betraying a hint of astonishment. Such tenacious vitality. This beast, having completely destroyed its brain and nerve center, was still able to unleash such terrifying destructive power through muscle memory and residual biological instincts. Chu Xuan silently marveled. Fortunately, he had remained composed, raising his level to LV6 and replenishing his mental energy 3 times with energy points, which ultimately led to its exhaustion. Otherwise, today might have ended in disaster. Half an hour later, the momentum of the headless corpse's rampage finally began to wane. The life energy within it was depleted in the frenzy. Ultimately, its massive body trembled violently before losing all strength. Boom! Like a collapsing mountain, it crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. At that moment, the long-awaited sound finally echoed in Chu Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the royal-level mutated beast LV7 Wild Rhinoceros. Energy points, 5,000. Talent experience, 5,000. Current level, LV6, 7800500000. Chu Xuan's heart jolted slightly. LV7. No wonder it was so difficult to kill. It turned out that this beast's level was even higher than what the data indicated. Clearly, the Beast King level represented a significant watershed. Once a monster broke through to this tier, its power underwent a true qualitative transformation. Had it not been for the system as his cheat, even if 10 ordinary LV6 Awakeners had come today, it would have been difficult to completely slay this wild rhinoceros. What kind of transformation would await him upon reaching LV7? A sense of curiosity and anticipation blossomed in Chu Xuan's heart. He collected his thoughts, his figure flickering as he descended beside the massive corpse. The wild rhinoceros was a treasure trove. Its thick, robust hide boasted incredible defensive capabilities, making it an excellent material for crafting top-tier armor. Its flesh and blood contained vast life energy, providing a significant boost to both Awakeners and ordinary individuals. Ultimately, Chu Xuan's gaze settled on the location of the heart. He extended his hand, and with a flash of lightning, easily cut through the tough flesh. A massive crystal core, the size of a basketball and radiating a rich golden hue, lay quietly within, pulsating with heavy energy waves. The royal core. The energy contained within this core far surpassed that of the previous elite cores. Chu Xuan could sense that this single core would be sufficient to elevate Su Qingyao's strength several tiers. He stored the royal core away, then turned his gaze to the ground. In the spot where the head had been obliterated, a 10-meter-long, gleaming metallic horn remained intact, embedded in the scorched earth. Remarkably, this horn was unharmed despite the cataclysmic punishment. The hardness of its material likely surpassed any alloy comprehensible to humanity in this era. If it were to be forged into a weapon, a flicker of excitement crossed Chu Xuan's eyes. He approached, grasping the horn, his arm muscles slightly bulging as he yanked it forcefully. Boom! With a muffled sound, the horn was wrenched from the ground. It felt weighty in his hands. Cold to the touch, Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction, casually setting this prize, akin to a royal core, aside. After completing all this, he leisurely opened his terminal to contact Lin Wanner, have someone come to clean up the battlefield. His voice remained as flat as ever, as if he had merely resolved a trivial matter. Additionally, inform Su Jinghua and Lin Guochang that the corpse of this beast can be used for research. But the horn must be preserved for me. Ordinary mutations, LV1, LV2 elite mutations, LV3, LV4 commander level, LV5, LV6 royal level, LV7, LV8 emperor level, LV9, LV10 imperial level, LV11, LV15 explorer, LV16, LV20 pioneer patrol chapter 062. Lin Wanner screams. Chu Wang is our god. On the other end of the terminal, within the command center of the safe zone, an officer responsible for monitoring energy signals stared intently at the screen, his eyes bulging like copper bells, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. The energy signal of the 7th Beast King had vanished. The entire command center fell silent, the tension palpable. The next moment, Lin Wanner, observing the simultaneous disappearance of the enormous red light point before her, sprang up from her seat. Ah! A scream so piercing it could shatter glass echoed through the air. It is dead. The terrifying beast king that had loomed outside Jiang City, leaving the entire military helpless and haunting 500,000 survivors in sleepless nights, was slain by Chu Xuan single-handedly. This news was far more shocking than the massacre of tens of thousands of corpses before. It represented hope. The hope for all those trapped within this steel cage to reclaim their homeland and see the light of day once more. Lin Wanner's eyes instantaneously brimmed with tears, her grip on the communicator tightening as her voice trembled with overwhelming excitement, nearly losing its melody. Chu Xuan, thank you. You are the deity of all of us in Jiangxing. I will arrange for the transport team immediately. She spoke incoherently, her mind devoid of any vocabulary to articulate her current emotions, resorting instead to the most straightforward and fervent adoration. You are simply. Chu Xuan, uninterested in her subsequent flattery, promptly severed the connection. With a swift motion, he reappeared atop the elevated bridge, carelessly tossing the earthy-hued royal core, still radiating formidable energy waves, to Su Qingyao. Take this. Su Qingyao instinctively caught it. The core, the size of a basketball, felt extraordinarily heavy in her hands, its turbulent energy akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, sending chills down her spine. Startled, she quickly offered the core back. No, this is far too precious. She shook her head vigorously, her clear eyes reflecting resolute determination. You should keep it for yourself. You are the greatest force in the safe zone. The stronger you are, the safer we will be. Chu Xuan observed her earnest demeanor, contemplating her well-being, and suddenly smiled. He did not retrieve the core, but instead reached out, gently lifting her chin with his fingertip, compelling her to meet his gaze. First, you must remember. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable assertiveness. You are my woman now. Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart skipping a beat. My woman cannot be ordinary. Chu Xuan's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate her very being. Secondly, he released her chin and turned to gaze into the distance, where the city silhouette was cloaked in a blood-red sunset, his tone shifting to one of detachment and profundity. There are only 6 of these left in all of Jiangxing. To me, they are merely trifles. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao's heart trembled violently. Lastly, and most importantly, Chu Xuan turned back, his eyes calm as they locked onto hers. I cannot remain in Jiangxing forever. Should I depart one day, this place will require a formidable guardian to suppress all malevolence. And you, Su Qingyao, with your mythic-level talent, are the finest candidate. His words left Su Qingyao utterly stunned. She finally comprehended that from the moment he accepted her, this man had paved a bloody path towards her ascendance. He was not merely bestowing upon her. He was forging a new monarch to safeguard this territory in his absence. What level are you at now? Chu Xuan inquired. Regaining her composure from the shock, Su Qingyao answered truthfully. LV2 Intermediate Awakened. Chu Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Excellent. He then issued a new directive. Now, immediately absorb this royal core. But remember my words. His expression grew exceedingly grave. Keep your level firmly restrained at the pinnacle of LV2. Absolutely, do not break through. Use that pure energy to temper your body, your talent, and every inch of your foundation hundreds of times. I want you to become an invincible existence within the LV2 realm. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao's eyes ignited with unprecedented brilliance. She nodded emphatically, accepting the royal core that could drive all awakened in Jiangxing into frenzy. I understand. Without a moment's hesitation, she sat cross-legged upon the cold surface of the elevated bridge, cradling the basketball-sized royal core in her hands, closing her eyes as she began to activate her annihilating ice lotus talent. A chilling pull emanated from her palms. The colossal energy within the royal core found its outlet, transforming into a violent torrent that surged through her arms, flooding her entire being. Boom! Su Qingyao's delicate form trembled violently, her countenance turning ashen. The energy was overwhelmingly ferocious. It was not merely pure energy, it was interlaced with the wild, unyielding spirit of the LV7 royal behemoth, the savage will of destruction it harbored at the moment of its demise. Roar! An invisible, frenzied roar erupted within Su Qingyao's mental realm. The brutal will of the Beast King materialized as a fierce crimson rhinoceros phantom, crashing wildly within her consciousness, attempting to obliterate her reason, to shred her very soul. The ferocious energy rampaged through her body, causing her meridians to scream in agony, while beads of blood seeped through her skin. Her body felt like an inflated balloon, ready to burst at any moment. Just as her consciousness teetered on the brink of being engulfed by darkness, a cold huff resounded. like a divine decree descending from the heavens, reverberating through her chaotic mental world. Chu Xuan had silently positioned himself before her. He merely extended a finger, lightly pressing it against her smooth forehead. A barely visible blue spark flickered at his fingertip, swiftly plunging into Su Qingyao's mental realm. Transforming into a thunderous phantom identical to Chu Xuan, hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if merely passing by. The thunderous phantom cast a dispassionate glance at the still-raging crimson rhinoceros. Dare to act recklessly in my presence. The voice bore no emotion but was imbued with the absolute authority of judgment. Roar? The wild rhinoceros's lingering will, upon witnessing the thunderous phantom, was instantly replaced by a primal fear springing from the essence of life, its madness and savagery vanishing. It seemed to behold a true ancient deity, one who wielded dominion over life and death. That was an absolute force, an insurmountable pressure. Its colossal will began to tremble violently, even attempting to retreat into the core. Too late. The thunderous phantom snapped its fingers. Annihilation. Boom. The stubborn will of the wild rhinoceros let out no cry of despair as it was obliterated in an instant by the tempestuous power of thunder, purified, ultimately transforming into the purest soul energy, merging into Su Qingyao's mental world. In the external world, the energy that had been rampaging within Su Qingyao suddenly transformed into a flock of docile sheep upon losing the Beast King's will to control it. The crisis was instantly averted. Su Qingyao immediately followed Chu Xuan's instructions, fervently channeling her talent, guiding the immense and pure energy to repeatedly cleanse and temper her body. Her aura began to ascend at a terrifying pace. LV2 advanced. LV2 pinnacle. In merely a few breaths, she reached the apex of her current realm. However, she diligently remembered Chu Xuan's words, forcibly suppressing the urge to break through, compressing and solidifying the massive energy that continued to flow in, strengthening her foundation. The peak of her aura, under repeated compression, began to gradually recede, becoming increasingly solid and restrained. Half an hour later, when Su Qingyao opened her eyes once more, all traces of energy fluctuations within her had vanished. At that moment, she appeared no different from an ordinary person, returning to her true essence. Yet only she understood the monumental transformations her body had undergone. She felt empowered, capable of easily defeating 10 versions of her former self. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Although you remain at the pinnacle of level 2, given a few more days to fully adapt to the power within you, you would be more than capable of contending with a level 3 intermediate awakened. Su Qingyao rose, stretching her body and reveling in the unprecedented strength coursing through her. A wave of joy surged within her. However, more prevalent was a fervent emotion that threatened to engulf her entirely. She recognized that her current state was a gift from this man. Approaching Chu Xuan, her eyes, glistening with affection, gazed deeply at him, as if she wished to etch his visage into her very soul. In that moment, all her thoughts coalesced into a primal impulse. She yearned to offer everything of herself to this man. Even if Chu Xuan commanded her to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire, she would do so willingly. Without a single complaint, Chu Xuan observed her melting gaze and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. It seemed that his allure had grown once more. He turned away, his gaze sweeping over the ruins, resting upon a city that had once thrived but now lay in desolation. Jiangcheng. He uttered the name slowly, and as the smoke swirled around him, his eyes deepened with contemplation. Soon, this place would become my first stronghold. He needed to hasten his steps, to eliminate the remaining 6 Beast Kings, and subsequently reclaim the entirety of Jiangcheng. With Jiangcheng as his foundation, he would radiate outward, establishing a vast realm belonging solely to him. Chu Xuan. At that moment, the distant rumble of vehicles broke the silence of the ruins. The transport team dispatched by Lin Wanner had arrived. A convoy of military trucks churned up clouds of dust as they snaked through the debris. The doors swung open, and squads of fully armed soldiers leapt from the vehicles. Upon witnessing the hellish scene before them, as well as the colossal headless corpse, they instinctively held their breath. Su Changfeng hurriedly approached from the lead vehicle, not daring to closely inspect the Beast King's body. He went straight to Chu Xuan, saluting with precise military formality, his voice trembling with excitement. Report, King Chu. The transport team has arrived. Please give your orders. Chu Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly, his gaze landing on the menacing horn embedded in the ground nearby. You will handle the corpse. However, that horn, he pointed, must be preserved and transported back to the royal palace. Until my return, no one is to touch it. Su Changfeng's heart raced as he followed Chu Xuan's gaze, instantly grasping the horn's value. He stood at attention, spine straight. Understood. I vow with my life that no one shall lay a finger on it. Very well. Chu Xuan nodded, dismissing the bustling scene around him as he casually activated his terminal. A holographic projection illuminated the air, revealing Lin Wanner's flushed face, brimming with excitement. King Chu, you are simply the sixth Beast King. Current location. He interrupted her effusive praise, his tone devoid of any inflection. Lin Wanner's smile faltered, the celebratory atmosphere in the command center extinguished by his words. Must we continue? Don't you need a moment to rest? That is a Beast King. Not just any ordinary creature. Beast Kings are not mindless zombies. Chu Xuan's voice grew serious. They possess intelligence, comparable to humans. Having slain one today, the others will undoubtedly become alert and may even accelerate their evolution. Especially that black dragon. I suspect it may have already reached level 8 as a mutated beast. If we give it more time to grow to level 9, even I would have to tread carefully. Chu Xuan's words doused Lin Wanner and everyone in the command center with a chill of realization. They had only seen victory, neglecting the greater threats looming ahead. The wild rhinoceros was merely the strongest in terms of defense and recovery among the 7 Beast Kings, but there were 6 even more terrifying entities above it. Humanity's predicament remained perilous. I understand. Lin Wanner's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by unprecedented gravity. She swiftly operated the console. The latest location of the 6th Beast King, the Shadow Wolf King, has been sent. Chu Xuan examined the map. 2 crimson coordinates appeared, one in the industrial area to the east of the city, and the other in the western forest park, separated by a considerable distance. Are the 7 Beast Kings positioned in different regions of Jiangcheng? He inquired. Keenly aware of this new information, Lin Wanner paused momentarily before pulling up an overview map and, after some querying, confirmed, yes, King Chu. The activity zones of the 7 Beast Kings show little overlap. It is as if they have delineated territories, remaining mutually exclusive. A glint of intensity flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. Territorial awareness. These creatures have indeed evolved a high degree of social structure and rules. This was monumental news for him. Su Changfeng. He called out to the man directing soldiers as they disposed of the corpse. Yes. Everyone halt. Su Changfeng was taken aback, but quickly gestured for the soldiers to cease their activities. Chu Xuan's gaze returned to the terminal screen. Issuing a series of new commands to Lin Wanner. Mark the territory of the wild rhinoceros on the map. Su Qingyao and I will cleanse all mutated beasts of level and above from this area. You can immediately organize the military and Awaken to start purging the zombies and reclaiming lost ground from this region. Lin Wanner's mind raced as she grasped Chu Xuan's intent, her voice trembling with excitement. You mean to use the corpse of this Beast King to intimidate the others, so they dare not encroach upon this territory? Not too foolish, Chu Xuan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. The death of one Beast King will be sufficient to deter the others from recklessly probing my capabilities until they ascertain the situation. This corpse will serve as the finest boundary marker. I understand. I will immediately contact my father and Vice Mayor Su. Lin Wanner nodded emphatically, envisioning a future where districts once overrun by monsters would once again fly the banner of humanity under Chu Xuan's guidance. Chu Xuan shut down the terminal and approached Su Changfeng. Stand by and ensure the safety of this corpse and the rhinoceros horn. Soon, the main force will arrive to support you. This will be humanity's first forward outpost for the counteroffensive. Su Changfeng felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He thumped his chest, producing a resonant sound. Rest assured, King Chu, unless I perish, no one shall lay a finger on this corpse. Chu Xuan patted his shoulder. Offering no further words, he approached Su Qingyao, who was gazing at him with an infatuated expression. In her clear, cold eyes, admiration mingled with a deeper essence known as reverence. Let's go, Chu Xuan called out, signaling it was time to work. He mounted the Black Widow, and the roar of its engine reverberated through the ruins once more. Su Qingyao snapped back to reality, a blush of crimson gracing her cheeks as she deftly took her place on the back seat, wrapping her arms tightly around his broad waist. With a thunderous roar, the black lightning did not return to the safe zone, but instead turned its head, speeding deeper into the vast territory. A bloody purge swept across the entire 7th Beast King's domain. Chapter 065. Well done, you are rewarded with an extra hour of sleep tonight. The Black Widow motorcycle became the solitary specter within this land of death. In the days that followed, this territory belonging to the 7th Beast King transformed into Su Qingyao's personal training ground. Chu Xuan fully embraced his teaching philosophy. Utilizing his electromagnetic perception, akin to the most precise radar, he identified perfect leveling points for Su Qingyao. On the first day, he remarked, your utilization of cold energy is far too scattered. Leaning against the motorcycle beside a dilapidated residential building, cigarette in mouth, he observed as Su Qingyao, having just frozen over 100 zombies with a frost storm, responded with a hint of embarrassment. Is it truly necessary to expend 30% of your energy to vanquish a horde of mindless corpses? His tone was devoid of anger or joy, but nonetheless made Su Qingyao's cheeks flush. For such foes, a single ice needle piercing the skull is sufficient. With a flick of his finger, a barely perceptible arc of electricity precisely struck the forehead of a distant elite mutated zombie. The creature, which had just been roaring, suddenly froze in motion and collapsed. There was no waste of energy, no extravagant sound or visual effects, only the utmost precision and energy control. Su Qingyao's spirit was jolted, and she began to comprehend. On the third day, having assimilated the combat experiences of the previous days, Su Qingyao utilized the king-level core to break through to the peak of level 3. She had become adept at weaving through the horde of zombies, her fingertips launching ice needles that harvested the lives of each zombie with the precision of a reaper's invitation. Her energy consumption had decreased to 1/10 of its original amount. Yet, Chu Xuan remained dissatisfied. Your speed is too slow, your movements too superfluous. He personally engaged in combat, faced with the siege of dozens of ordinary mutated zombies. He didn't even shift his feet. The moment the domain of divine punishment unfolded, all ordinary mutated zombies became sluggish, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the zombies' heads were pierced simultaneously by minuscule bolts of lightning descending from the heavens. As Su Qingyao observed his nonchalant demeanor, doubts began to creep in regarding her once prized talent. She started to imitate him, his combat style, his timing, and his effortless command over the battlefield. On the 6th day, having completely absorbed the energy from the king-level core, Su Qingyao broke through to the peak of level 4. The true test arrived. With a thunderous roar, a 10-meter-long, black-scaled, scorpion-tailed mutated beast, the black-armored scorpion-tailed tiger, erupted from the remnants of a collapsed mall. The terrifying pressure emanating from this beast caused Su Qingyao's breath to momentarily stall. You are done for. Chu Xuan's voice echoed behind her, gritting her silver teeth. Su Qingyao refused to back down. She shouted, pressing both hands firmly against the ground. Ice Age. With a crackling sound, an extreme cold spread outwards from her center, swiftly encasing the limbs of the black-armored scorpion-tailed tiger in ice. However, the strength of a mutated beast of its caliber far exceeded her expectations. With a furious roar, the creature's muscles bulged, causing the ice that could freeze steel to shatter piece by piece. It had freed itself. The scorpion tail struck like a bolt of black lightning, cutting through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Su Qingyao's midsection. It was too swift. Su Qingyao's pupils dilated, and she barely had time to conjure a thick ice shield in front of her. Bang! The ice shield shattered like glass. An overwhelming force struck her, and she let out a muffled groan, her body flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently against a distant wall. Spitting blood, she stained her black combat suit crimson. The black-armored scorpion-tailed tiger granted her no respite, opening its massive maw, ready to pounce again. The shadow of death loomed large, and despair flickered in Su Qingyao's eyes for the first time. Just then, a light click, laced with impatience, resonated through the air. A flash of blue lightning appeared before her, and Chu Xuan, one hand in his pocket, casually raised the other to seize the incoming scorpion tail. The frenzied tail, in his grasp, became as motionless as a snake caught by its throat, unable to budge an inch. The black-armored scorpion-tailed tiger thrashed wildly, only to realize its strength was laughably insignificant before him. Remember this feeling? Chu Xuan said without turning to her. The sensation of dying. Then, return this feeling to your enemies. With that, he swung his arm violently. Boom. The several-ton mutated beast was hurled like a rag doll into a nearby building, creating a thunderous crash. Su Qingyao struggled to rise, wiping the blood from her lips, as she gazed at the man who stood resolutely against the storm for her, transforming her despair into an overwhelming will to fight and defiance. She would no longer hide behind him. With a fierce determination, she charged forward, disregarding her internal wounds, channeling all her energy into her fingertips. Annihilation Ice Lotus blooms. A crystalline ice lotus, composed of extreme cold, quietly blossomed at her fingertips. Then, it transformed into a streak of light, precisely piercing the eye socket of the still struggling black-armored scorpion-tailed tiger. In the next moment, the ice lotus erupted. The ultimate chill froze the beast's entire head solid, extinguishing its life. After completing this, Su Qingyao could no longer sustain herself and collapsed to the ground. Chu Xuan approached, gathering her in his arms. Observing her pale yet resolute face, a subtle smile graced his lips. Well done. You are rewarded with an extra hour of sleep tonight. Chapter 066. Transformation. Guard this place while I hunt the next Beast King. The girl in his arms lacked even the strength to roll her eyes. Chu Xuan held her and searched for a relatively clean and intact room. This space had once been a luxury brand's boutique, now reduced to a scene of utter chaos. He laid Su Qingyao on a somewhat intact sofa and tossed the king-level core from the black-armored scorpion-tailed tiger into her lap. Absorb it, then sleep. The command was simple and direct. Su Qingyao gazed at the crystalline core, which was several times larger than an elite-level core and radiated energy fluctuations tenfold stronger. As she turned to observe the man's indifferent yet caring expression, a wave of warmth surged within her heart. She cast aside her pretenses and silently activated her innate talent, beginning to absorb the immense energy. Drawing from her experience with the absorption of a royal-level core, she found herself adept and composed this time. The overwhelming energy swept through her injured body, mending her wounds while simultaneously solidifying her foundation. The night passed in silence. When Su Qingyao awoke once more, she discovered that she was covered with Chu Xuan's coat, still bearing his comforting scent. The man sat by the window, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, exhaling clouds of smoke as he gazed at the blood-red dawn outside. His profile, shrouded in wisps of smoke, resembled an ancient deity. Su Qingyao's heart raced. In the following days, the battles grew increasingly brutal. Chu Xuan led her on a rampage, nearly wiping out all entities above the general level within the 7th Beast King's territory. Su Qingyao's combat experience skyrocketed at a rocket-like pace. From initially being helpless against general-level mutated beasts, she gradually learned to engage, and eventually, she was able to slay them independently. Each advancement was accompanied by copious bloodshed and near-death crises. Yet, every time she was on the brink of collapse, that man would appear like a deity, shielding her from the most lethal attacks and succinctly pointing out every flaw in her combat. On the 12th day, when Su Qingyao single-handedly and unscathed encased a LV5 intermediate mutated giant lizard in ice using her Ice Age technique, then skewered it with an ice spear that pierced the heavens, she realized she had undergone a transformation. Simultaneously, as she absorbed the core of the general-level mutated giant lizard, an overwhelming aura that had been suppressed for days erupted forth. LV4 Peak, LV5 Beginner, LV5 Intermediate. Her level soared like a rocket, breaking through barriers with unstoppable momentum, ultimately stabilizing at the LV5 Intermediate realm. A sense of power, magnitude stronger than before, filled her limbs. She raised her hand, marveling at the ice-blue chill that danced at her command, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. No longer was she merely a decorative vase hiding in the shadows. How do you feel? Chu Xuan's voice came from behind. Su Qingyao turned to face the man who had crafted her into a formidable force, her face blooming into a radiant smile that could outshine the heavens. I feel better than ever. She strode over, standing on tiptoe to offer him a kiss as sweet as the morning dew. Thank you. Chu Xuan gently pinched her delicate cheek, sensing the solid and powerful energy coursing through her. He nodded in satisfaction. From today onward, this area is entrusted to you. He activated his terminal to contact Lin Wanner. All threats above the general level in the 7th Beast King's territory have been effectively eliminated. Inform Su Zhenghua and Lin Guoqiang that they may commence the grand cleanup. Su Qingyao would remain here to assist the main forces in eradicating the remaining minor threats. Lin Wanner, on the other end of the line, had become numb from the continuous stream of good news over the past few days. She responded respectfully, "Understood, King Chu." After ending the communication, Chu Xuan mounted the long silent Black Widow. Su Qingyao hurriedly inquired, "What about you?" He turned back, casting a glance at the stunning young woman who had matured into a powerful being, and flashed a smile. "Me? I'm off to hunt the next Beast King." Su Qingyao's heart tightened at the thought of him facing the terrifying 6th Beast King alone. She longed to say she would accompany him, but the look in Chu Xuan's eyes silenced her. "Guard this place. Wait for my return." His voice was authoritative yet softened with an unrecognized tenderness. Su Qingyao nodded earnestly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Yes, I will wait for you." Boom. The black lightning roared away into the distance, vanishing from her reluctant gaze. There lay the territory of the 6th Beast King, the Shadow Wolf King. Chapter 067. Breaking into the Wolf Den. One against thousands. Boom. The Black Widow surged forth like a colossal beast freed from its shackles, roaring through the desolate city forest. The dust kicked up by its wheels was the only sign of life in the ruins. However, as the motorcycle entered the territory marked on the map as the 6th Beast King's domain, Chu Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. It was too clean. Though the streets were similarly dilapidated, they eerily lacked the most common sight of the apocalypse: zombies. There were no hordes of shambling corpses, nor even the occasional straggler. The ground bore almost no signs of battle, no bullet holes, no bloodstains, no scattered carcasses. It was as if an invisible hand had meticulously cleaned the area. Chu Xuan extended his electromagnetic senses, covering a radius of 2 kilometers. His heart stirred slightly. There were life signals, yet they displayed an orderly distribution, reminiscent of a well-trained army. This was not the kind of order that zombies possessed. He halted the motorcycle, concealing the Black Widow in the underground garage of a derelict building, then vanished into the shadows of the city, silencing all his presence. He stealthily approached the area with the densest concentration of life signals. Soon, he found himself on the rooftop of a building, peering down at a street below. A robust, mutated wild boar was frantically sprinting, terror etched on its face, pursued by 7 or 8 agile mutated wolves that executed a flawless tactical formation to ensnare it. One wolf distracted the boar from the front, drawing fire, while 2 others flanked it, blocking its escape routes. The remaining wolves lay in wait in the shadows, poised to unleash a fatal strike. Their coordination was impeccable, with clearly defined roles and astonishing efficiency. With a furious bellow, the feral boar was ultimately caught by a wolf that pounced from the shadows, severing its throat. Blood gushed forth, marking the end of the struggle. Yet, what happened next astonished Chu Xuan deeply. The victorious pack of mutated wolves did not rush forward to devour their prey like other monsters. Instead, they remained still, awaiting the low howl from the largest and darkest alpha wolf. Then, 2 wolves stepped forward, grasping the several hundred-pound carcass of the mutated wild boar and following the alpha deeper into their territory. The remaining wolves dispersed, maintaining a vigilant formation around them. They were transporting their food. The silhouette of Chu Xuan silently lingered 1,500 meters behind the wolf pack. The deeper he ventured, the more profound his astonishment became. Along the way, he encountered multiple hunting convoys, preying upon various mutated beasts and transporting their quarry back to the depths of their territory. Within this region, all wolf-like mutated creatures seemed to form a colossal societal system, each fulfilling its designated role. He even discovered lurking sentinels at critical crossroads and elevated points. These mutated wolves concealed themselves in the shadows, their presence so well retracted that, had it not been for Chu Xuan's extraordinary electromagnetic perception, it would have been nearly impossible to detect them. After traversing several kilometers, Chu Xuan infiltrated a vast, vine-covered ruin of a stadium. The sight before him stirred even his typically placid heart. In the center of the stadium, a vast expanse of grass had transformed into a sprawling nursery. Hundreds of young wolf cubs frolicked playfully upon the verdant ground, while the returning wolf pack dragged their prey to the nursery's edge, tearing flesh apart and allowing the cubs to feast. Elderly mother wolves stood guard, while robust male wolves patrolled the perimeter, maintaining a strict hierarchy and order. This was no mere beast pack. It resembled a realm of wolves possessing a social structure, class divisions, and even the nascent semblance of civilization. Chu Xuan felt no admiration or awe, only a chilling, winter-like intent to kill coursed through him. Given a few more years, they might indeed evolve language and forge their own civilization, but alas. He slowly stepped out from the shadows atop the stadium, revealing himself to the gaze of all the mutated wolves. You should not be present in my territory. At that moment, the entire stadium fell silent, the playful noises abruptly ceasing. Thousands of gleaming green eyes, shimmering with bloodlust and brutality, fixated on this unwelcome intruder. The air became instantly still. A deep, oppressive growl erupted from the throat of a patrolling elite mutated wolf, a warning that reverberated through the stadium. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted from deathly quiet to a simmering fervor, yet it was not chaotic. Rather, it was a disciplined uprising, almost simultaneously with Chu Xuan's appearance. The mother wolves charged with protecting the cubs let out urgent howls, herding all the cubs towards a massive hole that had been excavated below the stadium. Meanwhile, the slightly weaker adult mutated wolves swiftly formed a defensive line, separating the nursery from Chu Xuan. The fastest among them were dozens of head wolves, each at the elite level. Without hesitation, they transformed into a flurry of black shadows, launching themselves towards Chu Xuan from every direction, intent on annihilation. The attack, cover, and retreat unfolded in a flash, executed with seamless precision. This monstrous army exhibited tactical prowess that surpassed even the most elite human special forces. Interesting. Chu Xuan's expression turned serious. He merely raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, blue electric serpents, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, detonated explosively around him. Lightning chains. The dozens of elite mutated wolves, fierce enough to rend tanks asunder, froze mid-air, unable to utter a single cry. The violent current surged through their brains and hearts, incinerating their insides to charred remains. Thud, thud, thud. Corpse after corpse, billowing black smoke, fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing heavily to the ground. Instant annihilation. Another senseless, overwhelming slaughter. This bloody and shocking scene momentarily halted the offensive from the wolf pack. Yet, there was no fear in their eyes, only a more intense madness and hatred. Just as more mutated wolves prepared to launch a second wave of suicidal charges, a mournful, ancient howl reverberated from the deepest shadows of the stadium, echoing through the air. This howl contained an undeniable, absolute authority. All the mutated wolves, poised to attack, trembled violently, their madness and killing intent evaporating in an instant. They collectively halted, gradually lowering their bodies, burying their heads deep between their forepaws. This was an instinctual, bloodline-deep submission to their king. The stadium once again descended into a deathly silence. Chu Xuan's gaze shifted to that deepest shadow, sensing a terrifying aura so powerful it drew his attention. Step, step, step. Steady footsteps emanated from the shadows. A colossal figure slowly emerged, cloaked in a layer of pitch-black fur that seemed to consume light, its form both agile and elegant, brimming with explosive power. Only in the sunlight streaming through the stadium's roof could one glimpse the faint, tribal totem-like silver patterns adorning its fur. In comparison, Chu Xuan appeared as a slightly larger ant. Its eyes were not the murky and brutal gaze of a beast, but rather, they resembled the deepest obsidian, radiating a chilling calmness and profound hatred characteristic of an intelligent being. The sixth beast king, the Shadow Wolf King. It did not glance at its fallen kin, but instead fixated intently on the diminutive Chu Xuan, as if wishing to engrave the image of this human who had slaughtered its subjects into its very soul. Another deep howl erupted, this time a command. The wolves, once prostrated, rose slowly, retreating in an orderly fashion into the shadows and passages surrounding the stadium. They took the young, the injured, and the bodies of their fallen. Soon, the vast stadium was left empty, save for the standoff of one man and one wolf. The king of this pack, in its pride, chose the fairest stage for this bloody vengeance. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. Chu Xuan flexed his neck, producing a series of crackling sounds. And a flicker of true battle intent ignited within his profound gaze. The Shadow Wolf King lowered its body, emitting a thunderous growl. It was assessing Chu Xuan, gathering strength. In the next moment, it moved. There was no frenzied charge, no earth-shattering momentum. It merely shifted with an almost imperceptible grace, its massive form vanishing silently like an ink drop dissolving in water. Chu Xuan's electromagnetic perception soared to its peak. However, he lost sight of the Wolf King's target, as if it had never existed. Just then, a lethal sense of crisis erupted from beneath Chu Xuan's feet. His own shadow, under the sun, twisted and writhed without any forewarning, then suddenly stood upright. A pair of colossal claws, glistening with a crimson chill, emerged from that pure darkness, wielding the force to rend space itself. Silently reaching for Chu Xuan's throat, the Shadow Wolf King activated its skill, Shadow Assassination. This was the core assassination ability of the Wolf King, allowing it to instantly merge into the shadows, traversing short distances while ignoring physical barriers, and launching a deadly strike from the target shadow. This attack was accompanied by armor-piercing and shadow erosion effects, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Chapter 069. The Wolf King was stunned. Could the energy within this human be limitless? A lethal intent erupted from the shadows beneath. Those claws, born of pure darkness, silently contained a terrifying power capable of tearing apart souls, aimed directly at Chu Xuan's head. This was a guaranteed kill, a confident strike from the Shadow Wolf King, a top-tier assassin. However, just as the claws were about to make contact with Chu Xuan's skin, his figure abruptly vanished, like a phantom erased in an instant, leaving no trace of energy fluctuation or any sign whatsoever. The claws tore through the air, creating a series of explosive sounds, yet grasped only emptiness. The massive form of the Shadow Wolf King fully emerged from the shadows, inertia from the mist strike propelling it into the air, and for the first time, a profound astonishment flickered in its intelligent eyes. Where did he go? It abruptly looked up, only to find Chu Xuan hovering 100 meters above the arena. With hands tucked into his pockets and the edges of his clothing gently swaying in the breeze, he gazed down at it with an amused expression, as if watching a play. Welcome. The corners of Chu Xuan's mouth curled into a cold arc. My domain. The moment those words fell, a colossal storm of thunderclouds descended, enveloping the entire arena. Heaven's punishment domain. Endless blue lightning serpents roiled within the clouds, a vast pressure emanating from the divine, completely sealing this space. Within this domain, he was a god. The Shadow Wolf King felt an alarm ringing in its heart, as if it were trapped in a viscous mire of lightning. Every inch of the air saturated with a destructive aura that sent shivers through its very soul. It stomped forcefully in the void, the terrifying power contorting the air, sending ripples beneath its feet that erupted with a thunderous sound, transforming its form into a blurred shadow, darting towards the airborne Chu Xuan with speed surpassing visual limits. Those glimmering fangs were already aimed at Chu Xuan's heart. These were not mere bone fangs of a wolf. They were the fangs of a king, forged from high concentrations of shadow energy and mental prowess, their sharpness even exceeding that of a wild rhinoceros's horn, capable of tearing through energy shields and devouring the souls of enemies. Yet, with just a thought, Chu Xuan vanished once more, only to reappear behind the Wolf King in the next instant. Effortlessly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Once more, the Wolf King's strike missed. But its combat instincts were honed to the extreme, forcing it to twist its body mid-air, yet it had no time to launch its next attack. Boom. A thunderbolt, as thick as a barrel, struck down from the storm clouds without warning, landing squarely on its back. Even the Shadow Wolf King, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, was left wounded and howling in agony. This was far from over. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts cascaded down, seemingly with eyes of their own, ignoring its rapid evasive maneuvers, relentlessly striking its body. Within the Heaven's punishment domain, Chu Xuan need not lift a finger. The domain itself was the most terrifying killing machine. The Shadow Wolf King frantically dodged amidst the lightning storm, yet each time, the thunder predicted its landing, scorching its form blackened. To its horror, it realized its speed was diminishing. The omnipresent lightning was numbing its nerves, overloading the energy within. If this continued, it would be exhausted to death. A glint of determination flickered in the cunning Beast King's eyes, and it let out a fierce roar. Shadow clones. With a puff, 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 numerous identical dark figures erupted around it, charging towards the edges of the domain from various directions. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Although these clones lacked even half the strength of the Shadow Wolf King, their aura was nearly indistinguishable from that of the original. In the next moment, one of the clones reached the domain's edge, instantly swapping places with the body being pursued by the lightning. The Shadow Wolf King successfully escaped the confines of the Heaven's punishment domain, landing back on the ground. It gasped for breath, its charred wounds emitting wisps of smoke. Its gaze directed at the man in the sky now filled with unprecedented wariness and gravity. This human was too powerful, unreasonably so. Yet, the pride of a king would not allow it to retreat. It raised its head, unleashing a howl that pierced the clouds. A wolf pack summon. This was its authority as the Wolf King, its ultimate means of commanding the entire Wolf Kingdom. The order was given. The shadows and passages surrounding the arena lit up with pairs of glowing green eyes once more. This time, there was no probing, no tactics, only the most primal, frenzied, and reckless charge. Thousands of mutated wolves surged like a black tide from all directions, fearlessly rushing towards the center of the arena, towards that realm of thunder exuding an aura of death. The Shadow Wolf King coldly observed all of this. It was sacrificing the lives of its subjects to drain the man's energy. Any powerful domain required an immense amount of energy to sustain itself. It did not believe this human's energy was infinite. The moment he showed even a hint of fatigue would be the moment to launch a fatal strike. Watching the wolves flood in like a tide, Chu Xuan felt not an ounce of trepidation. Instead, he smiled. You wish to compete in endurance with me? A hint of pity flickered in his eyes. You have no idea what you are truly facing. As those words fell, the thunder within the Heaven's punishment domain erupted in a frenzy. Countless bolts of lightning transformed into a true storm of death, indiscriminately pouring down. Ding. Killed a regular mutated wolf X1. Gained 5 energy points, 5 talent experience. Ding. Killed an elite mutated wolf X1. Gained 10 energy points, 10 talent experience. Ding. Killed a general level mutated wolf X1. Gained 500 energy points, 500 talent experience. Ding. Detected mental power below 30. Would you like to consume 700 energy points for recovery? Yes. A series of dense system notifications flooded Chu Xuan's mind. His energy points and talent experience surged at a terrifying pace. The Shadow Wolf King fixed its gaze on Chu Xuan above, waiting for the moment his energy dwindled. 3 minutes passed. Half of the wolf pack lay dead or injured, the arena flowing with blood and strewn with charred corpses. That man remained as composed as ever. 10 minutes passed. The last mutated wolf was reduced to cinders by the thunder. The man's breath not only remained unweakened, but seemed to grow even more terrifying. The Shadow Wolf King was utterly bewildered. Its intelligence, comparable to that of a human, crashed at this moment, plunging it into a void of knowledge. How could this be? Why? Its tribe, a pack powerful enough to obliterate a medium-sized human base, had vanished just like that? And yet, the opponent had not lost a single hair? Could the energy within this human be truly infinite? Chapter 070, Collision of Realms, the Duel of Eternal Night and Thunder. Could the energy within this human truly be boundless? This absurd thought, which sent shivers through the very soul of the Shadow Wolf King, once conceived, could not be contained. Gazing down at the arena, scorched by thunder and soaked in the blood of its kin, the Shadow Wolf King's obsidian eyes, once glimmering with wisdom, were instantly replaced by boundless madness and brutality. Its kingdom had shattered. There was no retreat. The future of its entire clan had been obliterated by this man in the most unreasonable manner within a mere 10 minutes. If that was the case, then let us perish together. A howl, piercing and filled with endless resentment and determination, erupted from the depths of the Shadow Wolf King's throat. It held nothing back. It no longer reserved any strength to guard against other beast kings. At the moment of its roar, the mysterious silver totemic patterns on its colossal body suddenly lit up, swiftly transforming into an ominous blood red. Boom. An energy, several times more violent than before, brimming with bloodlust and the aura of annihilation, erupted from within it. Its body began to swell at a visible rate. Its once graceful and elegant muscle lines becoming grotesque and distorted, as if countless ferocious dragons were writhing beneath its skin. Its fur, which could devour light, turned into a dazzling crimson in an instant, as if soaked in blood for a millennium. Blood Shadow Frenzy. This was its ultimate trump card as a beast king, sacrificing its immense vitality and part of its sanity in exchange for explosive power for a brief time. Yet, this was not the end. As it entered the frenzy state, the Shadow Wolf King raised its blood-red head and let out a silent roar towards the thunderlit sky. This time, it was not a sound but a domain. Buzz, centered around it, a pure, seemingly all-consuming profound darkness spread like ink dropped into clear water. This darkness disregarded the ferocious thunder of the heavenly punishment domain, ignored the blinding lightning. It was as if a higher dimensional rule forcibly covered and invaded. When the lightning touched the edge of the darkness, it was silently devoured, creating not even a ripple. In mere seconds, an absolute dark domain, with a radius exceeding a kilometer, where not even a hand could be seen and light and sound could not escape, descended from the void. Eternal Night Kingdom, the heavenly punishment domain, did not vanish. But its indiscriminate lightning strikes, upon entering this Eternal Night Kingdom, fell silent like a cow sinking into the sea. One bright, one dark, one light, one shadow. The two great king domains overlapped, clashed, and eroded each other in a bizarre manner. The entire battlefield transformed into a chaotic hell, where lightning struggled and flickered within the darkness, on the verge of being completely engulfed. Oh, suspended in midair, Chu Xuan finally raised an eyebrow. He sensed that his electromagnetic perception was severely suppressed within this darkness, its range reduced by nearly 70%. The once unstoppable thunder felt as if it had sunk into a quagmire, its power greatly diminished. Had it reached a point of desperation? He looked down at the blood-colored giant wolf, whose size had more than doubled, its aura firmly stepping into the realm of LV8, radiating brutality and madness. The laziness and nonchalance on his face slowly faded, replaced by a cold indifference reminiscent of eternal ice. It seemed he had indeed pushed this beast to the brink. The ensuing battle would require a more serious approach. Just as Chu Xuan pondered, the blood-colored Wolf King moved. Its rationality was rapidly eroded by the frenzy, leaving only the purest instinct for slaughter and an ingrained hatred for Chu Xuan. It made no sound. Its massive blood-red body merely swayed slightly before merging seamlessly into its own Eternal Night Kingdom, vanishing without a trace. This time, even Chu Xuan lost track of it completely. It was not that it had become too fast to capture, but rather that it had truly merged with this darkness. Chu Xuan's gaze sharpened. He did not panic, but instead infused more mental energy into the heavenly punishment domain. Boundless lightning power gathered around him, forming a battle armor woven from pure lightning. Imbued with a divine, yet destructive aura. Thunder Phantom King's armor. At the moment the armor took shape, dozens of blood-red eyes, filled with a frenzied, killing intent, lit up from the shadows surrounding him, above, below, to the left, and to the right. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of figures, identical to the blood-colored Wolf King, emerged from the darkness, each wielding claws capable of rending through alloys, sealing off all of Chu Xuan's escape routes from every conceivable angle. These were no longer mere similar avatars. Within the Eternal Night Kingdom, every shadow was its embodiment. A cruel smile crept across Chu Xuan's lips. This was excellent. He no longer teleported or dodged. In the face of this overwhelming ambush, he simply raised his right fist, clad in the thunder battle armor, and struck forward at the most solid blood-colored figure. No flashy techniques, just the purest, most violent, absolute power, 100 times the physical prowess of an ordinary human, coupled with the divine punishment power of the Thunder Sovereign that could annihilate all. Come forth. Boom. As his fist passed, the space emitted a mournful cry, as if glass were shattering under unbearable strain. The most solid blood-colored figure exploded upon contact with his fist, transforming back into pure, dark energy. Yet, Chu Xuan's fist did not cease. The violent thunder power erupted from his fist, creating a sweeping circular shockwave. Bang, 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 bang. The dozens of blood-colored figures from all directions, like watermelons struck by a giant hammer, burst mid-air in succession. The entire Eternal Night Kingdom trembled violently beneath this single punch, as if it might collapse at any moment. However, at the instant all avatars were destroyed, a more solid and lethal blood-colored claw silently emerged, aimed at the position of Chu Xuan's heart from behind. A feint. Everything prior had merely set the stage for this lethal strike. Chapter 071, Infinite Blue Bars. The Wolf King's despair and collapse. How can one possibly fight this? The blood-red claws, capable of tearing apart souls, gripped firmly onto Chu Xuan's back. However, the anticipated scene of flesh and blood flying did not materialize. At the moment of collision between the claws and the thunder battle armor, a sharp, grating sound erupted, accompanied by blinding flashes of electric light and dark red sparks that erupted like two rapidly spinning, grinding wheels cutting into one another. The indomitable claws of the Shadow Wolf King were unexpectedly thwarted by this armor, forged purely from lightning, leaving not even a scratch. "I've got you," Chu Xuan said without turning, his voice cold and mocking, clearly audible to the Wolf King. He swiftly reached back, his fingers like steel, precisely grasping the Wolf King's robust forelimb, cloaked in blood-red fur. The Shadow Wolf King, startled, instinctively attempted to retreat into the dark. Yet, a terrifying force that sent shivers through its very soul emanated from Chu Xuan's palm, rendering it immobile. In the next moment, Chu Xuan's arm muscles bulged, and with a powerful twist of his waist, he forcibly yanked the several-ton behemoth from the shadow dimension. "Get out here!" With a resounding crash, the colossal body of the blood-red Wolf King was swung like a massive hammer, crashing onto the hard ground of the arena in a most undignified manner. The earth cracked, and dust billowed into the sky. Before it could rise, Chu Xuan's figure had already shadowed it. His iron fist, clad in thunder battle armor, descended like a torrential storm upon its head, accompanied by the explosive sound of air being torn apart. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch was imbued with terrifying power, 100 times that of an ordinary person. Each blow was laced with the divine punishment of thunder capable of obliterating all. Even the Shadow Wolf King, in its frenzied state and at level 8, was left dazed and bloodied by this relentless barrage. Chu Xuan, transcending 2 major levels in combat, found himself not at all disadvantaged. This was his first direct experience of the allure of attribute points. One word: exhilarating. The Shadow Wolf King let out an enraged roar, its massive form once more retreating into the Eternal Night Kingdom, vanishing from sight. The entire dark realm erupted into chaos. This time, there was no room for testing the waters. Hundreds of blood-red wolf shadows surged forth from every corner of the arena, every inch of shadow, transforming into a storm of death composed of claws and fangs, completely engulfing Chu Xuan. At the center of the tempest, Chu Xuan remained unfazed, a smile curling upon his lips. "Come at me." His figure morphed into streaks of blue lightning among the storm, each flicker accompanied by devastating punches capable of splitting mountains or kicks that could shatter the sound barrier. The clash of thunder and blood shadows created a cacophony of sound, drowning out all else within the chaotic realm. The battle escalated into its most ferocious phase. The Shadow Wolf King sought to exhaust Chu Xuan using its domain and its very life force. It believed that maintaining such a high-intensity combat within this domineering realm of thunder was an immense burden for any creature. If it could just hold on a little longer, this human would surely tire. Beep. Mental power detected below 30. Would you like to expend 700 energy points to recover? Recover, Chu Xuan silently commanded. The fatigue that had just begun to wash over him was instantly swept away by a torrent of vast energy, revitalizing him to his peak state once more. The battle continued. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Within the Eternal Night Kingdom, the number of blood-red wolf shadows began to dwindle, their attacks losing their previous ferocity. The massive form of the Shadow Wolf King repeatedly emerged from the shadows, only to be met with Chu Xuan's increasingly violent strikes, driving it back each time. Its wounds multiplied, the power from its frenzy rapidly depleting, and its once brilliant blood-red fur began to dull. In contrast, Chu Xuan's thunder battle armor showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it became denser and more radiant as the fight progressed. The terrifying aura emanating from him remained steadfast at its peak, showing not the slightest sign of waning. What's wrong? Chu Xuan taunted, exploding a wolf shadow with a single punch. Out of energy, I've only just begun to warm up. After another fierce exchange, the Shadow Wolf King was sent staggering back 100 meters by an overwhelming force, panting heavily, its crimson eyes fixed on Chu Xuan, filled with confusion and terror. Just then, it keenly sensed a minuscule dip in the energy aura surrounding Chu Xuan. An opportunity. Yet, before this thought could manifest into action, the aura that had dipped surged back to its peak intensity in the next instant. The Shadow Wolf King was utterly bewildered. This human, his energy was truly boundless. How could one possibly fight against this? This was not a battle. It was a farcical inevitability of defeat. An overwhelming despair, like the cold tide, quickly drowned the last remnants of its sanity. Whoa! A final roar filled with rage and unwillingness echoed through the heavens. The Shadow Wolf King abandoned all defenses, igniting the last vestiges of its life, force, and energy. Its massive form transformed into a blazing meteor of blood and darkness, charging towards Chu Xuan, launching its final, desperate assault. The game must come to an end. Chu Xuan observed the blood-red meteor hurtling towards him and slowly raised his right hand. He did not throw another punch. Instead, he spread his fingers, reaching towards the heavens, and grasped the air. Within the domain of divine punishment, the roiling thunderclouds came to a standstill at this moment. All thunder, all lightning, all destructive power was compressed and condensed in an instant. A spear of judgment, stretching 100 meters, composed entirely of pure divine punishment lightning, entwined with countless golden electric serpents, slowly emerged from the thundercloud, revealing its menacing tip. That power transcended the mortal realm. It was a true authority, belonging solely to the divine. Divine punishment annihilation. Chu Xuan's voice rang cold and indifferent, devoid of emotion, as if pronouncing the final verdict. Boom! The spear of judgment plummeted from the heavens. Time and space seemed to lose all significance in that moment. The burning blood-red meteor, upon contact with the spear's tip, had all its madness, brutality, and darkness completely purified and obliterated by the supreme sacred thunder. The Shadow Wolf King's massive form dissolved entirely, particle by particle, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The Eternal Night Kingdom crumbled with a resounding crash. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. A long-lost ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the arena, now reduced to ruins, in its light. Chu Xuan's figure slowly descended from the air, his complexion somewhat pale. That last strike had consumed 80% of his mental power in one go. Fortunately, he could utilize energy points for recovery. He expended 800 energy points to fully restore his mental power. He ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply, as the smoke rings he exhaled lingered in the sunlight. A series of cold system notifications finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the king-level mutated beast, LV7 Peak Shadow Wolf King. Energy points, 8,000. Talent experience, 8,000. Current level, LV6, 378, 005, 0000. Chu Xuan glanced at the talent experience value on the panel, which had surpassed half, and a playful smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Having dispatched 2, 5 remained. Chapter 072, Attributes Exceeding 100, System unlocks new functions. In the center of the stadium ruins, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a desolate golden hue over the charred earth. Chu Xuan stood where the Wolf King had dissipated, slowly exhaling a smoke ring laced with gunpowder. He summoned his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xuan, Constitution, 100 speed, 100 spirit, 100 sequence talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV6, 378, 005, 0000, energy points, 40,180 skills, electromagnetic induction, chain lightning, thunder transformation, judgment domain. Energy points had finally surpassed the 40,000 mark. A significant amount of time had passed since the last point allocation, and his physique had long adapted to the extreme limits of 100 times that of an ordinary person. It was time to take another step forward. System, elevate constitution. Speed and spirit to 120 points. Command confirmed. Total consumption of 600 energy points. Commencing enhancement. The moment the words fell, a tearing sensation more terrifying than any previous experience erupted deep within his body. If the previous enhancements were akin to a bone restructuring, this time was as if every cell was ground to dust and then rearranged with the primordial power of thunder. The agony surged like a tsunami, enough to drive any weak-willed person into madness. Chu Xuan's body trembled slightly, the veins at his temples twisting and pulsating like serpents. Yet his deep-set eyes remained as tranquil as an ancient, frigid abyss. He quietly lit a second cigarette, allowing the heart-wrenching pain to wash over his nerves. Moments later, the torment receded like a tide. An unprecedented sensation of explosive strength, as if he could crush titanium with a single hand, filled his limbs. He could sense that his life level had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before. Just as he was about to savor this transformation, a series of new system notifications resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fully surpassing the critical threshold of 100 points in all 3 attributes. System privileges unlocked. New function skill upgrades initiated. A brand new virtual interface suddenly unfolded before him. Skill upgrades, upgradable skills list. Electromagnetic induction eye. Energy points required to upgrade to 2, 5,000. Chain lightning eye. Energy points required to upgrade to 2, 10,000. Thunder transformation eye. Energy points required to upgrade to 2, 30,000. Judgment domain eye. Energy points required to upgrade to 2, 50,000. What effects will the upgrades yield? Chu Xuan pondered. Skill upgrades can comprehensively enhance skill potency, attack range, and may unlock new skill effects. When any skill reaches level V, it can be further upgraded, transforming into a higher tier form. Chu Xuan understood. He glanced at his remaining nearly 4,000 energy points, calculating rapidly in his mind. To be safe, he must retain half for emergencies. Upgrade electromagnetic induction. Ding! Consumed 5,000 energy points. Electromagnetic induction has been upgraded to level 2. A jolt surged through Chu Xuan's mind, and the entire world within his perception transformed instantaneously. If the previous electromagnetic induction was akin to a high-definition camera, then now it was a 360-degree, high-precision, three-dimensional scanning radar. Electromagnetic induction 2. Perception range increased from 2,000 meters to 4,000 meters. Perception precision significantly enhanced, capable of discerning energy flow and minute structures of targets. The range has doubled. A satisfied smile finally graced Chu Xuan's lips. He glanced at the daunting energy point cost of upgrading to level 3 at 20,000, and realized that despite considering himself somewhat affluent, he was still rather impoverished. His gaze shifted to the second skill, chain lightning. This skill, which had once excelled amidst the tide of corpses, had begun to lag behind as his strength grew. He was curious what surprises an upgrade might bring. Upgrade chain lightning. Ding! Consumed 10,000 energy points. Chain lightning has been upgraded to level 2. Chain lightning 2. Effect 1. Can chain launch up to 100 hostile targets within a 1,000 meter range. Effect 2. New lightning materialization. The host can condense chain lightning into physical chains for binding, confinement, or even strangulation of enemies, with resilience proportional to the energy infused. Chu Xuan's eyes brightened suddenly. 100 launches. The efficiency of clearing minor foes had increased tenfold. More crucially was the second effect, lightning materialization. This meant that chain lightning had evolved from a purely damage-dealing skill into a composite skill with formidable control against highly agile or evasive enemies. This would surely be a lethal trump card. He glanced at the remaining thunder transformation and judgment domain, their exorbitant costs momentarily dissuading him. A meal must be savored bite by bite. A journey must be taken step by step. Having completed all this, Chu Xuan leisurely activated the terminal and contacted his dedicated assistant. Beep. The holographic projection illuminated, and Lin Wanner's lovely visage appeared almost instantaneously, her eyes red. Yet her face radiated a joy akin to having survived a calamity. Lord Chu, you're alive. How wonderful. We just monitored 2 massive energy signals disappearing simultaneously. We were nearly frantic. In the command center, everyone held their breath, gazes fixated on the holographic projection as if they were in a pilgrimage. Send people to clean up the battlefield. Chu Xuan, uninterested in idle chatter, issued a direct command. This was the territory of the 6th Beast King, the Shadow Wolf King. His words plunged the entire command center into an immediate silence. The 6th Beast King is dead too? How long had it been since the 7th Beast King was slain? Not even 2 weeks. Lin Wanner's mouth fell open, her mind blank, completely losing her ability to articulate. Moreover, Chu Xuan continued. My next step is to hunt the 5th Beast King, whose territory lies on the opposite side of the Wild Rhino territory. I will return via that route. He stored the king-level core of the Shadow Wolf King. This was intended for Su Qingyao. Handle the remains of the Shadow Wolf King and annex this territory. Understood. Lin Wanner instinctively stood at attention, her voice shifting in pitch. After ending the communication, Chu Xuan transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already mounted the silent Black Widow. Boom. The dark lightning roared once more, racing back towards its origin. Meanwhile, the command center of Jiangqing's safety zone had succumbed to an overwhelming fervor and shock that shattered their preconceived notions. They understood that an era belonging to Chu Xuan, an epic of humanity's counteroffensive, had arrived with an irresistible force. Chapter 073, The Return of the King. In the apocalyptic landscape, the iceberg Valkyrie turned out to be a gentle little wife. Boom. The Black Widow dashed along the abandoned highway, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. As the motorcycle entered the territory of the 7th Beast King marked on the map, Chu Xuan instinctively slowed his pace. The scene before him was a stark contrast to the desolate ruins he had departed from. The streets had been meticulously cleared. Although the buildings on either side remained in disrepair, the wrecks of vehicles that once obstructed traffic had been moved aside, creating a thoroughfare for the convoy. Not far off, a small team composed of a dozen soldiers and 3 awakened individuals was diligently clearing a residential building. The soldiers formed a dense network of firepower with their automatic rifles, systematically eliminating the ordinary zombies that emerged. When a notably larger and faster mutated zombie burst forth from the corridor, one of the awakened shouted, placing his hands on the ground, causing a half-meter-high earthen wall to rise up, effectively halting its advance. The other 2 awakened seized the opportunity, launching a fireball and a wind blade from either side, swiftly obliterating the mutated zombie's head. The entire operation was seamless and highly efficient. Chu Xuan's electromagnetic senses spread out, allowing him to discern that within this vast area, numerous such teams were tirelessly working like unflagging ants, gradually purging the land that had long been infested by monsters. Furthermore, he sensed many awakened presences, grouped in clusters, actively hunting mutated beasts in more remote regions to collect energy cores. This once dead land was visibly rejuvenating at a remarkable pace. A faint smile crept onto Chu Xuan's lips, unbeknownst to him. Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang, those old foxes, exhibited commendable execution. Minutes later, a massive temporary outpost emerged on the horizon. The perimeter of the outpost was constructed from containers filled with sand, abandoned heavy trucks, and sharpened concrete blocks, forming a crude yet robust wall that radiated a sense of practicality. Heavy machine guns and searchlights were mounted on the walls, with armed soldiers patrolling diligently, maintaining a strict vigilance. Chu Xuan parked the Widow 100 meters from the entrance of the outpost, the roar of the engine immediately alerting the patrolling soldiers, who swiftly aimed their weapons at him. Who goes there? Shut off your engine and disembark. Identify yourself. A commanding officer shouted through a megaphone. Chu Xuan killed the engine, stepped down from the motorcycle with long strides, and casually placed his hands in his pockets, barely glancing at the tense soldiers. At that moment, an officer responsible for guarding the gate, upon recognizing Chu Xuan's face and the iconic motorcycle, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, followed by an expression of fervent excitement. He practically tumbled down from the wall, sprinting towards Chu Xuan, saluting with a quivering voice filled with emotion. Your Majesty, I apologize for my subordinate's ignorance. Hearing the title Your Majesty, the surrounding soldiers were momentarily stunned, then instinctively stood straighter, awe and reverence emanating from their very souls as they gazed at the legendary figure. Where is Su Qingyao? Chu Xuan, uninterested in the formalities, inquired directly. Report to Your Majesty. The major immediately responded, Miss Su, or rather, the princess, led a team to clear a large supermarket ruin this morning. According to the time, she should be returning soon. Chu Xuan nodded, signaling him to continue with his duties, and proceeded alone into the outpost. Inside the outpost, the atmosphere was even livelier than he had envisioned. Rows of military green tents were neatly arranged, delineating various functional areas. The air was filled with the aroma of food, the scent of oil, and a hint of blood. Hundreds of awakened individuals traversed the area. Some traded energy cores or mutated beast materials for food and ammunition in the trading zone, while others sought suitable teammates at the task board to take on military-issued extermination missions. The entire outpost resembled an adventurer's camp in an apocalyptic backdrop, chaotic yet brimming with vitality. Chu Xuan found a discreet corner, lit a cigarette, and observed the bustling scene with great interest. Nearby, a few awakened individuals, having just completed a mission, were engaged in lively banter over drinks, catching his attention. You should have seen it. What a sight. Over 100 zombies and 7 or 8 mutated ones. Our team nearly met its end. At the crucial moment, the Valkyrie descended from the heavens, exclaimed a burly man with a thick beard, spitting as he spoke. The Valkyrie? A curious newcomer asked. You're new here, aren't you? You don't even know our guardian, Lady Su Qingyao. The bearded man scoffed. Lady Su is a level 5 powerhouse, ranked 20th in top-tier rare talents. With a mere wave of her hand, she can freeze all the monsters solid. It's truly a sight to behold. I've seen Lady Su once, and my word. Her figure and face are 100 times more stunning than any star from before the apocalypse. But she is a bit too cold. Just a glance sends chills down my spine, remarked a tall, slender man with a hint of trepidation. Of course, powerful individuals have their quirks. But honestly, with a beauty like Lady Su, I wonder which lucky man will get to marry her. He must have saved the entire galaxy in his past life. The bearded man sighed dreamily. Don't even think about it. Not even in your next life. Laughter erupted among them. Listening to their chatter, Chu Xuan paused momentarily in his smoking, then shook his head with a smile. Iceberg. He recalled a certain girl who had nestled in his arms like a gentle kitten, even learning to steal kisses from him. A sense of unexplainable amusement bubbled within him. It seemed that during his absence, she had changed quite a lot. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the outpost. Chu Xuan lifted his gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Chapter 074. The Frosty Valkyrie also has her tender moments? The stir at the outpost's entrance was caused by a weary, yet victorious team returning. 3 modified armored off-road vehicles, adorned with the claws and shells of various mutated beasts, resembled crude, yet gruesome metals. As the door of the central vehicle swung open, a slender figure clad in black hunter combat attire stepped down, silencing the bustling outpost. It was Su Qingyao. Her form-fitting combat attire accentuated her already perfect curves without a hint of seduction, instead exuding an aura that commanded distance. Her long, raven-black hair was tied high in a ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and her strikingly beautiful, icy visage. She held a long blade forged from frost in her hand, its surface still stained with the remnants of blue-violet blood, emanating a chilling aura. Her gaze swept across the crowd at the outpost, her expression devoid of any emotion, as tranquil as a still pond. The awakened ones, regardless of gender, instinctively averted their eyes from her piercing stare, as if merely looking longer would be an affront. It is Lord Su. Lord Su has returned. My goodness, is that the Frost Valkyrie? Such an imposing presence. Hush, lower your voice. I heard that the last fool who tried to flirt with Lord Su was turned into an ice statue by a single glance. The murmurs among the crowd rose and fell, filled with awe and admiration. Over the past fortnight, Su Qingyao had earned her illustrious title through a series of decisive battles, showcasing her merciless demeanor towards her foes. She resembled an ice lotus blossoming in the frigid wilderness, beautiful, formidable, yet utterly unattainable. Her companions began to unload the spoils from their vehicle, the complete carcasses of several formidable mutated beasts, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao casually dispersed her ice blade, transforming it into glimmering crystals, and strode back towards her tent. However, just as she turned, her steps abruptly halted. The icy calm in her clear eyes ignited with a brilliant light upon catching sight of a figure lounging against the wall in the corner of the outpost, a cigarette dangling from his lips. That light melted the frost and dispelled the indifference, leaving only unadulterated surprise and longing. Everyone in the outpost noticed her transformation. Following her gaze, they beheld a man clad in black combat attire, appearing somewhat lazy. Who is he? Is Lord Su looking at him? Under the scrutiny of hundreds of astonished, curious, and perplexed gazes, Su Qingyao moved. She took long strides, her usually steady and graceful gait now infused with a hint of urgency, even breaking into a light jog. She weaved through the crowd, disregarding the astonished expressions all around, and directly approached the man. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness what the Frost Valkyrie intended to do. Then, They beheld a scene they would never forget. The once untouchable and frigid Su Qingyao, upon reaching Chu Xuan, surprisingly rose onto her toes, tilting her exquisite face upwards, and softly pressed her lips against the side of his face. A gentle kiss filled with boundless delight. "You have returned." Her voice was no longer the cold command she used with her subordinates, nor the indifference she showed to her enemies, but rather a tender, almost playful whisper. The outpost erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, a burly man boasting about Su Qingyao's ruthlessness and strength dropped his bottle, shattering it on the ground. His mouth agape, his eyes wide like saucers, his expression seemed to ask, "What on earth did I just witness?" The lanky fellow who claimed marrying Su Qingyao would save the galaxy felt as if his worldview was trampled by 1,000 mutated bison. The Valkyrie can act coy? The Ice Queen has melted? And she initiated a kiss with a seemingly carefree man? This world is utterly insane. Chu Xuan felt the lingering softness and warmth on his cheek, glanced at the girl before him, her eyes sparkling and cheeks slightly flushed, and couldn't he help but chuckle. He reached out, not to wipe away the kiss mark on his face, but rather to naturally pinch Su Qingyao's cheek, her skin as smooth as ever. "Yes, you have returned." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the crowd. "Well done, you've become the Valkyrie?" This teasing remark, coupled with the affectionate gesture, struck like a hammer, shattering the hearts of all the onlooking men. Su Qingyao, blushing deeply from having her cheek pinched in front of so many, shyly swatted away Chu Xuan's hand, murmuring softly, "You said everyone is watching." Though she said this, she stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Chu Xuan's, pressing her delicate form against him, declaring her claim on him through this direct action. This demure demeanor starkly contrasted with the fierce Frost Valkyrie who had just vanquished a formidable beast. "It's over. The goddess is taken." And it seemed she pursued him. Amidst countless shattered hearts, Chu Xuan reveled in the soft sensation on his arm, flicking the ash from his cigarette while surveying the petrified crowd. A playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He relished in this feeling. His woman, no matter how powerful or radiant she appeared in the outside world, should return to his side embodying this gentle and obedient demeanor. He disregarded the irrelevant onlookers, wrapping his arm around Su Qingyao's waist as they walked deeper into the outpost. "Let us go. Back to your quarters. I have something wonderful to show you." "Yes." Su Qingyao nodded obediently, falling in step beside him, her cold eyes brimming with uncontainable affection. Behind them lay a trail of broken hearts and endless speculation about the identity of this man. In the most central area of the outpost, within a solitary command tent significantly larger than the others, was Su Qingyao's temporary abode. Upon entering and shutting out the world, she could no longer contain herself, turning and leaping into Chu Xuan's embrace, burying her face deep in his chest. "I missed you so much." Her muffled voice carried a hint of grievance. Chu Xuan chuckled, ruffling her hair. "It's only been a few days. It feels like a year." Chu Xuan looked down at the girl who seemed eager to meld into him, his heart softening. He cupped her face, gazing into her watery eyes, before leaning down to kiss her. This kiss was no mere brush of lips. It was a fervent reunion, a bold declaration. After a long moment, their lips parted. Su Qingyao, completely enervated, melted into his embrace, panting heavily, her cheeks flushed to the point of almost bleeding. Chu Xuan observed her dazed expression and smiled, retrieving an object from his spatial storage device. It was a massive energy core, larger than a human head, dark purple with mysterious swirling patterns on its surface. The moment the core appeared, the energy within the tent became tumultuous, a terrifying aura emanating from the king-level creature. It was the king-level core of the sixth beast king, the Shadow Wolf King. Su Qingyao's breath caught. She could sense the overwhelming energy contained within this core, enough to send shivers through her very soul. "For you." Chu Xuan placed the core in her arms, his tone as calm as if he were handing her a piece of candy. "Sixth Beast King, Shadow Wolf King, LV7 Peak." "What?" Su Qingyao's hand trembled, nearly dropping the core. "LV7 Peak." She stared at Chu Xuan in shock, fully aware of his strength, yet never anticipated that in just one short day apart, he had single-handedly hunted a LV7 Peak Beast King. "Take it," Chu Xuan stated firmly. "Your current strength is still too weak." But Su Qingyao bit her lip, acutely aware of the immense value of this royal core, which could drive every awakener in the entire safe zone to madness. "My woman, there are no buts," Chu Xuan asserted, gripping her chin and compelling her to meet his gaze. His eyes were domineering and profound. "I want you to become a formidable force in your own right. This is merely the beginning. Now, absorb it immediately. Elevate your strength to the pinnacle of LV5. Then, like last time, Utilize the surplus energy to refine your body and talents 1,000 times, until you find no rivals at this level. As she beheld the unyielding intensity in Chu Xuan's eyes, a wave of warmth and emotion surged within Su Qingyao's heart. She nodded firmly, casting aside her hesitation. I will obey you. She settled down cross-legged, cradling the immense royal core in her embrace. Slowly closing her eyes and commencing the operation of her destruction Ice Lotus talent. With the experience from last time, she navigated the process with much greater proficiency this time. Chu Xuan, seated nearby, lit a cigarette, silently guarding her. He understood that once this core was fully absorbed, Jiangqing would witness the emergence of a new, independently powerful being. His gaze, however, was already directed towards distant horizons, the fifth beast king, the 100-eyed demon spider. The hunt was only just beginning. Chapter 075. Countless points of light converge. Under the thunder, all are but ants. The energy of the royal core was terrifyingly potent. The moment Su Qingyao immersed her consciousness within and activated her destruction Ice Lotus talent, a torrent of overwhelming energy, infused with the resentful and frenzied essence of the Shadow Wolf King, surged violently into her limbs and bones like a black flood breaking its dam. This brutal will sought to shatter her mind, taint her soul, and transform her into a beast consumed by slaughter. Su Qingyao's delicate form trembled violently, her fair face paling instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Just as her consciousness was on the brink of being engulfed by darkness, a warm, dry hand gently pressed against her back. A pure, domineering force, akin to the wrath of a divine being, flowed into her body through that palm. Where that power traversed, the Wolf King's savage will was effortlessly purified, evaporating into the most refined energy, submissively merging into Su Qingyao's meridians without a single cry of despair. With Chu Xuan's protection, she felt no lingering fears. Su Qingyao firmly concentrated her mind, fervently guiding the vast energy, repeatedly washing and refining her body and innate talents. Her breath began to rise at a terrifying pace. LV5 Intermediate, LV5 Advanced, LV5 Pinnacle, ultimately stabilizing right at the threshold of LV5 Pinnacle. A surge of impending breakthrough coursed through her like a volcano ready to erupt, yet Su Qingyao clung tightly to Chu Xuan's admonitions, biting her silver teeth and forcibly suppressing this impulse. She was not in haste to break through. Instead, she compressed and refined the colossal energy, capable of obliterating any LV5 awakener, repeatedly, using it to solidify her foundation at this level. Time passed minute by minute. As the sky outside the tent darkened completely, Su Qingyao slowly opened her eyes. A fleeting ice-blue lotus mark shimmered in her cool gaze, and the fierce chill surrounding her receded, returning to simplicity. She remained at LV5 Pinnacle, yet she could feel that every trace of coldness within her was now tenfold more refined than before. At this moment, she possessed absolute confidence that she could easily defeat her former self from half a month ago. Indeed, she felt capable of contending with a LV6 Intermediate Commander-level mutated beast. How do you feel? Chu Xuan withdrew his hand, his voice flat, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Su Qingyao, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within, turned to gaze at the man who had altered her destiny, her heart ignited with a flame of admiration that threatened to consume her entirely. She said nothing but leaped forward, letting her actions speak for all words. A night of entanglement ensued. The iceberg melted completely in the volcano's fervent heat. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight crept through the tent seams, Chu Xuan, refreshed, had already donned his combat attire. He glanced at the girl still peacefully asleep on the bed, a hint of happiness and satisfaction gracing his features, before gently kissing her smooth forehead. Having completed his gestures, he felt no reluctance, turning to exit the tent. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Within the temporary command center of the watchtower, Chu Xuan directly contacted Lin Wanner. The holographic projection of Lin Wanner appeared almost instantaneously. Upon seeing Chu Xuan's face, she visibly relaxed, then donned a playful expression of seeking credit. Good morning, His Royal Highness. Your loyal little secretary is always ready to serve. What orders do you have? The location of the fifth beast king, the 100-eyed demon spider. Chu Xuan, uninterested in idle banter, cut straight to the chase. Lin Wanner's smile faded instantly, replaced by a grave demeanor. She swiftly operated on the virtual screen, revealing a three-dimensional map of Jiangqing before Chu Xuan. With a crimson coordinate marked at a massive underground transportation hub, the Jiangqing Metro Terminal. Your Highness, based on all the information we currently possess, the habits of the 100-eyed demon spider are exceedingly peculiar. Its territory, within a 5-kilometer radius of the Metro Terminal, exhibits a phenomenon of purification. Purification phenomenon. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lin Wanner's voice carried a chill. It is eerily silent there. Not a single mutated beast can be seen. Not even the most ordinary of zombies. Half a month ago, the military dispatched an elite team of 5 LV-4 Awakeners for reconnaissance, but she paused, her expression darkening. All personnel went missing without a trace. Not even a distress signal was sent out. After analysis by the information department, we strongly suspect that the 100-eyed demon spider possesses an extraordinarily powerful, area-wide mental control ability. That team likely fell under its control or had their minds erased without realizing it. Understood. Chu Xuan's reaction was as calm as a placid lake. As if he were merely discussing a minor inconvenience rather than a fearsome beast capable of silently decimating an elite squad. He noted the coordinates and was about to terminate the communication. Wait, Lin Wanner exclaimed anxiously. Your Highness, this time is different. Mental attacks are unpredictable. You must be extremely cautious. Her concern was genuine. Chu Xuan had become the pillar of hope for the entire Jiangxing safe zone. If anything were to happen to him, all hope would shatter in an instant. Enough, Chu Xuan replied impatiently, abruptly severing the communication. Caution. In this world, nothing was worthy of his vigilance. Having endured countless battles, an invincible aura had gradually emerged around him. Half an hour later, the roar of the Black Widow came to a halt in front of a silent street. Precisely where the map had indicated, the Jiangxing Metro Terminal. Just as Lin Wanner described, the eerie silence was palpable. The desolate street, devoid of life, only bore witness to newspapers and plastic bags stirred by the wind. The towering buildings on either side resembled solemn tombstones, their vast glass windows dark and foreboding, akin to the gaping maws of beasts waiting to devour the unwary. In the air, there lingered a faint, ambiguous scent, a mixture of rust and the acrid sweetness of decay. It was eerie, oppressive, enough to send chills down the spine of even the most seasoned team. Chu Xuan dismounted his motorcycle, ignited a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Electromagnetic induction level 2, full power activated. A hum resonated as an invisible detection field, with a radius extending 4,000 meters, erupted from his center. Above ground, nothing was visible. However, 20 meters below, the intricate labyrinth of subway lines vividly manifested in three-dimensional clarity within his mind, causing Chu Xuan's pupils to slightly constrict. Countless luminous points, akin to a congested galaxy, dotted the underground steel maze. Each point represented a mutated spider, some no larger than a fist, others comparable to automobiles, lying in wait within the shadowy tunnels, like a disciplined underground army awaiting the king's command. At the very heart of this subway network, a colossal energy source radiated a terrifying wave, reminiscent of a miniature sun. This was the fifth beast king, by Muimoju. As Chu Xuan gazed at the densely packed luminous points in his mind, instead of feeling daunted, a cruel smile crept across his lips. This was no den of peril. It was unmistakably an unexploited treasure trove brimming with energy points and experience. He casually discarded his half-smoked cigarette, extinguishing it with his foot, and without a backward glance, strode toward the dark subway station that resembled the gateway to hell. Inside the station, visibility was non-existent. The sweet, putrid odor intensified, mingled with a damp, moldy smell that was nearly suffocating. Beneath his feet lay shattered marble tiles coated in thick dust, while the walls were draped in expansive, sticky webs. Some ensnaring human skeletal remains long drained of flesh and blood, frozen in their final struggle. For any other individual, stepping into this place would plunge them into the deepest abyss of terror. Yet for Chu Xuan, it bore no difference to his own backyard. His electromagnetic perception had already encompassed everything within a 4,000-meter radius. Every passage, every corner, every spider's location was as clear as the lines of his palm. He even noticed that at the very moment he entered the subway station, hundreds of crimson compound eyes in the darkness had simultaneously fixated upon him. In the next instant, a cacophony of rustling, akin to a tide of friction, erupted from the surrounding shadows. Dozens of mutated spiders, each the size of a large dog and clad in black exoskeletons, leapt from the walls and ceiling, their 8 sharp limbs screeching against the ground as they lunged at Chu Xuan. Meanwhile, from the more distant shadows, several smaller green spiders, their abdomens grotesquely distended, swelled ominously. With a hiss, streams of dark green acidic venom, akin to jets from a high-pressure water gun, sliced through the darkness, propelled with corrosive force toward Chu Xuan. Facing this meticulously orchestrated assault, he did not even bother to blink. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A soft crack resonated. Lightning chain level 2. A slender blue arc surged from his fingertips, striking the foremost black spider with pinpoint accuracy. There was no scream, no struggle. The moment the arc made contact, the spider's hardened exoskeleton shattered, its body incinerated by the furious current, reduced to charred remnants. But this was merely the beginning. The blue arc, having dispatched the first spider, did not dissipate. Instead, it leapt with the agility of a living serpent, instantaneously catapulting toward another spider. With a sizzling sound, yet another charred carcass was born. Following swiftly, the third, fourth, and fifth spiders met their demise. The blue lightning danced within the narrow subway platform, moving at a speed that transcended the limits of sight, claiming a life with every leap, leaving behind a smoldering black effigy. The venomous sprays, in midair, were vaporized by the frenetic dance of electricity, not even grazing the hem of Chu Xuan's clothing. In a mere heartbeat, all attacking mutated spiders, regardless of size or type, were obliterated, leaving behind a pungent aroma of burnt protein. Alert! Killed LV2 mutated spider. Energy points 2, talent experience 2. Alert! Killed LV3 mutated spitting spider. Energy points 5, talent experience 5. A series of system notifications rang in Chu Xuan's mind, akin to a deluge on a screen. The efficiency was commendable. Nodding in satisfaction, he stepped over the charred corpses and ventured deeper underground. The ensuing path transformed into a one-sided massacre. Chu Xuan was like a protagonist in a game activated in God mode, where lightning flashed and everything turned to ash. Whether confronted by dozens or hundreds of mutated spiders, they were no match for his lightning chain. Occasionally, when faced with a few LV5 mutated giant spiders attempting to resist, he found no need to employ other abilities. With a mere thought, the lightning chain, having racked up 100 kills, would materialize instantly, transforming into a chain forged from pure thunder, akin to a divine whip, howling as it coiled around its target. With a crack, a spider the size of a small car, boasting incredible defense, was ensnared by the thunderous chain. Millions of volts surged through it, and despite its struggles, it could only succumb to a cacophony of explosive sounds, reduced to a pile of charred fragments. As he advanced, he continued his slaughter. Chu Xuan's energy points and talent experience skyrocketed at an unprecedented pace. Energy points: 2818029220311790. Talent experience: LV6 39800500000. LV6 42100500000. This sensation was more addictive than smoking. The vast and intricate subway network posed no challenge for Chu Xuan. His electromagnetic perception served as the most precise map, revealing every junction, every dead end, and the densest concentrations of monsters with crystal clarity. He even took the time to deliberately traverse areas densely populated with spiders, maximizing his gains. As he delved deeper, the environment grew increasingly bizarre. The webs adorning the walls transformed from white to a sinister dark red, resembling congealed blood. The sweet, acrid scent intensified, now mingling with a peculiar, incense-like fragrance. Within his electromagnetic perception, the number of spiders around him began to dwindle sharply, yet each remaining specimen boasted a minimum strength of LV4 or higher. They no longer charged forward like mindless cannon fodder. Instead, they lurked in the deeper shadows, peering at the approaching deity of death with a gaze infused with both greed and fear. Chu Xuan sensed he was nearing the lair of the Beast King. He traversed a long tunnel, draped in crimson spider silk, and suddenly emerged into a vast, circular underground space formed by the convergence of multiple subway lines. This area, originally intended to be the core transfer hall of the subway system, had now been transformed into an enormous nest. The ceiling above and the ground below were densely woven with countless crimson webs, creating a three-dimensional and twisted labyrinth. At the very center of the nest lay a grim white den, constructed from innumerable bones and slime, where a terrifying creature of suffocating size lay in wait. Its immense form nearly filled the entire nest, with 8 monstrous limbs resembling siege hammers deeply embedded in the ground. Its corpulent back, akin to a hill, bore no shell or mane, but was instead covered with hundreds of eyes of varying sizes. Those eyes were tightly shut at this moment, yet the eyeballs beneath the eyelids spun rapidly, emitting an eerie glow. The Fifth Beast King, by Mu Mo Zhu. As Chu Xuan's gaze met the creature upon its throne, a profound and indescribable mental wave erupted from the nest's core, sweeping through the entire space like a tsunami and crashing into Chu Xuan's mind. The scene before him began to distort and shatter. In that instant, the world transformed into a bizarre vortex of colors and shapes. Chapter 077, in the King's Dictionary. There is no fear. Unlocking new divine skills. The mental realm was pure white. Chu Xuan found himself standing in a void, devoid of any reference points, where the concepts of time and space became blurred. He recognized that he had been drawn into an illusion. There was no hint of panic within him. Rather, he observed with keen interest, eager to see what tricks this great spider could conjure. Soon, the pristine white world began to shift. The familiar presidential suite materialized before him, where Su Qingyao stood with her back to him, gazing out at the night view of Jiangcheng from the floor-to-ceiling window. She wore the unforgettable black cheongsam that lingered in Chu Xuan's memory, her figure graceful and enchanting. "Qingyao," Chu Xuan called out, his voice slightly distorted in this realm. Su Qingyao slowly turned to face him, wearing a cold and unfamiliar smile that Chu Xuan had never seen before. In her hand, she held a dagger forged from ice, sharp beyond measure. "Chu Xuan, thank you." Her voice was sweet, yet laced with venom. "Thank you for everything you have given me. However, I have grown weary of the position of the princess. Now, I wish to savor the taste of being a queen." As her words fell, her figure transformed into a blur, and the icy dagger, radiating a chilling aura, mercilessly lunged towards Chu Xuan's heart. Faced with this sudden betrayal, not a single ripple of emotion stirred on Chu Xuan's face. He found it somewhat amusing. Is that all? He couldn't even muster the energy to evade, allowing the icy dagger to come at him. Yet, just as the dagger was about to pierce his body, the entire scene shattered, transforming into a flurry of luminous particles. A new illusion seamlessly took its place. This time, he stood atop the city wall of the Jiangcheng safe zone. Below, ominous clouds loomed over the city. Tens of thousands of soldiers clad in standardized black dragon-patterned armor, exuding a murderous aura, surrounded the entire safe zone. At the forefront of the army, a handsome, proud young man sat atop a magnificent flying beast, looking down from his elevated position at the trembling figures on the city wall. Adorning his chest was a purple-gold dragon emblem, symbolizing his royal lineage from the Great Xia dynasty. By the decree of the crown prince, a general proclaimed loudly, his voice amplified by energy, echoing throughout the safe zone. The commander of Jiangcheng, Su Jinghua, and Lin Guoqiang have colluded with the traitor Chu Xuan, plotting against the imperial officials, commanding troops independently, with intentions of rebellion, an unforgivable crime. Their families and confidants shall be executed without exception. Anyone associated with Chu Xuan is to be treated as an accomplice, with no mercy. As the words fell, the army behind the prince erupted in a wave of murderous intent. On the city wall, Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang appeared ashen, pressed to the ground by two unfathomably powerful figures. Lin Wanner and Lu Manman were already pale with fear, collapsing to the ground, pushed to the forefront by the soldiers. Su Qingyao, with tear-stained cheeks, gazed desperately and pleadingly at Chu Xuan on the wall. "No, please." The prince in the sky noticed her gaze, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand and gently pointed at Su Qingyao. "Kill." The cold command echoed, and an executioner swiftly brought down the blade. Blood stained the world red. Chu Xuan watched quietly as familiar faces perished before him. Witnessing Su Qingyao's beautiful head roll to the ground, her eyes forever unseeing, his expression remained unchanged, even bordering on indifference. "Is it over?" he asked the empty illusion with a faint sense of sarcasm. "Is this your most prized tactic? To sway my mind with these trivial love and hate dramas? I say, great spider." A mocking smile spread across Chu Xuan's lips. "Do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? In the King's Dictionary, there is no fear." As his words fell, the depths of his profound eyes erupted with a million brilliant blue bolts of lightning. Shatter. With a thunderous roar, a divine punishment descended from his mental sea, striking the illusory realm with an unreasonable force. The entire illusory space shattered like a broken mirror, instantly covered in web-like cracks before collapsing entirely. In the underground nest of the real world, the thousands of eyes of the Bai Mu Mo Zhu revealed a flicker of human-like terror. Its most powerful mental illusion had been brutally shattered from within in mere seconds. Not a single ripple of its mental power had been disturbed. What sort of monster was this human? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Escaping the illusion, Chu Xuan wore an unpleased expression. Though it was an illusion, witnessing the betrayal of a loved one and the tragic deaths of his subordinates was undeniably disheartening. Thus, he resolved not to engage further with the grotesque spider. "Heavenly punishment domain, activate," he declared in a low voice. Centered around him, a vast and overwhelming intent of thunder surged forth. Above the enormous underground transfer hall, a terrifying storm cloud gathered, covering a radius of thousands of meters. Blue and purple lightning snakes danced within the clouds, and the aura of destruction caused the entire underground space to tremble violently, with countless debris and concrete blocks cascading from the ceiling. Die, you hideous creature. The figure of Chu Xuan transformed into a streak of blue lightning, disregarding all obstacles, and charged straight towards the Bai Mu Mo Zhu seated upon the throne. The Bai Mu Mo Zhu emitted a sharp shriek, and the thousands of eyes on its back simultaneously opened, unleashing a barrage of mental shockwaves imbued with chaos, fear, and madness, weaving a net of despair that descended upon Chu Xuan. Yet, within the realm of Tian Fa, Chu Xuan stood as the sole god of thunder. With a mere thought, bolts of lightning as thick as barrels descended from the heavens, striking those mental shockwaves with precision, igniting them into a dazzling rain of energy. Chu Xuan's form, unscathed, surged through the explosive flames and appeared mere hundreds of meters before the Bai Mu Mo Zhu. The disparity in size between man and beast resembled that of an ant to a mountain. However, at this moment, the towering creature, with its myriad of eyes, was awash with terror. It could sense that each breath and heartbeat of its opponent resonated with the storm clouds above, exuding a pressure that sent shivers through its very soul. It yearned to flee, but it was already too late. Chu Xuan regarded the grotesque beast before him and slowly raised his right hand. You, as a mere small boss, shall not comprehend the infinite play of blue bars, he murmured to himself, and then clenched his fingers sharply. Within the realm of Tian Fa, all lightning and electricity converged into the palm of his hand at that instant. A spear of thunder, stretching 100 meters and more solid than the one used against the Judgment Wolf King, even wreathed in violet thunder flames, gradually coalesced in his grasp. Divine Punishment's annihilation. Chu Xuan's arm muscles bulged as he exerted all his strength to hurl this spear, imbued with his utmost power, with great force. Boom. The violet thunder spear rent the very fabric of space, rapidly magnifying in the terrified eyes of the Bai Mu Mo Zhu. It released one final scream as all its mental energy coalesced into an incredibly thick, dark shield, desperately attempting to withstand this lethal strike. However, before absolute power, all was in vain. The spear pierced through the shield without hindrance, driving through the center of the Bai Mu Mo Zhu's massive head and nailing it firmly against the rock wall behind. The furious divine punishment thunder vaporized its colossal body along with its soul in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the king-level mutated beast LV8 beginner Bai Mu Mo Zhu. Energy points, 10,000. Talent experience, 10,000. Ding! Detected that talent experience is full. Beginning upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your series talent Thunder Sovereign has been elevated to LV7, 520-120-0000. All attributes, 30. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the LV7 exclusive divine skill Eye of Judgment. Chapter 078. Good news. Power surge. Bad news. A bit out of control. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the LV7 exclusive divine skill Eye of Judgment. Lightning strike range increased to 5,000 meters. Chain lightning effect enhanced, within a 2,000 meter radius. Can bounce to 200 targets. Electromagnetic induction range increased to 6,000 meters. Tian Fa realm range increased to 2,000 meters. Chu Xuan's mind was instantly captivated by this new skill. Eye of Judgment Eye level, active skill, can probe detailed information about enemies not exceeding 2 levels above the host, including strength level, 3-dimensional attributes, skills, talents, and has a certain probability of discerning their weaknesses. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. A reconnaissance-type divine skill? This was indeed an unexpected delight. While the previous electromagnetic induction was useful, it leaned more towards broad scanning and positioning. It ultimately lacked specific intelligence on individual targets. The Eye of Judgment undoubtedly filled the last gap in his arsenal. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. In future encounters with foes of the Beast King caliber, he would no longer need to probe their hidden cards through combat as he had before. As his talent advanced, an energy torrent far more magnificent than any prior surged forth from the depths of his soul, fervently washing over and transforming his limbs and body. All attributes, 30. Chu Xuan slowly clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him, yet his brow furrowed slightly. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Chu Xuan, physique, 150 speed, 150 spirit, 150 series talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV7, 520-120-0000. Energy points, 43. 580 skills. Electromagnetic induction 2 level. Chain lightning 2 level. Thunder illusion I level. Tion Fa realm I level. Eye of judgment I level. All three-dimensional attributes had reached 150 points. This figure represented that his basic physical prowess was now 150 times that of an adult male before the apocalypse. This should have been a cause for celebration, yet Chu Xuan felt a slight discord. The speed of his power growth was far too rapid. From 100 points to 120, and now to 150, all within the span of a single day. His soul and nerves had yet to fully adapt to this transformed body. Simply clenching his fist caused the air around him to emit a mournful whine, nearly liquefying under the strain of an invisible force field. He even sensed that if he were to unleash a full-powered punch now, he might very well breach this vast underground space. It felt akin to an ordinary person suddenly thrust into a towering mech, although endowed with apocalyptic power. Even the simplest act of walking required relearning. Troublesome, Chu Xuan muttered under his breath. He despised this feeling of insufficient control over his own strength. The only solution lay in battle. In more intense confrontations, he would extract every ounce of potential from his body and familiarize himself with the explosive capabilities of each muscle until he could transform this power into instinct. He focused his mind and approached the colossal, charred carcass of the Bai Mu Mo Zhu, which had been pinned to the wall. The violet thunder spear had long since dissipated, leaving behind a bottomless cavity, its edges still marked by charred remnants. Chu Xuan reached his hand into the foul-smelling remains and, after a moment's search, retrieved an object. It was a massive energy core, the size of a human head, exhibiting a peculiar dark purple hue. Its surface seemingly adorned with countless tiny eyes that opened and closed in a mesmerizing dance. LV8 Beginner King Core. The energy contained within was far more potent and refined than the previous two combined. Chu Xuan weighed it in his hand. It was quite hefty. He found a backpack among a pile of human bones and casually stowed the King Core inside. This item would not be of use for the time being. Su Qingyao had just absorbed a peak LV7 core, her foundation not yet fully stabilized, making it unsuitable for her to absorb another. Having completed these tasks, Chu Xuan surveyed the ravaged underground lair. Through the lens of electromagnetic induction, the once dense spider points had dwindled to a mere fraction, with only a few stragglers, panic-stricken, fleeing deeper into the tunnels. He had no intention of taking further action. The territories of the 7th and 6th Beast Kings have provided enough for Su Zhenghua and his companions to digest for a while. This area, along with the subsequent 4 regions, is one that he intends to personally cleanse after dispatching all the Beast Kings. After all, these wandering mutated beasts and zombies are merely walking points of energy and experience, and he is not generous enough to simply give them away. Chu Xuan turned around and retraced his steps. With a few flickers of his figure, he returned to the ground. He took out his terminal and directly contacted Lin Warner. As the holographic projection lit up, Lin Warner's charming face appeared. This time, her expression lacked the previous panic or ecstasy. Instead, it bore a nearly numbed calmness, as if she had grown accustomed to Chu Xuan resolving battles in such a short time. Chu Wang, her voice was much steadier, imbued with the competence of a professional secretary. The command center has received the report of the 5th Beast King's energy signal disappearing. Vice Mayor Su and General Lin have asked me to convey their respect for you. Get to the point. Chu Xuan interrupted her flattery. Yes. Lin Warner immediately retracted her demeanor and switched to work mode. The coordinates of the territory of the 4th Beast King, the Titan Giant Ape, have been sent to your terminal. Please check it. She paused before adding, according to the latest intelligence, the Titan Giant Ape's territory is located in the Wanshou Ecological Park on the western outskirts of Jiang City. It was the largest wildlife park in Jiang City before the apocalypse and has since become a paradise for mutated creatures. The Titan Giant Ape is the absolute overlord that emerged from there. Additionally, the military has captured footage from a drone at a long distance, confirming that the Titan Giant Ape stands over 100 meters tall. Chu Xuan gazed at the new coordinates displayed on his terminal, his expression betraying no trace of emotion. 100 meters? To him, it was merely a slightly larger target. Got it, he replied casually before ending the communication. He mounted the cold Black Widow, and the roar of the engine shattered the silence of the desolate city once more. Without a moment's pause, Chu Xuan twisted the throttle, and the black motorcycle shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the western outskirts. He was now eager for a thrilling battle. The Wanshou Ecological Park presented a scene vastly different from the steel and concrete of the city. It was entirely engulfed by primordial jungle. Thick vines coiled around toppled sightseeing buses like giant pythons, and the once asphalt roads had long been concealed by rampant shrubs and weeds, leaving only a vague outline. The air was rich with the fragrant aroma of flora and the earthy scent of soil, filled with the roars of various unknown mutated creatures and the chirps of insects, exuding a wild vitality and lethal danger. A black, heavy motorcycle rolled over the slick moss and vines, coming to a halt at the entrance of the ecological park. Chu Xuan dismounted and surveyed his surroundings. The energy fluctuations here were more active than in any previous Beast King territory, within the range of electromagnetic sensing. Countless life signals of varying sizes moved through the jungle, hunting one another, enacting the most primal laws of the wild. He did not rush deeper. Instead, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Judgment Eye activate. A wave of invisible energy radiated from him, scanning deep into the jungle. Unlike the carpet-like sweep of electromagnetic sensing, the Judgment Eye perception was akin to a precise laser, capable of penetrating all fog. Soon, his gaze locked onto a target. A mutated creature lurking atop the canopy of a nearby giant tree. Target, Prismatic Chameleon. Level, LV6, Beginner. Physique, 45. Spirit, 43. Talent. Optical camouflage, can perfectly blend with the surrounding environment and distort light, shielding most energy detection. Skills, Lethal Tongue. Mimetic Disguise. Weakness, the energy core located at its heart, which cannot utilize optical camouflage. It reveals a faint energy reaction from specific angles. In an instant, all the information regarding this formidable mutated beast was vividly present in Chu Xuan's mind. A playful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he feigned ignorance and stepped into the ecological park. Just as he passed beneath the giant tree, a swift shadow shot down from the canopy above. A 10-meter-long tongue, coated in viscous venom and tipped with 3 sharp spikes, surged through the air with deadly silence. Aimed directly at the back of Chu Xuan's head. This was a lethal strike capable of piercing through the armor of a main battle tank. However, just as the spike was about to make contact, Chu Xuan's figure abruptly vanished from sight. A flicker of confusion crossed the 360-degree rotating eyes of the prismatic chameleon. The next moment, a hand appeared out of thin air and gently rested atop its head. "I found you." A chilling voice echoed in its ear. The chameleon's scales erupted in panic as it instinctively attempted to activate its optical camouflage to vanish into thin air. But it was too late. Chu Xuan's hand tightened slightly. Bang! A dull explosion reverberated through the air as the chameleon's hardened head, capable of withstanding bullets from a sniper rifle, along with its brain and nerves, was effortlessly crushed like an eggshell, scattering red and white matter across the surroundings. Ding! Killed LV6 class mutated beast, energy points, 800, talent experience, 800. Chu Xuan shook off the blood on his hands, his expression devoid of joy, and his brow furrowed even deeper. He still had not mastered his strength. His intention had merely been to knock the lizard unconscious to test his current control over power, yet he had inadvertently crushed it. This sensation was quite displeasing to him. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the dense layers of foliage, towards the deepest part of the ecological park. There, a life signal as colossal as a mountain exuded a terrifying pressure. He hoped that Behemoth would be somewhat resilient. Without paying any further heed to the chameleon's corpse, Chu Xuan proceeded deeper into the ecological park. All along the way, he adopted the role of a moving target, deliberately suppressing his aura as he swaggered through the perilous jungle. As expected, this paradise for mutated creatures was never short of hunters. Hiss! A mutated forest python, over 20 meters long and as thick as a barrel, suddenly lunged from the swamp, opening its gaping maw wide enough to swallow a car. Aiming to bite Chu Xuan in half. Without even glancing, he merely swept his hand back. Bang! The LV5 class giant python was struck by an irresistible force, soaring through the air like a broken kite, crashing through several dozen massive trees, and ultimately embedding itself into a mountainside, reduced to a puddle of flesh. Ding! Killed LV5 class mutated beast, energy points, 500, talent experience, 500. Roar! 3 mutated gray wolves, each the size of a small car, simultaneously pounced from 3 directions, their sharp fangs glinting in the sunlight. Chu Xuan remained steadfast, allowing the creatures to approach without flinching. He then raised his foot and, with a seemingly languid motion that belied its swiftness, executed a sweeping kick. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions echoed as 3 arrogant transforming beasts were obliterated mid-air by a ferocious force, bursting into 3 gory displays of flesh and blood. The system chimed, indicating the successful elimination of 3 LV5 transforming beasts, granting him 1,500 energy points and 1,500 talent experience. Chu Xuan retracted his leg, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He still struggled to control his strength, feeling akin to a chef wielding a dragon-slaying sword to chop tofu, no matter how cautiously he approached. The result was merely crumbled remnants. This vexed him, for he required a sufficiently robust sharpening stone to recalibrate his power. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Every aberrant creature that foolishly leaped forth along his path fell victim to his straightforward and brutal physical prowess, dispatched with a single strike. Gradually, the surrounding jungle thinned, revealing a vast primordial forest of towering mutated trees. Each of these giants stretched over 100 meters in height, their dense foliage casting a shadow over the entire area, enveloping it in gloom. The air began to fill with a potent scent characteristic of apex predators. Chu Xuan understood he had entered the true domain of the Titan great ape. He halted, activating the judgment eye once more. This time, his gaze effortlessly locked onto the massive figure at the heart of the forest. Target, Titan great ape. Level, LV8, intermediate. Vitality, 165. Speed, 145. Mentality, 130. Talent, Titan body, possessing unparalleled physical strength and defense, exhibiting high resistance to energy attacks. Growing stronger in battle according to the enemy's prowess. Skills, War Roar, Earth Toss, Destructive Fist, Earth Cage. Vulnerability? Observing the series of question marks under vulnerabilities, Chu Xuan felt no surprise. The system had explained that this skill could only probabilistically discern an enemy's weaknesses. Crucially, the Titan Great Ape's talent, Titan Body, explicitly indicated a high resistance to energy attacks. This signified that his previously unfaltering thunderous power would be significantly diminished when confronting it. Intriguingly, Chu Xuan found no cause for concern. Instead, a smile crept across his face. A vitality of 160 points. This sharpening stone was indeed formidable. No longer concealing his aura, he unleashed the terrifying presence of the Thunder Sovereign, detonating like a bomb in the tranquil forest. Roar! Almost instantaneously, from the depths of the forest, a roar brimming with ferocity and rage surged upward. The sound wave transformed into a visible shockwave, shaking the towering trees violently, causing countless leaves to cascade down. The ground began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering footsteps approached rapidly, echoing like an earthquake. Standing his ground, Chu Xuan awaited with keen interest. Moments later, a colossal shadow, suffocating in its enormity, parted the dense trees. Coming into view, it was a gigantic ape towering over 100 meters tall. Its body resembled a moving mountain, with black fur standing erect like steel needles, and bulging muscles exuding explosive power. Its arms dangled down, nearly grazing the ground, and its fists were larger than a heavy-duty truck. Most striking were its eyes. Not the murky madness of a beast, but a molten golden hue flickering with brutality and intelligence. It stood there, emanating an absolute sense of oppression that could shatter the resolve of any creature below LV7. The Titan Great Ape. It regarded the minuscule human before it with a glimmer of disdain in its molten golden pupils. Rather than immediately attacking, it slowly thumped its chest, which resembled a mountain's solid mass. Thud, thud. Two resonant booms reverberated, akin to war drums, causing the entire space to resonate. This was a provocation, a declaration that this territory was not to be trespassed. Chu Xuan chuckled. Did it underestimate him? He lightly tapped his toes against the ground. In the next instant, his figure transformed into a streak of blue lightning, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to appear before the Titan Great Ape. He employed no flamboyant skills, merely consolidating his terrifying strength 150 times that of an ordinary person into his right fist, aiming a powerful blow at the ape's leg, which was as sturdy as a city wall. This punch utilized all his might. He sought to gauge the quality of this sharpening stone. The Titan Great Ape, taken aback by the audacity of this ant daring to attack, instinctively reacted, raising its mountain-like foot high above Chu Xuan, preparing to stomp down with ferocious intent. Fist and foot collided midair with a thunderous crash. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, but rather a pure, deep sound as if two continental plates had collided. Boom. A visible white shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, gouging the ground and uprooting countless colossal trees, sending them spiraling skyward. Dust filled the air. When the chaos settled, Chu Xuan remained standing. The ground beneath him transformed into a massive web of cracks exceeding 100 meters in diameter. His fist remained poised in its striking position, unwavering. Opposite him, the Titan Great Ape's colossal foot had been forcibly lifted slightly. A clear fist imprint now visible upon its thick, calloused soul. For the first time, a serious expression flickered in its molten golden eyes. It sensed an unparalleled power emanating from the seemingly insignificant punch, one potent enough to challenge its titan body. Indeed, Chu Xuan shook his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It was sufficiently formidable. Using all his strength merely matched the titan's might. He was pleased with this sharpening stone, perfectly suited to adapt to his surging power. Yet, his demeanor ignited the wrath of the titan great ape, the true king. Roar! It unleashed an ear-splitting roar, this time no longer a mere test. Its fists, larger than trucks, rose high, carrying a terrifying force that could rend the heavens, descending upon Chu Xuan like two meteors crashing from above. Destructive fist unleashed at full power. Before the fist even arrived, the terrifying wind pressure had already caused the ground beneath to sink inch by inch. Faced with an attack capable of leveling a small mountain, Chu Xuan's smile only deepened. He did not activate the judgment domain nor summon the thunderous transformation. He merely sank slightly, his leg muscles tightening instantaneously, akin to a bow drawn to its utmost tension. Then, like a cannonball, he surged forward, defiantly charging toward the dual meteoric fists of death, soaring skyward. He intended to convey to this beast that, in the face of absolute power, size is utterly inconsequential. In midair, the diminutive figure of a human collided with the colossal fists, resembling mountains, in a visually striking clash. The impact was exponentially more terrifying than before, unleashing a violent shockwave that transformed into a devastating tempest, engulfing a radius of several kilometers. The entire primitive forest appeared as if ravaged by a typhoon, with towering trees snapped in half and swirling into the air like splinters. The earth wailed, and the very fabric of space trembled. At the epicenter of the collision, Chu Xuan crossed his arms, bracing against the titan gorilla's fists capable of crushing mountains. A terrifying force that sent tingles through his arms surged from the point of contact. Yet he held firm. In that moment, his seemingly frail body transformed into a pillar supporting the heavens, halting that apocalyptic power in midair. The titan gorilla's eyes displayed disbelief for the first time. It could not comprehend how this minuscule insect could unleash such an overwhelming force. This defied biological principles. However, Chu Xuan did not afford it the luxury of continued astonishment. "It's my turn," he whispered, channeling his strength into his waist, unleashing an even more ferocious power that erupted from his arms. He forcibly pushed the colossal fists of the titan gorilla upward. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Chu Xuan's figure, like a wraith, appeared before the titan gorilla's enormous visage. He raised his knee, merging 150 times the speed and strength of an ordinary person into a knee strike capable of demolishing a bank vault's alloy door, forcefully impacting the titan gorilla's chin. A sound akin to a heavy hammer striking steel resounded. The titan gorilla's head was jolted backward, its immense body staggering for the first time, retreating 2 steps unsteadily. Each step left a footprint several meters deep in the ground. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of its mouth. It was injured. As the 4th Beast King, the undisputed sovereign of this territory, it had been wounded by a mere insect in pure hand-to-hand combat. An overwhelming fury instantly drowned its reason. The titan gorilla steadied itself, unleashing a thunderous roar. The war roar, an invisible sound wave, a blend of mental shock and infrasound, radiated outward in a fan-like shape from its center. This was a widespread, indiscriminate attack, sufficient to inflict instantaneous brain damage and cause bloody demise to any creature below level 7 with wavering resolve. However, as the sound wave approached Chu Xuan, it collided with an invisible wall. His mental attribute, towering at 150 points, had forged an unbreakable mental barrier. This level of mental assault was akin to a gentle breeze against his face. "Is this all you can muster?" Chu Xuan's figure vanished again, reappearing to the titan gorilla's left side. He propelled himself upward along the titan's robust arm, akin to a gecko. The titan gorilla reacted swiftly, its other hand morphing into a gigantic fly swatter, whipping through the air with a howling gale towards the diminutive figure on its arm. With a cold chuckle, Chu Xuan accelerated his pace, reaching the titan gorilla's shoulder just before the massive palm descended. Without hesitation, he utilized the shoulder as a springboard, leaping onto the titan gorilla's broad nape. Thereupon, he clenched his fists, 150 times the physique, 150 times the speed. At this moment, he unleashed a barrage of strikes akin to a tempest. The sound of his fists striking resonated like a flurry of thunderclaps, each blow landing upon the titan gorilla's nape with blinding speed, delivering hundreds of punches within mere seconds. Each strike possessed the power to pierce through a building. Every blow infused the Titan's body with unrelenting force. Even with the titanic body and its escalating fervor in battle, the Titan gorilla could not withstand the unreasonable onslaught. Its tough muscle fibers shredding, revealing the stark white of its cervical vertebrae beneath. The agonizing pain prompted a pained roar from the Titan gorilla. It writhed violently, attempting to dislodge the flea clinging to its back, yet Chu Xuan's feet remained rooted, immovable as a mountain. Realizing conventional methods were ineffective, a fierce glint flashed in the Titan gorilla's eyes. It abruptly bent down, seizing a massive boulder the size of a basketball court, lifting it high. Earth toss. Then, to Chu Xuan's astonishment, it smashed the boulder down upon its own back. Is it truly willing to harm itself to eliminate me? Quite ruthless, Chu Xuan acknowledged, vanishing from the Titan's nape and landing steadily hundreds of meters away. The enormous boulder crashed onto the Titan gorilla's back with a thunderous boom, shattering into countless pieces, leaving a gruesome wound in its wake. Yet the Titan gorilla seemed oblivious to the pain. It slowly straightened, its dark golden eyes locking onto Chu Xuan in the distance, brimming with uncontained rage. This human was the most formidable opponent it had ever encountered in its life. Speed, strength, and defense were all astonishingly formidable. In pure hand-to-hand combat, it could gain no advantage. Drawing a deep breath, it slammed its fists into the ground. A peculiar yellowish energy wave radiated from its fists, spreading wildly across the earth in all directions. Earth cage. The ground of the entire forest began to violently undulate, resembling a boiling sea. In the next moment, beneath Chu Xuan's feet and within a radius of hundreds of meters, countless enormous spikes, sharp as daggers and exceeding several meters in diameter, erupted from the ground without warning. These spikes formed a colossal cage, sealing off all avenues of escape for Chu Xuan. Simultaneously, the Titan gorilla's massive form surged forward, moving with an incongruous speed, charging at Chu Xuan, who was ensnared by the spikes. It aimed to pulverize this damned human, along with the spikes. Faced with this seemingly inescapable predicament, a serious expression finally crossed Chu Xuan's face. The warm-up is over. Lightning chains materialize, he murmured softly. From his palm erupted serpentine bolts of electricity, more robust than ever before, even shimmering with a faint purple hue. This time, they did not shoot forth but swiftly intertwined in midair, coalescing. In the blink of an eye, over 100 chains of thunder formed a colossal net of lightning, descending from the heavens. With a crackle, those immensely hard earth spikes, upon contact with the thunder net, were easily sliced, melted, and shattered as if they were mere butter seared by a red-hot iron. The massive earth spike cage collapsed instantaneously beneath the thunder net. After executing this feat, Chu Xuan lifted his gaze to the Titan giant ape that had surged forward, radiating an aura of annihilation, and slowly raised his right hand. Thank you for aiding me in fully harnessing my power. The game is over. His fingers spread wide toward the sky, grasping at the air. Heavenly Punishment Domain. Thunder Transformation Armored Sovereign. Heavenly Punishment Divine Annihilation. This time, he held nothing back. Vast thunder clouds gathered in the sky. A sacred thunder battle armor enveloped his body, and a judgment spear, 100 meters long and blazing with purple lightning, gradually took shape amidst the thunderclouds. The divine might capable of purifying all existence instilled a sense of dread in the charging Titan giant ape, making it feel for the first time the fear of death. It wished to halt, but it was too late. Farewell, behemoth. With a sweep of his arm, the judgment spear plummeted from the heavens with a thunderous crash. There was no suspense. The Titan giant ape's proud, Titan body crumbled like paper before the divine spear, which encapsulated Chu Xuan's utmost strength. The purple lightning spear pierced through its crown and erupted from its feet, pinning its enormous body firmly to the ground. In an instant, the furious divine punishment thunder obliterated all of its vitality, along with its very soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the king-level mutated beast LV8 Intermediate Titan Giant Ape. Energy points 15,000. Experience points 15,000. Current level, LV7, 3520-120-0000. Chu Xuan descended slowly, casting a satisfied glance at the surging numbers on the panel. This battle had allowed him to thoroughly grasp the limits of his current power. With 150 points in three-dimensional attributes, coupled with LV7 Thunder Sovereign, he could easily crush a LV8 Intermediate Beast King head-on. Approaching the corpse of the giant ape, he cut open its chest and retrieved a golden core, radiant like the sun. After completing this task, he glanced at the experience bar. He was still over 160,000 points away from LV8. 3 Beast Kings remained. Chu Xuan directed his gaze deeper into Jiangxing. Just then, a chilling beast roar resonated from the heavens. The roar was not merely sound. It struck like an invisible hammer, carrying an imperial will that reverberated within the souls of every being in Jiangxing. At that moment, Chu Xuan's figure froze. Even his 150 points of mental attributes felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain's collapse. This was not the pressure of LV8. It was a qualitative leap, a complete metamorphosis of life levels. Chu Xuan's expression turned icy. A new term, imbued with boundless chill, automatically surfaced in his mind: LV9 Beast Emperor. Chu Wang, it's bad. Lin Wanner's voice, laced with panic, erupted from the terminal. The energy field around the first Beast King, Hejiao, suddenly surged. Moreover, all mutated beasts within Jiangxing, including the second and third Beast Kings, seemed to be summoned, converging toward the territory of the first Beast King. Chapter 081, Citywide Retreat. Yet he charges headlong into the beast tide? It seemed that the Hejiao, lurking in the Yangtze River of Jiangxing, had shattered the confines of the king level and entered a new realm. No wonder all the mutated beasts were drawn to it. It was an absolute submission to a higher life form, born from their bloodline. Chu Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on his heart. Inside the command center, piercing alarms echoed through the air. All radar screens displayed life signals, transforming into torrents from every corner of the city, converging into an unstoppable flood toward the city center. The density of those light points sent shivers down the spines of every combat personnel who beheld the screens. Their limbs turned icy. It was a terrifying beast tide capable of obliterating Jiangxing's safe zone 100 times over. Chu Wang, we must stay calm. Chu Xuan's cold voice interrupted Lin Wanner's panic. Follow my orders. Lin Wanner, on the other end of the terminal, felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. All her frenzied thoughts were instantly quelled, and she straightened reflexively. Notify Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang to recall all troops and awakeners currently on missions immediately. Abandon all outposts, consolidate all defenses, and retreat to Jiangxing's safe zone. Initiate the highest level of combat readiness protocol. This is not a drill, it is war. Chu Xuan spoke rapidly, each word resonating with absolute authority, etching itself into the hearts of everyone in the command center. Abandon all the grounds that were just reclaimed? This meant that everything earned through the blood and lives of countless soldiers and awakeners over the past half-month would be lost. Lin Wanner's heart ached, but she did not question why. She simply mustered all her strength to respond in the loudest voice possible. Understood. She knew that for Chu Wang to issue such an order meant that Jiangxing was on the brink of the most terrifying crisis in history. A catastrophe capable of erasing 500,000 survivors. Chu Wang, when will you return? We need you. Lin Wanner's voice carried a hint of pleading. In her heart and the hearts of everyone, only this man was the steadfast anchor of the safe zone. Yet, Chu Xuan's response plunged the entire command center into a suffocating silence. I will not be returning for the time being. What? Lin Wanner's mind buzzed, blanking out. Chu Xuan lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and the smoke he exhaled revealed a gaze devoid of fear, instead ablaze with a fervent madness akin to a hunter fixated on a rare treasure. Facing a LV9 Beast Emperor, even he could not guarantee victory at present. But it had made a critical mistake. It should not have delivered all its prey directly into his grasp. Lin Wanner's mind, racing with thoughts, finally grasped the underlying meaning of Chu Xuan's words, sending an incredulous chill rushing from her tailbone to the crown of her head. What does he intend to do? The second Beast King, the third Beast King, and tens of thousands of mutated beasts across the city, such a grand feast. It would be a pity to miss out on it. Chu Xuan grinned, a smile that was both cruel and fervent. Relay the message, secure the safe zone. Wait for me to slay that long worm. The communication was abruptly cut off. Within the command center, the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Everyone was rendered speechless by Chu Xuan's words, their souls shaken. The entire city was in retreat, with fear gripping every heart. Yet he alone chose to confront the monstrous tide that threatened to engulf everything. What madness was this? What audacity? Lin Wanner stared blankly at the now blackened screen. After a long moment, she slammed her palm onto the console, directing a frenzied roar at the petrified officers within the command center. What the hell are you all doing? Did you not hear the command from Wang Chu? Relay my orders. All personnel, retreat. Defend the base at all costs, while Wang Chu fights for our time. Do you wish to be a bunch of cowardly quakes? Meanwhile, in the territory of the 7th Beast King at the temporary outpost, Su Qingyao, who was consolidating her forces within a tent, was startled awake by the urgent alarm. She rushed out to witness a scene of chaos. Soldiers were hastily packing their gear under the commands of their officers, their faces betraying an unmistakable panic. The awakened gathered in small clusters, their expressions filled with confusion and fear. A messenger swiftly approached her, saluted, and announced loudly, "Report, Miss Su. We have received the highest command from the main headquarters. Abandon the outpost, and all personnel must immediately retreat to the Jiangxing safe zone. I repeat, this is not an exercise." Su Qingyao's delicate brows furrowed tightly. Abandon the outpost? She glanced at the nearby land, which, through everyone's efforts, had begun to take shape, even starting to plan for residential areas and farmland. And a wave of reluctance surged within her. Yet she understood more clearly than anyone that the simultaneous issuance of such a reckless command by both Chu Xuan and her father indicated a monumental shift had occurred in Jiangxing. Without a moment's hesitation, she ordered, "All personnel, listen up. Travel light. Within 15 minutes. All convoys must be assembled and ready to depart." Her voice was cold and resolute, like a powerful stimulant, instantly calming the restless crowd. As she organized the retreat, she took out her communicator and dialed the number that weighed heavily on her heart. However, the only sound that greeted her was the cold tone of a busy line. Su Qingyao's heart sank. She opened the tactical map, and, upon seeing the endless red arrows converging from every corner of the city towards the city center, signifying an inexhaustible enemy, she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her gaze fixated on the western suburbs, specifically the location of the Wanshou Ecological Park. It was far too close to the path of that crimson tide, and he was right there. Su Qingyao's fingers turned white from gripping tightly. She knew he would not retreat. That domineering man would never choose to back down. "Everyone, accelerate your pace." Su Qingyao issued a more urgent command to the bustling team. She had to hurry back to the safe zone with all her strength, to hold the final line drawn by that man for them, to protect their home, and then wait for his return. Above the ruins of the Wanshou Ecological Park, Chu Xuan mounted the cold Black Widow. The roar of the engine sounded like the clarion call heralding the onset of war. Instead of heading towards the safe zone, he turned the bike around, charging towards the suffocating sense of oppression emanating from the depths of the city. The black motorcycle transformed into a solitary bolt of lightning, racing against the world's retreat towards the deathly sea composed of countless monsters. The wind howled in his ears. Chu Xuan's face bore no trace of anxiety, only an exhilaration akin to one about to indulge in a grand feast. Experience. LV7, 3520-120-0000. Only a little over 160,000 experience points remained to reach LV8. This beast tide arrived just in time. In his eyes, what surged forth was not the apocalypse, but rather 160,000 shimmering experience packets. He licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chapter 082, Collision of Realms. Today, not a single one of you shall escape. In the Jiangxing safe zone, the underground command center was suffocatingly tense, as if solidified like a block of iron. The vast holographic map displayed countless red dots representing mutated beasts, coalescing into a crimson torrent that threatened to engulf the city center from all directions. Amongst this sea of red, two particularly massive, glaring energy signals stood out like ominous blood-red suns. Report. The second Beast King, Blood Fiend Tiger, has led the main force of the ground beast tide to the third ring city line. Report. The third Beast King, Flame Heaven Sparrow, has commanded the aerial troops and is expected to reach the skies above the city center in 15 minutes. Waves of despairing reports struck each heart within the center like heavy hammers. Lin Wanner's face turned as pale as paper. The apocalypse. These two words materialized before everyone in an unprecedented tangible form. This beast tide was capable of erasing 500,000 survivors along with the entire safe zone from the map, a chilling reality. At that moment, a technician responsible for drone reconnaissance let out a shriek that cracked with terror. Look at the main road in the western suburbs. All eyes instantly shifted to a split screen. The footage displayed a bird's-eye view of countless mutated beasts, like a black tide, surging eastward along the wide road. Amid this torrent, a tiny black dot left a straight, unwavering white trail, charging towards the most ferocious core of the beast tide. The camera zoomed in. It was a black heavy motorcycle, and upon it sat a solitary figure. In an instant, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left speechless by the scene before them. In a world where everyone was fleeing from the apocalypse, he alone chose to go against the current. What did he intend to do? A young aide inquired, his voice trembling. Lin Wanner fixed her gaze on the figure displayed on the screen, her eyes instantly reddening. She seemed to see once more the silhouette that had stood against everything for the safety zone amidst a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. She took a deep breath and, using all her strength, shouted into the communication channel. All personnel, listen up. Sync the footage of Wang Chu's defiance against the beast tied to every public screen in the safe zone. Let everyone see. Our king is battling against the beast tide. The roar of the engine stood out amidst the cacophony of monstrous howls. Chu Xuan's electromagnetic perception had already captured everything within several kilometers ahead. The route of the beast tide, the distribution of forces, formed a remarkably precise dynamic three-dimensional map in his mind. His gaze locked onto a complex interchange formed by several intersecting overpasses ahead. A perfect slaughterhouse. With a sharp turn, the Black Widow's tires screeched against the ground. Then, like a gecko, it ascended the sloping ramp, reaching the pinnacle of the overpass at a height of 100 meters. He halted the motorcycle, stepped off, and stood at the edge of the bridge, lighting a cigarette. Below him, the vanguard of the beast tide had arrived. Thousands of mutated canines, giant rats, and mutated felines, all at least level 3, surged forth like a relentless flood from several intersections beneath the overpass, instantly filling every available space. The mingled aura of savagery and bloodlust was sufficient to send shivers through steel. Chu Xuan merely took a calm drag from his cigarette. Then, facing the undulating sea of death below, he lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! Lightning chain 2. A remarkably dense blue arc of electricity descended quietly from his fingertips, piercing into the body of the foremost mutated giant wolf. In the next instant, the web of death erupted with a thunderous roar. The blue lightning darted with an illogical speed through the impenetrable horde of beasts, bouncing wildly. 200 times. With each leap, it precisely claimed a life. There were no cries of agony, no struggles. Any mutated beast touched by the lightning, regardless of its hard shell or thick muscle, was instantaneously incinerated from the inside out, transforming into smoking sculptures. In but a breath, a vast vacuum zone was forcibly cleared within a radius of several hundred meters around the overpass. Charred corpses littered the ground, and a pungent stench of burnt flesh permeated the air. Ding. Killed LV3 mutated beast, energy points 5, talent experience 5. Ding. Killed LV4 mutated beast, energy points 10, talent experience 10. A flurry of system notifications echoed in Chu Xuan's mind, yet he could not muster the energy to glance at them. Roar. Several level 5 mutated giant lizards, powered by their formidable physique, braved the residual waves of the lightning chain and climbed up the towering bridge pillars, opening their gaping jaws to pounce on Chu Xuan. He did not even flinch. He remained motionless as the colossal beasts approached within 3 meters of him. Whoosh! The Thunder Transformation King's armor, enveloping him, emitted wisps of purple arcs that brushed lightly past him. The massive creatures, capable of toppling tanks, abruptly froze midair. And in an instant, like ice cubes thrown into a steel furnace, they were vaporized by the terrifying high-voltage current, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Chu Xuan exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze icy. These insignificant creatures were not even worthy of warming up against. Judgment Eye activate. His eyes pierced through the relentless tide of beasts below, locking onto a figure a kilometer away. There, a giant tiger, akin in size to a 3-story building and cloaked in blood-red fur resembling steel needles, exuded an overwhelming aura of malice as it strode forward. With each step it took, the ground trembled, and the surrounding mutated beasts instinctively parted ways for it. The second beast king, Xueshahu, it seemed to sense the anomaly on the overpass. Raising its fearsome head, its crimson eyes flickering with brutality and cruelty. Target, Xueshahu. Level, LV8, peak. Physique, 185. Speed, 179. Spirit, 150. Talent, Blood Demon. Transform into an intangible sea of blood, immune to all physical attacks. The sea can erode all energy, and after killing enemies, absorb their blood to infinitely enlarge the blood sea. Skills, Blood Domain, Blood Claw of Carnage. Endless Sea of Blood. Weakness? Another Beast King with a domain? Chu Xuan casually tossed aside his cigarette, but then, under the horrified gaze of hundreds in the command center, he leaped from the overpass standing 100 meters high. Like a meteor carrying thunder, he plummeted. Boom. The earth was smashed into a massive spiderweb-shaped pit over 20 meters in diameter. The violent shockwave sent all nearby mutated beasts flying, shredding them to pieces. A vast vacuum zone appeared once more. As the dust settled, Chu Xuan stood unscathed at the center of the pit, perfectly blocking the path of the Xueshahu. Roar. Infuriated at having its path obstructed by such a minuscule insect, the Xueshahu erupted in rage. It roared, unleashing a blood-red domain filled with the will of slaughter and brutality, crashing down upon Chu Xuan like a tangible tsunami of blood. It sought to crush this audacious insect to dust under the weight of its royal might. Faced with a domain that could unnerve even level 8 powerhouses, Chu Xuan's expression remained utterly unfazed. His heavenly punishment domain activated simultaneously. Buzz. The blue-purple thunder domain collided violently with the blood-red domain of slaughter. ZZZ. ZZZ. Two distinctly different forces clashed fiercely in midair, annihilating one another with a sound that grated on the teeth. Not only was Chu Xuan not suppressed in the slightest, but he also advanced step by step towards the bewildered giant tiger, unwavering in the face of the blood-red pressure. He raised his head, eyes drifting past the Shuai Hu to the skies above. There, a massive bird with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, engulfed in golden flames, circled overhead. Casting a cold gaze, Chu Xuan grinned. In the next moment, he used the power of thunder to amplify his voice across the battlefield. Do not rush to pay homage to your new emperor. Today, none of you shall escape. Chapter 083, Blood Sea Prison. The Chu King has been devoured. Chu Xuan's voice, infused with thunder, resonated clearly in the ears of every mutated beast. Arrogant, domineering. It was an absolute disdain for the countless tides of beasts. Roar. On the ground, the Shuai Hu, as colossal as a mountain, was instantly filled with boundless fury. As a peak royal existence, when had it ever endured such provocation? The blood-red domain of slaughter was unleashed in full force. Buzz. A visible blood-red halo erupted from its center, enveloping the battlefield within a radius of several kilometers. Within the domain, all mutated beasts shrouded in bloodlight had their eyes turned crimson, their bodies visibly swelling, their power surging by at least 30%. They lost all semblance of reason, transforming into pure killing machines, roaring and charging towards the figure standing in the center of the pit. However, Chu Xuan's heavenly punishment domain was the absolute nemesis of all negative energy. ZZZ. The blue-purple thunder domain stood as an insurmountable divine barrier. Those mutated beasts, enhanced by the bloodlight and driven into a frenzy, upon entering the range of the thunder domain, were instantly purified and evaporated as if encountering the blazing sun. Their bloodlight extinguished. Subsequently, their rampaging bodies froze mid-charge, unable to emit a single cry, as they were entirely disassembled at the cellular level by the omnipresent power of divine punishment, turning into a cloud of ash. For everyone that came, a life was extinguished. The heavenly punishment domain was an unceasing, highly efficient purifying furnace. The eyes of the Shuai Hu, glimmering with brutality and cunning, first exhibited profound shock. Its domain enhancement was completely ineffective. This human's domain utterly overwhelmed it. Roar. Shuai Hu relinquished its feudal domain suppression. Its massive form, akin to a mountain, suddenly crouched down, its hind leg muscles bulging as it stomped the ground, creating two enormous deep pits. In the next moment, it transformed into a crimson shadow, launching a devastating assault towards Chu Xuan. With a whoosh, its colossal claws, capable of easily shattering main battle tanks, sliced through the air, leaving 5 blood-red claw marks that spanned dozens of meters. The claw marks tore through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing shriek that sealed off all of Chu Xuan's evasion routes. However, Chu Xuan had no intention of dodging. He merely raised his right fist, clad in the Thunder Transformation Monarch armor, and with an unremarkable motion, he struck at the oncoming blood-red claw marks. A pure contest of physical strength ensued. Fist met claw amidst the countless gazes of drones observing the battlefield, resulting in a thunderous collision. Boom. The deafening roar transformed into a tangible sonic boom, shattering the clouds across the sky. The outcome left everyone in the command center, the circling Tianhuake in the sky, and even Shuai Hu itself, in disbelief. That diminutive human figure remained utterly unyielding amidst the raging energy storm. In contrast, the colossal Shuai Hu emitted a painful wail, its right forepaw bones fracturing under the overwhelming force, its enormous body uncontrollably hurled backward. Crash! It collided with a 30-story abandoned building behind, becoming completely buried beneath a cloud of dust and debris. One punch. Merely one punch. The level 8 pinnacle second beast king was utterly defeated in this pure confrontation of strength. Power, having dominion over 90%. Augmented by the might of thunder. Could this punch be withstood? Chu Xuan shook his fist, satisfied with the effect of his strike. He pressed the attack, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared atop the ruins. Roar. Shuai Hu burst forth from the debris, its shattered right paw enveloped in crimson energy, visibly healing at an astonishing pace, yet the horror in its beastly eyes had transformed into profound fear. It sought to flee, but Chu Xuan would not grant it that opportunity. I cannot allow you to escape. Chu Xuan's figure morphed into streaks of blue lightning, encircling Xuan and unleashing a tempestuous barrage of high-speed melee combat. Bang, 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 bang. Utilizing the terrifying physique granted by his 150 points in three-dimensional attributes, augmented by the onrush of thunderous power, he engaged in the most primal and savage clashes with Xuan. A punch caved in Xuan's spine. A kick left its abdomen a bloody mess. An elbow strike shattered one of its sharp fangs. The once mighty Beast King had now become the perfect sparring partner for Chu Xuan to master his powers. Each punch honed Chu Xuan's control over strength with greater precision. Each kick allowed him to wield speed with enhanced fluidity. His aura intensified throughout the battle, growing ever more formidable. In the sky, the third Beast King Tian Huake emitted a sharp and agitated cry. It urged and trembled with fear. It dared not descend. Instinct warned it that once it entered the realm of thunder below, its prideful speed and flames would become utterly meaningless, destined to be treated as a second target by that human. On the ground, utterly suppressed and rendered powerless, Xuan finally released a final roar filled with boundless grief and indignation. A glimmer of desperate madness flashed in its eyes. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Xuan's massive and solid form began to melt away like wax, its sinewy muscles, hard bones, and crimson fur transforming into a viscous pool of foul-smelling blood within mere seconds. Endless sea of blood. This was its final trump card, requiring the sacrifice of a portion of its soul to activate. The agony of sacrificing its soul was immense. Xuan would not resort to this skill without dire necessity. Yet now, Chu Xuan had forced it into a corner. Splash! The blood sea expanded at a terrifying speed, forming a colossal crimson cage with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters, instantly engulfing Chu Xuan, who was reveling in the thrill of battle and caught off guard. On the command center screen, the bright blue dot representing Chu Xuan was rapidly obscured by an immense source of crimson energy. The blue dot dimmed sharply, becoming exceedingly faint, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. This is bad. King Chu is in danger. Lin Wanner screamed in alarm, her heart racing. Far away on another front, Su Qingyao, witnessing this through the shared battlefield imagery, felt as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped her heart, causing it to momentarily cease beating. Within the confines of the blood sea cage, the endless blood surged from all directions, its overwhelming corrosive power causing the thunder transformation monarch armor on Chu Xuan to emit sizzling sounds as the surface lightning began to destabilize. The frenzied and vengeful will of Xuan roared through the blood sea. Ha! Human, you are indeed formidable, but within my amorphous blood sea, all your physical attacks will be rendered ineffective. Now, become the purest nourishment within my endless sea of blood. Chapter 084, Thousand Blade Thunder Prison Annihilation Beast. Tian Huake flees in terror. Inside the blood sea cage, the viscous, foul-smelling blood pressed in from all sides, possessing the horrifying corrosive power capable of melting steel. Each drop of blood contained Xuan's vengeful and frenzied will, like countless invisible maggots ravenously gnawing at Chu Xuan's thunderous battle armor, attempting to penetrate his flesh and consume his blood and soul. Ha! Human, you are indeed strong, but within my amorphous blood sea, all your physical attacks will be rendered ineffective. The mad roar of Xuan echoed throughout the space. Now, become the purest nourishment within my endless sea of blood. In the command center, everyone's hearts sank to the depths of despair. However, Chu Xuan, at the eye of the storm, displayed no signs of panic. He bore not even a hint of gravity in his expression. Instead, he surveyed the swirling blood sea as if admiring an intriguing work of art, a playful smile gracing his lips. If this is all you've got, then you are far too premature in your delight. He disregarded Xuan's roars and slowly raised his right hand. At his fingertips, a faint, almost imperceptible purple arc of electricity flickered gently. Dare you play with domains before me? You are still 20,000 years too early. Chu Xuan's voice was soft, yet carried an indifference as if emanating from a higher dimension, overlooking all existence. The domain of divine retribution, maximize. Boom. The instant his words fell, a tempestuous and vast blue-purple thunder domain erupted within the blood sea, centered around Chu Xuan's form. Immediately following, the system prompt resounded. Ding. Mental energy insufficient, below 20. Do you wish to expend 800 energy points to restore? Yes. Easy. The vast expanse of blood, exceeding a kilometer in diameter, resembled a scene of being instantaneously cast into the core of the sun. The boundless crimson liquid, upon making contact with the realm of thunder, could not withstand even a fleeting second before being violently evaporated and vaporized by the frenzied power of divine retribution. The wretched howl of the bloodthirsty tiger, hauntingly unearthly, reverberated through the heavens. Its domain, its life, its very soul were being mercilessly torn apart, inch by inch, by the unreasonable wrath of thunder. In the external world, everyone at the command center, as well as the blazing heavenly sparrow in the sky, bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. The immense sea of blood, spreading across several city blocks and exuding an aura of unending doom and destruction, suddenly erupted with billions of blinding blue-purple lightning bolts. The entire blood sea appeared to morph into a colossal, wildly flickering orb of light. The crimson hue quickly dissolved amidst the lightning. The cries of the bloodthirsty tiger grew weaker and more despairing. It yearned to reconstitute its body, yet the thunder was omnipresent. It sought to flee, but the entirety of the blood sea had transformed into its prison. Chu Xuan floated at the center of the thunder realm. Sensing the dying struggle of the bloodthirsty tiger's will, his brow furrowing slightly. A single strike of divine punishment could indeed bring it to an end, yet it felt excessively wasteful. In confronting an adversary of such caliber, a more efficient and cost-effective means of slaughter was warranted. His thoughts raced. The divine punishment realm inflicted continuous area damage, while the spear of judgment delivered ultimate single-target devastation. Could the advantages of both be amalgamated? Could the infinite power of thunder within the realm be condensed into countless small judgment spears? A mad yet audacious idea took form in his mind. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. Let it be named 1,000 Blades of Thunder Prison. Chu Xuan clenched his fingers. With his motion, the thunder within the entire realm erupted into chaos. They ceased to be wild and erratic lightning strikes, no longer dancing electric serpents. Instead, under Chu Xuan's will, they rapidly compressed, coalesced, and took shape. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In an instant, thousands of 1-meter-long thunder blades, composed entirely of the purest divine punishment lightning and glimmering with a cold, destructive radiance, materialized within the realm. Each blade contained a terrifying power capable of effortlessly piercing through the defenses of high-level mutated beasts. Go! Chu Xuan softly uttered a single word. In the next moment, myriad thunder blades surged forth. They transformed into the most magnificent and lethal storm of death, sweeping across the entire blood sea. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed in the air, a lamentation of souls being utterly obliterated. Every inch of the blood sea was ravaged by the relentless thunder blades, slashing back and forth hundreds, if not thousands, of times. The bloodthirsty tiger was deprived of even a final chance to reconstitute its body. Its remaining will, its life imprint, everything was completely torn apart, obliterated, and reduced to the most primal particles within this storm of lightning. In the external world, the frenzied, flickering blood sea, after releasing a final cry filled with defiance and despair, began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moments later, it erupted into vapor. The crimson haze that had enveloped several city blocks vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The sky returned to clarity. On the ground, only a massive pit, scorched by the thunder, remained. Additionally, a king-level core, pulsating with an eerie crimson glow and the size of a fist, floated in midair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the king-level mutated beast LV-8 Pinnacle Bloodthirsty Tiger. Energy points, 20,000. Talent experience, 20,000. Current level, LV-7, 7520-120-0000. Chu Xuan casually summoned the warm king-level core into his hand, glancing at the rapidly rising numbers on the panel, nodding in satisfaction. This 1,000 Blades of Thunder prison exhibited considerable power with far lesser consumption than divine punishment, rendering it highly cost-effective. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the kilometer stretch of sky, locking onto the terrified and paralyzed Finten Chit, which had forgotten to flap its wings. It was dead. The second Beast King, the bloodthirsty tiger, had perished just like that, slain by that diminutive human in a manner it could not fathom. Escape. It had to flee. The command of the Black Flood Dragon was instantly cast aside. Nothing was more vital than its own life. With a terrified screech that cracked its voice, the Fintan Chid abruptly turned, its massive form igniting with golden flames, transforming into a blazing meteor, racing away at supersonic speed. However, a chilling voice, so cold it froze its very soul, reverberated behind it. Did I permit your departure? The Funtanshir turned back in horror. It beheld the man on the ground, where a pair of gigantic wings, over 20 meters wide and composed of the purest lightning, entwined with millions of purple electric serpents, thunderously unfurled. In the next moment, Chu Xuan's figure transformed into a blue streak of light, tearing through the sky with a speed surpassing that of a fighter jet, pursuing it relentlessly. Chapter 085, Defying Heaven. A human catastrophe piercing through the beast tide. As the thunderous wings unfurled behind Chu Xuan, it felt as though his soul connected with some fundamental rule of existence between heaven and earth. With a mere thought, he thrust his wings. The ground beneath him exploded into a deep pit. His body shot upward like an uncoupled electromagnetic projectile, ascending vertically in an outrageous manner. The initial sensation of weightlessness and disorientation caused his form to sway ever so slightly in the air. Yet, this slight disarray lasted less than 10 seconds. Under his formidable mental power, which reached an astounding level of 150, countless intricate details of aerodynamics and energy fluid mechanics were instantaneously analyzed, calculated, and transformed into the most exquisite instinct of his body. His form halted abruptly mid-air, then executed an unimaginable sharp turn, as the burning wings of purple lightning traced a graceful yet lethal arc. In the next moment, a sonic boom erupted behind him. His speed exceeded the sound barrier, morphing into a violet streak of light, straight on the heels of the golden fireball that was desperately fleeing in the distance. The Funtanshir, sensing the terrifying presence drawing ever closer behind it, let out a shrill and desperate scream. It dared not look back. It poured every ounce of energy into its wings, its entire body ablaze with golden flames, trailing a brilliant streak a kilometer long, resembling a true meteor plummeting toward the horizon. As the sovereign of the skies, it held absolute confidence in its speed. Yet, this confidence was utterly shattered today. The man, a demon adorned with wings of lightning, was rapidly closing the distance, an approach that instilled despair in its heart. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters. The shadow of death had already enveloped it. The blazing eyes of the Funtanshir were finally replaced with boundless madness. Since escape was futile, it would fight to the death. Suddenly halting, its massive body traced an incredible arc in the air, turning to face the pursuing violet light, and opened its sharp beak. A humming sound resonated as a son, more than 10 meters in diameter and forged from the purest golden flame energy, rapidly formed in its mouth. Funtian Remion. This was its ultimate move, compressing over half of its fiery power into a single point, ready to unleash an explosion capable of vaporizing a small hill. With a decisive screech, the golden sun was released, carrying the terrifying might to annihilate everything as it surged towards Chu Xuan. It sought not to kill but to buy itself even a second of time to grasp at a final chance of survival. Yet, before this world-shattering strike, Chu Xuan's expression remained unchanged, devoid of even the slightest hint of emotion. He did not even slow down. Just as the golden sun was about to collide with him, the thunderous wings behind him abruptly folded. His figure executed a graceful, precise pirouette in the air reminiscent of a master ballet dancer. The cataclysmic sun grazed the edge of his combat suit, whistling past, and exploded thousands of meters away, creating a splendid and deadly golden mushroom cloud. Chu Xuan had already traversed the explosive death zone, emerging unscathed before the Funtian Quebec. The man and the bird hovered in the sky, less than 100 meters apart. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The blazing eyes of the Funtanshir fixed upon the man before it, filled with horror and despair. It evaded? The fatal strike it had wagered everything on was effortlessly dodged by him in a manner that felt almost humiliating. Chu Xuan regarded the giant bird, now bereft of will to fight, and slowly raised his right hand. He extended his index finger toward the Funtanshir, gently tapping it. At his fingertip, a bluish-purple arc of electricity quietly ignited. With a soft crackle, the arc detached from his fingertip and, in an inexplicable manner that disregarded spatial distance, instantly appeared on the bird's forehead. It then penetrated within. The massive body of the Funtanshir stiffened abruptly. Its fiery golden eyes dimmed at a visible speed, ultimately extinguishing completely. There was no violent explosion, no extravagant effects. The seemingly insignificant purple arc, upon entering its body, obliterated its spiritual core and destroyed its life imprint. It was eradicated from the soul level. The enormous bird's corpse, devoid of all energy support, plummeted like a kite severed from its string towards the earth below. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the king-level mutated beast LV8 Advanced Funtanshir. Energy points 18,000. Talent experience 18,000. Current level LV7 9320-120-0000. Chu Xuan's figure flickered, appearing beside the falling carcass, delivering a powerful punch that shattered its tough chest bone, extracting a king-level core that burned with golden flames. Having completed this, he did not cast another glance at the body descending towards the ground, suspended 100 meters in the air. His thunderous wings gently flapped as his gaze calmly fell upon the earth below. On the ground, the crimson tide of countless mutated beasts surged madly toward the city center. The deaths of the second and third beast kings had not quelled their momentum. Rather, in the absence of royal restraint, they became even more chaotic and ferocious. Now it was your turn. A cold smile graced the corners of Chu Xuan's lips. He glanced at the experience bar on his panel, which was nearing half, akin to a famished glutton eyeing a banquet. The next moment, he folded his thunderous wings, his body shooting down like a javelin, diving straight into the heart of the most concentrated beast tide. In the Jiang City safe zone, the underground command center displayed, all screens frozen on the moment Chu Xuan nonchalantly dispatched the third beast king with a mere finger. The entire command center was silent. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone's minds had completely crashed, ensnared in a state of indescribable, mixed numbness and fervor. A single punch had devastated the second beast king. A single finger had annihilated the third beast king. Was this something a human could achieve? Was he a deity sent from above to save us? A young technician murmured, his voice laced with tears. No one countered, for in their hearts, Chu Xuan was now akin to a divine being. Just then, the scene on the screen shifted once more. That godlike figure, from 10,000 meters in the air, plummeted like a purple meteor into the endless tide of beasts that could devour everything. What was he about to do? All hearts were once again lifted to their throats. The next moment, they witnessed what it meant to be a calamity in human form. Chapter 086. One man crumbles the beast tide, ascends as the king of thunder. Boom. Chu Xuan's figure crashed into the densest core of the beast tide like a meteor from outer space, carrying unparalleled kinetic energy. At that moment, the earth emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. A colossal impact crater, over 500 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared. Within the crater, thousands of mutated beasts, regardless of their level or type, had no time to react before being annihilated into the finest blood and flesh by the pure physical shockwave. The violent shockwave transformed into a circular wall of death, lifting all monsters within several kilometers into the air, as if a bloody rain of monstrous corpses had fallen. Such a simple physical descent had caused devastation comparable to that of a tactical missile. As the dust settled, Chu Xuan stood unscathed in the center of the deep pit. He did not even glance at the surrounding devastation, but slowly raised both hands in a gesture as if to embrace the sky. His face bore a sickly satisfaction and fervor, as if ready to partake in a grand feast. The hunting moment, he whispered softly. Heavenly punishment domain. 1,000 blades of thunder prison. A horrifying thundercloud enveloped a 2,000-meter radius above the beast tide. Following that, an endless torrent of thunder blades, composed of the purest divine punishment lightning, poured down from the thundercloud like a deluge of death. It was a storm of annihilation that left no blind spots. Indiscriminate and utterly destructive. Roar, hiss, howl. Countless mutated beasts emitted the most anguished and desperate howls of their existence within this realm, a relentless meat grinder composed of thunder. Their claws, their shells, and their once proud physiques became as fragile as paper beneath the unending onslaught of lightning blades. A pinnacle-level LV-6 mutated giant bear, attempting to rise on its hind legs to charge, was instantly pierced by thousands of lightning blades, its massive body sliced into countless uniform pieces of flesh. A group of LV-5 mutated pangolins, adept at burrowing underground to evade danger, found their efforts futile as the lightning blades disregarded the soil, plunging directly into the earth and reducing them and the surrounding rock layers to dust. The entire battlefield transformed into the most brutal and efficient slaughterhouse imaginable. Chu Xuan stood at the eye of the storm, eyes closed, reveling in the cacophony of system notifications echoing in his mind like a torrential waterfall. Ding. Killed LV-4 mutated beast, energy points 10, talent experience 10. Ding. Killed LV-5 commander level mutated beast, energy points 500, talent experience 500. Ding. Killed LV-6 commander level mutated beast, energy points 800, talent experience 800. His energy points and talent experience surged at an unimaginable pace, skyrocketing to unprecedented heights. 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. Beyond the domain of divine punishment, the mutated beast yet to enter the realm of death descended into madness. The fervor summoned by the Beast King shattered before the sight of this godlike carnage, replaced by an instinctual and profound fear. Flee. This singular thought seized the minds of all mutated beasts. No longer advancing toward the city center, they turned in frantic desperation, seeking escape from this thunderous hell. In that moment, the entire beast tide collapsed. The path ahead was blocked by those escaping, and behind them, more surged forth. Countless mutated beasts trampled and tore at one another in chaos, the scene at times more horrific than Chu Xuan's slaughter. Inside the command center, every individual watched the farcical scene on the screen, their capacity for thought utterly dismantled. One man single-handedly shattered a doomsday tide of beasts capable of flattening the safe zone. Record this quickly, capture every moment. An aged general shouted with a trembling voice. He understood that he was witnessing a miracle destined to be inscribed in the annals of human history. Chu Xuan held no interest in the chaos outside. His mind was entirely immersed in this euphoric banquet of experience points. At that moment, ding! Talent experience has reached capacity, beginning advancement. It has arrived. Chu Xuan's eyes burst open, revealing a profound gaze illuminated by brilliant divine light. The heavens trembled violently at that instant. The sky, once cloaked by thunderclouds covering a mere 2,000 meters, expanded at a terrifying speed, engulfing an area of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Daylight transformed into night. No, it was not night. It was a chaotic sea of purple, composed of the purest and most primal force of thunder. A colossal vortex of lightning, too vast to be described in words, began to take shape at the center of the sky, its depths a darkness capable of devouring all. An overwhelming pressure, originating from the cosmic void and transcending the comprehension of mundane life, descended from the vortex. Within a 10,000-meter radius, all mutated beasts still fleeing in disarray, regardless of their level or distance, suddenly froze. They were struck by bolts of purple lightning, vanishing silently into the air as particles. The entire world fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Then, a colossal pillar of purple light, over 100 meters in diameter and exuding a crystalline purity, as if it contained the essence of all thunder, descended with a thunderous roar from the vortex's center. The target of this luminous descent was the diminutive human figure below. Chu Xuan did not flinch. He spread his arms wide, allowing the thunderous beam, capable of piercing through an entire skyscraper, to engulf him entirely. There was no pain, only a warm and comforting sensation akin to returning to the womb. His body, his soul, and every cell within him underwent a transformative baptism under this primal thunder, leaping toward a higher plane of existence. He sensed a slight warmth at the center of his forehead. A mysterious and majestic purple lightning mark, composed of countless intricate runes, slowly emerged. Following this, on his chest, a more complex and ancient mark, seemingly containing the profound truths of the life and death of thunder, quietly imprinted itself. His body was disassembled and reassembled in the light beam. With each reconstruction, he became more perfect and powerful than before. Time lost meaning as the sky's thunder vortex gradually dissipated. The penetrating purple light beam also faded away. When sunlight once again bathed the earth, the original battlefield had vanished. Replaced by a terrifying pit over a kilometer in diameter, its edges smooth as a mirror. At the center of this abyss, a figure floated serenely in midair. Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs ignited by pure purple lightning flames, the eyes of a sovereign. Chapter 087, LV8 Divine Skill Unlocked. Mental Domination of the Beast King. Black Jiao. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Sequence Talent Thunder Sovereign upgraded to LV8, 100-861, 100-0000. All attributes 50. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking LV8 exclusive divine skill, King of Thunder. Chu Xuan floated calmly at the center of the pit, feeling an unprecedented explosive power within him, one capable of effortlessly crushing a small asteroid. His mind delved into his attribute panel. Host. Chu Xuan, Physique, 200 Speed, 200 Mentality, 200 Sequence Talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV8, 100-861, 100-0000. Energy Points, 257,791 Skills, Electromagnetic Induction 2, Lightning Chain 2, Thunder Illusion Eye, Divine Punishment Domain Eye, Eye of Judgment Eye, King of Thunder Eye. All three-dimensional attributes had surpassed the 200-point threshold. This marked a qualitative leap. If he had previously stood at the pinnacle of human limits, he had now transcended the realm of humanity, becoming a new and higher dimensional life form. As he concentrated, he turned his inner gaze inward. The mental sea, once a rushing river, had transformed into an expansive and boundless lake of purple thunder, unfathomably deep. The surface was calm, yet contained the power to overturn worlds. This was true royalty. Chu Xuan slowly raised his right hand. A flicker of electricity danced at his fingertips. This was no longer the previous blue-purple hue, but a profound, pure, and noble purple, as if it could devour all light. He could feel that this seemingly inconspicuous bolt of purple lightning harbored an energy level and destructive power that had increased tenfold. This is no longer merely energy. It embodies a trace of the laws of thunder. The corners of Chu Xuan's mouth curled into a satisfied arc as he gazed at the newly unlocked skill. Thunder King Level 1, an ultimate skill, allowing the host to consume their own energy to summon an avatar of the Thunder King. During the avatar's existence, the host experiences a 100 enhancement in all attributes, a 100 increase in the power of all lightning-based skills, and immunity to all mental attacks of level 8 and below. The duration is proportional to the energy consumed. A transformation skill? Furthermore, it offers an all-encompassing enhancement. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. This resembled the final forms of protagonists in those fervent manga. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect for him. As he stepped into level 8, all his foundational skills received epic enhancements. The range of electromagnetic induction surged from 6,000 meters to an astounding 15,000 meters. With a mere thought, a colossal three-dimensional map with a radius of 15 kilometers instantaneously formed in his mind. The entirety of Jiang City, from the easternmost safe zone to the western ecological park ruins, and to the bustling Yangtze River at the city center, all appeared vividly within his perception. Beneath the broadest section of the river near the city center, in the depths of the 100-meter dark riverbed, a terrifying creature exceeding 100 meters in length, covered in scales as dark as mysterious iron, with no horns and 4 limbs, lay in wait. With each breath it took, the river surged backward, creating massive whirlpools. An overwhelming pressure, surpassing all previous Beast Kings and reaching an entirely different level of existence, radiated from it. The first Beast King, no? It should now be referred to as the Beast Emperor, the Black Jiao. Besides electromagnetic induction, the enhancements of his other skills were equally formidable. The range of Lightning Chain expanded to 5,000 meters, with an astonishing 500 bounces. This meant that he could now stand still and eliminate all wandering zombies outside the safe zone with a single cast of Lightning Chain. Additionally, the range of Heaven's Punishment Domain expanded to 4,000 meters, with the power of thunder within it increasing by 50. Is this the true essence of a king? Chu Xuan clenched his fist, feeling a sense of overwhelming power that seemed omnipotent, and a trace of reflection arose within him. Such strength, not only in the apocalypse, but even in mythological tales, could easily be deemed the power of a low-tier deity. Just as he was immersed in his transformation, a colossal force, indescribably vast, filled with ancient majesty and an unending cold, killing intent, crashed into his mental lake like an invisible tidal wave that transcended time and space. This mental force was entirely different from the deceptive illusions of the 100-eyed demon spider. It resembled a genuine star, carrying a terrifying physical mass, intent on crushing Chu Xuan's very soul into powder. Had this been the Chu Xuan prior to his ascension, he would have struggled painfully against this imperial-level mental pressure. Yet now, his vast purple thunder lake merely stirred with a slight ripple, dissipating the terrifying impact into nothingness. Then, a cold and majestic voice, seemingly from the primordial chaos, resonated deep within his soul. "Human, I had no intention of being your enemy, but your actions have gone too far." The voice bore no emotion, yet contained an absolute will to dominate, as if proclaiming an irrefutable decree. Chu Xuan recognized it was the Black Jiao. Has it finally lost its composure? There was no trace of offended anger on Chu Xuan's face. Instead, a fiercely aggressive smile akin to that of a hunter fixated on its ultimate prey emerged. He did not respond with words. He merely summoned the vast expanse of his purple mental lake, channeling the will of the Thunder King, imbued with a trace of mysterious laws, and condensed it into the sharpest and most domineering purple lightning spear, launching it back toward the source of that mental force. A roar, filled with rage and agony, erupted from the depths of the Yangtze River over 10 miles away. The entire Jiang City trembled violently at the sound of this dragon's roar. In his mind, the cold and imposing voice bore a hint of incredulity. "You dare to ambush me?" "Ambush?" Chu Xuan snorted lightly, finally relaying a message back with his mental power. "To put it in human terms, this is a case of returning the favor." Then, the thunderous wings behind him unfurled once more. transforming him into a purple lightning bolt that tore through the fabric of space, racing toward the Yangtze River at the city center. You are unworthy of being my target. The cold and arrogant will reverberated like a thunderclap within the mind of the Black Jiao. Chapter 088. Chu Xuan. Goodness, have I become the great villain? A purple lightning bolt that tore through the sky pierced the skyline of Jiang City. Chu Xuan's figure darted through the lightning, his speed having surpassed the sound barrier, leaving behind a long trail of white sonic clouds. Below, the city reduced to ruins seemed to have been pressed fast forward, rapidly receding. After ascending to level 8, he fully unleashed his power for the first time. The world appeared to him as a canvas ready for his strokes. Simultaneously, over 10 kilometers away, the Yangtze River began to churn in a manner that defied reason. A bottomless vortex formed at the heart of the river, as if connecting to some unknown abyss. With a thunderous roar, a colossal shadow burst forth from the water, sending tons of river water skyward, drenching the ruins on both banks. In the Jiang City safe zone, the command center echoed with urgency. Quick, drone altitude up. Maintain a safe distance. Lin Wanner's voice trembled with excitement and tension. On the massive holographic screen, a sight that would send shivers down the spine of any human was vividly displayed. A terrifying beast over 300 meters long loomed above the churning river. Its body was covered in scales as dark as mysterious iron, each scale the size of a truck, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the gloomy sky. It bore no dragon horns atop its head, and its 4 robust claws tore through the water's surface, standing firmly in the void as if treading upon an invisible staircase. This was no mere mutated beast. This was a myth, a living dragon emerging from the ancient Shanhai Jing of the Great Xia Empire. The recordings were immediately encrypted and saved at the highest standards. Su Zhenghua fixed his gaze on the screen, his voice hoarse. He knew he was witnessing history. Regardless of the outcome of the battle today, the man who bravely faced the Beast Emperor against the tide of beasts, the figure now embodying thunder and soaring through the skies, would become an indelible monument in the annals of human civilization. In less than a minute, Chu Xuan appeared above the Yangtze River. He hovered a kilometer above, gazing down at the colossal creature, his eyes ablaze with purple lightning, devoid of fear, only a fervent anticipation of a worthy opponent. The Beast Emperor, He Jiao, lifted its massive head, resembling a small mountain, its enormous golden vertical pupils fixating on the diminutive human suspended in midair, who evoked a profound sense of spiritual discomfort. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. He Jiao's colossal form gradually ascended, confronting Chu Xuan from the sky. In the next moment, a cold, authoritative voice, imbued with a metallic resonance, echoed directly within Chu Xuan's mind, no longer a mere mental transmission, but a genuine articulation of words. Human, I had no intention of becoming your adversary. He Jiao's voice resonated like a great bell, reverberating in the vastness. From the moment of my self-awakening and the inheritance of ancient bloodline memories, a vague voice had warned me against hostility towards humanity, and especially against the slaughter of mortals. My original intention was to restrain the beasts, and once I had firmly established my domain, I would lead them away from this city, restoring this land to you. A complex emotion flickered in its golden pupils, a mixture of anger and perplexity. Yet, you have gone too far. The bloodthirsty tiger is inherently savage, having taken countless lives. Your slaying of it was its fate. But the fiery sky sparrow never actively attacks humans, preying instead on mutated beasts and even offering protection to certain beings. Why then? Must you eradicate it completely? Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan rubbed his nose, an unusual hint of embarrassment gracing his face. What a revelation! After all his efforts, leveling up and clearing the area, he was perceived as the indiscriminate villain, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent? Had he mistaken the script? However, who was Chu Xuan? His resilience had long transcended the atmosphere alongside his strength. The momentary embarrassment lasted only a fraction of a second before it was supplanted by his unwavering, time-worn logic of a bandit. He cleared his ears, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather. Do you not comprehend the truth that those not of my kin harbored different intentions? In an instant, He Jiao's golden pupils ignited with frigid fury. Indeed, humanity was the most avaricious, selfish, and irredeemable species in this world. Thank you for the compliment. Chu Xuan grinned, his pearly whites on display. But your praise is of no consequence now. He extended a finger towards the behemoth, the laziness in his tone vanishing, replaced by an undeniable, sovereign dominance. For today marks your demise. Arrogant. He Jiao was thoroughly enraged, foregoing further dialogue. The imperial pressure surged forth like a tangible tsunami, crashing down. Since you are so eager to seek death, I shall demonstrate to you the insurmountable chasm between a king-level and an emperor-level existence. As the words fell, He Jiao opened its gargantuan maw, large enough to swallow a building whole. In that instant, Chu Xuan felt as though the space around him was gripped by an invisible hand. The air turned thick like mercury, and the gravity surged exponentially. The thunder wings on his back dimmed, and his speed of flight sharply declined. Simultaneously, from the surging Yangtze River below, 9 robust black water columns erupted. These were no ordinary waters. Each column bore ancient and arcane runes, as if they were living entities, wielding the power to confine all laws. Converging towards Chu Xuan from all directions, this was the power of an emperor, no longer merely an energy confrontation. It was a direct assault from the very rules of existence. As Chapter 089 unfolds, the Level 9 Beast Emperor is brought to tears, pleading for a mental contract. Chu Xuan's eyes sparkled with purple lightning. He did not withstand the assault. Instead, he flapped his thunder wings with tremendous force, tearing through the viscous space, transforming into a purple flash of lightning, narrowly evading the entanglement of the 9 water columns. The water columns collided with one another, unleashing a magnificent spray. Impressive reflexes. But alas, you cannot escape my grasp. He Jiao's voice boomed across the skies, laced with disdain. In the next heartbeat, it swung its massive body, tearing apart the surface of the Yangtze, as unfathomable fissures spread wildly. He Long swings its tail to tear the sky. A terrifying pulling force surged from behind Chu Xuan, distorting the very fabric of space. He felt a shiver run down his spine. This technique could indeed rend the very essence of space. He did not dare delay, fiercely flapping his thunder wings to escape that bizarre realm. Simultaneously, his electromagnetic induction, too, surged to its peak, and Judgment II, activated in synchrony, targeting the Black Dragon. Target, He Jiao Physique, 210 Speed, 190 Mentality, 230 Talent, Lord of the Abyss, Explanation. As the foundational talent of a water-type sovereign, He Jiao gains infinite regeneration and the characteristics of water in any aquatic domain. As long as the rivers do not run dry, its vitality and energy are nearly boundless. Moreover, it can extend its will to every inch of land touched by water, controlling all waters, devouring all life, and repurposing it for its own use. Name, He Long swings its tail to tear the sky. Explanation, a pure physical attack technique. It concentrates all power in its tail, sweeping at supersonic speed, with force sufficient to tear space, creating a brief spatial rift that devours all matter and energy in its path. Name, Abyssal Water Pressure Domain. Explanation, expands a domain with a radius of 5,000 meters, within which the air becomes as viscous and heavy as the depths of the ocean, subjecting all enemies to a terrifying water pressure capable of crushing mountains, severely diminishing their speed and mobility while continuously inflicting crushing damage. Name, Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. Explanation, He Jiao's strongest single-target attack. It compresses all internal energy into its mouth, forming a pure black energy sphere imbued with the laws of annihilation, which it then unleashes, capable of evaporating rivers and obliterating mountains. Name, Dragon's Venom, Poison-type skill. Explanation, it expels a highly corrosive venom from its mouth. This venom not only erodes flesh, but also contaminates the target's energy core, causing continuous energy depletion and excruciating hallucinations, akin to being trapped in an infernal abyss. Name, Transformation into Dragon Form. Explanation, the ultimate skill, igniting its essence, temporarily evolving its body into a true dragon form. Horns emerge from its head, its claws sharpen, ancient dragon patterns manifest across its scales, resulting in explosive growth and power, speed, and energy resistance, serving as its final trump card in life or death situations. Upon reviewing the opulent attributes of He Jiao, a grave expression crossed Chu Xuan's face. Indeed, a level 9 creature, and each talent and skill was nothing short of monstrous, especially the Lord of the Abyss talent, granting infinite regeneration and boundless energy as long as it remained in water. This was essentially an immortal existence. Furthermore, the ultimate skill of transformation into dragon form would likely induce immense headaches if unleashed. This was destined to be a fierce battle. Chu Xuan took a deep breath, his arms swiftly spreading outwards as Heavenly Punishment Domain I expanded to its fullest extent. A colossal thundercloud, 4,000 meters in diameter, thundered into formation above the Yangtze. Endless blue electric serpents writhed within the clouds, starkly contrasting against the churning waters below. He aims to transform this battlefield into his very own arena. Upon witnessing this, the Black Jiao's eyes flickered with surprise. It had not anticipated that this diminutive human could unleash such a formidable realm of thunder. Mere trifles. The Black Jiao snorted coldly, its massive form suddenly descending, causing the surface of the Yangtze River to plunge by 100 meters. Xian Shui heavy pressure domain. A terrifying pressure of water surged from all directions, and Chu Xuan felt as if his body were about to be crushed. Even the expansion of the heavenly punishment domain faltered momentarily. Attempting to suppress me with a domain? A smirk curled at the corner of Chu Xian's mouth, and his eyes glimmered with violet light. Thunder King, level 1. With a single thought, the thunderous energy within him ignited in an instant. A vast and magnificent surge of purple thunder erupted from his body. Thunder King. A majestic roar reverberated from Chu Xian's lips. Above the Yangtze River, thunderclouds roiled. An 100-meter-tall purple thunder avatar coalesced behind him. This avatar bore an identical countenance to Chu Xuan, clad in thunderous battle armor, adorned with a crown of lightning. Its eyes ablaze with pure purple lightning flames, emanating an absolute majesty. In the command center of the Jiangxing safe zone, the colossal holographic screen vividly displayed the mythic scene above the Yangtze. What is that? Chu Wang has transformed into a giant. All eyes were transfixed on the screen, filled with awe and boundless fervor. In their hearts, Chu Xian had transcended mere humanity and had become a living deity among mortals. Chu Wang is mighty. Slay the beast emperor. Elevate the might of humanity. A thunderous cheer erupted in the command center, with everyone overwhelmed with emotion. Tears brimming in their eyes. The Black Jiao's golden slit pupils fixated intensely on the 100-meter-tall thunder avatar, a flicker of gravity passing through its gaze. It had not anticipated that this human could summon such a powerful avatar. Yet, soon after, it revealed a disdainful sneer. A body composed of 100 meters of energy? Before my 300-meter true form, it is nothing but a toy. With a sudden twist of its enormous body, the surface of the Yangtze was once again torn apart, unleashing towering waves that surged towards Chu Xian's thunder avatar. A toy? The corners of Chu Xian's mouth lifted slightly, his gaze icy. Not enough. With a thought, the thunder avatar surged in size. 100 meters. 200 meters. Ding. Detected mental power below 10. Current energy point recovery ratio. 1,000 energy points for 10 mental power. Would you like to use 9,000 energy points to restore 90 mental power? Without hesitation, Chu Xian commanded, restore. Fill it up. Ding. Consumed 9,000 energy points. Mental power has been restored to 100. In the astonished gaze of the Black Jiao, the thunder avatar astonishingly ascended to 200 meters in but a second. How is this possible? The Black Jiao displayed an expression of terror for the first time. It had never seen a creature capable of summoning an energy avatar of such magnitude. Still not enough. Chu Xian's voice echoed across the heavens, tinged with dissatisfaction. Ding. Detected mental power below 10. Current energy point recovery ratio. 1,000 energy points for 10 mental power. Would you like to use 9,000 energy points to restore 90 mental power? Continue to restore. Fill it up. Ding. Consumed 9,000 energy points. Mental power has been restored to 100. After Chu Xuan restored his mental power twice in succession, the thunder avatar surged yet again. 200 meters. 300 meters. Ultimately, the height of the avatar matched the colossal form of the Black Jiao at 300 meters. At this moment, the Black Jiao's heart was consumed by boundless astonishment. How is this possible? How could a human body possess such immense energy? It could not comprehend how a human could harbor such terrifying energy and restore it instantaneously. Chu Xian had no intention of explaining anything to the Black Jiao. You wanted to flaunt? With a thought, the 300-meter-high thunder avatar abruptly raised its massive right arm, seizing the Black Jiao's enormous form, and then unleashed a barrage of military-style punches. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch carried the power to obliterate the heavens, capable of smashing a large office building. The Black Jiao's incredibly tough scales emitted pained cries under the relentless assault of the thunder avatar's iron fists. Even with its formidable physique, it was left dizzy and disoriented, its massive body tumbling through the air, emitting cries of agony. Roar! The Black Jiao quickly regained its composure, its gigantic form twisting violently, wrapping around the thunder avatar, and opening its massive maw to bite down on the avatar's shoulder. The two colossal beasts engaged in primal hand-to-hand combat above the center of Jiangxing. Each collision elicited earth-shattering booms. Buildings trembled, cracked, and ultimately collapsed, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The Black Jiao's energy gradually waned amidst the fierce brawl. Anxious. It realized the water was its territory. It wished to plunge into the Yangtze, utilizing the innate talent of the Lord of Xianming for infinite regeneration to replenish its energy. But Chu Xuan's thunder avatar held it firmly, offering no chance of escape. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. Chu Xuan's voice was cold and arrogant. The thunder avatar's fist came crashing down on the black Jiao's head once more. Boom. The black Jiao let out a wretched howl, a glimmer of despair flashing in its golden slit pupils. Chu Xuan clung to it like a stubborn leech. It knew that if this continued, it would eventually be beaten to death by this madman. Human, stop. I surrender. The black Jiao's voice echoed through the heavens, tinged with humiliation. However, Chu Xuan's thunder avatar showed no sign of halting. Surrender? I do not trust you, beast. The fist crashed down again. Wait, I can sign a mental contract. The black Jiao hastily exclaimed, its voice filled with urgency. Should I harbor any thoughts of betrayal, you can detonate the contract at will, annihilating my very soul. At last, Chu Xuan's thunder avatar paused. He was not genuinely distrustful. Rather, it was the black Jiao's ultimate skill, the transformation into a dragon in false form, that had yet to be utilized. Once it did, handling it would become quite troublesome. Moreover, having such a free royal-level minion was advantageous. Grasping the black Jiao's body tightly to prevent any tricks, he regarded the beleaguered creature with a playful smirk. A mental contract? Pray tell. Chapter 090. Shocking Revelation. The remains of the ancient true dragon emerge, the essence of the true dragon. The black Jiao's massive form trembled slightly in the air, its golden slit pupils reflecting a mix of humiliation and unwillingness as it gazed at Chu Xuan. This outcome was entirely due to its negligence. It should not have strayed from the Yangtze, where its talents could not be fully realized. Yet now, for the sake of survival, it had no choice. The mental contract, mediated by the soul, once signed, would allow the contract master to govern the other's life and death. If I were to violate the contract, you need only a thought to detonate my soul, ensuring my complete dissolution in the cosmos. The black Jiao's voice became low and hoarse. Chu Xuan nodded. This contract indeed sounded quite severe. He was unafraid of any tricks from this beast, for in the face of absolute power, all schemes were futile. Very well. Chu Xuan spoke succinctly. Let us formalize the contract. Upon hearing this, the black Jiao exhibited a flicker of complex emotions within its golden slit-like pupils. It was unexpected for this human to be so resolute. Gradually, it lifted its head and opened its massive jaws, from which a black crystal, emitting a faint glow, was slowly expelled. This was its soul core, the conduit for the spiritual pact. When Chu Xuan extended his hand, the crystal flew into his palm of its own accord. He could sense that the crystal contained the entirety of the black Jiao's soul essence, and he could shatter it at will. Focusing his mind, a purple thunder rune coalesced at his fingertips and gradually merged into the soul core. The crystal erupted in a dazzling purple light before swiftly retracting, returning to a state of tranquility. Yet at that moment, an indescribable bond had formed between him and Chu Xuan. The contract was forged. Chu Xuan tucked the soul core away and regarded the black Jiao with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Now, you are my enforcer. The enormous body of the black Jiao stiffened slightly, a trace of resignation flashing through its golden pupils. How could it, the Beast Emperor, be reduced to the role of a mere human's henchman? I am rather curious as to why you would choose to be beaten into signing a contract rather than utilizing your ultimate skill to transform into a dragon? Chu Xuan inquired. If the black Jiao employed that skill, even if his 300-meter Thunder King avatar was formidable, it would undoubtedly incur a heavy price. The black Jiao sighed bitterly, its voice tinged with reluctance. It is not that I do not wish to use that skill, but once I do, I shall never have the opportunity to evolve into a true dragon in this lifetime. The transformation into a pseudo-dragon form may grant me immense power temporarily, but it would irrevocably sever my path of bloodline evolution. I do not wish to relinquish that possibility, nor do I desire to be forever shackled as a pseudo-dragon. Its voice was imbued with yearning for the future and an unwavering dedication to power. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Chu Xuan's eyes. So this creature harbored its own dreams. I comprehend now, he nodded, his tone conveying a measure of agreement. Then, how did you attain your current level of evolution? Chu Xuan asked with curiosity. The black Jiao fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in recollection. I was once an ordinary pet python, abandoned by my owner in the Yangtze River. Its voice bore a hint of resentment and unwillingness. After the apocalypse descended, I encountered other mutated beasts in the water. To evade their pursuit, I inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient ruin. An ancient ruin? Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Black Jiao replied, its voice tinged with reverence. It is an underground cavern sealed by ancient formations. Deep within the cave lies a pearl radiating a powerful life force. I consumed that pearl, which allowed me to unlock my bloodline evolution and reach my current state. That pearl must be the legendary Dragon Pearl. The Black Jiao's voice brimmed with excitement. It contains the pure bloodline power of dragons, and once I fully digest it, I shall undoubtedly evolve into a true dragon. Chu Xuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. The Dragon Pearl. The ancient ruins. This information is truly profound. He had not anticipated such astonishing secrets hidden beneath Jiangqing. Where's that pearl now? Chu Xuan inquired. A flicker of apprehension crossed the Black Jiao's golden pupils, but it quickly clarified. I have completely devoured that Dragon Pearl, integrating it into my bloodline. However, the ancient ruins still remain. I have been residing in the depths of the ruins to absorb the power of the Dragon Pearl, transforming it into my lair. Let me there, Chu Xuan commanded, his voice brooking no dissent. The Black Jiao hesitated not, for now that the contract was signed, it had no choice. Very well. Its massive form slowly descended, submerging once more into the Yangtze River. Chu Xuan dissipated his Thunder King avatar. Each second it existed drained his mental energy at a visible rate. He concealed his presence and followed closely behind the Black Jiao as they plunged into the unfathomable waters. Deep within the Yangtze, the currents were tumultuous and the undercurrents turbulent. Yet under the guidance of the Black Jiao, Chu Xuan navigated effortlessly. Soon, they arrived before a vast underwater fissure. The chasm appeared bottomless, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. The Black Jiao's immense body slipped through the fissure, with Chu Xuan closely trailing behind. Upon passing through, a grand underground space unfolded before Chu Xuan's eyes. Here, free from the confines of the river, the air was saturated with an overwhelming vitality. The cave walls were adorned with ancient, arcane runes that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire expanse. At the center stood a colossal stone platform, upon which sat a desiccated corpse. The form was humanoid, yet crowned with a pair of fearsome dragon horns and covered in shattered dragon scales. Chu Xuan's pupils constricted sharply. This is the corpse that existed when I discovered the ruins. The Black Jiao's voice was laced with awe. It exudes a potent dragon essence. I suspect it to be a true dragon. Chu Xuan approached, scrutinizing the corpse closely. Though it was parched, it still exuded an intimidating pressure. He reached out, gently touching the corpse. Cold and unyielding, it felt like ancient iron. At that moment, Chu Xuan's judgment eye activated once more. Target: unknown biological remains, suspected true dragon. Status: deceased, bloodline depleted, energy severely diminished. Note: a trace of weak dragon origin remains within, available for absorption. Dragon origin. Chu Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was worth 1,000 times more than any dragon pearl. Without hesitation, he seated himself beside the corpse, activating his Thunder Sovereign talent to begin absorbing the remaining dragon origin from the remains. Threads of faint energy flowed slowly from the corpse into Chu Xuan's body. Though weak, the energy was exquisitely pure, imbued with a colossal force akin to the creation of the world. Chu Xuan felt as if his body were a parched desert. Greedily absorbing this energy, the thunderous power within him began to undergo subtle transformations under the nurturing of the dragon origin. Ancient dragon patterns began to appear, faintly visible upon his skin. His flesh, bones, and even his soul underwent an unprecedented metamorphosis through the baptism of this dragon origin. This was a true transformation. Chapter 091. The true dragon origin enters the body. The beast Emperor Black Jiao stood in stunned silence. Time slipped away quietly as Chu Xuan absorbed the energy. He was completely immersed in this transformation, every cell in his body rejoicing. Though the energy of the dragon origin was feeble, its elevated essence was unlike anything Chu Xuan had ever encountered. It not only nourished his flesh, but also refined his soul, imparting a trace of ancient and noble dragon essence to his thunderous power. Uncertain how long had passed, when the last vestige of dragon origin was fully absorbed, the desiccated dragon corpse disintegrated into ash, dissipating into the air. Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer a mere hue of purple thunder, but now bore a faint golden tint, regal and mysterious like that of a dragon's eye. He lifted his hand, feeling the surging power within him. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the true dragon origin. Physicality, speed, and spirit have each been enhanced by 50 points. Host: Chu Xuan, physicality, 250 speed, 250 spirit, 250 sequence talent, 007 Thunder Sovereign LV8, 100,861, 100,0000. Energy points. 289,791 skills. Electromagnetic induction 2, lightning chain 2, thunder illusion eye. Judgment domain eye of judgment eye, king of thunder eye. The three-dimensional attributes have once again surpassed expectations, reaching an astonishing 250 points. Chu Xuan clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength within him, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Moreover, his thunderous power had undergone a qualitative transformation. It was no longer merely thunder. It now bore the majesty of the dragon clan, more domineering and utterly unstoppable. Hey you, human, have you truly absorbed the essence of a true dragon? The immense body of Heyu trembled nearby, its golden vertical pupils filled with shock and disbelief. This was utterly unprecedented. It had initially thought that Chu Xuan could only extract some energy from that corpse. Yet he had managed to absorb the essence of a true dragon. Heyu had been contemplating how to draw upon the true dragon essence from the corpse, but despite its numerous attempts, it was unable to absorb even the slightest fragment. It had believed that once it evolved into a true dragon, it would be able to absorb the essence from the corpse. Instead, Chu Xuan effortlessly absorbed the true dragon essence as if it were a trivial matter. Just fortunate. Chu Xuan replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Fortunate. Heyu was plunged into profound self-doubt. Rising to his feet, Chu Xuan surveyed the vast underground space. Apart from the dragon corpse, it appeared devoid of further treasures. Is there anything else in this ruin besides the corpse and the dragon pearl? Chu Xuan inquired. Heyu snapped back to reality and shook its head. Nothing else. I have lingered here for a long time, aside from the corpse and the dragon pearl. There are only these ancient runes. I have attempted to comprehend these runes, but to no avail. Chu Xuan approached the wall, scrutinizing the runes closely. These runes were ancient and obscure, radiating a mysterious aura. Activating his eye of judgment once more, he endeavored to decipher the runes. Target: unknown runes. Explanation: ancient formation runes, containing the power of spatial laws. Function: can be used to construct spatial teleportation arrays or enhance spatial defenses. Spatial laws. The light in Chu Xuan's eyes intensified. This was something far more precious than the essence of the dragon clan. Spatial laws, the legendary pinnacle of rule power. Without a moment's hesitation, he inscribed all these runes into his mind. Although he could not fully comprehend the runes at present, he knew that by committing them to memory, he would one day unravel their mysteries. Having completed this task, Chu Xuan withdrew his gaze contentedly. Let us move on, he instructed Heyu. It is now your turn to contribute. Heiyu's massive form quivered slightly, a hint of resignation flashing in its golden vertical pupils. It realized that its arduous days had only just begun. Yes, master, Heyu replied respectfully. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction, then focused his thoughts to contact Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner, what is the current situation in Jiangcheng's safe zone? The holographic projection illuminated, revealing Lin Wanner, her weary yet slightly excited face. Your Majesty, it is such a relief to see you safe. We were nearly beside ourselves with worry. We have temporarily held back some aberrant beasts that intruded into the safe zone. After you eliminated the second and third beast kings, those aberrant beasts seem to have been struck by some kind of fear. Their numbers have gradually diminished. However, the energy field of the first beast king, Heyu, remains, and it appears to be regaining energy. A note of concern tinged Lin Wanner's voice. A playful smile danced on the corners of Chu Xuan's lips. Indeed, it has regained energy, he stated nonchalantly, for it is now my enforcer. What? Lin Wanner's smile froze, and everyone in the command center was left in shock. Your Majesty, what do you mean? I mean, it is now my enforcer. Chu Xuan reiterated, gesturing towards the massive and obedient Heyu beside him. From this moment forth, it will heed my commands and assist you in clearing Jiangcheng. Everyone in the command center was petrified. Subduing the Beast King? This is sheer madness. I am giving you all one day to notify the remaining survivors in Jiangcheng to evacuate to the safe zone. Chu Xuan issued his command, ignoring their astonishment. In one day's time, Heyu and I will thoroughly cleanse Jiangcheng. Understood. Your Majesty. Lin Wanner's voice brimmed with unprecedented fervor. She recognized that from this day forth, Jiangcheng would usher in a complete rebirth. One day later, the remaining survivors in Jiangcheng had all evacuated. Chu Xuan hovered over the Yangtze River, gazing down upon the city reduced to ruins. Proceed, he instructed Heyu calmly. Yes, master. Heiyu's colossal body surged, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar. Profound water-heavy pressure domain. Dragon's saliva corruption. Lightning chain 2. Judgment domain I. Under Chu Xuan's command, Heyu unleashed its skills simultaneously. The entire Jiangcheng was instantaneously enveloped by black water columns, corrosive venom, and rampant thunder. This was a true cleansing. All the zombies and aberrant beasts lurking in the corners of the city were utterly eradicated by this cataclysmic force. Inside the command center, all personnel stared in awe at the apocalyptic scenes displayed on the screens. They understood that Chu Xuan was conducting a thorough cleansing of Jiangcheng. How powerful! Is His Majesty truly a deity? Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, aware that under Chu Xuan's leadership, Jiangcheng would inevitably greet a new dawn. Chapter 092, Godly Cleansing. A whopping 800,000 energy points. This was a grand cleanup operation that lasted a full 3 days. Within the command center of the Jiangcheng safe zone, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Everyone was fixated on the massive monitoring wall composed of dozens of screens, displaying drone footage from various angles. The images revealed a true apocalypse. The sky was divided into two colors. One half was dominated by Chu Xuan's judgment domain, which covered half the sky, roiling with endless purple thunder. The other half was a colossal black wave stirred up by Heiyu. Wherever the lightning struck, everything turned to ash. The tidal wave swept down, leaving no trace. Countless zombies and aberrant beasts that once infested the city were rendered as fragile as paper before these two unreasonable forces of nature. They had no chance to flee, being wiped off the map in droves. Lin Warner watched the figure suspended in the eye of the thundercloud, coldly gazing down upon everything like a deity, her very soul trembling. Su Zhenghua and Lin Guoqiang, two formidable figures, slumped in their chairs, oblivious to the extinguished cigarettes in their hands, the ash strewn across their attire. Having lived for a substantial part of their lives, they believed they had weathered all storms, yet the scene before them utterly shattered their understanding of power. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided ritual known as slaughter. 3 days. A full 3 days and nights. As the dawn of the 4th day broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting light upon the battered city, gradually dispersing the cataclysmic thunderclouds and monstrous waves. Jiangcheng fell silent. An unprecedented, deathly stillness enveloped the air. No more roars, no more howls, no more shadows of lurking beasts. Above the Yangtze River, Chu Xuan felt the resurgence of his mental energy within him, and the frenzied notifications that had inundated his mind for 3 days finally began to subside. Ding. Killed LV1 zombie. Energy points 01. Talent experience 01 ing. Killed LV3 mutated dog. Energy points 3. Talent experience 3. Ding. Killed LV5 general level mutated beast. Energy points 500. Talent experience 500. He summoned his attribute panel. Energy points 889791. Talent experience LV8 700861 1000000. Gazing at the nearly 900,000 energy points and the significantly increased experience bar, a satisfied smile finally graced Chu Xuan's lips. Over the past 3 days, he had nearly drained himself countless times, each time relying on energy points to restore his strength instantaneously. Yet, every moment had proven worthwhile. These were the very resources for building his own kingdom. He activated the terminal, and Lin Warner's projection appeared almost instantaneously, her haggard face suffused with an uncontrollable fervor and excitement. King Chu, from today onward, Jiangcheng is restored. Chu Xuan's voice bore a hint of fatigue as he commanded Su Zhenghua and Lin Guoqiang to immediately organize personnel to reclaim the city and rebuild their homeland. Yes, Lin Warner's voice quivered with emotion. Chu Xuan's proclamation resonated through the broadcast system of the command center, echoing throughout the entire Jiangcheng safe zone. Following a brief silence, a deafening roar erupted, a cacophony of cheers that could scarcely be articulated, surging from every corner of the safe zone. Countless survivors burst forth from their abodes, embracing and weeping, kneeling and howling, releasing the pent-up fears, despair, and anguish they had long endured. We won. We won. Jiangcheng, our home has returned. Long live King Chu. Long live King Chu. Countless hands were raised toward the heavens, their hoarse voices calling out the name of the one who had helped them reclaim their homeland. The sound waves shook the heavens, as if threatening to topple the very sky. Chu Xuan disregarded the fervent crowd on the other end of the terminal, shutting it down. His gaze falling upon the black dragon coiled obediently in the Yangtze River beside him. Return to the place from whence you came, and guard the entrance to that ancient site. His command was cold and direct. Without my permission, no one is to approach even an inch. That ancient site, along with its mysterious spatial ruins, was undoubtedly not something belonging to Blue Star. His intuition told him that this site would prove invaluable in the future. Yes, master. The enormous head of the black dragon bowed low, a flicker of complex emotion glimmering in its golden slit pupils, yet under the absolute binding of the spiritual contract. It dared not defy. Its massive form swayed and silently submerged into the surging Yangtze, vanishing from sight. Having completed this, Chu Xuan's figure transformed into a flash of purple lightning, disappearing in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared atop the tallest and most iconic skyscraper in the heart of Jiangxing. This had once been the financial center of Jiangxing, a symbol of power and wealth. From this day forth, it would serve as his throne. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, the fierce wind whipping at his garments. He gazed down upon the city, rife with opportunities yet in disarray. In his eyes, there was no elation of victory, no excitement for the liberation of his homeland. There was only an insatiable thirst for greater power and a calm vision for the future. Jiangxing was merely his starting point. Chu Xuan sat cross-legged, casting another glance at his nearly 900,000 energy points. These energy points were sufficient to propel his strength to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, in the distant heart of the Daxia Empire, the capital city, within the grand and heavily guarded royal assembly hall, a young man draped in a purple and gold dragon-patterned robe, handsome yet with a demeanor as dark as murky waters, sat upon the throne symbolizing the empire's highest authority. He was Xiang Wujia, the first prince of the Daxiao Empire. A chief spy hurriedly entered the hall, kneeling on one knee and presenting an encrypted emergency report of the highest level. Your Highness, urgent news from Jiangnan province. Xiang Wujia lazily lifted his eyelids, accepting the report, his mental energy sweeping over it. In the next moment, all traces of languor vanished from his strikingly handsome face, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. King Chu, Jiangxing. He slowly uttered those two words, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet by several degrees. Almost simultaneously, in the innermost depths of the Zhao family residence in the capital, within a concealed chamber, a voice, restrained by boundless fury and resentment, erupted with a thunderous roar. Chu Xuan, I want you to have no place to be buried. Chapter 093, Royal Favor, King of the South. The Zhao family's young master has made his murderous intentions clear. Atop the skyscraper, the wind howled fiercely. Chu Xuan sat cross-legged, his consciousness delving into his attribute panel. Energy points, 889791, with nearly 900,000 energy points. This was his reward for cleansing the entirety of Jiangxing. Without a moment's hesitation, he had a clear objective. System, upgrade, Thunder Transformation, and Judgment Domain. Ding. Detected skills, Thunder Transformation I, and Judgment Domain I, available for promotion. To upgrade to 2, requires 80,000 energy points. To upgrade to 3, requires 400,000 energy points. Confirm promotion to 3. For 100,000. Just for these two skills, an astronomical figure was required. Yet in Chu Xuan's eyes, there was no hesitation whatsoever. Confirm. Ding. Consumed 400,000 energy points. Skills, Thunder Transformation I, and Judgment Domain I, beginning promotion. Boom. The moment the words fell, Chu Xuan's spiritual sea erupted into a frenzy. The vast, boundless purple thunder lake, opened during his promotion to LV8, surged with colossal waves. At the center of the lake, a massive whirlpool spun wildly, drawing in an endless stream of purple thunderous energy. Following that, a silhouette identical to Chu Xuan gradually rose from the center of the whirlpool. This figure was composed of the purest thunder, its countenance stern, eyes ablaze with purple lightning, exuding an aura indistinguishable from Chu Xuan himself. Ding. Thunder Transformation has been upgraded to 3. Unlocking a new ability, Thunder Incarnation. The Thunder Incarnation can condense into a form possessing an overall combat power of 80 of the host's essence. This incarnation can act independently, sharing thoughts and perceptions with the host. As long as the host's energy remains unbroken, the incarnation can be reborn infinitely, never to be extinguished. With a mere thought, Chu Xuan felt the eyes of the Thunder Incarnation open, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. A wondrous sensation surged within him, as if he had gained an additional body, an absolutely loyal and formidable version of himself. Before he could fully appreciate this new sensation, an even more overwhelming power erupted within his mental realm. The domain of heavenly punishment has been upgraded to level 3. The domain's range has expanded to 6,000 meters. The intensity of thunder power within the domain has increased by 300. A new feature has been unlocked, Domain Fusion. Domain Fusion allows the host to merge the heavenly punishment domain with the Thunder Incarnation. Once fused, the Thunder Incarnation will transform into a moving domain of heavenly punishment, marking wherever it goes as a place of divine retribution. A fierce light erupted in Chu Xuan's eyes, a moving domain of heavenly punishment. This meant that his thunder incarnation would become a true embodiment of calamity walking among mortals. The enhancement brought forth by this combination was not merely additive, but geometric in its escalation. Delightful. Chu Xuan uttered a single word, glancing at the remaining 480,000 energy points on the panel, feeling a lingering desire for more. System, upgrade, Eye of Judgment, and Thunder King. Upgrading, Eye of Judgment, to level 2 requires 150,000 energy points. Upgrading, Thunder King, to level 2 requires 400,000 energy points. Insufficient energy points to upgrade Thunder King. Then let us upgrade Eye of Judgment first. Consuming 150,000 energy points, Eye of Judgment has been upgraded to level 2. Detection range increased. Can now probe enemies up to 3 levels below the host zone. New feature added, Foresight. Foresight allows the host to predict an opponent's attack actions and trajectories within a half-second time frame during combat. To foresee the future. Though it is merely half a second, in life and death struggles among equals, that fleeting moment can dictate fate. Chu Xuan gazed at the over 300,000 energy points remaining on the panel and finally ceased his frenzied investments with satisfaction. He slowly rose, casually stretching his limbs. A light crack echoed as the specialized cement platform beneath him fractured ominously, spiderweb-like fissures radiating from his point of contact. Chu Xuan furrowed his brow. He clenched his fist gently. The air around his fist was instantaneously compressed by an invisible force, emitting a mournful sound of strain, with visible distortions forming in the air. The surge of power had once again exceeded the control of his soul, from ascending to level 8, to absorbing the essence of the true dragon. Coupled with the recent series of skill transformations, his strength had achieved several astonishing leaps in a single day. This sensation left him uncomfortable, akin to an unparalleled swordsman who suddenly acquires a weapon capable of effortlessly severing a hair, yet finds himself unable to wield even the most basic strikes with precision. Chu Xuan despised anything beyond his control, particularly his own power. He required time to settle. Descending from the platform, he sought out a relatively intact executive office on the top floor of the skyscraper. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling, yet still nascent, Jiangcheng. He activated his terminal to contact Lin Wanner. Chu Wang. Lin Wanner's projection materialized instantly, her face radiating unmistakable excitement and admiration. I shall enter seclusion for a few days. During this time, you and Su Jinghua are to handle all affairs in Jiangcheng. Do not disturb me for any reason. Understood. Lin Wanner stood at attention, her voice crisp and clear. After ending the communication, Chu Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly. A series of purple electric arcs appeared, weaving into an impenetrable net, thoroughly sealing the office and isolating it from all external probes and sounds. Once this was accomplished, he sat cross-legged, focusing his mind. His consciousness plunged into the vast sea of purple thunder. Before him stood the formidable Thunder Incarnation, its powerful aura silently reflecting his own image in its purple eyes. There could be no better training partner. Battling with oneself, honing each ounce of strength in the most extreme and brutal manner, familiarizing with every reaction of the body. Come forth. Chu Xuan beckoned to his incarnation with a gesture. In the next moment, 2 identical figures transformed into twin bolts of purple lightning, colliding thunderously within this mental realm. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family residence, within a foreboding underground chamber, a young man, bearing a striking resemblance to the late Zhao Tianlong, but with a far more profound aura, was quietly polishing a jet-black dagger. An elderly steward entered the chamber, bowing and presenting a luxurious scroll embroidered with threads of purple gold. Young master, the imperial edict has arrived. The young man paused his actions, accepting the scroll that exuded a faint pressure, slowly unfurling it. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, it has come to my attention that there exists an extraordinary individual, Chu Xuan, in Jiangcheng, who protects the citizens and serves the state. My heart is greatly comforted. Thus, I hereby appoint Chu Xuan as the Prince of the South, bestowing upon him the purple gold royal seal, granting him the rights of a feudal lord. I command Zhao Tianlin, the second son of the Zhao family, to serve as the imperial envoy, delivering this decree and assisting the Prince of the South in restoring order to Jiangnan. So be it. Zhao Tianlin's gaze fell upon the contents of the scroll, a cruel smile slowly forming on his face. Prince of the South? The emperor truly knows how to flatter. He tossed the decree onto the ground, grinding it underfoot. Chu Xuan. He murmured the name, his eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent that seemed almost palpable. Killing my useless brother, seizing my family's territory, completely disregarding the Zhao family. This time, I shall see if this so-called prince of the south can withstand the fury of the Zhao family and the emperor's favor. He lifted his head, gazing at the shadows standing silently behind him. Each of these figures possessed a profound aura, each one a bona fide peak level 6 awakened, representing the true foundation of the Zhao family. I will make him wish for life, but be unable to attain it. Chapter 094. Killing two birds with one stone? No. It is a self-inflicted trap. In the capital of the Great Xia Empire, within the Zhao family residence. In the ancestral hall, incense wafted, creating an atmosphere thick enough to wring water from. At the center of the spirit tablet, a new name was inscribed, Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Yonghua. The head of the Zhao family, a man whose mere presence could cause tremors in the capital, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing at the tablet. Due to the complex family factions, Zhao Tianlong was his illegitimate son born from a drunken encounter with a maid. For the sake of the family's reputation, he had never openly acknowledged this son, only providing silent support in private, hoping Zhao Tianlong would soon make a name for himself and gain the family's recognition. Yet now, a white-haired man mourns a black-haired son. He remained silent, yet within his bloodshot eyes surged a fury potent enough to scorch the heavens. Behind him knelt a tall, youthful figure, remarkably similar to Zhao Tianlong, yet exuding an aura as sharp as a drawn sword. This was Zhao Tianlin, the eldest son of the Zhao family. A bona fide LV6 peak awakened. Father, Zhao Tianlin's voice was as frigid as ice, for the imperial edict had been issued. I shall personally lead the expedition to Jiangcheng to confront the so-called King Chu. He slowly lifted his head, and on his handsome visage lay an unmasked expression of murderous intent. I assure you, and I pledge to the spirit of Tianlong, that I will meticulously dismantle that wretch named Chu Xuan, piece by piece, and use his skull to honor Tianlong. In the imperial capital, the Forbidden City. Within the depths of the Eastern Palace, the Grand Prince Xiang Wuji reclined languidly on a soft couch, idly toying with a smooth jade pendant. Before him, a cloaked inner servant was quietly reporting intelligence from Jiangxing. To protect the citizens of the entire city and bestow the title of King of the South. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wuji's lips curled into an amused smile, yet his deep-set eyes bore no warmth. An unsophisticated peasant from a remote land, indeed intriguing. He tossed the jade pendant into the air, catching it effortlessly. The Zhao family seeks vengeance, and my father has dispatched them. It serves as an opportunity to gauge the depth of this king of the south. Should he prove to be a talent worth molding, we shall recruit him as a valuable asset. If he is but a stubborn blockhead, Xiang Wuji's eyes glinted with coldness. Then let the Zhao family's blade shatter him entirely. This also serves to remind those increasingly restless vassals of the empire of their place. This imperial edict is truly a twofold strategy. In the eyes of this heir to the empire, both the rising Chu Xuan and the powerful Zhao family were but pawns on the royal chessboard, readily expendable. On the private helipad of the Zhao family estate, Zhao Tianlin, clad in military attire and wielding a golden warblade, was inspecting his expeditionary force. This was the core strength of the Zhao family, the source of his confidence. Besides himself, a LV6 peak awakened of sequence 55, indestructible, for other figures of unfathomable strength stood silently behind him. One was a lean man, dual blades strapped to his back, as if he could meld into the wind at any moment, sequence 60 blade of the gale. Another was a shadowy assassin, cloaked in black, his features obscured, akin to a living shadow, sequence 66, shadow assassin. There was also a stunning woman, her fiery figure adorned with a languorous smile. Yet her fingertips danced with destructive flames, sequence 70, explosive fire mage. Lastly, a woman whose alluring gaze and every movement radiated lethal temptation, capable of making men willingly lay down their lives for her. Sequence 88, mental seduction. 5 LV6 advanced awakened. Such a contingent could effortlessly erase a medium-sized safe zone from the map within 3 days. To confront a local warlord from a remote area, to them, was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The massive military transport aircraft ascended into the sky, transforming into a dark speck against the horizon of the imperial capital. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was as relaxed as an armed picnic. Young master, to call us all for a mere country bumpkin seems rather excessive, does it not? Remarked the fiery, explosive fire mage, awakened with a yawn. Silence. The voice of the shadow assassin, awakened, emerged, rough and cold, like sandpaper scraping. This is the master's directive. What rabbit? Scoffed the blade of the gale, awakened, polishing his dual blades without raising his head. That rural warlord, who killed the worthless Tianlong, truly believes himself invincible? In my eyes, he is unworthy even to carry the young master's shoes. Indeed, explosive fire mage chimed in with a giggle when we arrive. You won't even need to lift a finger, young master. With a single fireball from me, I'll ensure he and his pitiful city are reduced to ashes. Zhao Tianlin remained detached from their banter, merely closing his eyes in meditation. Yet his mind was calculating the most excruciating way to bring about the demise of the man named Chu Xuan. Their arrogance stemmed from the deeply rooted superiority complex of the citizens of the imperial capital, further bolstered by their absolute confidence in their strength. However, they remained oblivious. The intelligence they possessed regarding Chu Xuan was outdated, lingering on the days when he had slain Zhao Tianlong. As for subsequent events, such as Chu Xuan's ascendance during the Awakens tournament, summoning 10 Thunder Wolves, slaughtering 10 LV-3 bioweapons, and later vanquishing 7 Beast Kings and quelling a Beast Tide, even subduing the LV-9 Beast Emperor He Jiao. This information had been intentionally or unintentionally suppressed by Jiangcheng, and the capital remained ignorant. This critical information gap ensured that from the moment they boarded the transport aircraft, their journey was destined to be a farcical and tragic one-way trip to their demise. Time passed unmeasured. The transport plane began its gradual descent. Zhao Tianlin opened his eyes and approached the window, gazing down at the earth below. However, the anticipated scene of ruin and devastation did not unfold. Instead, what lay beneath was a city, though scarred, brimming with vibrant life. Countless construction vehicles were clearing debris. Roads were being reopened, and groups of survivors, organized by the military, were diligently engaged in the rebuilding process. The entire city resembled a colossal machine that had been activated, operating with astonishing efficiency to restore its former glory. This was rather different from his expectations of a wasteland ravaged by beast tides. For the first time, Zhao Tianlin's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 095, The Ice Lotus Blooms. The experts of the imperial capital changed their faces in an instant. The immense military transport aircraft, akin to a steel behemoth descending from the heavens, slowly landed in the newly constructed central square of Jiangxing. The roar of the engines and the resulting gusts of wind instantly captured the attention of the entire city. Countless survivors, laboring amidst the rubble, paused their work, gazing with awe, curiosity, and a touch of unease at the colossal machine emblazoned with the insignia of the imperial family of the Daxia Empire. As the cabin door opened, a blinding beam of light illuminated a long metallic staircase. Zhao Tianlin was the first to emerge, clad in a tailored dark golden military uniform. The stars of command glittered on his epaulettes, and a resplendent golden war blade hung at his waist. He stepped down with steady strides, chin held high, his gaze imbued with an innate sense of superiority, as if he were surveying his own garden rather than a city recently ravaged by catastrophe. Following closely behind were 4 figures, each exuding an enigmatic aura, appearing like phantoms as they silently stood at his back, their intangible pressure rendering the soldiers stationed at the square's edge breathless. Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang, the highest administrative officials of Jiangxing, had been awaiting their arrival upon receiving the news. They exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes, before donning formal smiles and stepping forward to greet him. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the imperial capital, Jiangxing. Your journey has been arduous. Su Jinghua extended his hand, exhibiting a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. However, Zhao Tianlin did not spare him a glance. His gaze was instead captivated by the city undergoing reconstruction, akin to an appraiser surveying a commodity. Behind him stood the strikingly voluptuous woman, Li Huiyan, her fiery red hair ablaze, who surveyed the surroundings with a derisive sneer. How wretched this place is, she scoffed, the air reeking of poverty. It is beyond comprehension how that worthless Zhao Tianlong met his demise in this forsaken locale. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, laden with unabashed disdain. The expressions of Su Jinghua and Lin Guoqiang darkened instantaneously. These individuals had come, as they surmised, to hold them accountable for Zhao Tianlong's demise. The soldiers surrounding them glared with indignation, their grips tightening around their steel rifles. The crimes committed by Zhao Tianlong in Jiangxing were well known. This woman dared to speak so brazenly. Zhao Tianlin finally withdrew his gaze, fixing it on Su Jinghua's outstretched hand. He did not reciprocate the handshake, but instead inquired with an interrogative tone, icy and deliberate. Where is Chu Xuan? Su Jinghua furrowed his brow and slowly retracted his hand, responding courteously, the king of Chu is in seclusion and cannot receive guests. Bring him out. Let him kneel and receive the decree. Zhao Tianlin interrupted him, his voice suddenly escalating with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. At this proclamation, The crowd erupted in shock. Kneel and receive a decree? In Jiangcheng, on the land restored by the king of Chu, commanding the king to kneel? This was not mere arrogance. It was a blatant humiliation. Su Jinghua's expression turned frigid. Yet years of experience allowed him to maintain his composure. The king of Chu is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. If there is a royal decree, we can receive it on his behalf and relay it to him. Receive it on his behalf. A fleeting shadow darted forth. The enigmatic man, Lu Fengche, who had remained silent and seemingly one with the wind, appeared before Su Jinghua like a specter. No one saw his movement. They only beheld a glint of cold steel pressed against Su Jinghua's throat. You dare presume? Lu Fengche's voice, as sharp as his blade, dripped with menace. Old man, I shall ask you once more, where is your pathetic king of Chu? Lower your weapons. Protect Mayor Su. With a clamor, the soldiers surrounding the square raised their rifles. Their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Fengche. The air thickened with tension, infused with the scent of gunpowder and impending violence, as the conflict hung precariously in the balance. Lu Fengche remained unperturbed, pressing the blade further, drawing a fine line of blood across Su Jinghua's aged neck. A swarm of ants dare threaten me with such scrap metal? He scoffed, his eyes gleaming with derision. Why waste words with these country bumpkins? At that moment, a final alluring woman, her serpentine form undulating, stepped forward with deliberate grace. She was Cheng Meiji, an awakened of mental enchantment, whose every smile and word radiated a lethal charm. Approaching Su Jinghua, she disregarded the blade at his throat, delicately lifted his chin with her slender fingers, exhaling softly. Dear sir, do not be so tense. Her eyes shimmered with an enticing pink glow, her voice imbued with enchantment. Why not allow me to inquire directly? What unspeakable secrets lie within your mind? An invisible wave of mental energy surged towards Su Jinghua's brain. His gaze grew hazy as he fought to resist. After all, he was merely an ordinary man, incapable of withstanding the invasion of a level 6 advanced mental awakened. Lin Guoqiang's expression shifted in alarm, attempting to intervene, only to be repelled by the searing heat radiating from Li Huiyan. Zhao Tianlin observed coldly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He relished the sensation of holding the city lord in the palm of his hand. Just as Su Jinghua appeared on the brink of succumbing, becoming a mere puppet, an overwhelming chill erupted unexpectedly from the opposite side of the square. Release him. The voice was frigid, laced with an anger potent enough to freeze one's very soul. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a figure clad in dark combat attire, tall and breathtakingly beautiful, gliding across the ice. The swirling dust around her was instantaneously frozen within 3 feet of her, transforming into crystalline shards that cascaded to the ground. With each step she took, a frosty white mist spread across the ground. That bone-chilling mental force pressed back against Cheng Meiji's pervasive mental field with relentless vigor. The newcomer was none other than Su Qingyao. Oh, another has arrived? Cheng Meiji's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly morphing into keen interest. An ice elemental talent, and so alluring as well. What a delightful plaything. Ignoring her derogatory remarks, Su Qingyao landed before Su Jinghua, her chilling phoenix eyes locking onto the blade at her father's throat and the man displaying such frivolity. I shall repeat myself. Her voice was colder than the Siberian winds. Remove your filthy blade from my father's neck. Lu Fengche, feeling the frigid aura that threatened to freeze his very blood, finally tempered the levity on his face, replaced by a glimmer of bloodthirsty excitement. Interesting. A mere level 5 girl dares to speak to me in such a manner? He extended his tongue, licking the cold blade. Little beauty, do you know the fate of the last person who threatened me? I sliced him into 3,600 pieces. A flash of murderous intent ignited in Su Qingyao's eyes. She chose not to engage in further dialogue. Slowly, she raised her right hand. Buzz, a palm-sized ice lotus, composed of pure, exquisite ice energy, crystal clear yet radiating a sense of annihilation, blossomed quietly in her palm. Sequence 20, Annihilation Ice Lotus. Upon witnessing the ice lotus, the ever-observant assassin, Lu Ying, who had been seemingly indifferent, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His voice, hoarse, carried a weight of seriousness for the first time. Young master, this woman is not to be underestimated. Not to be underestimated? Zhao Tianlin cast a sidelong glance at Ying before redirecting his gaze to the exquisite ice lotus in Su Qingyao's palm. A smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Merely a peak level 5 awakened. What could possibly be amiss? In his view, there existed an insurmountable chasm between levels 5 and 6. Regardless of how peculiar Su Qingyao's talent may be, in the face of absolute level suppression, she was merely flailing in a desperate struggle. Finish this swiftly. Zhao Tianlin, Losing patience, commanded, "Kill her and cut off that old fool's tongue. Let us see how long Chu Xuan can hide." "Understood, young master." The glint of cruelty ignited in Lu Fengche's eyes. He pivoted the blade in his hand, shifting his aim from Su Jinghua to strike at Su Qingyao's heart with a trajectory that cleaved through the air, executed from an impossibly acute angle. Quickly, at breakneck speed. His sequence talent, Blade of the Gale, endowed him with an attack velocity akin to the speed of sound. The Jiangxing warriors present could scarcely even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. However, Su Qingyao's reaction was equally astonishing. Just as the blade was about to strike her, the Desolation Ice Lotus in her hand was released. The petite Ice Lotus spun gracefully in the air, instantly swelling in size, transforming into a colossal shield with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, which stood protectively before her. A thunderous clash echoed as Lu Fengche's blade, capable of severing alloys, struck the Ice Lotus shield, leaving only a faint white mark without even a hint of a crack. A terrifying chill surged along the blade, rapidly spreading towards his arm. What? Lu Fengche's expression changed dramatically. He could feel his arm freezing at a visible rate. Even the flow of energy within him began to sluggish. He decisively retreated, channeling energy to dispel the eerie cold. Shaking his numbed arm, he looked at Su Qingyao, his previous disdain replaced with profound caution and suspicion. This woman's ice power was problematic. It was far beyond what a level 5 Awakened should possess. Fool! A sharp reprimand came from Li Huiyan. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she clasped her hands before her chest, forming a basketball-sized fireball radiating terrifying heat, which instantly coalesced. "Stand back. Watch as I melt both her and that broken ice." With a fierce cry, her fireball transformed into a streaking meteor, accompanied by a piercing sound as it hurtled towards Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao's expression turned grave. She sensed the violent energy contained within the fireball, significantly more potent than Xiaoyan's flames. With a thought, her Ice Lotus shield disintegrated, morphing into a flurry of ice crystals that formed a thick ice wall several meters in front of her. Boom! The fireball collided violently with the ice wall. A terrifying explosion ensued, as scorching flames intertwined with frigid mist, creating a vast expanse of white steam that enveloped the entire center of the square. The powerful shockwave hurled Su Jinghua, Lin Guiqiang, and the surrounding soldiers and vehicles into the air. "Qingyao!" Su Jinghua and Lin Guiqiang exclaimed, their faces etched with worry. Amidst the white smoke, two figures were simultaneously sent flying. Su Qingyao performed a graceful flip in the air, landing steadily, though her complexion was pale, a hint of blood trickling from her lips. Her talent was indeed formidable, yet against a level 6 advanced expert's lethal strike, she was ultimately at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lu Fengche and Li Huiyan had also retreated several meters, Li Huiyan's face marked with shock and anger. Her attack could have leveled a small residential building, yet it had only inflicted minor injuries upon the opponent. This woman's talent significantly enhanced her ice abilities, and the released chill weakened their attacks. Lu Fengche's voice was grave. They could no longer afford to delay. They must take her down together. All right. A murderous glint flashed in Li Huiyan's eyes, just as they prepared to launch another assault. Cheng Meiji, who had been lurking in the background like a venomous serpent, suddenly giggled. "My dears, why be so rough? Such a delicate beauty deserves a gentler approach." Her eyes sparkled with a seductive pink hue, more intense than before, almost palpable. "Little sister, cease your resistance. Let me take you to a delightful place to play some intriguing games." Invisible mental energy transformed into countless unseen needles, bypassing all physical defenses, and pierced directly into Su Qingyao's mental sea. This was her ultimate move, mental piercing. Su Qingyao let out a muffled groan, feeling as though her brain were being mercilessly stabbed by countless steel needles, an excruciating pain overwhelming her, and her vision blackened as she nearly collapsed. Despite the strength of her Desolation Ice Lotus talent, her defenses against mental attacks were ultimately a shortcoming. Now was the moment. Lu Fengche and Li Huiyan seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, transforming into streaks of wind and fire, attacking from both sides. It was over. A wave of despair surged among the soldiers and civilians of Jiangxing witnessing this scene. Su Qingyao, the strongest after King Chu, the Frost Valkyrie of Jiangxing. If she fell, what hope remained? However, just as Lu Fengche's blade and Li Huiyan's fiery punch were about to strike Su Qingyao, the shadowy assassin, Lu Ying, who had been lurking behind Zhao Tianlin like a phantom, sprang into action. His body silently melded into the ground's shadows, vanishing completely. The next moment, a distorted shadow materialized behind Su Qingyao. Lu Ying emerged, brandishing a pitch-black, non-reflective poison dagger that resembled a serpent's fang, stealthily aiming for Su Qingyao's unguarded back. A pincer attack, mental control, shadow assassination. This was a meticulously orchestrated lethal trap aimed at Su Qingyao. Zhao Tianlin wore a confident smirk, as if he could already envision Su Qingyao's demise, the Jiangqing soldiers and civilians kneeling in surrender, and the man named Chu Xuan, upon learning of his beloved's tragic fate, madly charging out only to be ruthlessly slaughtered. Yet, his smile lasted but a mere fraction of a second before it froze entirely. He witnessed, to his disbelief, that Su Qingyao, who should have been under mental control and immobile, suddenly lifted her head. Her face bore no signs of pain or despair, only an icy derision, as if gazing upon the dead. "Did you truly believe," Su Qingyao's voice rang out clearly amidst the chaotic battlefield, "that I am merely a person fighting?" At that instant, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal purple lightning pillar, exceeding 3 meters in diameter and radiating an aura of boundless destruction and divine retribution, descended abruptly from the heavens. The target of the lightning was not Su Qingyao, nor Fengche, nor Huiyan, nor Meiji. It was the assassin Ing, who had just emerged from the shadows, poised to strike. No, Ing barely managed to emit a horrified scream before being completely engulfed by the purple column of annihilation. There was no explosion, no roar, only obliteration. Beneath that pure, divine judgment like thunder, Lu Ying's level 6 advanced body could not withstand even a moment, disintegrating and vaporizing, erasing all traces of existence from this world. One blow, instant kill. The arena fell into a profound silence. Lu Fengche and Li Huiyan's attacks hung, suspended in midair. Cheng Meiji's mental piercing, startled by the sudden appearance of the lightning pillar, faltered and was abruptly interrupted. Zhao Tianlin's smirk solidified into the most ludicrous expression of his life. Everyone gazed upward, dumbfounded, at the slowly dissipating purple lightning pillar and the unfathomable, glass-smooth, blackened crater on the ground. Their minds had completely lost the ability to think. Following that, a languid voice, tinged with impatience, seemed to permeate the air, resonating from the pinnacle of the towering skyscraper. This voice, amplified by the thunderous echoes of lightning, reverberated in the ears of all present. "Is the one from the imperial capital? If you enjoy playing so much, allow me to join you in your little game." Chapter 097. The throne is established. Jiangnan stands supreme. The tone of that voice was flat and lazy. Yet, when it reached the ears of Zhao Tianlin and his companions, it sent a chill coursing through their veins, freezing their blood in an instant. The four stiffened in unison, their gazes drawn upwards to the towering edifice. Chu Xuan. It was him. From such a distance, he unleashed that kind of attack. That purple bolt of lightning had shattered their understanding of level 6, even level 7 powerhouses. Such strength was beyond that of mere mortals. It was divine retribution. A frigid dread surged from their spines to the crown of their heads, rendering their limbs rigid. Retreat. The only thought in Zhao Tianlin's mind was that single command. The intelligence had been flawed. A fatal mistake. This Chu Xuan was no mere local tyrant. He was a monster, a terrifying entity before whom they were unworthy even to gaze. He couldn't afford to think of proclamations or avenging the fallen Lu Ying. He turned to flee towards the transport aircraft, but it was too late. In the moment of that thought's inception, a purple point of light flared to life atop the skyscraper, then plummeted downwards at a speed that tore through perception. Boom! A deafening explosion. A figure smashed through the solid ground of the plaza, sending debris and dust spiraling into the air. At the center of the haze stood a figure identical to Chu Xuan, clad in the same casual attire, hands in pockets, his expression imbued with the same languid demeanor. The only distinction was his form, composed entirely of pure, pulsating purple lightning, his eyes ablaze with two flames of violet, devoid of any human emotion, embodying only absolute, indifferent destruction. Thunder Avatar. What on earth is this? Li Huiyan's voice trembled uncontrollably. A doppelganger? Or an illusion? No, neither. She could sense the energy emanating from this lightning-formed entity, a terrifying wave 100 times more potent than the earlier bolt that had obliterated Lu Ying. He merely stood there, distorting the space within 100 meters around him, as purple arcs of electricity danced wildly, silently disintegrating all nearby matter, be it dust or light. A domain. A mere doppelganger possessed its own domain. In the entire imperial capital, those with domains could be counted on one hand. How could this be possible? Attack together. Kill him. Zhao Tianlin's perception was utterly shattered, cold sweat soaking through his garments as he let out a frenzied roar. He understood that unless they eliminated this doppelganger today, none of them would escape. He was the first to move, his skin instantly transforming to a dark golden hue. propelling himself like a cannonball towards the Thunder Avatar. Sequence 55, Indestructible. Unleashing all his power, he was confident that his defense, capable of withstanding missile strikes, would surely hold. Lu Fengche and Li Huiyin simultaneously launched their attacks from either side. Lu Fengche morphed into a blurred whirlwind, a multitude of blades weaving a deadly net around the Thunder Avatar. Li Huiyin raised her hands high, conjuring a blazing sun of over 10 meters in diameter above her head, descending with the might to incinerate all. A peak level 6, 2 advanced level 6s. In this moment, the trio employed their most powerful techniques. Yet, against this assault capable of erasing a small town from existence, the Thunder Avatar moved. He did not even glance at the two flanking him. His gaze remained calmly fixed on Zhao Tianlin, who charged from the front. Then, he raised his right hand, formed a fist. With a simple motion, he threw a punch. There was no spectacle, no dazzling effects. Just pure, unadulterated power. Bang! A sound so deep that it warped the very fabric of space. Zhao Tianlin's prideful, indestructible body crumbled before the Thunder Avatar's fist, as fragile as a sheet of paper. His dark golden arm shattered visibly, piece by piece. Next, his chest caved in. He was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a high-speed train, flying away at 10 times the speed of his approach. Even before he hit the ground, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Another one, eliminated. Simultaneously, the Thunder Avatar vanished from sight. Whoosh! Lu Fengche's impenetrable blade net sliced through empty air. Alarm bells rang in his mind, just as he attempted to retreat. A hand composed entirely of pure lightning silently pressed against his crown. He barely managed to utter a word. A torrent of terrifying thunder, imbued with dragon might and divine punishment, surged into his brain, annihilating his spirit, soul, and body into the most fundamental particles. After completing this, the Thunder Avatar slowly lifted his gaze to the blazing sun descending from above. He extended a finger, gently tapping the sun. Buzz! The blazing sun, capable of melting steel, was forcibly decomposed, absorbed, and annihilated the moment it made contact with his fingertip by a power from a higher dimension. The massive fireball vanished without a trace, not even a whisper escaping it. Li Huiyin stood frozen. She watched as the unharmed Thunder Avatar approached her step by step, her blood draining from her face, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. A foul liquid spread from beneath her skirt. "Please, don't kill me," she wept, her earlier bravado completely extinguished. The last remaining Chung Meiji had already crumbled when Zhao Tianlin was obliterated by a single punch. Her once proud mental fortitude paled in comparison to the opponent's might. She lacked even the courage to attack, curling up on the ground, trembling in terror. In less than 10 seconds, 5 Imperious Level 6 awakened beings from the Imperial capital had faced utter defeat. 3 dead, 2 subdued. The Thunder Avatar approached Su Qingyao, his eyes ablaze with purple lightning, for the first time revealing a trace of human gentleness. He nodded at Su Qingyao, seemingly to soothe her shaken emotions. Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Staring dreamily at the familiar face before her, her heart racing uncontrollably. After accomplishing all of this, the Thunder Avatar turned his attention to the military transport aircraft parked not far away. He slowly raised his hand, a purple thunder spear coalescing in his palm. Just as he prepared to obliterate the aircraft along with its pilot, the true voice of Chu Xuan resonated once more from the skyscraper. "Enough. Leave 2 alive. Let them carry my message back to the Imperial capital." Upon hearing the words, the embodiment of thunder slowly dissipated the spear in his grasp. He approached the 2 women, who were utterly paralyzed by fear, and in a voice devoid of emotion, almost mechanical, he spoke. "Return and inform that old wretch seated upon the dragon throne. The kingdom he has conferred upon me, I accept. However, from this moment forth, the entire Jiangnan province shall heed only my commands. Inform that group of oblivious Zhao family members as well." The tone of the thunder embodiment suddenly turned frigid. "Cleanse your necks, and await me in the Imperial capital. I shall arrive shortly." Having uttered these words, he disregarded the 2 women, whose spirits had fled and transformed into countless violet specks of light, soaring skyward and vanishing at the pinnacle of the skyscraper. The square fell into an eerie silence. After a considerable duration, a voice broke the stillness. "Long live King Chu." It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but it was soon followed by a roaring wave of applause, akin to a torrent breaching its dam, echoing throughout the entirety of Jiang City. Every survivor exerted every ounce of strength to shout that divine name. Their faces radiated with euphoria born from survival and an earnest, fervent reverence. Su Jinghua observed this scene of mass adoration, then glanced at the 2 indistinguishable pools of flesh, and the two limp imperial capital envoys, exhaling a deep, heavy sigh. From the moment he supported Chu Xuan's ascension to kingship, he had anticipated this day. Though he had not expected Chu Xuan's rate of growth to be so rapid, it was swift enough to render all others speechless, so fast that no one could resist. The heavens had truly transformed. From this day forth, there shall be but one king in the entirety of Jiangnan province. Chapter 098. What a Chu Xuan! What a king of Zhennan! In the imperial capital, at the Zhao family estate, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung dry. A chilling aura of murderous intent permeated every corner of the ornate hall. At the center, Li Huiyin and Cheng Meiji, disheveled, knelt upon the frigid golden silk Nanmu floor, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. The defiant allure they once possessed had vanished, leaving only a hollow void of fear and despair. Zhao Yonghua, the head of the Zhao family, sat with a somber expression in a grand chair, listening to the incoherent reports of the two survivors. The purple lightning avatar had left nothing but ash. That creature was merely an avatar of the young master Zhao Tianlin, who had been struck into a mist of blood with a single punch. Cheng Meiji's voice wavered, as if recalling an inescapable nightmare, each word causing her body to tremble more violently. Upon hearing that his most esteemed eldest son, Zhao Tianlin, the possessor of the indestructible talent, had been reduced to a sanguine mist by a lightning avatar's single blow, Zhao Yonghua's face, previously as calm as a placid lake, finally contorted in a violent spasm. Within the hall, the breaths of all core members of the Zhao family ceased. Li Huiyin, fighting against the overwhelming fear, recounted the last words of the lightning avatar in a voice barely louder than a whisper. He also said for the Zhao family to cleanse their necks and await him. He would arrive shortly. As her words fell, the hall descended into a deathly silence. The next moment, arrogant brat, Zhao Yonghua erupted, standing suddenly, his voice a suppressed roar that exploded from deep within his throat. Boom. The priceless desk, carved from an entire block of purple sandalwood, did not even emit a whimper before it was instantaneously reduced to dust beneath the force of his unleashed aura. A terrifying presence, belonging to a peak LV7 expert, erupted like a volcano, materializing into a tangible wave of energy that surged outward. The magnificent estate, sprawling across 100 acres, trembled violently under this pressure, tiles cascading down, beams groaning under the unbearable load. The Zhao family members present, those of slightly lesser strength, turned pale as they coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. What a Chu Xuan! What a king of Zhennan! Zhao Yonghua laughed in fury, his eyes bloodshot, the boiling murderous intent nearly manifesting as a physical entity. The Zhao family had traversed the realm of Xia for hundreds of years, yet they had never encountered such an audacious being. His eyes glinted with murderous intent, and without a shred of hesitation, he issued his command. Transmit my orders. In the name of the Zhao family of Xia, proclaim the highest level of blood vendetta to the world. To anyone who can bring me the head of Chu Xuan, grant 3 core royal-level rewards, 1 domain secret manual, and admit them into the Zhao family as a guest elder. To those who provide valid information regarding his whereabouts, reward 10 core general-level merits. Announce to the world that the Zhao family shall not rest until this scoundrel is dead. This command detonated like a bomb, igniting the upper echelons of the imperial capital in a matter of moments. A king, recently conferred from the southern borders, dared to provoke one of the 5 great families of the imperial capital, even proclaiming his intention to claim the life of its head. This was unprecedented. Countless factions, while shocked, adopted a spectator's mentality, eager to witness how this audacious king of Zhennan would be crushed to dust by the colossal Zhao family. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, atop the highest skyscraper, the atmosphere was serene. Chu Xuan lounged with his legs crossed, leisurely counting his spoils. Energy points, 139,791. Observing the panel that displayed just over 100,000 energy points, Chu Xuan clicked his tongue. After a recent purge, his energy points had surged to nearly 90,000, a veritable windfall. However, upgrading Thunder Transformation and Heaven's Punishment Domain to level 3 consumed 40,000 points, and elevating Judgment Eye to level 2 took another 15,000. Just now, in a bid to establish his dominance, he had condensed that peak LV7 lightning avatar, which, while seemingly glorious, had drained a total of 20,000 energy points. These energy points truly came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Chu Xuan resolved to refrain from utilizing the remaining points for the time being. The journey to the imperial capital would be fraught with powerful adversaries, and he must retain sufficient resources for any unforeseen circumstances. He tossed the few LV6 energy cores seized from Zhao Tianlin and others, along with the king-level cores from the second and third beast kings he had slain, to Su Qingyao. Take these and absorb them quickly, he said nonchalantly. Akin to tossing a few candies, you'll need to reach LV7 soon. Jiang City will still need your watchful eye. Su Qingyao did not reach for the energy cores, which could make any awakened individual envious. Instead, she gazed at Chu Xuan, her clear, cool eyes filled with unshakable concern. The imperial capital is different from here. It is a den of dragons and tigers, filled with powerful beings. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Chu Xuan, noticing her worry, felt warmth in his heart. He smiled and reached out, playfully ruffling her pert nose. Do not worry. A bunch of useless Zhao family members cannot threaten me. His smile exuded a confidence that looked down upon the world. Moreover, Chu Xuan's expression turned cold. They come and go as they please. Thinking I am easy to bully? They will not remember unless they are hurt, frightened, and brought to their knees to sing my praises. With a thought, in the center of the office, violet lightning flickered, and a lightning avatar resembling him appeared once more, its eyes burning with violet lightning, indifferently scanning the surroundings. During my absence, this avatar will remain here. Chu Xuan informed Su Qingyao. I have commanded the long serpent in the Yangtze River. It will cooperate with the avatar to guard Jiang City. Any invading enemy shall be met with merciless retribution. A peak LV7 Thunder incarnation, combined with a genuine LV9 Beast Sovereign, forms an impregnable defense. One could hardly claim that even the Zhao family, were they to mobilize their entire force, could challenge the might of Jiangcheng, let alone the royal family of the Daxia Empire. Observing the meticulous man before her, who had arranged everything with utmost precision, Su Qingyao realized that further words would be superfluous. Silently, she gathered the energy cores and stepped forward, rising on her toes to imprint a deep kiss upon Chu Xuan's lips. You must return safely. Having organized all matters concerning Jiangcheng, Chu Xuan ascended once more to the pinnacle of the skyscraper. The night breeze rustled his garments, and below him lay Jiangcheng, restored to order and vitality, its myriad lights twinkling like stars. Without the aid of any transportation or notification to others, he slowly spread his arms wide. Behind him, a pair of wings, forged from pure purple lightning and imbued with an aura of sanctity and destruction, unfurled with a thunderous crack. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of purple light that tore through the night sky, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, racing towards the northern city that symbolized the power center of the Daxia Empire. Imperial capital, I am coming. Chapter 099. The Heart of the Emperor. All-powerful beings are pawns. In the imperial capital, within the grand halls of the purple forbidden city, the scent of dragon's saliva incense wafted from the incense burner, attempting to mask an oppressive atmosphere. Upon the throne sat the Daxia Emperor, clad in a dark 12-clawed dragon robe, eyes closed in contemplation. His visage was imposing, radiating authority even in stillness, causing the eunuchs standing in the hall to hold their breath in reverence. Father Emperor, the first prince, Xiang Wuji, bowed before the throne, presenting a recently transmitted encrypted report from Jiangnan with both hands. The emperor slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs that betrayed no emotion, yet seemed capable of piercing the hearts of men. He did not take the report, but simply spoke in a calm tone. Recite it. Yes. Xiang Wuji cleared his throat and reported steadily. The Zhao family's delegation was completely annihilated in Jiangcheng. The leader, Zhao Tianlin, along with 4 LV6 high-level awakened, suffered 3 deaths and 2 injuries, with only 2 escaping. A sudden chill descended upon the hall. According to the survivors, the assailant was not Chu Xuan himself, but rather a lightning avatar he commanded. This avatar possessed an independent domain, with a combat power assessed to be at least LV7 peak. One punch obliterated Zhao Tianlin, who was impervious to harm. One finger extinguished the most potent explosive fire spell. A bolt of heavenly lightning vaporized Lu Ying, a master of assassination. With each line Xiang Wuji recited, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavier. When the final words fell, the silence was palpable, as if a pin drop could be heard. A ripple of disturbance finally broke the calm surface of the emperor's inscrutable gaze. An avatar wielding such power? The newly appointed king of the south had proven to be more formidable than anyone had anticipated. What a remarkable king of the south. The emperor's voice revealed no emotion. Yet his fingers, sharply defined, lightly tapped twice upon the armrest of the dragon throne. Father Emperor, please quell your anger. Xiang Wuji bowed once more. The Zhao family has issued a blood vendetta, seeking to eradicate Chu Xuan. Yet, I believe that the Zhao family alone may not be a match for him. He paused, lifting his gaze, a glimmer of deep calculation flashing in his eyes. Father Emperor, I have a strategy. Speak. Though he is strong, he is exceedingly arrogant. His brazen act of slaying our Daxiao envoy and defying imperial authority is a crime most heinous. As members of the imperial family, should we directly send troops to suppress him, it would not only portray our royal house as petty, but also allow the feudal lords to mock us, believing we are intimidated by a mere border rogue. Thus, we need not sully our hands. A serpentine smile curled at the corners of Xiang Wuji's mouth. Father Emperor could elevate the Zhao family's blood vendetta to an imperial bounty by our Daxiao royal family's decree. By your name, declare to the world that whoever brings Chu Xuan's head, regardless of their background or past, shall be granted a fief and crowned a king. Furthermore, I shall award them a royal-grade weapon recently developed by our Royal Research Institute. At this proclamation, the entire court gasped in astonishment. To be granted a fief and crowned a king. Such a notion was an outrageous temptation in these apocalyptic times. Xiang Wuji paid no heed to the commotion among the officials and continued, this plan serves three purposes. First, no matter how formidable Chu Xuan may be, he is but one man. Faced with countless desperate and ambitious individuals responding to the bounty, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, he shall be overwhelmed by endless assaults, exhausting his strength. We shall thus discern his true capabilities. Second, the Zhao family, having lost face, will undoubtedly expend all their efforts to confront him. Whether they and Chu Xuan suffer mutual destruction or are turned against by him, their influence in the imperial capital will be severely weakened. This will serve to remind these increasingly arrogant top-tier families. Third, and most importantly, regardless of who ultimately prevails, our royal family shall remain unscathed. If Chu Xuan perishes, we eliminate a significant threat. If the Zhao family is diminished, we reduce a potential danger. In the end, the tides of power shall remain firmly in the hands of Father Emperor. These words elicited a profound silence within the hall. A chilling sensation crept up from the depths of their feet. What a ruthless imperial strategy. A hint of satisfaction finally graced the Emperor's stern countenance. Proceed. He slowly uttered 2 words, sealing the fate of Chu Xuan, or rather, the fate of all who would soon be swept into this tempest. A decree, personally signed by the Emperor, spread with utmost speed to every corner of the Daxiao Empire. The world erupted in fervor. A bounty for a fief and royal title. My heavens, has the Emperor gone mad? Who cares whether he is mad or not? If we pull this off, our lives will be transformed forever. Chu Xuan, the king of the south? Never heard of him. But from this day forth, his head will be mine. Gather the brothers. Let us set an ambush along the northern route. Countless solitary powerhouses lurking in the shadows of the apocalypse, infamous mercenary groups, and ambitious local factions, all like sharks sensing blood, surged towards the imperial capital from all directions. In their eyes, the man named Chu Xuan was no longer merely a man. He was a ticket to the zenith of power, a moving treasury built from unparalleled glory and wealth. Thus commenced the most frenzied hunt that would engulf the entire Daxiao Empire. 800 miles from the imperial capital, high above, the thunderous wings behind Chu Xuan flapped gently, at a pace neither hurried nor slow. His electromagnetic induction had already absorbed everything below into his perception. Just moments ago, he sensed at least 100 life forces, no weaker than LV5, converging from all directions towards his path. Their intentions were clear. Do they wish to encircle and slay me? Chu Xuan grinned, his smile reminiscent of a famished beast that had stumbled upon a banquet of blood. Not only did he not take a detour, but he intentionally slowed his pace and lowered his altitude. He had intended to fly directly to the imperial capital, but little did he know that so many fools were eager to seek their own demise. A group of imbeciles unaware of their opponent's true strength. Since they seek death, he shall grant it to them. If these insignificant individuals are not eliminated, they will inevitably cause trouble for Jiangcheng. The purple lightning streaked across the sky, bold and striking, as if declaring its presence to the world. Chu Xuan strode through a dark alley teeming with bandits, as if he were a wealthy man carrying an immense fortune. The Fengho Gorge, known for its treacherous terrain, is flanked by towering mountains, with fierce winds howling year-round, resembling the throat of a mighty beast. This is the essential route to the imperial capital. At this moment, the gorge's exit was completely blocked by hundreds of menacing mercenaries. Renowned for their brutality and greed, the top-tier mercenary group, known as the Hyenas. At the top of the gorge, a brawny man, as imposing as an iron tower and exuding a heavy presence, gripped a colossal warhammer, surveying the scene below. He was the leader of the Hyenas, a level 6 advanced Earth-type Awakened, nicknamed Quaking Bear. Just then, a figure slowly approached the gorge's entrance. The mercenaries' breaths became heavy, their eyes gleaming with greed. Quaking Bear laughed with unrestrained arrogance upon spotting the solitary figure below. So, you are the king of Chu? You truly dare to come alone. He pointed his warhammer toward Chu Xuan, his voice booming. Listen well, boy. If you know what's good for you, you'll chop off your own head. We can ensure you have a complete corpse. Chu Xuan paused, gazing at the multitude of enemies with a calmness that resembled a predator surveying its prey. He flexed his wrist, producing a series of crisp, bone-cracking sounds. Very well, he murmured softly, yet his words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Your lives will serve to announce my name and instill fear in the likes of you. With that, he slowly raised his right hand. In Chapter 100, a single strike obliterates 300 mercenaries, leaving the scouts terrified and fleeing in panic. Faced with Quaking Bear's brazen taunts, Chu Xuan did not even flinch. He merely raised his right hand, where a more solid arc of purple-golden electricity danced at his fingertips, charged with a regal energy. Lightning chain 2 level. That arc of electricity silently fell from his fingertip, embedding itself into the chest of a level 4 mercenary at the forefront, who brandished a cleaver with a fierce expression. In the next instant, a web of death erupted. The purple-golden lightning surged with a speed that transcended visual perception, ricocheting wildly among the tightly packed crowd at the gorge's exit. 500 times. Precisely 500 leaps. Each leap was like the most precise surgical blade in the hands of death, severing the lifeline of a living being. There were no screams, no struggles. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The mercenaries, who had been roaring and charging with greed and bloodlust in their eyes just a second before, froze as the purple-golden lightning touched them, their well-honed muscles, their vital energy shields. And the alloy weapons they gripped tightly were instantaneously reduced to charred remnants by the terrifying power of thunder. One by one, they remained in their charging poses. Their expressions frozen in grotesque horror, transformed into lifelike sculptures of charred remains emitting wisps of smoke. At the top of the gorge, Quaking Bear's laughter had not yet faded when he was struck with shock at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Before he could react, 3 bolts of purple-golden lightning disregarded the distance and struck him directly. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The thick rock armor, forged from his innate talent and said to withstand cannon fire, could not endure even a second against the lightning, shattering like glass under a heavy blow. No, a primal fear surged from deep within his soul, prompting Quaking Bear to emit a chilling, inhuman roar. He discarded his warhammer and turned to flee without a second thought. However, as he took a single step, a dozen subsequent bolts of lightning swiftly caught up with him, engulfing him completely. His massive frame, akin to an iron tower, stiffened midair, and in the gaze of countless horrified witnesses, he transformed into an even larger, more conspicuous sculpture of charred remains. In just a breath, the exit of Feng Ho Gorge fell utterly silent. The once boisterous and bloodthirsty hyenas, along with their leader, totaling 317 men, were entirely obliterated. Chu Xuan walked calmly into this silent forest of charred corpses. Having completed this grim task, he did not spare a second glance at the death he had wrought, continuing his stride through the gorge. Several kilometers away, in a hidden valley, scouts from various factions peered through high-powered binoculars, fixated on the direction of Feng Ho Gorge. When they witnessed Chu Xuan raise his hand, their hearts leaped into their throats. Then there was nothing more. All they saw was a flash of purple light. And soon after, the entire hyena mercenary group had transformed into over 300 smoking sculptures. With a thud, a scout's military binoculars slipped from his grasp and shattered against the rocks. His face turned as pale as a sheet. His lips trembled as he struggled to utter a word. Another scout jolted awake, scrambling to grab the communicator beside him, his voice tinged with a panicked, ghost-like tone as he frantically reported to his superior, "Run. Quick, run. Don't come. Whatever you do, don't come." On the other end, the superior's furious roar echoed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Where's the target? He-s a devil, a devil." The scout broke down completely, screaming incoherently, "One strike. One strike. The hyena mercenary group is gone. All gone. That is not power a human can possess. He is a devil." Similar scenes unfolded in various corners surrounding the gorge. Chu Xuan's devastating attack poured ice-cold water over the heads of all the ambitious souls who had come rushing. The path to kingship suddenly transformed into a death march. To establish a kingdom? To hell with the throne. One must first have their life. Previously bustling, the road toward Feng Ho Gorge, filled with countless opportunists, became eerily quiet within mere minutes. 99% of the speculators, upon hearing the news, unhesitatingly turned to flee, retreating faster than they had come, terrified that the god of death would turn back to seek them out. Of course, there were exceptions. As news of Chu Xuan's terrifying strength spread like wildfire, it attracted the attention of genuine powerhouses. They keenly realized that this was no longer a mere hunting game. This was a contest between kings. The man named Chu Xuan had declared his qualifications in the most direct and bloody manner. To challenge him and seize the unparalleled glory from his grasp, one must exhibit a commensurate and genuine prowess. Chu Xuan continued his journey forward. He could distinctly sense that the previously bothersome prying gazes, akin to swarming flies, had diminished significantly. This brought him a sense of tranquility. He lifted his head and gazed into the distance. At the horizon's end, a city shrouded in gray mists emerged within the range of his electromagnetic induction. This city exuded an air of desolation and foreboding. Deep within the thick fog, several extraordinarily powerful auras lurked like colossal beasts lying in wait in the shadows, silently anticipating his arrival. A hint of interest finally graced Chu Xuan's face. At last, a few worthy opponents had appeared to warm him up a bit. Chapter 101, Sequence 001, The Master of Causality. A violet glow tore through the night, leaving a vibrant trail that lingered at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chu Xuan's speed had long transcended conventional understanding. The land and mountains beneath him appeared merely as rapidly retreating smudges. Ahead, the outline of the city, ruins enshrouded in gray fog, became discernible. Just then, his advancing form abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Within the bounds of his electromagnetic induction level 2, the entire city lay enveloped in a shroud of dead silence, devoid of any signs of life, resembling a cemetery forgotten by the world. Yet, at the heart of this silence, a remarkably powerful and ethereal life force flickered to life in his perception, akin to a lighthouse in the night. This aura was entirely distinct from any mutated beasts, zombies, or awakened beings he had encountered before. It was neither violent, nor chilling, nor fervent. It emanated tranquility and distance, as if it existed independently from this apocalyptic realm, creating its own dimension. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, retracting his thunderous wings, and descended like a silent leaf toward the dead city. His feet touched the ground, stirring up a fine dust. The sight before him caused his violet lightning-imbued eyes to flicker with astonishment. The city had long since fallen into ruin, with shattered walls and exposed steel, strewn with the desiccated bloodstains left by both monsters and humans. Yet, at the very center of this desolation, there lay an expansive plaza covering thousands of square meters. Remarkably intact, the ground was paved with smooth marble, as flat as a mirror, without even a single crack, let alone any traces of battle. An invisible force completely isolated this plaza from the apocalyptic chaos outside. In the plaza's center stood a figure clad in white, her back turned towards him, quietly awaiting. A woman, clad in a simple white gown, untouched by dust, her long hair cascaded down her waist like a waterfall, gently swaying with the night breeze. She stood there, devoid of any unnecessary movements, yet naturally became the focal point of this realm. The cacophony and cruelty of the world would dissipate within 3 feet of her presence, transforming into an ethereal tranquility. Chu Xuan's footsteps came to a halt. His heart, having endured countless life and death battles and now as steadfast as a rock, began to race uncontrollably at this moment. Danger, an unprecedented sense of peril emanating from the depths of his life instincts, washed over him like a tidal wave. His judgment eye level 2 activated autonomously, locking onto the white-clad figure in the upper right corner of his vision, where a crimson panel flickered ominously, firmly identifying the target. Target, Ji Wuming, Sequence Talent, 001 Causality, Physique. Speed. Mentality. Warning, this is the inheritor of the celestial kingdom of life and the Tianji Pavilion, master of worldly causality. Do not offend lightly. Boom. Chu Xuan's pupils constricted to the most dangerous pinprick. His brain felt as if struck by an invisible hammer, leaving him blank. All was a question mark. Since acquiring the Judgment Eye, this was his first encounter with a target he could not decipher. What made his scalp tingle was that string of words capable of making any deity tremble. Sequence 001. Causality. He had always believed that his Sequence 007, Lord of Thunder, stood atop the pinnacle of this world's talent sequences. Yet now, a mythic-level talent ranked first stood vividly before him. And that blood-red warning, Celestial Kingdom of Life? Tianji Pavilion? Each term struck his understanding like a falling star, raising tumultuous waves. What on earth was this woman? The thunderous power within Chu Xuan nearly erupted at that moment, yet he suppressed it with formidable willpower. Every muscle in his body tensed, entering a state of combat, and fine beads of cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Just then, the woman in white at the plaza's center seemed to sense his gaze and slowly turned around. Her face was beyond description. Exquisite, yet not bewitching. Cool, yet not frigid. Her features appeared as the most perfect creation of the universe. A single excess would render her alluring, while a deficiency would deem her plain. Her eyes, deep like a sea of stars, met Chu Xuan's gaze. In those eyes resided no curiosity, no hostility. Only a profound serenity that seemed to have seen through the ages and understood the vicissitudes of life. Then, she smiled. The corners of her lips curved into a subtle arc, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a frozen lake, creating ripples. Ji Wuming's lips moved. And at the moment she spoke, the surrounding mist seemed to solidify. Her voice bore no trace of mundanity, resembling that of a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting here for quite some time. Chapter 102. In countless cycles, you have ultimately forgotten me. Chu Xuan's breath nearly ceased at that moment. His violet lightning-imbued eyes fixated on the enchanting woman before him. The thunderous power within him surged like an explosive arsenal, yet he confined it with iron-willed determination. Wait for me. How could she possibly know he would come? Sequence 001. Could she foresee the future? Countless thoughts detonated in Chu Xuan's mind. Who are you? How do you know I would come here? He asked warily. He forced himself to suppress the overwhelming shock roiling within him, trying to find even the slightest flaw in her demeanor. Ji Wuming observed his tense demeanor, and a ripple of understanding flickered in her starry eyes, tinged with either helplessness or compassion. Who I am is unimportant. She gently shook her head, her voice ethereal and distant. What matters, Chu Xuan, is that the moment I first heard your name, I saw you. You are entwined with the grand causality of this planet and the survival of all humanity upon it. Chu Xuan's heart leaped violently. She not only knew his name, but could even glimpse his causality. This has entirely surpassed his comprehension of power. I have come here solely to convey one truth. Ji Wuming's gaze, at this moment, became extraordinarily solemn. This apocalypse is not a natural disaster. It is a man-made calamity. The final two words struck Chu Xuan's soul like a divine thunderbolt, shaking him to his core. Not a natural disaster. A man-made calamity. The implications of this statement possess the potential to upend the entire world's understanding. The outbreak of zombies, the rise of mutated beasts, the collapse of human civilization, these were all orchestrated by human hands. Who is responsible? Chu Xuan nearly forced those words through gritted teeth. An overwhelming killing intent erupting from within him. Purple lightning danced frantically around him, scorching the hard marble floor beneath his feet into a charred web. If all of this is indeed a man-made calamity, what depths of malice must the shadowy figure behind it harbor against this world? Ji Wuming observed the fury within him, which seemed capable of incinerating the heavens, and a glimmer of approval flickered in her eyes. Just as she was about